Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was evil Horcrux hunter? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The ocean. Harry Potter blinks. He's not wearing his glasses, yes, but Draco Malfoy's face is too close for comfort and for him to miss his expression. He knows Malfoy is aware of his identity. He knows this is the moment Malfoy has probably been waiting his whole life for. To one-up Harry in any way possible. In fact, that has been their entire relationship since they were 11 years old on the opposite sides of the moral spectrum. Malfoy stares long and hard, his gray eyes filled with fear and panic and defeat. Harry almost apologizes, he doesn't know why, but he has the strange feeling that he has somehow failed Malfoy by being caught. And being caught is definitely his fault. If only he had remembered the stupid taboo, they wouldn't be in this mess. This is not the reaction he would have expected from Malfoy, though. Malfoy should be laughing, pointing at him, calling him Scarhead or something. He should be excited to have the opportunity to present Harry Potter to his Dark Lord. He should be saying "I told you so" and going in explicit details to drive his point home, as though, if he doesn't explain exactly how he was right, then it's not right at all. But Malfoy is doing none of it. In fact, when prodded by his father, Malfoy refuses to identity him. Granted, he doesn't say he's not Harry Potter because that would be stupid, but goes with "I'm not sure," which Harry reckons are his Slytherin traits coming in full force. Self-preservation and resourcefulness and all that. Why isn't he fucking dancing right now? And when they're put in the cellar anyway, Harry feels the hopelessness and helplessness come crashing back in. In desperation, he pulls out the mirror, pleading with all the gods in the world that the blue-eyed not Dumbledore would be there on the other side. The next 20 minutes of his life are one of the most harrowing. After witnessing Peter Pettigrew's hand murder its owner, standing across Bellatrix Lestrange threatening to slice Hermione's throat, and then time itself slows down to a crawl as Draco Malfoy approaches him to snatch his wand away as per instructions. Harry watches him stalking forward, dressed in rich black robes, hair slicked back like Lucius, with an increasing apprehension. If they take away his wand, there is nothing more he can do. He is next to useless in wandless magic when he needs it, and wonders if he gets enough riled up. Maybe he can blow up Bellatrix Lestrange and see her bobbing along the Malfoy Manor ceilings. Harry tries to think endless possibilities about getting out of this, alive, with everyone, and is coming to an increasing blank as Malfoy eats up the distance between them. By the time Malfoy reaches him, he is already slumping his shoulders, ready to hand over his wand. But Malfoy is near him now, and time is still crawling. Which is why Harry does not miss the way Malfoy's eyes flick towards something behind Harry's back for 1-2-3 seconds, eyes narrowing slightly at whatever he sees, then his gray eyes latch onto Harry's in. He winks. And so Harry Potter blinks. Before he can fathom what just happened, time speeds up, everything fast forwards, and Draco Malfoy is grabbing his elbow painfully, ducking them both down behind the couch just as something crashes loudly and Hermione screams. Harry's heart dies in his throat. He tries to get to his feet, to make sure she's all right, that she's alive, but he can't. Malfoy pulls him down again, and instead, Harry catches Ron letting out a deranged roar before flinging himself into whatever chaos is happening that Harry can't see from this position. He tries to shake off Malfoy yet again, and then Malfoy hisses near his face, nearly spitting at him. "Stay the fuck down, Potter, unless you want to be killed before you win the fucking war." Harry growls. Hermione and Ron are fine. Malfoy's fingers dig painfully in his arms. Dobby has them. He'll get them out of here. And Harry remembers, his mind clearing, that Dobby was supposed to come back. He lets out a huge relieved sigh as spells are being fired over their heads, and Malfoy just rolls his eyes, as though this is nothing new, and it makes Harry remember who the fuck this person is. His eyes widen. "Malfoy. What in the world are you doing? They'll fucking kill you for saving me. Have you gone completely mental?" Malfoy stares back, his mouth falling open. "Potter, why the fuck do you care if they kill me? Why the fuck did you care about rescuing me?" Harry fires back. Neither of them answer and immediately look away. After a few awkward moments, when the spells above their heads abruptly stop with a loud popping sound of apparition, Malfoy squares his shoulders. Where did Dobby take them? He asks urgently. Harry grabs his elbow instead, and feels the blank pressure around him, thinking of the destination determinedly, hoping that Dobby got his friends out safely. The sound of ocean waves materialize around Harry. He quickly lets go of Malfoy's arm as though burned, spinning around to check upon the others. Luna is the only person standing a few feet away. Where is? Harry's throat closes. Luna smiles serenely. Ron took Hermione inside. She seems quite unsteady. I assume the unbearable torture takes a toll on you, doesn't it? Harry's panic subsides slightly. And they're all inside, Luna tells him. Dobby returned to Hogwarts. I was waiting for you. Her pale eyes flick towards Malfoy. Too. Also, Bill gave me the password so that I can escort you to the house. Malfoy, in the meanwhile, has been having his own panic attack, muttering, I just saved Harry Potter. I just saved Harry Potter. I just saved Harry bloody Potter. What the fuck is Harry going to do about him? Malfoy. Sweet Circe, I just saved Harry Potter, Malfoy. Motherfucking Merlin, I just saved Harry Potter, Malfoy. Malfoy swirls in a tornado of black robes, gray eyes flashing, face contorted mid-anxiety attack, white blonde hair disheveled. Harry is painfully reminded of last year, when he had come across Malfoy crying in Moaning Marital's bathroom. This is somehow worse than that. What? Harry tries to think of something helpful. Not helpful for Malfoy, but for himself. You can't go back. Wow. Malfoy starts to slow clap, a sneer forming on the anxious face. The result is pitiable. 100 points to Pothead. What keen observational skills you have. Such a scientific deduction would put Snape to shame. Really, I'm genuinely stunned that the Dark Lord is still waving his dick around and shooting Avada Kedavras. Shut it, Harry hisses, stalking forward and bunching the front of Malfoy's robes in his fists. Up close, Malfoy's gray eyes seem to have blue flecks in them, for one bizarre moment. Harry thinks his eyes belong on this ocean shore, reflecting the skies and the rocky formations surrounding them. Shut it. Malfoy growls. Shut it. Do you have any fucking idea of what I've done? I just went against the Dark fucking Lord, Potter. Forget that snake face, I went against my parents. If the snake face can punish me for my father's failures, don't you think you will punish them for my rebel? I just killed my own goddamn parents trying to save your stupid, stinky skin. My skin is not stinky, Harry says, highly offended, feeling self-conscious of his lack of proper hygiene during months of being homeless. So is, Malfoy says petulantly. In fact, I knew it was you because of your stupid stink. It's somehow worse than your ugly face. Harry has the strongest urge to throw him in the ocean. He wonders if Malfoy knows how to swim. Probably not. He might be commanding 4 house elves to move his hands and feet for him. Instead, he shoves him forcefully. Malfoy stumbles back a few steps. He straightens his robes, hands grabbing his hair in frustration. What the fuck am I going to do now? Harry shuts his eyes. He can feel that strong emotion rising inside him, the one Hermione calls hero complex. He honestly tries to fight it as much as he can, but Malfoy is making it difficult for him by having his panic attack and young adult life crisis. And well, he did just sort of save Harry. Harry swallows, resigning to his own ill fate. Come inside. Malfoy's eyes snap towards him. Excuse me? Well, are you going to live the rest of your life on this shore? Harry says in frustration. It appears as though Malfoy honestly considers doing just that. But he might have realized in his big head, the one that grew up in a mansion, that living on the shore will not fetch him luxurious meals. Harry turns to follow, realizes Luna is still standing there watching them with a blank stare, and stops. His friend has been a literal prisoner in Malfoy's house and Harry just invited him inside to what? Join the order? Ron will kill him with bare hands before Malfoy so much as opens his mouth, and Harry won't have a good enough excuse to stop him, either. He wonders how many times he can use "he saved my life" before it runs its course. Maybe once. Tops. Harry wants to apologize to Luna, ask her if she is okay with Malfoy joining them inside. If she says no, Harry will have to stay out with him. He can borrow Hermione's tent, maybe. Before he can truly solidify any plan of action and contingencies in his head, though, Luna, to his utter shock and horror, smiles at Malfoy, beckoning him forward with one hand. "Come, Draco. It's all right." Malfoy swallows, wide-eyed, terrified. Harry frowns and looks closer. Malfoy doesn't seem terrified of Luna but the idea of going inside. Does Luna really forgive him? Granted, it wasn't as though Malfoy personally kidnapped her, as far as Harry assumes. Still, Luna must have a bigger heart than the rest of the world put together. Bigger than Harry's, in any case. "I'll protect you," Luna says nicely, tilting her head to one side. Malfoy doesn't move an inch. "We don't have all day," Harry says impatiently. "Look, you did just save us all. I'll speak for you, okay? They'll listen to me." Finally, any sign of comprehension of the surroundings appear on Malfoy's face. He looks irritated again. "Yes, my queen. I'm sure the entire world is just soaking up every holy word that comes out of their chosen one's crooked mouth." "My mouth is not crooked," Harry snaps. He doesn't understand why Malfoy has made it a point in all these years to degrade Harry's looks. It's not as though Harry thinks he is handsome, but he is all right. He's definitely not as ugly or stinky or crooked Malfoy makes him out to be. And, well, if Ginny thinks he's attractive, he believes her. Merlin only knows what Malfoy's beauty standards are. Probably someone like Blaise Zabini, the most handsome boy in Hogwarts as far as Harry is concerned. Besides, it's not as though Harry goes around ranking everyone by their looks. He just happens to notice them like any normal person. "What about my parents?" Malfoy sighs morosely, kicking up sand with his toes, hands fisted behind his back. "They'll probably be dead by now, I guess." Harry doesn't know what to say to that. The first thought that comes to his mind is Lucius probably deserves it. He doesn't know Narcissa's involvement well enough to really have an opinion on her life. Still, the words are lodged in Harry's throat. This is the perfect time to pay back for all the bullshit Malfoy put Harry through in the last 6 years, and yet, he doesn't. Harry wants to believe that he's better than Malfoy. Luna comes to his rescue. She walks up to the blonde calmly. "They might have escaped, too. Don't lose hope, Draco." Harry stares. Malfoy might not have personally kidnapped Luna, but surely, she can't ignore that his parents hosted the bloody Dark Lord in their house. And are Death Eaters. Malfoy is one, too, for that matter. Harry had completely forgotten that for a moment. Fuck. They can't have a Death Eater in the Order. They just can't. No matter how much Harry tries to convince them he's had visions of Malfoy being forced to torture others as form of punishment, or that he refused to identify him in front of his entire Death Eater family, the Order will never take him with open arms, for good reasons, too. Oh my god, Harry thinks with dawning horror. If Malfoy can't go back and the Order won't take him in, does Harry have to take him? That's just not possible. At all. Even if Harry somehow decides to tolerate the Git for the next few months that it would take for them to hunt Horcruxes, the problem lies in the fact that they are hunting Horcruxes. They can't simply trust Malfoy with everything. Harry feels a demented laughter bubbling up in his throat. By now, Luna has somehow convinced Malfoy to move his hands and feet across the distance. She walks by his side, saying soothing words in quiet voices, and Harry follows the blonde pair, knowing for a fact that he's missing something here. The pair is as bizarre as Hagrid and Snape being drinking buddies. The shell cottage is moderate-sized from the outside. Harry hopes that it's bigger on the inside. Being in close proximity with Malfoy under the same roof is unsettling. Maybe he can borrow Hermione's tent any which way. When they're almost at the door, Harry remembers that they don't have the tent anymore, and when Bill opens the door, Harry also deduces that the house is not bigger on the inside. Damn it. Expectedly, Bill's first instinct is to draw out his wand and point at Malfoy, right between his eyes. Malfoy stiffens. "What the hell, Harry?" he hisses. The scars on one side of his face, courtesy of Fenrir Greyback, Malfoy's accomplice, seem to pop up and make Bill more of a person from Knockturn Alley than someone who grew up in the Burrow, eating Molly Weasley's delicious home-cooked meals. Harry sighs. Long story. Bill doesn't lower his wand. "I want an explanation. I'm not about to let a Death Eater inside my house. What were you thinking bringing him here?" "He kept me alive," Luna supplies helpfully. "All of us. He brought us food secretly and never tortured us, even though he was sent down to do that." Harry hears the words but they don't make any sense to him. You can ask Mr. Ollivander, Luna suggests. Or Dean. They'll tell you the same. Bill's eyes flicker between the three of them. His wand lowers slightly but not completely. He saved my life, Harry tells him. That does it. Bill narrows his eyes, stuffing his wand back in frustration. If someone murders him in his sleep, it's not on me. The effect of Malfoy entering through the front door has an immediate effect on everyone inside. Fleur Delacour, still as ethereally beautiful, looks murderous. Her wand is pointing at Malfoy and so is Ron's. On the other hand, Dean, who has been sitting on the couch with his head in his hands, shoots up to his feet, as though intending to step between Malfoy and the world. Harry's head is spinning from this turn of events. Harry. Ron seeks him out. His voice is low, menacing, confused. What's going on? Bill goes to Fleur, whispers something in her ear, and she lowers her hand. Ron doesn't miss the interaction. His wand doesn't budge, though. Malfoy is quiet, stiff as a board, not helping his matters whatsoever. Harry feels a flare of irritation. The least he can do is save his own skin. Does he expect Harry to do everything for him now? He's all right, Harry eventually declares. Dean relaxes. Ron, you know he helped. Ron frowns. So? That doesn't mean we let him inside. The most he can do is escape to Muggle London to live his life as a homeless dick. Not a terrible idea, Harry thinks. Malfoy can just escape and survive on his own. He can learn the Muggle ways, live with them, get a decent job, earn in pounds. Maybe that will teach him what a racist ass he's been all his life. Is it racist? Elitist? Bloodist? Magicist? Malfoy finally twitches. Are you mental? He demands from Weasley. They'll find me and kill me within a day. I'll kill you within the hour. There's a headache building in Harry's temple by the second. He knows what's coming. He catches Ron's eye with a meaningful look and storms outside the house for some privacy. There's a clatter of noise as multiple footsteps begin to follow, but Ron's voice is firm. Give us a minute. The outside air is cool and crisp. Harry inhales as much of it possible before the world around him swims and he's no longer Harry but, as Malfoy so eloquently put, Dark fucking Lord. The rage is like never before. He's barely restraining himself from flicking his wand in the general direction. There's disappointment, too. At Bellatrix. At the Malfoys. At the youngest dragon. He had so many plans for the boy. Never mind, though. There will be many boys to mold, to torture, to play with. At this moment, the owners of the house need to address. The foolishness of the youngest can be overlooked, surely. The foolishness of the parents? Absolutely not. At least he will now have the wand, and Harry Potter will finally perish. Bellatrix is kneeling obediently for her punishment. The least he can do for his most loyal servant is grant the torture as soon as possible, to not make her wait. So he points his wand almost lazily at her, relishing in her screams that echo around the room. Harry gulps in the cool air of the ocean once more. Ron's expectant face swims before him. With a massive effort, he tries to stand up. When had he fallen? With the help of the wall behind him. What did you see? Ron asks, helping him up by holding his other arm. He's torturing Bellatrix. Ron's face darkens. Good. The only time I will ever agree with the crazy bastard. How's Hermione? Ron gulps. Sleeping. Resting. I think we need to stay here for a few days, Harry. Harry nods. Yeah. Ron. Listen. If you both want to. Ron holds up a hand. Stop it. Hermione knew what she was getting into. We both do. Then he inhales shakily and says, could have been worse. Harry doesn't want to think of the worse. Instead, he tells Ron about his plan. He wants to speak with Ollivander and Griphook. It might be in her vault, Harry says. She had gone completely mental when she thought we'd been there. I bet you anything one of them must in it. Ron has his thinking face on. And why Ollivander? Harry takes a deep breath in. The wand. You know who was torturing Ollivander to ask about the wand. But he's figured it out, Ron. He plans to visit Dumbledore's grave to steal it. What? Ron asks, scandalized. Harry, we have to stop him. Once he has the Elder Wand, we're done for. The Elder Wand. Both Harry and Ron spin around, hands reflexively pulling out their wands. Malfoy is standing around the corner, skin as white as the shelled walls, gray eyes horrified. The Dark Lord has the Elder Wand. He repeats, his voice going up a notch in hysteria. I just saved your ass, ensured my parents' death, just so the Dark Lord can kill you on the next day with the fucking Elder Wand? Are you shitting me? Fuck my life. No wait, actually, fuck you, Potter. Fuck this whole goddamn war, in fact. Shut it, Harry snaps, his head reeling. Malfoy probably heard about Bellatrix's vault, too. Granted, Harry and Ron never actually used the word Horcrux. It's still not ideal that Malfoy knows they're talking about breaking into his aunt's vault. No, I will not shut it, Malfoy squeaks in terror. I thought you had a plan, Potter. I thought you were somehow going to win. I thought you knew what you were doing. Harry's mind echoes and a feeling of déjà vu rushes through his blood. Resolutely not. Looking at Ron, he steps towards Malfoy. I didn't ask you to abandon your side, he says pointedly. You did that all on your own. Even though he's saying it to Malfoy, Harry wonders if he's saying it to Ron as well. He has forgiven Ron, absolutely, and he doesn't understand why he's standing up to Malfoy but never did to Ron. Why did he let Ron say those awful things as though it was Harry's fault for stringing him along, when in fact, Harry had been crystal clear on what he knows, what he doesn't know. Moreover, when all Harry had wanted was to save his friends and their families, to the point of braving this war all on his own, it had stung him to hear those words thrown in his face. As though Harry had tried to cheat them into coming with him. Potter, Malfoy's cutting voice brings him to the present. I don't know what you're playing at, but the Dark Lord with the most powerful wand in history. You might as well dig your own grave and fall into it. I'll do the honors myself of erecting the headstone. Here lies Harry Potter, Gryffindor's idiocy at its finest. You're free to return, Ron says coldly. No one is asking you to stay. No one wants you to stay. Malfoy's eyes flash dangerously. I'm aware, Weasley, that no side wants me right now. And you know what? I don't give a shit about the war anymore. I'm done with this whole fucking thing. Then why did you save us? Harry demands. You could have let us all die. Malfoy crosses his arms over his chest, chin jutting up. First of all, I didn't save all of you. I saved you. The light side's chosen one. The one Dark Lord wants dead. I can't give a rat's ass about Weasley or Granger. Second of all, if I'm going to die either way, being the Snakeface's plaything is hardly an honorable way to die. I might be a Slytherin, Potter, but I'm a Malfoy. Pride is the first thing we are taught. My father, his voice cracks slightly. He clears his throat roughly and continues, my father might have forgotten his own preaching, but I haven't. I have nothing else left but my pride. Hardly a prideful thing to torture others, Harry counters. Better than being tortured, Malfoy retorts. You saw Granger, didn't you? What's the pride in screaming bloody murder? Ron is suddenly in his face, shoving him back against the wall forcefully. Hermione has more honor than you ever will. Don't you dare, Malfoy. I swear to Godric, I will murder you in your sleep. Hermione stood up for what she believes in, Harry states coldly. That's what honor means around here. Not the bullshit you just spewed out. Malfoy pushes Weasley back, straightening up his robes. He takes a steady breath in. It might be bullshit for you. You didn't stay with him. You didn't eat with him. You didn't sleep at night wondering if you'll wake up in the morning. You didn't sneak in your own bloody house, begging your parents to escape the madness. Just because you're fighting on the light side does not make you God. Potter, it is possible to not be on your side and not be a Death Eater, either. Sirius' voice plays in his head. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. Harry doesn't want to think about Sirius. In fact, he doesn't want to think about Malfoy not be a Death Eater, either. When Sirius had said that, Harry had applied it to Umbridge and her kind of evil. If Malfoy is Umbridge's brand of evil, evil just for the sake of it. Harry's hand stings with memory. I must not tell lies. If Malfoy is like her, that hardly puts him in Harry's good books. What do you want to do then? Harry asks in the tense silence that stretches between the three of them. If you don't want to be in the war, Malfoy, you can hardly stay here. Malfoy gulps. He suddenly appears as lost as he had been in Moaning Marital's bathroom, tears streaming down his face, resigned to his own death. I have nowhere else to go. His gray eyes are bright, for a moment, Harry thinks he's close to crying again. They latch onto Harry's own with a desperation that he has never seen before. Harry doesn't understand why Malfoy is looking at him, seeking him out for help in this madness, as though hasn't spent the last 6 years making Harry's life as miserable as he possibly could. But then again, Dudley has shaken his hand what seems a million years ago, mumbled, "I don't think you're a waste of space." Dudley, the Muggle version of Malfoy that Harry had grown up with. He sees Dudley in Malfoy now and Malfoy in Dudley, and it seems obvious what he's going to do. He stalks up to the blonde, extending one hand. Malfoy looks at it as though he's never seen a hand before. "I'll state the terms of the Unbreakable Vow," Harry states firmly. "Harry." "Ron. You can do the spell for us." Malfoy is staring at Harry with an unreadable expression. His eyes narrow slightly and he takes forever to grasp Harry's hand. "You will not abandon us until the war is over. You will protect us to the best of your capacity in return for protection. You will not return to the Dark Lord's side." The Cottage chapter notes, "Here's another chapter. I've tried to stick with their canon characters as much as possible. Do let me know if you have any suggestions for me, too." Smiley face. Hope you enjoy it. Malfoy's presence at the Shell Cottage is probably one of the unsettling experiences of Harry's life. Hermione is personally offended by Harry's decision and he can't blame her. She refuses to speak with him beyond the necessities. She avoids Malfoy like the plague, shooting him dark looks whenever he happens to be in the same room as her. Malfoy doesn't instigate any response from her, either. In fact, Harry can't decide who is avoiding who the most. Maybe both of them. Probably for the best. He tries not to think about the logistics of this arrangement once they leave Shell Cottage to resume their camping trip from hell. Ron does the same. He sticks with Hermione for most part, updates himself on the rest of his family through Bill and Fleur, helps Harry with the planning of their next mission, and treats Malfoy as though he is part of the furniture. As for Bill and Fleur, they feed Malfoy along with the rest of the impromptu housemates. They don't address him, though. They leave it up to him whether he wants to show up for meals or not. Sometimes he does, other times Luna brings it to him. They sit outside the house for long amounts of time, and Harry doesn't have the courage to ask either of them what they talk about. What can they talk about? His mind supplies a bizarre image of Luna explaining Nargles to Malfoy in explicit details and Malfoy listening to her with utmost attention. In the world that he now lives in, he wouldn't put it past Malfoy to make radish earrings for himself. In fact, only Dean and Luna have any sort of communication with Malfoy whatsoever. Malfoy doesn't speak much, but he listens quietly as Luna and Dean engage in conversation. Harry studies him during these moments, waiting for Malfoy to spit out a hurtful remark, sneering and snarling haughtily, declaring that he's done with the lot of them. Harry keeps reminding himself that Malfoy can't escape. Literally cannot, unless he wants to die. He has voluntarily chosen to bind himself to Harry until the war is over, to protect Harry, and Harry thinks the ridiculousness of it won't wear off even in 100 years. Things turn for the worse when Remus visits the Shell Cottage one evening in their first week of staying there. One look at Malfoy sitting in the corner, knees drawn up, and Remus is striding towards him in a rage. Harry steps between the two of them immediately, throwing his hands wide apart to shield Malfoy. "Harry," Remus says, confused, angry, suspicious. Harry has a distinct feeling that Remus might want to check whether Harry is the real Harry. Harry goes into the details of how Malfoy saved them, feeling exhausted and done. Remus doesn't seem convinced. He reminds Harry that this is the Order's safe house in voice low enough that Malfoy doesn't hear him. He says that Harry can't simply bring Death Eaters in their midst because he had a change of heart. Harry repeats that Malfoy saved them all, that he could have easily gotten them killed but chose to buy them time to escape. Luna and Dean speak as well and Remus seems more accepting of their explanations than Harry's. It stings. Regardless, when Remus announces that he's become a father of a boy who changed his hair color, the tension breaks. Bill and Fleur pop open the fire whiskey and Harry lets it warm him, the giddiness of becoming a godfather swirling in his dazed mind. No one hands a glass to Malfoy but Luna sits with him, sharing hers. Malfoy throws a small smile at her in gratitude. The thing is, Malfoy is withdrawing into himself more and more with each passing day. He speaks with no one, just moves around the house like a pale ghost. He spends most of his time outside the house, sitting on the shore. Harry thinks about giving him company when he feels particularly charitable but can't bring himself to do so when he sees Hermione's hands sometimes trembling. Sees Bill's skin slashed through. One morning, a few days after their arrival at the Shell Cottage, just as Harry is walking down the stairs, he comes across Malfoy exiting the bathroom. The fresh smell of Bill's lemon soap is easily recognizable. Malfoy's hair is wet and he's trying to dry it off by squeezing the water with his equally wet fingers. Harry is hit by a sudden realization that no one must have bothered providing Malfoy with a fresh set of clothes or even a towel. Or a toothbrush. He wonders if Malfoy has been using magic to dry himself all these days. It would appear so. Despite not having to use the cleaning and drying charms on a regular basis, Harry knows that the magic can feel uncomfortable after a certain amount of reusing them. They're only meant to be used in case of emergencies, not on a regular basis as a replacement for proper hygiene tools. Harry can't imagine him asking anyone for them since it would hurt his pride. The same way Malfoy doesn't ask any questions around the house, or makes any requests. Malfoy avoids meeting his gaze as he pushes himself against the wall to let Harry pass. Harry bites his lip, stopping to face him instead. "You can borrow my towel." Malfoy's gray eyes narrow at him dangerously. "I don't need it." Harry thins his lips. "My clothes might not fit you. I'll ask some from Ron. I'm sure Fleur has a spare toothbrush lying around. Do you need anything else?" "What's it to you?" Malfoy snaps. "Isn't this the glorious moment you have been waiting for, Potter? To see me in such deplorable living conditions?" Harry exhales in irritation. Everyone deserves basic necessities, Malfoy. Harry tries not to think about his life with Dursleys, but it's difficult. He knows firsthand how it feels to be neglected proper food, shelter, or even hygiene. He has spent days locked in the cupboard as a child, not knowing what to do whenever he had to use the bathroom. He spent his days making himself as small as possible, invisible, hoping that no one notices him that day to vent their anger. He refuses to become anything like the Dursleys towards even Draco Malfoy. Harry watches Malfoy's resolve start to crumble. He doesn't respond, though, merely nods his head once curtly in acceptance. Harry places a pair of Ron's frayed jeans, a loose black t-shirt, a plain sweater, clean socks, his own towel, a spare toothbrush, shaving kit, and half-used cologne on Malfoy's sleeping bag that night. The next morning, Malfoy seems uncomfortable in the old clothes but definitely more cheerful. He asks for a second helping from Luna during dinner and Harry feels slight satisfaction with himself. One day, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione are discussing their break-in at Gringotts, Ron suggests an idea that Harry double takes and Hermione goes suddenly quiet and stiff. "We should get Malfoy in this." Hermione's voice is soft and broken. "Ron." Ron's hand moves to put it on her shoulders but he changes his mind. He retreats it and sighs. "He's stuck with us, isn't he? Harry. We have to take him to Gringotts with us, isn't it? If that's the case, why not use him in the process? He knows his aunt better than we do." "And what will we say is in the vaults?" Harry questions when Hermione shrinks onto herself. Ron shrugs. "The truth. That we want the cup. No need to go into details of why and what it is." Hermione is concentrating hard on the parchments. Harry waits for her permission. He doesn't think he has any right to decide in this case. After a while, Hermione sighs. It does make sense. That evening, Harry sits beside Malfoy with his plate on the floor beside the fireplace. Malfoy gives him a funny look. Harry ignores it, biting into his food. Luna and Dean approach the pair but there isn't much space for them to sit. They join Ron at the couch instead. "What are you playing at?" Malfoy hisses lowly. The sound is nearly drowned in the crackling of the fire behind them. "I need to talk to you," Harry tells him. "We'll go for a walk after dinner." Malfoy stares at him. "Are you planning to off me finally?" "What?" Harry chokes on a piece of sausage. "No Merlin, Malfoy. Talk about being paranoid." "You can't blame me," Malfoy says defensively. "I bet you that half the occupants of this house are thinking about the same thing every 3 seconds. I'm not," Harry points out. "Neither is Luna and Dean, I'm sure." Malfoy scoffs in disbelief but doesn't respond. They eat the rest of their food in silence. Harry feels strange. He's spent meals at Hogwarts at his own table with Malfoy all the way across the Great Hall. He's studied Malfoy enough times to know how he eats his meals. The way he holds his forks and knives with delicate wrists, back straight, all prim and proper. Even the way he drinks his tea reminds Harry of the Queen. Malfoy comes from a royal, ancient family. He's grown up in an environment that is entirely opposite to how Harry grew up. Malfoy is used to house elves, dinner etiquettes, knows the posh mannerisms for fine dining. Harry bets on his life that Malfoy is the type of bloke to reprimand you if you use the wrong type of fork for a salad. And yet, none of that is visible right now. Malfoy sits on the floor with his legs drawn up like always, balancing the plate on his knees, eating with his hands. Harry feels uncomfortable. He's not used to Malfoy behaving like a normal human being. In fact, Harry doesn't think he's ever thought of Malfoy as a human being. He's always been the stereotypical bully of the school, popping out of thin air whenever and wherever he's least wanted. When they had faced off in Moaning Marital's bathroom, Harry had used the Sectum Sempra without knowing what it did. He used an unknown curse because whatever it would do. Draco Malfoy was a caricature of a bully, and Harry didn't stop to think of him as a human with flesh and bones. Only after Malfoy had been gagging on his own blood with a large slice on his chest, running from his collarbone across his whole abdomen, did Harry come to his senses. Saw proof with his own 2 eyes that Malfoy was as human as Harry was, as terrified as Harry was. There was another moment, Harry reminds himself, when Malfoy had been human. The time when he hesitated to kill his headmaster, wanting to take on Dumbledore's offer even back then, the Order's protection, and had started to lower his wand in acceptance of said offer. Harry knows that he can turn blue in his face trying to explain all this to the world, but it wouldn't make a difference. Malfoy would still be seen as the Death Eater who tried to kill Albus Dumbledore, almost killed Katie Bell and Ron, used Unforgivables, and when Harry allows himself to see their side, it does seem unfair to ask anyone to see Malfoy as a human just because it's becoming harder and harder for Harry to be in denial of it. After they finish their meals, Harry takes both their plates to the kitchen. Malfoy doesn't remark. He gets to his feet and walks to the front door to wait for Harry outside. Once Harry joins him, they approach the shore in equal silence. The crash of the waves is loud yet calming. It's a crescent moon tonight, hanging in the dark sky, illuminating their surroundings in tones of silver. Malfoy's white blonde hair positively shines. Harry blinks away the impression from his eyelids. It's so easy to forget about the war when they're standing near the ocean with soft, cool sand under their feet. If anyone were to look, all they would see are 2 young boys taking a walk on the beach, probably discussing mundane topics such as school or homework. Not a war. Not life and death. Not wondering whether they'll be alive to celebrate their next birthday. Potter, Malfoy prompts him eventually. He sounds resigned to his fate. Harry steels himself for the blow-up that is about to come. He hadn't wanted Ron or Hermione present for this. He explained to them that he didn't want to subject them to Malfoy's scathing remarks. But the truth is that Harry knows, somehow, if he speaks alone, Malfoy will at least hear him out without being distracted by his innate urge to taunt Ron or Hermione, and the whole point of the conversation would be lost. "We need your help." Malfoy actually stops in his tracks, staring at Harry like he does these days, as though Harry has finally lost his mind. "You need my help?" Malfoy repeats blankly. "My help? My help?" Harry frowns in irritation. Malfoy doesn't make anything easy, does he? "Yes. We are planning to break into Gringotts and we need your help." For a few seconds, there's no sound except the rushing of the water and the faint plonk-plop of fish in the distance. Suddenly, Malfoy's hands close around Harry's shoulders and shake him roughly. "What the? Malfoy, stop it. Hey, stop it. What are you doing?" Malfoy doesn't stop. "Trying to shake some goddamn sense into you," he nearly yells. Harry shoves his hands away, straightening his glasses on his nose. He tsks in annoyance at being manhandled like that, but Malfoy comes for him again. Harry is ready this time and pushes him back. Malfoy stumbles a few steps, his feet sinking in wet sand. They're close to the water now. He shakes his feet loose. "Potter, are you trying to think of creative ways to get me killed? I know that you're a dunce, but even you can't be that big of a dunce. It's practically suicide to do that. Honestly, I'm more disappointed in Granger than in you right now. I thought she was supposed to be the smartest witch or wizard of our age, and that's what she comes up with. Breaking into one of the most powerfully protected wizarding buildings in Britain? Are you shitting me?" Harry lets him continue. He knows Malfoy won't listen to a word until he's gotten this self-induced soliloquy out of his system. As Malfoy goes into great detail of how Harry is the stupidest person he's met in his miserably short life, Harry lets his mind wander. If Malfoy survives this, he can become a theatrical actor. He has the stage presence required for it, can rant for however long he pleases, and even has the sort of looks that are pleasant to watch, as long as he doesn't act like himself, that is. When Malfoy pauses to breathe, Harry latches onto the opportunity to cut in. "We have Bellatrix's hair and her wand," he says, and Malfoy twitches in shock. "We want you to transform into your aunt and help us get inside her vault." Malfoy stares for a beat, then throws his head back and gives out an unhinged laugh. The sound escapes him only to be carried away on the cool breeze across the dark ocean. There are tears in his eyes now. He wipes at them with his pale hand, still laughing, and Harry wants to laugh, too, because saying it out loud, with zero context, does sort of seem deranged. He bites his lower lip but ends up grinning despite himself. "You're mental," Malfoy declares to the winds loudly, sounding oddly cheerful. Harry shrugs. "And why, for the love of Circe, do you need to do that?" Malfoy questions. There's a skip in his step. He sounds as though he doesn't really believe it, that he's just humoring Harry. "I doubt it's for her gold. There's an artifact inside it that we want," Harry tells him. "A dark artifact?" Malfoy asks curiously. "I might know it." The casual reminder that Malfoy dabbles in dark magic is disturbing. Harry hesitates. "It's not the kind you'd find in Nocturne Alley," he finally says. Malfoy hums thoughtfully. "Want it or need it?" His voice is deliberately casual. "Need it. Is it a weapon against the Dark Lord? You can say that." "One of them?" Harry almost loses his footing. Does Malfoy? If he does know about Horcruxes. But there's no possible way. Has Malfoy somehow figured it out just like Regulus Black had done? Now that Harry thinks about it, there are certainly parallels between Regulus and Malfoy. Slytherins who grew up believing in blood purity, desperate to help Voldemort until they witnessed with their own two eyes what a maniac he is. Before Harry can gear himself up to ask the question, "How do you know?" Malfoy takes his silence as a question in itself and answers. "You said to Weasley that day, one of them must be in it." He doesn't know, Harry decides. It would have been truly strange for Malfoy to learn about Horcruxes. He wonders if Malfoy would have taken the same route Regulus did if he knew. Harry highly doubts it. Malfoy doesn't sound even slightly ashamed of eavesdropping on their private conversation. Harry isn't all that surprised, either. If Malfoy has already heard the words, then there's no point lying about it now. "Yes. One of them. Why is it in Aunt Bella's vault?" Harry ignores the way Malfoy's voice catches on Aunt Bella. "We suspect that volume. You know who kept it there for safekeeping." Malfoy is quiet for a few moments. Harry thinks he can hear the gears churning in Malfoy's head as he processes this information. The thing is, after Hermione, Malfoy is the smartest in their school. He is only slightly below Hermione's grades, and once again, Harry is surprised at himself for never acknowledging it. Malfoy even fixed the vanishing cabinet last year and Dumbledore was impressed. And then there's potions. Harry knows that even without Snape favoring him, Malfoy's strongest subject has been potions. "You're telling me," Malfoy says carefully, slowly, "that the Dark Lord is in possession of multiple weapons that can be used to destroy him, and he's kept one of them in Aunt Bella's vault." Harry doesn't know how much knowledge Malfoy might have about ancient dark magic, let alone Horcruxes. He doesn't want to underestimate the bloke but feels safe in the knowledge that Horcruxes are very rare and there were no books dedicated to them in Hogwarts library. If Malfoy has been ransacking his own library at the manor, and Harry knows beyond doubt there must be one, well, they'll just deal with it later. "Yes. And you want to steal it?" "Yes. Will it end the Dark Lord?" Harry pauses. He had not expected Malfoy to ask questions, and such specific ones at that. Delicately probing and prodding in a way that Harry can't refuse to answer. "No." He holds up a hand when Malfoy opens his mouth, "but it will help, significantly." "Even if the Dark Lord now possesses the Elder Wand?" Malfoy asks. There's sarcasm there, but not as much as Harry would have expected. "Probably. Anyway, how do you know about the Elder Wand?" Harry had been itching to ask that question ever since Malfoy had overheard their conversation. He hadn't even asked what Elder Wand was or denied its existence. Malfoy rolls his eyes scathingly. Despite how you might live, Potter, some of us actually possess knowledge. The Elder Wand is one of the biggest quests in wizarding history. I'm surprised Weasley didn't tell you about it in first year itself. Harry stays silent. They walk a few feet before Malfoy breaks it again. He sighs. It never crossed my mind that the Dark Lord might search for it. He seems powerful enough on his own. Harry doesn't bother telling him about the reason for Voldemort's obsessive search for it. He doesn't really want to get into the details of twin cores and whatnot, when it's not necessary to truly indulge that information to Malfoy in the first place. So, Harry prompts eventually. Are you in? Malfoy snorts derisively. Do I have a choice, Potter? I made the vow, didn't I? Harry doesn't respond. They've reached quite far without realizing it. Some of the stones are breaching the shore, creating a solid wall that they need to either climb over or walk around through the water to get to the other side. Having reached a silent agreement, they both turn around. On their way back to the Shell Cottage, Malfoy says quietly, "We're not going back to school, are we?" Harry swallows at the tone. "No, you never returned for 7th year, Malfoy says thoughtfully. At first, I thought it was one of your plans for another dramatic entry. But then the feast was over and you were nowhere to be seen. Everyone noticed it. One day turned to a week, and by the end of 2nd week, the school had realized that you three had run off." The she-weasel batted away questions after questions for the first whole month. Harry's heart twitches at Ginny's mention. Bill had said that she didn't return to the school after Easter holidays, after Luna was kidnapped. Ginny must be at Muriel's, and the knowledge is a stabbing pain in his gut. That he can just flow over, see her, bury his head in her flower-scented hair. Malfoy continues, oblivious to Harry's suffering. You never intended to return, did you, Potter? No, this is what you've been up to, then? Searching for these weapons? Yes. Might as well, Malfoy says heavily. There is no Hogwarts to return to. At least, not the one we knew. Hogwarts stopped being Hogwarts after Dumbledore died, Harry says without thinking. Malfoy stiffens beside him. What do you mean by that, anyway? Harry tries courageously. He doesn't want to think about Dumbledore's death any more than Malfoy does. Malfoy latches onto the change of topic desperately. The Caro siblings have taken over defense against the dark arts. Except that it's just dark arts now. Harry wants to say how it must have been fun for Malfoy, but holds his tongue. He doesn't know why. Maybe because he's tired of fighting tonight. He doesn't want to get into another morally gray argument just yet. Hogwarts feels dead, Malfoy shares after another bout of silence, sounding frustrated. Never thought I'd miss the stupid school. Harry misses it, too, but doesn't say it. He never thought Malfoy would. He'd always complained and whined and moaned about everything that he felt was wrong with it, including Dumbledore and house elves and less than state-of-the-art interior of the ancient castle. Harry sidesteps the topic entirely. We usually meet early in the mornings. Come to Griphook's room at 5. Malfoy grabs Harry's arm suddenly. Wait, you're bringing a goblin into this? Harry shakes his hand away. No shit, Malfoy. He's an asset. How Slytherin of you, Potter, Malfoy snarls in satisfaction for a second before it slips off. Why is the goblin helping you into betraying his own kind? He asks so many questions, Harry thinks. He got chucked out. So he wants revenge. Malfoy groans loudly, pulling at his hair in frustration. Merlin, Potter, has the Weasley taught you nothing in all these years? What is that supposed to mean? Harry says defensively. Goblins don't just take revenge. They're very loyal to their own kind. I bet you anything that this goblin wants something in exchange for his help, and whatever that price is, he's going to use it to get back in his own society as a hero. Harry blinks. How in the world did Malfoy? Have you been listening to our meetings? Harry hisses, anger roiling in the pit of his stomach. Is that how you know that the goblin has asked for a price? Malfoy nearly smirks. So I'm right? Like I always say, Potter, you might be living under a rock, but I don't. Harry scoffs. And I know goblins. Hell, you know goblins. Do you never pay attention in history of magic? For one bizarre moment, Harry thinks he's speaking with Hermione polyjuiced as Malfoy. What? Malfoy rolls his eyes. How the fuck did you survive this long? Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Potter, The Goblin Wars are enough of a testament on how goblins think. They care about nothing but their magical objects. Whatever you have promised this goblin as a price, he's going to find a loophole in it. If creatures were ever sorted in houses, all the goblins would be Slytherins. This is the second person after Bill to warn him about goblins. But what else can Harry do? He needs to get inside that vault, and Griphook is their ultimate source of information. There's no other way, Malfoy, Harry admits. Malfoy's inclusion in their meetings turns out unexpectedly helpful and unexpectedly chaotic. Hermione and Ron speak only when necessary, and Griphook is more curious about why a Death Eater is in their midst. He makes a variety of remarks over it, and Malfoy shoots them back up with why a goblin is helping a wizard. Griphook also keeps inquiring over a variety of magical objects that he believes are placed in the Malfoy Manor. Whenever Griphook asks those questions, Malfoy becomes tense and shifty-eyed, not even bothering to respond. Harry himself does not know the fate of Malfoy's parents. He has not seen any more visions of Voldemort after Bellatrix's torture. All he knows with certainty that the Malfoys were not spared. Harry watches Draco Malfoy, studying the map of Gringotts with concentration, a wrinkle between his white blonde eyebrows, wonders if he should share the potential bad news. Apart from the fact that Harry has no idea how Malfoy will take the news, he also doesn't want to risk Malfoy's wrath. Not that the blonde is intimidating in any way. Harry just doesn't want another of his rants of "I just saved Harry Potter and now my parents are dead." He deserves to know, his mind whispers to him. It's his parents. You need to tell him. But Harry argues back with the voice. That sounds like Hermione. That Harry doesn't know for sure. If Malfoy prods, which he will beyond a doubt, Harry will have no answers. It'll only make things worse, the uncertainty, and Harry does not want to be the bearer of bad news for Draco Malfoy. If Malfoy breaks down, yet again in front of Harry, he would rather avoid the entire uncomfortable experience of seeing Malfoy as a human being. "What are you planning to do about the curses?" Malfoy asks during one of the meetings, gray eyes fixed on Harry. They're always fixed on Harry, and Harry knows it is because Malfoy still doesn't want to acknowledge Ron or Hermione any more than is absolutely necessary, and vice versa. On what? Harry asks blankly. Griphook had not mentioned any curses yet. Malfoy makes an impatient noise, throwing a glare in the goblin's direction. "You're entering Aunt Bella's vault and you don't think it'll be protected against thieves?" "We know about the dragon," Harry tells him. "Not outside the vault, you moron." Malfoy rolls his eyes. "On the vault itself. How are we supposed to be inside it, then?" Ron snaps. "That's the whole point, isn't it?" Hermione puts in, eyes fixed on Malfoy with a thoughtful expression. "Do all pureblood families place curses on their vaults?" Harry doesn't dare breathe. This is the first time Hermione has asked a direct question to Malfoy. Harry reckons there are some things you just don't find in a book. Malfoy's face is carefully blank as he answers, now returning her stare steadily. "Yes. Gringotts might be the safest place. Hogwarts is." Malfoy ignores him. "But pureblood families are paranoid assholes. We don't trust anyone with our treasures." "How do we counter it?" "You can't." Malfoy shrugs simply. "Didn't you just ask how to counter it?" Harry says with irritation. "I asked what are you planning to do about it," Malfoy points out, one thin eyebrow raised in mocking. Harry knows that he's reciting his Harry Potter as the stupidest git I've ever met speech in his mind. "Only the owner of the vault can counter it," Malfoy continues. "Whatever it is that you want from inside it, only one person must enter so that even if they do get cursed, the others can take over." Harry immediately recognizes that Malfoy didn't say the others can take care of them, but that the others can take over. Harry pins it away for later. "How do we reverse curses we have no idea about?" "We'll just have to deal with it," Ron sighs. "Whoever goes inside will need to be prepared for the worst." Malfoy looks scandalous. "Is this how you plan your grand schemes?" He demands furiously. "Just go with it. I wouldn't survive a single fucking day with you dunderheads." "What do you expect us to do?" Harry says defensively. "We can't exactly have a trial round, can we? We've only got one shot at this." Malfoy groans loudly, throwing his stare towards the ceiling as though in prayer. "The most commonly used curse is flagranti. Everything you touch will burn your skin off. Have you got a batch of Dittany or do we need to make one?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchange looks. "Yes," Hermione replies in a civil tone. We have some left. Thank fuck, Malfoy mutters, pinching the bridge of his nose. One less thing to worry about in this shitfuck of a plan. In a normal voice, he asks, now directing the question towards Hermione directly. Then there's the slumber curse. What? It puts people in deep sleep, Hermione explains absently, frowning. And there's no telling when they'll wake up. Exactly, Malfoy says. Statue curse, transmography and torture, Gemino, cursed ice. He continues to list out an impressive amount of dark curses that Harry has never heard before. Meanwhile, Hermione starts to make notes as if Malfoy is giving a Dada lecture at Hogwarts. They start listing the gruesome effects of each one, then figuring out the ways to heal those injuries or reverse them. By the time there are noises indicating the rest of the house's occupants are slowly waking up, Malfoy has prepared a list of possibly useful healing potions that they can carry with them and hope for the best. Hermione says that she'll procure the ingredients that they don't have in handy supply. Ron suggests borrowing Bill's tent to set up next to the shell cottage for privacy. It'll be a madhouse if we try to brew anything in this space. Bill's tent is nothing like Arthur Weasley's tent. It's a small two-room space with no furniture inside it. Malfoy makes a noise in the back of his throat. Harry watches as the blonde storms outside, only to return levitating two large stones from their surroundings. Malfoy transfigures one stone into a smooth square crate, while the other he transforms into a small three-slab shelf. Next, he dumps his sleeping bag in one corner with a lazy flick of his wand. Hermione and Ron enter, discussing about who will be staying in the tent with Malfoy. Hermione summons a bunch of ingredients from her purse and neatly places them by the stone shelf. We can all sleep here, Hermione is insisting, arranging the vials in an order only she understands. Fleur is already so close to losing her mind with so many of us. I don't know about you, but I'm not giving up on a bed so easily, Ron grumbles. Then stay there, Hermione snaps. No one is forcing you to sleep here. Harry already knows that he will have to move in with Malfoy in this tent. There's no debate over it. But he hadn't expected Hermione to suggest they all live in it. He's honestly surprised by her dedication towards their task that she's willing to sleep next to a Death Eater. Next to Malfoy. Not technically, but still. Malfoy sorts through the ingredients in silence once Hermione is done. He goes outside and brings in 2 more stones to fashion 2 more crates. He fills them up with dry twigs, throwing some in the corner for later use, and then steadies 1 cauldron on each of them. He is wearing Ron's clothes again, the blue frayed jeans and faded black t-shirt. He alternates between them and his original ones, and the difference between the quality of fabrics is astounding. It's yet another reminder that Malfoy is so out of his comfort zone that Harry is certain, one of these days, he might combust into flames, the way witches used to be burned alive on the stake in medieval times. Harry can almost imagine Malfoy declaring a fanciful curse on everyone around him in an ethereal, haughty voice, giving the best performance of his lifetime. Malfoy's movements are precise as he goes about his self-imposed tasks. From time to time, he has to flick his white blonde hair out of his eyes. Harry frowns. Malfoy has stopped slicking them back now that he thinks about it. His hair is finger-combed and without any hair product, they fall around his head naturally. Harry, Hermione startles him out of his reverie. What do you think? What about Griphook? Harry asks. He won't sleep in here, that's for sure. Definitely not, Ron nods sagely. We have to be in the house for the early morning meetings in any case, my own. We might as well sleep there. Ron, Hermione begins exasperatedly. I'm not going to run away, you know, Malfoy suddenly cuts in loudly, determinedly adjusting the small flame under the first cauldron. None of you have to sleep here. In fact, I'd rather you don't. I can't exactly fuck off unless I want to die. And believe it or not, I don't particularly fancy dying. There's a prickly silence as the 3 exchange looks. The silent communication is obvious. They can't leave Malfoy alone no matter what he says. I'll stay here. Harry sighs. You both can sleep in the house, Harry. Mate, seriously, I don't mind, Harry quickly says. If he's being honest, he is looking forward to some privacy during nights. He has woken up Dean multiple times already due to his nightmares and doesn't think he can take any more pitying looks from him. Besides, Malfoy will be in another room altogether. Harry can pretend he's the only one in the tent. Even if he continues to get nightmares, Malfoy will be far enough to not hear any embarrassing sounds. Bill tries to question the three of them over why is Draco Malfoy being included in their secret mission from Dumbledore, while the rest of the Order is not. Harry doesn't want to reveal that they've bound him in an unbreakable vow, but there is no other justifiable excuse for the same. He's stuck with us, Harry says instead. No, he's not, Bill frowns. Like Ron had said, he can very well live in the Muggle world. Ron insists that they know what they're doing and Bill should stop asking questions. Bill isn't happy about it one bit. He lets it go, though, when Harry seems resolute in not telling him the real reason. Fleur passes the food for Malfoy in the tent through Luna or Harry. In fact, Malfoy never comes around the house anymore whatsoever. He has no reason to, really, and Dean and Luna still spend some amount of time with Malfoy, walking on the shores. At night, after dinner, Harry goes to the tent to sleep. Only his sleeping bag is kept in there. Harry usually stuffs the moleskin pouch under the cover. The first night of Harry cohabituating with Malfoy alone is unadventurous. They don't talk, merely stay in their respective rooms divided by the cloth. Harry watches the faint glow of flames coming from Malfoy's side, watches the shadow of his movements as he stirs the potions, adds ingredients, scribbles on a piece of parchment from time to time. His eyes drift close, burning embers and silhouetted man etched in his vision. The next day, late in the morning, Luna floats through the front flap of the tent, smiling at Harry. Harry is just pulling a jumper over his shirt. He pauses long enough to shout a rather loud greeting at Luna, hoping that Malfoy hears his warning and hides any incriminating items. It seems to work because Malfoy suddenly bursts through his room, wrapped in his cloak. Draco, hello. Luna beams at him. Did you sleep well? He has bags under his eyes. Yes. What are you doing here? I came to fetch you, of course, Luna says airily. You promised to show Dean and I the different magical plants behind the cottage. I'm very excited, you know. I was thinking of writing to Daddy about it. He can publish the information in the Quibbler in the next edition. Right, Malfoy says. Well, I'll be outside in a minute. Luna turns to Harry. Harry, do you want to accompany us? I'm sure you can use Draco's knowledge in your secret mission. Harry really doesn't want to. He tries for a smile. No thanks, Luna. You have fun. Luna dutifully steps outside to wait for Malfoy. As soon as she leaves, Malfoy suddenly grimaces, hissing in pain, dropping his cloak to the floor. His fingers look badly burned. Harry's eyes widen and he scrambles to get a closer look. Malfoy. What the hell? What happened? Malfoy takes a deep breath in. Just a small accident. Can you put some dignity on it? I'm not able to touch anything. Yeah, of course. Harry enters Malfoy's room/lab. The cauldrons are still bubbling with potions. Harry notices a few vials rolling on their side on the floor and deduces that Malfoy must have knocked them over in his haste. He finds the vial labeled Diadem in Hermione's neat script. Malfoy's hands are trembling. Harry carefully tips the vial, allowing a few drops to fall onto the burned flesh. The skin immediately starts to heal, knitting itself back to the smooth pale expanse. Once it's fully restored, Malfoy flexes his fingers experimentally. Thanks, he mutters grudgingly. No problem. 2 days later, Harry watches the shadows on the cloth dividing him from Malfoy. This time, Malfoy is slumped over another parchment, the scratching of quill faint in the quiet of the tent. The cacophony of waves is strangely comforting now. On a whim, unable to sleep, Harry crawls out of his sleeping bag. He hesitates slightly before making his way across the small room and flipping away the fabric to enter Malfoy's room. The cauldrons are held under stasis charm tonight. Malfoy's wand is on the floor beside him, casting a steady lumos. Harry clears his throat. Malfoy jumps a foot in the air. His quill skates across the parchment in shock. Motherfucking Merlin, he shrieks. Potter, how the fuck are you still creeping like a stalker past midnight? Harry takes that as an invitation to sit beside him. He reads the parchment upside down. It's a list of plants, berries, herbs, and so on. What are you writing? Are these more ingredients for potions? Malfoy dips the quill in the inkpot delicately and resumes his task. No, these items have innate healing properties. We don't always require potions for everything. Like a bazaar, Harry muses. Like a bazaar, Malfoy repeats absently in confirmation. 10 points to the chosen ass. Harry rolls his eyes. Chosen ass to be kicked, sure. Malfoy's hands still on the parchment, illuminated silver eyes darting towards Harry. Suddenly, he snorts in amusement, quickly turning to his task once more. Harry relaxes. He glances at the various vials now filling the stone shelf, each neatly labeled in Malfoy's cursive script. Harry is strongly reminded of Snape. And then he spirals. His mind drifts towards his hatred for the current headmaster, how he had betrayed Dumbledore so thoroughly, and then he begins to think about Dumbledore and how he was foolish to ever trust Snape, despite Harry warning him over and over and over. Harry wonders if Snape is a safe topic between him and Malfoy. He doubts it. Despite Malfoy being here, he is still emotionally attached to his Death Eater family. And if he really thinks about it, for Malfoy, Snape was his saving grace. Snape finished the task that Malfoy couldn't, and Voldemort never thought of the task as a failure, never punished Malfoy for it. What do you want, Potter? Harry jerks. Malfoy is still writing. He sounds tired and sleepy. Do you not sleep at all? Oh yes, Malfoy says sarcastically. I'm a bloody vampire. You curse a lot, don't you? If you ever had the bloody Dark Lord asking for godforsaken pastry from your terrified house elves, you'd become a fucking pirate. Malfoy shudders violently. A brief stunned silence meets his words and then Harry barks out a startled laugh. Excuse me? Malfoy looks annoyed and exasperated. What's funny in that? Are you kidding me? Harry chokes out. Vold. Potter. Do you want another trip to the manor? Sorry, you know who demanded pastry? Malfoy TSKS. He's a fucking human, isn't he? He needs food to sustain, despite what he wants to portray to the rest of us. He can't exactly eat magic no matter how much he's in love with it. So yes, he loved asking for the stupidest shit for meals. You'd think he grew up in a goddamn hut. You have no idea, Harry thinks. The thought that even Voldemort needs food to live is so bizarre. On top of that, Malfoy had called him human. Harry doesn't want to burst his little bubble. The topic of Voldemort taking over the manor reminds Harry of another anecdote Malfoy had spilled days ago. Malfoy, Harry begins cautiously. You said you tried to convince your parents to escape, what did they say? Malfoy stiffens impossibly. Not a single muscle moves on his body. He looks rather like a petrified ghost, his hair and skin paler than usual under the white of Lumos. None of your business, he states coldly, the lightheartedness from earlier dissipating in thin air instantly. Harry stifles a sigh. Malfoy is technically right. Despite his curiosity, Harry isn't offended by being shut down. Malfoy and he are not friends, after all. Malfoy has no reason to share personal experiences with Harry of any kind. Harry continues to watch Malfoy scribbling, pausing from time to think. Malfoy doesn't tell Harry to fuck off, so Harry assumes he can stay. The scratching of the quill and the lull of the ocean waves, the warmth of Malfoy's body in close proximity, Harry's eyes start to drift close. Oye, Potter. Malfoy shakes his shoulder roughly. Harry topples over on his side, his glasses sliding off his nose. He quickly shoves them back and straightens up. Malfoy is gathering his things and keeping them neatly on one side. I'm going to sleep, Malfoy says, busy with his mundane tasks. You might want to return to your own sleeping bag. Right. Harry hurries back to his room. The glow of the Lumos extinguishes when Malfoy is tucked in his own sleeping bag. Harry steps out of the shell cottage in a rage. He had another vision, a very vague, cold and dark impression of a vision that lasted for barely a few seconds. All he could make out was that Voldemort was ecstatic for some reason. The glimpses were definitely still of Malfoy Manor, but Harry had not seen any other occupants around him. He supposes Voldemort was alone in the room. But Hermione had caught it and began hissing at him under her breath about how he should learn occlumency, and then Ron had intervened saying how this is hardly the time for the conversation and that if Harry couldn't learn it in a few months with Snape, all hope was lost anyway. The whole thing spiraled like it always does and Harry just needed to breathe. He stormed out of the room, straight past Fleur who opened her mouth to say, Ari. And then Harry was breezing past her and out of the cottage altogether. Right into a bizarre world. Harry blinks. The expansive shore is white under the clear blue sky, which is nothing out of the ordinary, really, except that Dean and Malfoy are kicking a soccer ball between them while Luna is perched atop a nearby stone, spinning her own commentary. The words being carried over the wind to where Harry is standing like a static radio. The dragon seems happy to be playing despite his earlier disgust. Dragons can be very unpredictable, Daddy always says. Personally, I prefer wyverns. Oh, look, Ronaldo uses his head as a foot. Rather clever. Dean. Dragon looks offended. Daddy should have been here. I think he'll visit the games after the war. Harry stands there for the longest times, pinching his elbow regularly. The scene doesn't change. Malfoy is playing soccer with Dean willingly, under no threat of torture or injury of any kind. He even cheers from time to time whenever he manages to score a goal against Dean. Harry, Ron, and Hermione find some time to have a private conversation on a late afternoon one day. Malfoy is out collecting natural items from the surrounding shrubbery along with Luna and Dean. On this particular day, he's stepped outside with an old white cloth bag looped across his chest, wearing Ron's old sweater. The three of them are inside the tent, in Harry's room. Hermione is sorting through the items in her enchanted purse for the 100th time, muttering under her breath. Ron is playing with Harry's snitch as Harry lies on his back, staring at the canopy of the tent. We need to leave soon, he states firmly. We've prepared ourselves as much as possible. There's one thing left, Ron tells him conversationally. Malfoy needs to practice being a witch. Hermione snorts suddenly and Harry tries not to laugh. The mental image is quite something. But Ron is right. Malfoy needs to pull off Bellatrix Lestrange convincingly. Part of it involves wearing high heels. As though reading his mind, Hermione says, I'll borrow some items from Fleur. By the way, Ron says seriously. How's it going, living with him? I'm not living with him, Harry mutters. I only sleep here. Ron and Hermione wait for him to elaborate. The thing is, they have not really discussed Malfoy in detail as such. When Harry had informed Hermione about the vow, she hadn't wanted to hear him out, the torture still fresh in her mind. It's been fine, Harry admits. I think he might actually be useful, you know. Malfoy's smart, and he knows what he's talking about. Harry. Not all the time. Harry adds in hastily, but when it comes to dark magic and potions and stuff. Are we going to forget the past? Ron frowns, throwing a side glance at Hermione. I don't know. Harry admits. Malfoy might have chickened out in being a Death Eater, but he's definitely sticking with us, isn't he? Only because of the vow, Ron reminds him pointedly. He chose to do it, Harry says. Ron looked taken aback at Harry defending Malfoy. Look, I'm not saying he's forgiven for all the crap he's put us through. I'm only trying to focus on the war right now. And Malfoy has proven to be resourceful and he's willingly helping. That's all I care about. I don't HVE to like him or forgive him. Harry is right, Hermione sighs. I would much rather not have him around, but he's been helpful. Besides, I don't think I could have pulled off Bellatrix Lestrange anyway. We don't know if he can, either, Ron chortles. Mate, I feel all the bullshit is worth it if I get to see Malfoy clacking in high heels. Later that night, the four of them are in Harry's room in the tent. Everyone else has already gone off to sleep. Malfoy eyes Ron and Hermione with a healthy amount of suspicion, silently questioning their unprecedented presence. Ron is casually sprawled on the floor, one knee over the other, biting on a grin. Hermione is hiding behind her copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Harry clears his throat. Malfoy. We wanted to give you some time to practice. Malfoy's gray eyes, illuminated silver once more in the steady lumos of Hermione's wand, latch onto Harry. Practice for what? You know. Being Bellatrix. Malfoy crosses his arms across his chest. That's so specific, Potter. Once again, I applaud you on your fantastic communication skills. Besides, what practice do I need? If you're expecting me to cast Cruciatus on Granger. Ron moves, quickly getting to his feet and crossing the distance between him and the blonde. You sodding son of bitch. Shut it, Malfoy. Then I'd rather avoid hearing the screams, Malfoy finishes calmly, dodging Ron's punch deftly. I've heard enough screams from enough people to last a lifetime. Ron stumbles. Harry's eyebrows raise almost to his hairline. Hermione's hand slips from her book and it clatters to the floor with a thud. Practice for what, Potter? Malfoy snaps impatiently in the silence that follows. Wearing witch clothes and stuff, Harry finally says, "If you're going to be Bellatrix, you need to show us that you can carry yourself like her, too." Malfoy looks highly affronted at the prospect. "You want me to wear Granger's clothes?" Harry blinks. So Malfoy has no qualms wearing a witch's clothing but Hermione's robes. What an absurd git. "I've borrowed from Fleur," Hermione snaps, frowning, insulted. "You wouldn't fit in mine and I would rather not wear anything that you've touched. Thank you very much." "Trust me, the feeling is mutual," Malfoy sneers. Ron looks ready to punch him once again. In fact, Harry himself feels conflicted between defending Hermione and getting over the task already. Before things can escalate, though, Hermione takes the decision in her hands. She pulls out the robes and shoes from her purse, throwing in Malfoy's direction. Malfoy swats it away from hitting him in the face. He studies the heels. Cursing under his breath, he pulls out his wand and points at the pair. A whispered spell later, the heels enlarge a few inches. But Malfoy doesn't wear any of it. He gathers them in his arms, instead, disappearing inside his room with a stomp. Harry sees the glow of Lumos flicker on, watches Malfoy's shadow crossing to the cauldrons, the flames being turned up. "Well," Ron says. "That was disappointing. The most powerfully protected wizarding building in Britain, apart from Hogwarts." Chapter notes: things are going to become haywire. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The day finally arrives. Harry had fallen asleep watching Malfoy's silhouette on the faded white fabric. The blonde was packing all the vials, cleaning up the parchments, sorting through raw magical items under the glow of his Lumos. It's a fitful sleep, all things considered. And when Harry wakes up in the early hours of the morning, he feels he hasn't slept a wink. The only sounds are of the water swishing back and forth in an eternally comforting cacophony and Malfoy shuffling in his room, getting ready. Harry feels anxious, downright nauseous, nothing like he had felt during Ministry of Magic. During the Ministry raid, it had been just him, Ron, and Hermione. This time, though, not only do they have a goblin they can hardly trust but also Draco Malfoy as the key players of this break-in. The confidence bars are pretty low, with good reasons, and Harry rolls out of his sleeping bag with the sense of a person walking to their impending doom. He freshens up for the sake of it, making sure he has packed everything, not that he had any personal items. Still, it's something to do. Something to focus on, and he needs all the distraction he could need because Draco Malfoy is stepping out of the room as Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry has the strongest urge to throttle her with his bare hands. He takes a deep, steadying breath. Malfoy seems every bit arrogant as his aunt, with the black curls, the sneer, the pointed heels. The only aspect of his attire that is out of character is his white cloth bag looped around his chest. "Ready?" Harry asks. Malfoy's jaw clenches and Harry has the horrible feeling that he's about to be crucioed. But Malfoy merely snarls, "No, of course, I'm not ready, Potter." "What the fuck did you expect me to say? I'm dressed. No, I am my Aunt Bella, about to rob her precious vault, with no less than the precious golden trio, in literally the most powerfully protected wizarding building in Britain. Hogwarts is the most. I already breached Hogwarts, you wanker," Malfoy cuts in, snapping and crackling. "Clearly I have disproved you of your precious blind faith." Harry closes his mouth, unable to form a coherent response. They stare each other down until a rustle outside their tent makes them move at once. Harry leads the way outside the tent with Malfoy clicking behind him. Hermione, Ron, and Griphook are waiting near a bush as planned. Griphook is eyeing the tent with an amount of disdain that Malfoy usually shows towards Hermione. He continues to glare at the innocent fabric flapping in the slight wind until Hermione gathers it with a flick of her wand and stuffs it in her purse. She extends one palm towards Malfoy. "Your bag." Malfoy doesn't let go immediately. He grips it tighter, looking between the three of them. "We're not going to leave you behind." Harry rolls his eyes. "Father always said don't trust anyone," said the bloke who trusted a megalomaniac, Ron snaps. "Give the bloody bag, Malfoy." "I seriously think Bellatrix Lestrange can be seen with that rag." Hermione pulls out a wand from her purse, shuddering slightly. "Here. This is her wand. Take this." Malfoy relaxes his grip. He hands over the bag with no further delay and takes the wand. He stuffs his own wand in one of the sleeves under the cloak. Hermione sets to the task of altering her and Ron's appearances. Harry breathes in the dark sky, the dotted white of it, tries to calm his nerves. He's so sure that something is going to go wrong. He doesn't know what it might be, but with Malfoy there, Harry shakes himself free when Hermione finishes her touch-ups. Her hair is blonde and in a stylish pixie cut, her nose longer and aristocratic. On the other hand, Ron's hair is in long red waves till his shoulder, his freckles gone, and a heavy beard and mustache. There, Hermione says. How does he look, Harry? Well, he's not my type, but he'll do, Harry replies, drawing his jacket closer to his body. Malfoy gives him a funny look that Harry chooses to ignore. All right, Ron says in a businesslike tone. Let's do this. Once they reach past the Fidelius Charm's boundaries, Harry crouches down, gesturing at Griphook to clamber onto his back. He's heavier than Harry had thought. Griphook's long, gnarled nails are too close to his jugular for his comfort. He nods once at Hermione, who throws the cloak around them. Malfoy makes a sound. Is that? That's how you got out of trouble? All these years? Fucking hell. No fucking wonder you never got caught. Potter. You absolute piece of shit. Yeah, chosen ass and all. Harry rolls his eyes even though Malfoy can't see him. We get it. Yes, Malfoy says crossly. Chosen ass and all. He continues to curse under his breath and Harry is distinctly reminded of Creature. The alley is dark and smells rotten. Bloody hell, Ron says, hands covering his nose. What's that stench? You'd know, Weasley, Malfoy mocks. Seeing as you seem to be living in it. Ron cocks his fist back but Hermione steps in immediately. Malfoy, don't forget you probably have a price on your head by now, too. You're impersonating another Death Eater. Trust me, I would not hesitate to throw you to the dogs. Malfoy's glare is worse as Bellatrix. Hermione holds it calmly, daring him to continue. He huffs angrily, clacking towards the entrance of the alley without a second glance. The rest of them follow in silence. Charing Cross Road is filled with early joggers. Harry has to keep dodging them until finally he walks closely behind Malfoy to avoid them altogether. Once they reach the leaky cauldron, Malfoy pushes the door open, walks in, and lets it go. Harry stumbles into Ron, who curses and holds him steadily. The inside of the pub is almost empty. Tom is behind the counter, cleaning the tabletop with a dirty rag. There are two customers on two separate tables, nearly dozing off on their arms. Malfoy strides across the pub, ignoring the stuttered greeting of Tom. He pulls out his own wand to tap the bricks, revealing a Diagon alley that Harry has never witnessed before. Gone are the colors and screams of joy, replaced with a cold that feels unnatural. Harry gulps, eyeing the boarded-up shops, witches and wizards begging on the streets, and his own face plastered as far as the eye could see under the title of Undesirable Number 1. At least they got one thing right, Malfoy remarks as they pass one of the posters. Malfoy's presence as Bellatrix seems to have a rather extreme effect. The 2 or 3 shops that had been open were quickly being shut down, and the beggars were retreating into dark corners to avoid being noticed, except for one. The man is wearing torn robes, his hair dirty and mangled, bare feet, and clearly angry. He has bandages wrapped around his arms and head. He staggers right into their paths, pointing a trembling finger at Malfoy. You, he shouts. Where are my children? What have you done to them? Malfoy gives the man the same look he'd given Hermione all these years, as though he's studying a particularly stubborn piece of dirt on his expensive dragon leather boots. When Malfoy speaks, Harry represses a violent shudder. It's the way Bellatrix talks, in that sing-song tone of hers, playing with her victims before slashing them open. Shall I send you there as well, wandless? The man lunges. Malfoy neatly steps out of the way and then there's a bang, crash, and scream. The man drops to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Another man with gray hair is standing a few feet away, his wand drawn out. It's Travers, Griphook hisses in Harry's ear. He's a Death Eater. Before Harry can think about a warning, Travers steps over his body with disdain. Can you believe the nerve of such filth these days? Madame Lestrange, what a pleasant surprise. Malfoy curls his lips on one side. Travers. Heard you were wandering the countryside. Looking to become a snatcher yourself? With those reflexes and that rage, I bet you can capture the Potter boy. Travers coughs. I heard he was captured already, Madame Lestrange, before the, unfortunate accident. Malfoy's eyes harden. He twirls his wand between his fingers coolly. Travers takes a step back, stuffing his own wand in his robes hastily. My apologies, he bows. I did not mean to imply. You better not, Travers, Malfoy sings mockingly. I had quite the practice on the mudblood recently. I'm rather looking forward to opportunities. Right, Travers gulps. I was on my way to Gringotts when I noticed this filth bothering you. I shall leave you to your business. Well, what a coincidence, Malfoy laughs. Shall we, Travers? Oh, I almost forgot. Meet our acquaintances. Malfoy gestures towards Ron and Hermione, who step forward with deliberate coolness. Looks like the Dark Lord is gaining some wealthy supporters from Europe, Malfoy says with a satisfied smirk. They insisted on a tour. Of course. Finding no other choice but to follow Malfoy's improvisation of hanging out with another Death Eater, Harry follows the group. Ron and Hermione seem to be holding well until now. More and more wandless quietly move out of the way, slinking into dark alleys like overgrown cats. Harry tries not to stare at his own face as they make their way to the snow-white building of the bank. Malfoy had warned them about the probes at the entrance. Still, the only plan they had decided onto was that if Bellatrix Lestrange's presence doesn't work, they might have to confront the guards to let them pass through. Harry doesn't know how smart that would be now with Travers accompanying them, the risk of loose ends and witnesses having just increased. Travers, Malfoy says as they are crossing the derelict ruins of Ollivander's shop. What have you heard about the Malfoys? Travers throws him a suspicious look. What do you mean, Madame Lestrange? Malfoy doesn't break his stride even the slightest. Just wondering what the rumors are in the outer circle, that's it. Outer circle. Travers repeats with contempt. It's easy to understand what Malfoy is doing. Riling Travers up and digging up information about his family. Harry has no idea how the politics in the Death Eater circle works, but Malfoy seems to have studied it. You poor puppy, Malfoy taunts in a baby voice. Yes, outer circle. Or have you forgotten your place? I am aware of my place very well, Travers grits out. As for the Malfoys, no one knows, isn't it? The Dark Lord hasn't let any information out, but you already know that. Of course, Malfoy says after the smallest of pauses. Like I said, I was wondering what the rumors are of my darling sister and her pitiful family. It wouldn't bode well if any unlikely words get out, would it? Oh, here we are. After you, Travers. Malfoy hangs back and begins to spit out what Harry assumes is rapid French at a startled Ron and Hermione. In the meanwhile, Travers climbs up the steps to the guards. Harry watches as the thin rod moves over Travers much like Filch had done during the Umbridge era. Satisfied with no signs of concealed magic, Travers is allowed entry. For a moment, Harry thinks that Travers might wait for Malfoy to join him. However, to his surprise, Travers merely throws a barely concealed glare at Malfoy before striding inside with his chin up. Harry understands the reason for riling him up earlier. Malfoy didn't want to risk Travers witnessing the confounded guards. When they reach the guards, Harry sets to work. He pulls out his wand and whispers the incantation so that Malfoy, Hermione, and Ron can enter with no alarms. Once inside, Gringotts hasn't changed one bit. Harry feels transported to the better days when Diagon Alley was still Diagon Alley. Not a cold graveyard of children's dreams. Rows of goblins sit behind the long counter, attending to some of the early customers of the day. Travers is handing over a tiny golden key to a goblin 3 counters over. Malfoy approaches one of the free goblins confidently and clears his throat pointedly. The goblin looks up from examining a coin and tries to hide his surprise. Madame Lestrange. What a surprise. How can I help you today? Harry's alarm bells ring off. Why is the goblin surprised to see Bellatrix? Is it because she never visits the bank herself? That's not possible. Malfoy had said very clearly that purebloods never trust anyone else with their treasures. Then why? I wish to enter my vault, you imbecile. The goblin flinches. May I ask for identification, Madame Lestrange? Malfoy narrows his eyes with murderous intent. Identification? Do you know whom you're speaking with, you filthy creature? What right do you have to ask me for identification? Shall I call the Dark Lord to vouch for me? I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Malfoy has attracted the attention of the whole bank as soon as he uttered the words Dark Lord. Harry has no idea whether it's a smart strategy anymore. Feeling helpless, he tries to study if the reactions are of suspicion or fear. They know. Griphook hisses in his ear suddenly, tightening his nails around Harry's throat. They must have been warned there might be imposters. Fuck. Harry draws his wand once more. He points it at the goblin, whispers Imperio, and feels a strange calm control traveling up his arm. Meanwhile, Malfoy stays perfectly in character despite the turn of events. Harry lightly nudges at him in warning and then commands the goblin to let them inside with no further questions or tests. The goblin immediately straightens up, smiling widely at Malfoy. My apologies, Madame Lestrange, he says. I shall escort you to your vault right away. Allow me to quickly collect the clankers. Malfoy stops to breathe. After a few moments, he clears his throat to buy time for his confusion. Good. You'll live to see another day. Heaving a huge sigh of relief, Harry follows the group, trying to keep his anxiety at bay. Harry commands the goblin to call for 2 carts. He removes his cloak and stuffs it in his robes, crouches to let Griphook down, and then climbs in one cart along with Hermione and Ron. Griphook, Malfoy, and the Gringotts goblin take the other one. That was close. Ron breathes out shakily, running a hand through his wavy hair. How did we get inside? I had to use Imperius, Harry tells them. Hermione and Ron look startled, but don't comment on it. Instead, they go over all the curses that Malfoy had told them, reciting the effects and healing options. The carts zoom at their usual breakneck speed, twisting and turning on the metal rails. After a while, Harry notices that they're going deeper than he had ever been. He figures the dragons probably need more space. Suddenly, when Hermione shouts, Harry jumps. She's pointing at a rapidly approaching stream of waterfall. Look, they've activated it. The thief's downfall. Harry curses loudly along with Ron. Malfoy twists in his seat to exchange a panicked look with Harry, yelling, What the fuck do we do now, Potter? Before Harry can even fathom a solution, he's being drenched in cold water. It enters his nose and mouth, making it hard to breathe or see. And then the cart flips over, throwing them all out in the depths of the underground. Just as the ground is approaching with terrifying speed, he hears Hermione scream out a spell just as Malfoy does. To Harry, it feels as though he's been thrown over a large cushioned bed rather forcefully. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he checks around himself at the rest of them. Ron and Hermione are getting to their feet slowly. Malfoy is shaking out excess water from his robes. Griphook and the other goblin are groaning as though Malfoy's charm wasn't powerful enough, and they have taken some amount of impact upon their fall. Your disguises are gone, Harry declares. Thank fuck, Malfoy mutters, removing his other robe. He points his wand at himself, whispering a charm, and sighs in relief. Hermione is doing the same to Ron. Harry quickly utters a drying charm on himself as well. He checks his pockets for his invisibility cloak, relieved to find it still stashed in his inner pocket. Quickly, do it again, Griphook exclaims, pointing at the other goblin. The thief's downfall has lifted the spell on Bogred. Sure enough, Bogred is taking in his surroundings in shock. What are you doing here, Mr. Malfoy, Harry Potter? What on earth is? Harry hastily says Imperio, ordering Bogred to lead them to the Lestrange's vault. They walk along the passageways in silence, straining ears to hear every bit of sound. And just as there are footsteps echoing from behind, there's a rumbling growl ahead of them. Harry grips his wand tighter, preparing himself for the chained dragon. It's huge, filling up the whole cavern. Harry stops dead in his tracks, staring up at the blinded white dragon in awe. It's sort of beautiful, more than the basilisk for sure. The wings are folded close to its body, the scales are dirty and slashed through, and when it turns its large head towards them, Harry ducks just as a jet of blue-white fire belts from its mouth. It's a female, Malfoy panted from somewhere to his right. They're more vicious. A white dragon, Ron winces. Which makes it worse. Use the clankers, Griphook snaps, extending his hand for the bag. Wait. Malfoy snatches the bag from Ron forcefully, gulping, gray eyes flickering between the rest of them. We don't need them. Malfoy, this is not the time to grow a conscience, Harry says impatiently. We've got to get inside the vault. It's not about conscience, you troll, Malfoy sneers. The dragon. Just, trust me. We don't need the clankers. Stick to the plan. Hermione cuts in sternly. Malfoy, look. I don't want to hurt the dragon any more than you do. Okay. But this is not the time for improvisation. We don't need it. What we need to do is hurry to the vault before the guards show up. And how the fuck do you plan on getting out? Malfoy asks, annoyed. The plan is already in the gutter. The bank knows we're here. They can easily trap us in. No need to even show up for a fight. Well, Ron says uneasily. He's got a point. We have no means to get out. Harry takes a steadying breath to calm his nerves. Fine. What's the idea, Malfoy? Let's hear it. As soon as the door of the vault clicks shut behind him, there's complete silence. Harry carefully walks to the nearest gold coin, touching it with the tip of his finger gingerly. Wincing, he retreats it immediately. His skin is burned red and raw, the coin splitting into multiples of its own. Gemino and Flagranti, Harry mutters under his breath. That's not too bad. He inhales deeply and lets it out slowly. He needs to hurry, he knows. But the silence is too comforting, too calm, as though he is cut out from the rest of the world, whole of it. The vicious dragon, Voldemort, the dead Diagon alley, the war. Absently, he wonders if he'll survive it. The prophecy has already been very clear that he can't live if Voldemort survives, and vice versa. Voldemort handpicked him to be his enemy, his destroyer. But Dumbledore made him realize that the prophecy doesn't matter, that Harry chose to fight this war, to face Tom Riddle in all his glory. It seems like a noble choice, he thinks. The right thing to do. Always the right thing to do. Besides, it would have been difficult to ignore the man who murdered his parents, anyway. The vault is filled with wizard currency, jewelry, strange ornaments, and Harry is sure, dark artifacts. The magic itself is suffocating after a point, radiating from every inch of its surface. Harry maneuvers through the piles, strangely being reminded of the Room of Requirement when he'd hidden the prince's book. Snape's book, he corrects himself. It takes him almost 10 minutes of careful searching, but he finally locates it on a high shelf to his right. It's exactly as he remembers from the pensieve. Small, with a badger carved onto it. The problem is removing it from there without being buried in the gold. He could have used the sword right about now, if he had it. But they had decided it's safer to keep the purse with someone outside of the vault, in case the person inside does get trapped for any reason. Harry thinks about going back out to retrieve it, but that will require time that they can't afford. Harry grabs a long, thin rod like the Pearbs guards use. He has no idea what this one is supposed to do, but carefully takes it in his hand, hissing in pain when it burns and multiplies. Ignoring the stench of scorching flesh, he extends his arm above his head, looping the rod in one of the handles of the cup. It takes a few tries, but he manages to get it down, almost dropping the cup when it replicates and sizzles red hot. On his way to the door, he manages to knock over a few more items in his haste, cursing the entire time, feeling the skin on his sides peeling off after a point. Fucking purebloods and their paranoid asses. He bangs on the door loudly. After a few moments, it melts away. Harry stumbles back when loud screams and bright jets of light explode in front of him after the sudden silence of the vault. Griphook is on the other side, clearly waiting on him, with Bogrid still looking dazed, his palm lifted up. Ron is on the left, firing spells at the guards from behind one of the columns. He has a long gash on his arm. Hermione is on the other side, searching for something in her purse with trembling fingers. Malfoy is behind the dragon, using its body as cover, throwing curses at the guards. He's bloodied and beaten, robes torn nearly to shreds. The sword, Harry Potter, Griphook shouts over the noise of the fight. Let me through, Harry hisses, trying to exit. Griphook blocks him, shaking the dazed Bogrid roughly. I can trap you inside the vault, Mr. Potter. Deal is a deal. The cup for the sword, now. Harry curses. Hermione. She's opening one of the potion's vials when she looks up. Harry, oh my god, are you okay? What do you need? The sword, he says, gesturing towards Griphook. She stares for a beat, then sighs in understanding. She summons the sword from the depths of her bag and hands it to Griphook. The goblin lets go of Bogrid, eagerly taking the sword. From Hermione. Harry and Hermione only have a moment to exchange a defeated look before Griphook takes off in the middle of the fight, shouting, "Thieves! Thieves! They captured me! Help!" Ron makes a move forward. "You conniving!" "Ron! Let him go!" Hermione cries. "Here, take this. You're losing too much blood." Ron gulps down the potion in one go. "We need to leave now." "Yeah. Let's go." The three of them fight their way over to Malfoy behind the dragon. Harry still can't believe the way Malfoy had calmed the dragon down without using the clankers. He had somehow managed to approach the dragon carefully, slowly, the way Harry was told to do with Buckbeak or hippogriffs in general. But the dragon had sniffed Malfoy, then licked him, and then stopped shooting blue-white fire altogether. Instead, she rested her head on her front legs, seemingly satisfied with her assessment. "I've never seen anything like this," Ron had said breathlessly. "Charlie gets nearly mangled if he tries this sort of thing. What in the bloody hell is wrong with Malfoy?" "About fucking time," Malfoy pants once they reach him. "Quickly, climb up." Harry scrambles up on the dragon, almost cutting his leg off on one of the scales. He helps up Ron and Hermione, crouching low to avoid being hit by the spells still being fired in their direction. Once or twice, the dragon would let out a roar of fire towards the guards before getting subdued by the clankers. Once they're all up, Malfoy climbs up the tail. He sits on the haunches of the dragon, then points his wand on the metal chains tied to the dragon's hind legs. Relatio. The chains fall apart. Malfoy climbs higher on the dragon before digging his heels on her scales. "Go. Go. Go. Come on. You're free. Burn those motherfuckers, Malfoy." Hermione reprimands, horrified. "What?" Malfoy shouts over the noise. "They kept her captive all these years, tortured her. Or did you miss the bloody scars? She's more terrified right now than any of us, and angry. I thought you were supposed to be some animal lover, Granger. Or is it strictly saved for house elves?" "That's not," Hermione exclaims but gets cut off when the dragon lets out another rumbling growl. She has finally realized that she can move. She swishes her tail experimentally, destroying 2 columns in the process. Harry sees the guards frantically take cover but to no avail. The dragon is swaying on her disused legs, crumbling down stones of the cavern like they're bricks. Harry tightens his grips, suddenly worried that he's going to fall off and get crushed beneath her belly. A jet of blue-white flames burns sizzling hot. Rivulets of sweat run down Harry's body, the fiery warmth worse than the flagranti. He hears Ron cursing loudly behind him, and Hermione screams. Malfoy is urging the dragon to burn, burn, burn. Harry's heart is pounding loudly. He's scared, horrified, wondering if Malfoy is losing his mind. But then the dragon spreads her wings, filling up the space, the spells bouncing off like harmless, entertaining fireworks. She flaps them once, twice, then takes a running head start, before flinging herself off in the empty space, roaring loudly. And then she's flying. The entire underground structure is crumbling around them as the dragon soars higher and higher towards the tiny pinprick of sunlight up above. Harry clutches with everything he's got, hoping that the others are doing the same, hoping that they make out of this alive and in one piece. Even Malfoy, at this point. Once the dragon crashes through the ceiling, shards of glass rain down on Harry, bouncing off the scales like drops of water. Harry can feel the first breath of fresh air that she takes, the chest beneath her expanding to its fullest. Ron is cheering behind him, Hermione is sobbing, and Malfoy is laughing like a maniac. Harry sort of wants to do all of it at the same time. The world below them becomes smaller and smaller. Diagon Alley vanishes once they're out of the boundaries of concealing charms. Harry hears the distant screams and shouts of fear, shock, incredulity, but feels safe in the knowledge that the dragon won't stop until she's up in the clouds, far away from the dingy pit she's been in for years. "Stay put." Malfoy shouts from the back. "I'll tell you when to jump." "We have to jump," Ron yells in horror. "Are you shitting me, Malfoy? Can't you just, I don't know, tell her to make a pit stop for us?" "She's not a fucking train, you arsehole," Malfoy says. "The most I can request from her is to drop down as much as possible. But that's to happen when we're out of the city. She's clearly heading north, towards the cold. So until then, like I fucking said before, stay the fuck put." Ron lets out a groan of frustration but doesn't argue further. What's to say that we won't become her snacks? Harry asks, his voice disappearing in the howling wind. We won't, Malfoy responds with certainty. We rescued her. She's a dragon, Harry reminds him exasperatedly. And you live in a goddamn magical world where you turn rats into teacups. Malfoy replies in annoyance. Dragons are magical beings, Potter. They have more wisdom than all of us put together. They're prideful creatures, vicious, but they were warriors once upon a time. No harm to the unarmed and all that. How the fuck do you know that stuff? Ron asks incredulously. The only other person who speaks like that is Charlie. Like dragons are humans. Better than humans, Malfoy says spitefully. Humans are crap. Take the Dark Lord, for instance. And you. I just saved your hide, Weasley. Okay, cut it out, Hermione snaps in irritation. I think we're dropping, Malfoy. There's a brief pause. Yeah, Malfoy agrees. She's thirsty. Seriously, how in the bloody hell? Later, Ron, Harry warns him. Be ready to let go any minute. The dragon is definitely swooping lower and lower towards the lake beneath them. Harry gulps down his nausea at the rapid altitude change. This is nothing like flying on a broomstick. The broom is in your control, unlike a sentient being who can use you like a chew toy if you tickle her funny. He shuts his eyes in a desperate prayer of survival, and then Malfoy is yelling jump, and Harry lets go. The fall is shorter than he had expected. Still, plunging in icy cold water from a certain height does leave one breathless and gasping. To add to the injury, Harry's scar decides to split open at the same time, and he screams, gulping down salt water like a drowning man. Voldemort is furious. He's finally realized that Harry has been tracking his Horcruxes, destroying them one after another. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup. He needs to keep Nagini safe. He needs to check on all of the hideouts, needs to make sure which ones are still intact. The one in Hogwarts will be the safest for now, save it for last. Potter. Harry. I swear to Circe, if you fucking die of drowning before you destroy the Dark Lord, I'll murder you with my bare hands. Malfoy. What? How is he supposed to stand against the fucking Dark Lord if he can't even swim? I can swim, you moron, Harry coughs up water. He opens his eyes to see Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy crouching over him, soaked and trembling. The sun above them is bright enough to burn his retinas. Harry grimaces, shutting his eyes once more. He lives, Malfoy declares. Might be brain damaged, though, clearly thinks he can swim even after nearly drowning. Malfoy, Hermione sighs, sounding exhausted. I'll put up the concealment charms. Ron, can you put up the tent, please? Yeah, sure. Ron pats Harry on the shoulder grimly before joining Hermione. Harry opens his eyes again. Malfoy is sitting by his side, using a drying charm on himself. Can you do it for me, too? Harry croaks out. Malfoy throws him an unimpressed glance but does it anyway. Harry tries to sit up, coughs up more water from his lungs, then calls Ron and Hermione over. Harry begins haltingly. You know who knows what we're up to. He's going to check all the places before going to Hogwarts. Hermione lets out a gasp, eyes becoming saucers. Travers. He must have alerted you-know-who after we broke out of Gringotts. Maybe, Harry agrees. We can't wait. We need to head over to Hogwarts before he does. Wait, what? Malfoy throws his hands in front of him. The Dark Lord might be going to Hogwarts and you want to go there? Look, these weapons, Harry says, throwing a pointed glance at Hermione and Ron. One of them is in Hogwarts. And Nagini is the last, I reckon. We need to destroy it, Malfoy. Which means we need to go there before he arrives so that we have a shot at finding it. It's something of Ravenclaw. Malfoy frowns, eyes narrowed in suspicion. How do you know that? How do you know that he's planning to pay a visit to Hogwarts? Our minds are connected. When he's feeling a particularly strong emotion, I can sort of see in his head. I've never heard of that happening. Ever. Yeah, well, Harry shrugs. Malfoy swallows, gray eyes darting from Harry's face to anything but at Harry. Potter, that's extremely ancient magic. Mind connection. It's impossible to connect minds without connecting souls. Why do you think the Ministry is still unable to crack the depths of our brains? Because the body does not work without the mind and the mind does not work without a soul. There are 3 levels of dark magic, each more brutal than the previous one. There's physical, those you encounter the most since it's the easiest to master. Injure someone, break their legs, crush their organs, poke out their eyes, the usual drill. After that, there's the mind magic. It's comparatively harder because it's difficult to invade a mind. Think about it as using words for a spell versus non-verbal spells. You're attuned to uttering the words, because it's a physical action, easier to perform. On the other hand, non-verbal spells take more energy, effort. You really need to concentrate. You need to think for it to manifest. And lastly, there's soul magic. That's dark. You can't go darker than that. I've read about it. It's so rare that its existence is in question. It's the most difficult magic to master because it requires you to not just do and think but feel it yourself. If you're using soul magic on anyone, it's like putting yourself through the same curse for it to work. It's a double-edged sword. That's also why people don't touch that. What about Legilimency? Ron retorts in Harry's defense. You connect your mind with someone else with just a spell. Legilimency. It's like diving into someone's memories, Malfoy says. Like a pensieve. It's not a real-time connection. There's a huge difference. So you're saying, Hermione says hesitantly, that even if Harry learns occlumency, he will still share the connection with you-know-who? Maybe, Malfoy says, twisting his wand nervously. He seems suddenly scared, skin white as a sheet. I don't know why you're sharing a mind connection with the Dark Lord in the first place, unless you're sharing souls as well. Despite the drying charm, Harry's body feels colder than it had before. Chapter end notes quotes taken from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. The lake. That's bullshit, Ron announces in the silence that follows. That's just utter bullshit. Malfoy, how can Harry share a soul with you-know-who? Wouldn't there be some sort of ritual for it? Harry can't just wake up one day and share souls with a megalomaniac. I don't know. Okay. Malfoy says in distress, rubbing his forehead. I don't know. Potter, how does it feel, this connection? When did it start? Have you experienced Legilimency prior to this? Do you understand the difference between the two? Hermione suddenly stands up. We need to hide ourselves. Harry, if Malfoy is right, we can't barge into Hogwarts just yet. We need to discuss this over. Harry's eyes widen. Do you believe him? Hermione hesitates. I think it's worth looking into. That book. The one that I stole. Well, what Malfoy is saying does make some sense. I read similar magic in that book. But, Harry says desperately. What about the other stuff? The 3 levels of dark arts. We've never heard that before, have we? You don't practice it the way we do, Malfoy says ominously. And in Dada, they teach us defensive spells, not the theories of what we're up against. Look at the 3 unforgivables, Potter. Cruciatus tortures the physical body. Imperius controls the mind. Avada Kedavra extinguishes your existence. That's not true, Ron frowns. Cruciatus does not actually harm your physical body. It makes you think that you're being harmed. Ron, Hermione cuts in softly, rubbing at her forearm absently. Being under Cruciatus, it does feel as though, like you're physically in pain. Malfoy supplies dryly. As though your bones are boiling and your spine is being splintered into grains of salt? Ron grimaces severely. Okay, I get it. Still, it's not physical injury. You're thinking too literally, Weasley, Malfoy says, rubbing his temple. The Imperius curse. Do you know how it feels? Or to throw it off? I do, Harry interrupts. You just need to keep presence of your own mind. Exactly, Malfoy says. Imperius is designed to replace one's own mind with the user's mind. It's not merely taking control. When I was put under it, I had felt calm initially, Harry frowns, thinking. The same way I felt calm when I cast it on the goblin today. Oh, honestly. Hermione pulls out her wand and begins to chant the concealment charms. We just robbed a bank. You'd think I'd be a bit more worried about getting caught, she mutters in between the spells. Okay. What about Avada Kedavra? Ron says. You don't need to feel death to use it, either. Have you ever used it? Malfoy cocks one eyebrow mockingly. Neither have you, Ron counters. As far as I know. I'm not a murderer, Malfoy snaps angrily. Watch your fucking tongue. Right, Ron says sarcastically. You were just about to kill Dumbledore. You almost killed Katie and me. Malfoy looks ready to throw a hex, drawing his wand suddenly and pointing it at Ron. Harry immediately grabs his elbow and twists it behind his back. Hermione jabs her wand on Malfoy's throat in warning. Cut it out, Harry shouts angrily against a struggling Malfoy. Both of you. Ron. Let's not call people murderers yet, okay? And Malfoy. You did try to murder. Don't deny it. This is just not the time. We can settle scores after you know who is buried 6 feet under. Or not see each other's faces for good, Malfoy says, jerking his arm back. Harry lets it go. Hermione presses the wand deeper in his skin in another silent thread before withdrawing, continuing the charms around them. Ron is breathing heavily. He closes his eyes for good measure, and when he opens them again, Harry decides he is calmer. Malfoy, Harry prompts. What about it, then? Ron might be right. You don't need to feel death to use it. This type of magic is beyond me, Malfoy sighs, resigned. Does the killing curse affect souls? I don't know. All I meant was that killing curse is the darkest you can go in dark arts injuries. Actually, Hermione says hesitantly. Remember what Professor Slughorn said, Harry? That killing in itself tears the caster's soul. There's no guarantee you're right about Harry sharing souls, Ron insists. If that were the case, Dumbledore would have told us. I wouldn't put it past him, Harry mutters. What do we do now, Harry? Ron asks. If we wait, you know who will definitely put the weapon into safety. He might even move it out of Hogwarts. Ron's right, Hermione agrees. I would really prefer to sit this one out, but if he moves it, we'd be back to square one. Harry shakes his head. No, he's confident the one in Hogwarts is safe. He thinks he's the only one who explored all the secrets of the castle. It's not just that. Malfoy looks between them. You don't know? Potter is banned from the school as well as Hogsmeade. What do you mean banned? Hermione says, hands on hips. Caterwauling charm, Malfoy tells her. Heard of it? Bollocks, Hermione sighs. Harry and Ron exchange a startled look. As soon as we apparate into Hogsmeade, they'll be alerted. It's aimed to prevent unauthorized people breaking into magic perimeter. Exactly. Hogwarts is impenetrable at the moment. What if we apparate directly in front of the castle gates, or inside the 3 broomsticks? Ron asks. That wouldn't work, Hermione explains. The charm can be tailored. You can use it for time restriction or people restriction or area restriction. Or all of them. We need to know the exact details to counter it. If it's just time restriction, say past 7 in the evening till 5 in the morning, then apparating after 5 and before 7 wouldn't set it off. Not to mention, the entire place is swarming with Dementors, Malfoy informs bitterly. Harry suddenly shouts, clutching at his forehead as it sears apart. The enchantments on the door are broken. Someone was here. The inside of the shack looks like a battleground. He approaches the drawer. The ring, my ancestral ring, gone. Harry. Hermione and Ron are shaking his shoulder. Harry, are you okay? Harry breathes in deeply, the crisp air clearing his head. Malfoy, Ron, and Hermione swim into focus. Malfoy looks like he's seen a boggart. He's just found the ring is gone from Marvolo's shack. He's really angry. Ron curses and grudgingly turns to Malfoy. Which one is this? The restriction charm. Malfoy is staring at Harry wide-eyed. I don't know. I just know that there's one. You'd be authorized, wouldn't you? Ron asks. You were a student. Now I'm not, Malfoy replies, finally turning away. If it has escaped your notice, Weasley. I was seen by the goblins breaking into Aunt Bella's vault with Harry Bloody Potter. They know I'm with you. Harry groans. So that settles it, right? We stay here, look into this soul-sharing business. I reckon we have at least a few days before you know who decides Hogwarts is unsafe and moves it somewhere else. If we try to break in today, they're going to be ready for us. They set up the tent on the bank of the lake itself. Malfoy strides in his room without another word. Harry, Ron, and Hermione drop to the floor in Harry's room. Now their room, stretching and groaning. When it's inevitable, Harry calls for Malfoy to come out. Malfoy has changed his clothes. He discerns them all in their varied resting positions and rolls his eyes. What, Potter? Harry vaguely gestures at him. You need to heal your wounds. I doubt Dragon Claws must have felt pleasant when she tore into you. Malfoy stares at him. That's why she licked me. Excuse me. Malfoy sighs impatiently. Dragon saliva has healing properties. They need it to heal their own tongues and throats after breathing fire. When she realized I meant no harm, she licked the wounds that she had inflicted upon me. At least the worst of them. Why do you think I haven't dropped dead yet? Well, Harry yawns tiredly, not in the mood for another one of Malfoy's lectures on magic. Whatever is left. Treat them. Give me my bag, Malfoy demands from Hermione. She hands it over absently. Harry needs Dittany for the burns. Ron needs something to prevent infection, replenish his blood loss, and close the wound. Malfoy pulls out the necessary vials, handing their respective potions to Ron and Harry. You? Hermione looks startled at the question. Oh, I'm all right. Just some scratches. How deep? Malfoy asks, sounding pained at his self-induced task of looking after Hermione's health. Not too deep, Hermione replies, still staring blankly up at him. Here, Malfoy hands her a bunch of pink leaves. Rub it on them. It'll prevent you from itching and minor infections. Then he storms to his room again, clutching his white bag tightly. Bloody hell. Ron groans loudly. Now I have to be nice to Malfoy? I'd rather still be on that dragon. I can arrange that, Malfoy shouts in retaliation. We need food, Harry interrupts, pillowing his head on his arms. Hermione, did you bring anything from Shell Cottage? A little bit, Hermione replies. She summons a few food containers, spreading it out on the floor. Harry, call him. Harry groans loudly but sits up. He walks to Malfoy's room, poking his head in. Malfoy is pulling out his rolls of parchments from his white bag, the various potion vials, and arranging them neatly on one side. Malfoy. Food. Malfoy doesn't look up from his task, sawed off. Harry stares, sighs, then enters the room. He kneels a few feet away from Malfoy, hardly daring to believe that Malfoy is possibly throwing a tantrum for being called a murderer by someone he loathes anyway. On a whim, Harry throws up a muffaliato. About what Ron said, Malfoy stiffens. You did almost kill him. Malfoy's head snaps to him, anger crawling up his face, gray eyes almost maddening. Just because he was daft enough to drink the mead. You gave it to Slughorn, Harry points out calmly, with the intention of killing Dumbledore. We both know it. He's not afraid of Malfoy. He has a distinct feeling that Malfoy is afraid of himself. Angry at himself. For what Harry isn't sure. Is it for attempted murder or unable to finish the job? So, do you expect me to apologize for saving my own neck? For trying to save my family? You heard me that day in the bathroom, Potter, don't even fucking deny it. Or is it that just because I attempted to save a family that you don't approve of, I have to feel guilty for it? Harry holds Malfoy's hard gaze, teeth clenching. It's a family who committed murder, Malfoy. Tortured others. You want to protect someone who's a threat to the society. But not to me. Malfoy roars, the words renting out of him unbridled. Harry flinches in shock. They didn't hurt me, Potter. They raised me, loved me, taught me. They were my parents, you dickhead. Did you think I could just sacrifice their lives because some old bearded git was stupid enough to take a stand against the most evil wizard in all history? Do you, the chosen fucking one of the light side, expect me to turn my back on my own family? If that family is causing harm, then yes, Harry spits, glaring at the man before him. Not everyone follows your idiotic principles, Malfoy snarls. If there's a choice between family and rest of the world, I'd rather choose family. It's not something you'd understand, though, right? You have no family to begin with. Harry lunges. Malfoy's head hits the floor with a thud. Harry grabs his collar, forcing him to stay still by pinning Malfoy between his thighs. Why the fuck did you escape, then? You could have lived in that graveyard of a house, snuggled close to your precious Death Eaters. Malfoy struggles to free himself, clutching at Harry's arms, forcing them apart. Because I grew up. Because I realized that staying alive is better than being dead. My family was going to die, Potter, regardless of my escape. The Dark Lord was just toying with us. Do you really think that he's benevolent enough to simply forgive mistakes? The moment my father failed to capture you in the Ministry of Magic and was caught, I knew he put a death sentence on all of us. It was just a matter of time. You know who does not care about you, Malfoy, Harry says with twisted satisfaction. For him, you are irrelevant. Even when you escaped, he pushed aside your thoughts like you meant nothing. I don't think he's even trying to find you to make you pay. Malfoy stills, gray eyes widening. You read his mind? Harry realizes his mistake immediately. Malfoy takes advantage of his sudden slack grip, pushing Harry to the ground, pinning him instead in similar manner. Where are my parents, Potter? Malfoy growls, his hand closing around Harry's throat. What has he done with them? I don't know, Harry tells him honestly, trying to stop Malfoy from actively choking him. I'm not lying. I didn't see your parents, Malfoy. Malfoy stares him down in a rage. Harry continues to struggle, and after a few moments, the hand around his throat disappears. Malfoy is getting to his feet. Harry scrambles up. I'm not lying, he repeats. Malfoy doesn't look at him. Whatever. Harry lifts up the Muffaliato before leaving Malfoy alone. As soon as he settles beside Hermione to eat, his scar splits open again. Locket, my locket is gone. Potter or Dumbledore, how did the boy find it? How does he know my most precious secrets? He must die. I must do it. Later in the evening, Malfoy is still brooding in his room. He doesn't come out to eat, or talk, or discuss their plans. Harry himself is smarting from their earlier fight, refusing to call him even when Hermione makes a request for the third time during his watch duty. You call him, Harry snaps, losing his cool finally. You've reached some weird truce, haven't you? No, we haven't, Hermione hisses lowly at him. You just stand a better chance of having a civil conversation with him than either of us, and you know it. Harry laughs coldly. We've been at each other's throats since first year, my own. Even without him tormenting you or Ron, I'd still be at odds with that git. Hermione sighs, dropping down to sit by his side. She stares at the fire crackling in front of them. I know, she says. But Harry, he saved us at the bank. His idea was mad, but it worked. And it's like you said, this is not the time to like him or forgive him, anyway. It's just sticking together for the sake of it. Which means we have to play nice, actually talk, and figure out the whole dark arts theory he told us. There it is, the fear threatening to burst out. Do you really believe him? Harry croaks. She gives him a sympathetic look. Harry, I'm sorry, but it makes sense to some extent. I'm not as well versed with dark arts as he is, honestly. How does it make sense? Hermione chews on her lip, clearly not wanting to get into this discussion at the moment. Fine, Harry groans. Should we tell him about the you-know-whats, though? She bunches up her eyebrows. Repeat the vow for me again, will you? You will not abandon us until the war is over. You will protect us to the best of your capacity in return for protection. You will not return to the Dark Lord's side. Sounds foolproof enough, Hermione muses. If we tell him, he can't abandon us, which means he won't be returning to you-know-who or the Muggle world for any reason, until the war is over. I wanted to ask you about that, Harry remembers suddenly. How do I define the end of war? I can't have him sticking around after you-know-who is dead. That's the end of war then, isn't it? Hermione points out. Wait, so he'll stick with us until you-know-who is dead? Harry asks, horrified. What if it takes years? To his shock, Hermione bursts into soft laughter at his expression. You dug your grave, Harry, she teases. You get to sleep in it. Harry huffs. Right. Great. That's just perfect. Hermione continues to giggle, despite having to face Malfoy for years herself. Having resigned to his fate, Harry sighs. Come on. Time to dig up some dirt. The four of them sit in a circle on the floor, surrounding a pot of tea and biscuits. Harry is too nauseated to really touch any kind of food, wrapping his arms around his knees instead. Ron is munching on one of the biscuits. Hermione pours herself a cup of tea, and Malfoy broods over the state of his own nails. All right. Hermione clears her throat. Malfoy, we thought we'd pick up the earlier conversation regarding dark arts theories. What do you want to know? He grumbles moodily. Everything you do, Ron says. Malfoy rolls his eyes and says sarcastically, right, because 17 years of education can be passed down in a single evening. What he means, Hermione interrupts firmly, is everything you know about soul magic, in particular. You mentioned that minds cannot be connected without sharing souls. There's a brief pause. Yes. Potter, tell me about the experiences. Malfoy is curt and cold, not even looking at him. Harry exchanges a look with Ron and Hermione. Ron shrugs, and Hermione nods curtly. He's still mad at Malfoy. How can Malfoy justify attempted murders? Harry doesn't want to accept his reasoning, no matter what he says. The Death Eaters have committed horrendous crimes over the years. It's not Harry's fault if Malfoy's parents happen to be one of them. It's not Draco's fault, either, Dumbledore's voice says in his head gently. And because Harry is mad at Dumbledore, too, he shuts it down instantly. Reluctantly, he replies. They're definitely real-time experiences. I once saw Ron's dad being attacked by Nagini in the middle of the night. I woke up immediately and reported it. The event turned out to be true. Malfoy takes a steadying breath, still studying his nails with utmost interest. Can you read his mind currently? No, Harry says, wondering if Malfoy's terror is partly due to being spied upon by Voldemort. I can't help it, either. I mean, it happens when he's feeling a particular emotion. Very strongly. It's one-sided. Do you know the difference between legilimency and this connection? Yeah. I took some training for occlumency. You were right about legilimency being like a pensieve. And I never mastered occlumency, so I'm not sure if it would actually help. Dumbledore thought it might. Malfoy is silent for a good 2 minutes. Dumbledore knew. Yes. And he never mentioned anything about soul magic? Harry gulps down his nerves. Not in relation to this connection. Malfoy finally looks up, eyes locking with his. With what intention, then? Soul magic is not necessarily dark. But when you put invading minds next to it, it's categorized as dark. What do you mean by that? Hermione asks, intrigued. Soul magic is not necessarily dark. Malfoy turns to her. Wizard magic is vast. But limited. Not all magical beings have a wand, do they? Or utter spells. House elf magic doesn't work on the same principles as wizard magic, and neither does that of a unicorn or centaur or niffler, or a dragon. Which is how you knew she wouldn't attack us, Ron realizes. But Hogwarts never talked about soul magic in care of magical creatures, Harry points out. No, but they did teach us that their magic works in ways different to ours, Malfoy argues. Newt Scamander himself talks about magical creatures as if they have a soul, Hermione finishes the sentence. Exactly, Malfoy says. Every being has a soul. And not everyone carries a wand, but they can perform magic in their own ways. I don't know why or how we started using wands to control our magic, but speaking with Ollivander for a year makes one think there's more to wands than we know. Twin cores, Harry thinks, but holds his tongue. Wait, Ron interrupts in disbelief. Malfoy, did you just acknowledge someone other than wizards? Is it just me, or does everyone in this room remember Malfoy being an utter gid during care of magical creatures and towards house elves? Malfoy clenches his jaw, gray eyes flashing. Being superior to them does not equate to being unaware. Actually, it does, Harry says crossly. You think you're superior to them because you're unaware of how powerful they are. Please, Potter, Malfoy snarls. The creatures we were shown were stupid. What the fuck do I do with a bowtruckle? Or a goddamn flobberworm? Giant dung beetle? Double-ended newt? Unicorns are pretty powerful, Harry says moodily. He doesn't want to agree with Malfoy being right about the other creatures. Not that Harry believes he's superior to them, but they aren't exactly interesting, either. And hippogriffs. You were extremely rude to one and nearly got mangled for it. Is it that even with glasses, you're blind as greyback on full moon? I used that stupid hippogriffs lesson to save your asses today with the dragon? And we are grateful for that, Hermione cuts in loudly. Thank you. But that is not the discussion right now, Harry, please focus. Both Harry and Malfoy huff angrily, turning away. Harry refuses to break the silence. The way Malfoy grates on his nerves every single time with his idiotic beliefs. Harry is beginning to regret the vow. He thinks he should have taken Ron's offer on tossing the git into the Muggle world. Malfoy is the one who speaks first unwillingly. What did Dumbledore tell you about soul magic, Potter? You, Malfoy. Harry unwraps himself, getting to his knees. I need you to remember the vow. Hard to forget, Malfoy counters petulantly, watching him with suspicion. I can't leave until the war is over. Or return to the Dark Lord's side. Yes, unless you want to die. I'm aware, Potter. Get to the fucking point. Harry takes a deep breath in. Also, I need you to not freak out. Malfoy's eyes widen with fear immediately. Excuse me? Why would I freak out, exactly? We reckon you know who is dabbling in soul magic, Ron replies darkly. I mean, we didn't really know soul magic existed until this afternoon, but it made sense when you said it. Malfoy's gray eyes are flickering between the three of them rapidly. Explain. Hermione pulls out the cup from her bag and places it between them, beside the innocent teapot. He's creating these Horcruxes, Ron supplies. Malfoy is staring at the cup like it might bite him. What the fuck are Horcruxes? Harry clears his throat. Part of his soul lives inside them. There's a shriek of terror and Malfoy is scrambling away from the cup as much as possible, flattening himself to the other side of the room. He's breathing heavily, pale as a ghost, limbs stiff as a rock. Malfoy. No. What the actual fuck? No, just no, not possible. Are you shitting me, Potter? Your mortal enemy is a bloke who is splitting his own soul. Do you have any fucking idea what you're up against? Merlin, did I make a vow to destroy souls? How the fuck do you even destroy them? This is just my luck. Escaping the Dark Lord only to join a fucking suicidal pact. What the actual fuck? Calm down. Have you not been listening to me? Soul magic is ancient magic? The darkest magic to ever exist. We're a bunch of teenagers, Potter. And that bloody snakeface arsehole. Could he not be your regular next-door dark wizard? Torture some, kill a few, terrorize a city. The usual drill. What was he aiming for? Surpassing Grindelwald. Grindelwald is dead. Actually, no, he was defeated and put in a prison, Potter. Before you know who found him and killed him, so he has no competition, Malfoy bellows. No one, in the bloody history, has ever gone that dark. And the delicious cherry on this shitfuck cake is that he now has the Elder Wand. How in the world are you going to fucking defeat that? Malfoy, calm down. Hermione thrusts a vial of potion in his trembling fingers. Drink this. Calming draft. Malfoy gulps it down desperately without thinking. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watch him closely as the potion takes effect. His shaking subsides, he's no longer sweating as bad, even his eyes become less dazed as the panic attack slowly leaves him. Ron hands him a cup of tea forcefully. Malfoy cradles it in his palms, taking a few small sips as his breathing comes more and more under control. Do you need some fresh air? Harry asks, keeping his voice as placid as possible. Malfoy runs a sweaty palm over his cheek, avoiding their eyes. Yes. Ron makes Harry hang back as Hermione and Malfoy walk outside of the tent. Mate, do you know what that was? Harry glances at the entrance. I've seen him like this before. When he feels overwhelmed, he sort of loses it. That's why he tried Cruciatus on me last year in the bathroom. He was freaking out severely after we apparated to Shell Cottage, too. Luna had to calm him down somehow. And she was really sweet and gentle, so I figured we can try that. Ron nods seriously. We'll ask Hermione if she has more calming drafts. Harry startles. For Malfoy. Obviously, Ron rolls his eyes. If this is a recurring thing, we can't have him losing his shit when things turn bad, and let's face it, they're going to be way worse. No, I mean, Harry stares. Helping Malfoy. Ron fidgets uncomfortably from foot to foot. Well, I still don't like him. That doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to this. Whatever this is. Although, to be fair, his reaction was nothing out of the ordinary for a normal bloke, was it? You and Hermione didn't react the same, Harry points out. Ron shrugs modestly. That's not to say you weren't freaked out, Harry. Being your friend for 7 years made us immune to the worst, sure, but we were still pretty freaked out. It's not your usual type of evil, is it? The stories I grew up with were what Malfoy grew up with. Next door dark wizard, like he said. Even Hermione hadn't come across such magic in her rather obsessive research. All I'm trying to say is that Malfoy is a git. But we can't have him hyperventilating during the mission and turn a blind eye. That just feels wrong. Harry smiles grimly. Hermione is rubbing off on us, isn't she? Ron bumps their shoulders together. Not entirely a bad thing, is it? No, Harry agrees, chuckling. Outside the tent, the sky is darkening. Hermione has started a small fire. Malfoy is nursing his cup of tea, staring into the flames as though it holds an answer to all his life's prevalent conflicts. So, Malfoy says after Ron and Harry settle down, he's creating these Horcruxes. What are they exactly? It's a way to become immortal, Hermione explains. You split a piece of your soul, store it in an object. Even if your physical body dies, the small part of your soul can be used to bring you back. Of course, Malfoy mutters. So this cup is one of them, yes. How many are there? We believe 7. Malfoy looks up. You're not certain. It's a good guess, Harry defends. Dumbledore said so. Malfoy rolls his eyes. If Dumbledore said so, do you have all 7? What are they? Well, there's the cup, Ron says. The locket, the ring, the diary, the snake, something of Ravenclaw, and you know who himself. We've managed to destroy 3 by now. Malfoy stares at him. How do you destroy souls? I've only heard of Dementor's kiss. Hermione answers. A Horcrux relies upon the object for its existence. We have to destroy the objects, not the souls. The only way to do it is to destroy it beyond magical repair. I don't think any other way exists. We know one method for sure, Ron supplies. Basilisk venom. Harry destroyed the diary with it. And Sword of Gryffindor is imbibed with the venom, too, Hermione adds. Ron destroyed the locket with it and Dumbledore destroyed the ring. Which leaves, Malfoy says slowly, thinking. Nagini, the cup, Ravenclaw, and the arsehole himself. Yes. Nagini is not an object, Malfoy points out, she's a sentient being. Yeah, we suppose he upgraded, Ron says impatiently. Who cares, Malfoy? We have to destroy her. I care, Malfoy argues. Destroying an inanimate object and killing a giant snake are very different things. Look. Not to mention, Malfoy continues loudly over Ron, the magic will differ, wouldn't it, Granger? Or is it the same? I'm certain you need to do some blood ritual to prepare the object's prior hand, to make them more receptible towards a soul. Any dark arts ritual typically requires some sort of blood magic. Harry remembers having this conversation at the Burrow last summer, when Hermione was telling them what she'd found out in the dark arts book she'd stolen. How nauseated she seemed by what she'd read. There is, she confirms, shuddering. But I don't think there's a difference in ritual for living and inanimate objects. It's just not recommended since living beings can think for themselves, have a limited lifespan. There are just too many variables to consider. An object, on the other hand, can be stored under powerful enchantments for years on end. Malfoy smirks coldly. Makes sense. How did he? Why these objects? And then a snake. He believes he's a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Harry tells him and launches into the story of Marvolo Gaunt, Merope Gaunt, Morphin Gaunt, and Tom Riddle Sr. He tells how each of the objects have significant history, in case of Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's something, and Gaunt's ring. The snake is personal. By the end of it, Malfoy is staring at him blankly. Did you just tell me that the Dark Lord, the wizard who is flushing out mudbloods, is a half-blood himself? That his father was a Muggle? Whom he murdered, Ron says, and don't use that word. He didn't want to be associated with him, Harry agrees. He believes being the descendant of Salazar Slytherin is his true identity. What's his real name? Named after his father, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Malfoy repeats the name as though testing it on his tongue. Tom Riddle. They sit in silence for a while after that. Harry watches the lake, the reflection of thousands of stars on its dark surface, trying not to think about what's coming next. He knows he can't avoid it forever, has to face the question eventually, has to make Malfoy explain. Ron and Hermione don't break the quiet, either. It's almost peaceful, Harry thinks, despite the heaviness of the situation, the grave reality of it all. Now that he thinks about Ron's words and Malfoy's breakdown, Harry starts to let his fear take hold a little. Just for a few moments, he tastes it on his tongue, the fact that Voldemort has dared to go so far. Initially, Harry had tried to convince himself that, yes, Voldemort's attempt at creating Horcruxes is truly vile, unnatural, pure evil. But there had always been so much he hadn't really known about the magical world, that he managed to brush the whole thing under the rug of being ignorant. That maybe, dark wizards do engage in such horrible acts. Hermione and Ron's determination to stick with him somehow fueled this belief. That if maybe they didn't have any extreme reactions, they must have had some idea of how dark magic can truly be. Tonight, though, Malfoy, who grew up in a house of generational dark wizards and witches, had a meltdown after hearing the lengths of Voldemort's insanity. Harry finally realizes why the entirety of magical community is so scared of the man. They really had not encountered anything like it before, not even the purebloods. Moreover, this is the first time Ron has confessed. Knowing that he and Hermione had freaked out, it makes everything more real. Like whatever they are facing, it's not your typical rundown evil. It makes him appreciate them even more. And it makes him think that it's normal to be scared. Nearly half an hour later, it's Hermione who tentatively restarts the conversation. Malfoy, about Harry's connection. Malfoy comes out of his own reverie, enough to throw a careful glance at Harry. How did you survive the killing curse, Potter? Harry hesitates. It might be important, he thinks, but finds it difficult to talk about one of the worst nights of his life with his school nemesis. He hasn't even shared so many details with Ginny despite her being one of the few people in his life who deserved everything the most. Eventually, he decides that the need to explore this soul bond is greater than his emotional vulnerability. So Harry tells him about Voldemort barging in his house in Godric's Hollow, killing his father, telling his mother step aside, girl, and when she doesn't, killing her as well, before turning to Harry in the crib. He tells him about what Dumbledore explained about sacrificial bonds, how Lily's love rebounded the killing curse on Voldemort and he had to flee, wander the countryside until he could latch onto Quirrell. What do you mean by that? Malfoy interrupts. He had died, hadn't he? The curse rebounded, and yet, he was alive? In a diminished form, yes. And the curse left that mark on you. Yes. Wormtail resurrected him by using his small body in a ritual. And when did the visions begin? Harry thinks back to his earlier years. After his resurrection, the visions were stronger. Before that, my scar would hurt in his proximity. What did Dumbledore say about it? About the connection? Nothing concrete. He just said that I need to shut him out. Wonderful, Malfoy mutters under his breath. What does this have to do with anything? Ron asks, directing the question at Malfoy. How is Harry surviving the curse related to soul magic? Granger. Hermione looks perplexed. Me? You said it before, the curse affecting the caster's soul. In this case, Tom Riddle. Secondly, Potter said the connection is one-sided. It flares up when he's feeling strong emotions, emotions that overwhelm your being. Theoretically, we can say emotions that fill up your soul. To add to that, you know who being well-versed with splitting souls, Hermione adds, her expression horrified. So if you're splitting souls on a regular basis, it means you don't have a whole soul. Hermione gasps. It's already fragmented. What happens when you possess a fragmented soul? Cast a killing curse that might potentially affect your soul even further, and having said curse backfire, essentially pseudo-killing yourself? There's a ritual, Malfoy, Hermione says breathlessly. There's a whole ritual. It's not possible. What's not possible? Harry looks between the two of them. Malfoy breathes in deeply. Are we certain beyond a doubt that there is no difference between Nagini and this cup? To Harry and Ron's surprise, Hermione frantically pulls out secrets of the darkest arts from her purse. She rifles through the pages, searching, and then hands the open book to Malfoy. See. It details out the process. Malfoy begins to read with interest. Halfway through, though, he swallows audibly, appearing more and more nauseated the further he reads. Finally, he snaps it shut, clambers to his feet, strides a few feet away before puking his guts out. What the bloody hell? What is in that ritual? I don't blame him. Hermione shudders. I had the same reaction. Malfoy continues to retch for a good 2 minutes. When he returns, he takes his place and pushes the book back towards Hermione, looking revolted. What happened with Quirrell? Malfoy asks, pouring himself another cup of tea. What do you mean? Harry says. He died. When he was alive, You wanker, Malfoy rolls his eyes. You said Tom Riddle latched onto him. Oh, yeah. It was weird. His face was sticking out of Quirrell's head, under his turban. Did he speak with you? Was he active? Yes. Malfoy falls silent again. The seconds tick by. How did Quirrell die? Harry tells him that he was unable to touch him, that Lily's blood made Harry immune. Malfoy hums. But clearly, Riddle didn't die even after Quirrell did despite possessing the same body. No, I think he escaped before it happened. Let's presume for a moment, Malfoy throws a pointed glance at Hermione, that Quirrell was a temporary Horcrux. Wait, how? Ron asks in bewilderment. The definition of a Horcrux, Ron. Hermione chews on her lip nervously. You store your soul outside of your own body. Since you know who was possessing another body, his soul was being contained in it. It would make Quirrell a pseudo-Horcrux. Malfoy suggests. Hermione suddenly gets up, pacing around the fire agitatedly. I had not thought of it like that. Dumbledore never mentioned anything. It was only about 6 Horcruxes and then going after you-know-who. Nothing about pseudo-Horcruxes. How does it matter? Harry asks in confusion. Quirrell is dead. He has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, Harry, Hermione cries. Don't you get it? You know who didn't die after he tried to kill you. He escaped until he could find a host body. Doesn't this remind you of something? The diary, Ron says before Harry can answer. It tried to escape by possessing Ginny. Exactly, Hermione says. All this time, we've been treating you-know-who's soul as a separate entity from his Horcruxes. When, literally, they're bits of the same soul. They'll act the same way. All of them. Even the one that tried to kill you, Harry. I still don't understand. Potter, Malfoy says exasperatedly. You're really the stupidest git I've ever met. Hey, Harry, Hermione cuts in, sounding choked up. Harry, you've got to listen carefully, okay? What's wrong? Harry asks, exchanging an alarmed look with Ron at the sudden turn of events. When you know who tried to kill you, his soul was already fragmented. He cast the killing curse on you, ripping his soul further apart. You heard it yourself. Professor Slughorn said in that memory that murder damages your soul. That's the first step in creating a Horcrux, isn't it? Murder? You've got to commit murder and then bind an object to a piece of your soul with a spell? Harry's ears begin to ring faintly. Where are you going with this? Oh, Harry. We think that when he killed your parents and then used the curse on you, his soul fragmented even further. And I thought it's not possible because there's a spell you need to perform, prepare the object beforehand. Except that it's possible to possess another body without the ritual. We don't know that, Harry gulps. We don't know if Riddle never performed it on Quirrell. He could escape Quirrell, Hermione reminds him. He was never bound to him like a typical soul is to an object. By the pure definition of a Horcrux, Quirrell would be a Horcrux, too. And when you know who mutilated his soul by killing your parents and then you, it's possible that his soul ripped apart even further. Professor Slughorn said that you have to take advantage of the fragmented soul after you commit murder, not that there is another method of doing it. Which brings us to your mind connection with him, Malfoy says quietly. There's a grave silence before Ron breaks it in a disturbed voice. You're saying that Harry's body possesses a bit of soul of you-know-who from that night? That's why their minds are connected? But that would mean I'm a Horcrux, Harry says numbly. Ron shakes his head. No, just no, look, you've both got it wrong, all right? Harry can't be a Horcrux. We don't even know if you-know-who's soul tore or not. But it naturally does, Ron, Hermione says, tears streaming down her face. There's no magic in it. Even if you kill someone with a Muggle object, it would still damage your soul. Okay, fine. Fine. We still don't know if Malfoy is right about this mind connection theory, are we? Sharing a mind connection might not necessarily mean sharing a soul connection. Even if you know who damaged his soul that night, it might not have possessed Harry at all. There's no telling that the soul took advantage of the murders or whatever. It's late, Harry states, interrupting before Hermione can respond. We should sleep, Harry. Mate, come on. Harry holds up his hand. Don't. Just, don't. A tense silence follows. Harry gets to his feet. I'll keep watch, Hermione suggests. I'm the least injured. Okay, thanks, Harry says stiffly. Without another word, he enters the tent, gets under his sleeping bag methodically, and shuts his eyes. It's quite later when he hears Ron and Malfoy shuffling inside. Ron pulling his own sleeping bag near to Harry and Malfoy's faint scratching of the quill in the distance. The locket, the ring, the diary, all destroyed, the cup, stolen. I must keep Nagini safe, must warn Severus to increase Death Eaters around Hogwarts, that one must be safe, I'm certain, need to gather more troops, kill, destroy, everything, must protect myself. And then Harry wakes up to a familiar roar of a dragon, right outside their tent. The dragon Hermione is screaming. Ron is yelling hoarsely. A dragon is breathing blue-white fire, encasing the tent in altering states of sunny heat and arctic braise. Harry startles awake. For a disoriented moment, he thinks that he's dreaming. The events of the previous day at Gringotts are presenting itself in a new situation, an impossible situation, wherein the dragon that they rescued has managed to return, to eat them for snacks, after all. He thinks about cursing Malfoy into next year because it was his stupid belief that they're safe from her, that she is a warrior and wouldn't harm them if they don't raise their wands against her. But then Hermione screams again and Harry knows he's no longer dreaming. The burning on his skin is too real. The flashes of bright flames somewhere outside their tent are too real. Ron isn't in his sleeping bag and neither is Hermione, which makes sense, he thinks. Heart hammering inside his chest, it would make sense because they're outside where Hermione is screaming and Ron is screaming and the dragon has returned. He runs outside. The gigantic white dragon from Gringotts is towering over them, her wings spread apart, nostrils flaring and sparks of sizzling blue-white fire scattering on the bank of the lake like haywire needles of hot lava. Wherever they touch the ground or the water, however, it freezes over, immediately melting when another spark flies under proximity, refreezing it all over again like a malfunctioning time-turner. Hermione and Ron are cowering near the back of the tent. Harry joins them, having to yell to be heard over the dragon's frantic behavior. "What's going on?" "We don't know," Ron shouts. "We tried to stun her but it didn't work." Harry remembers when Charlie had to take assistance of at least half a dozen professional dragon tamers to stun a smaller dragon. "I'm going to kill Malfoy," Ron declares as another spark drops a few feet away from them. "Not if I do it first." Another spark closely misses the tent. "Where is he, anyway?" Harry bellows, feeling his throat become hoarse. "Don't you see him?" Ron says incredulously. "He's right there, near her legs." Harry's neck snaps in shock. Sure enough, he's managed to miss Draco Malfoy, standing near the dragon's legs, hands up in the air as though telling a person to calm down. Is he mental? The dragon suddenly stops. Harry's words echo in the sudden silence. Ron bursts into relieved laughter. Hermione is staring at the dragon with wide eyes. The dragon folds back her wings into her body, crouches low to pillow her large head on her front limbs. Malfoy moves aside in a haste to avoid being crushed. And then Hermione whispers, sounding highly stressed the way she does before an exam. "We're going to need bigger perimeters for concealment charms." "You tried to stun her," Malfoy is arguing for the umpteenth time. She felt threatened. "What did you expect me to do?" Hermione says angrily. "A freaking dragon approaches early in the morning, the same one that we used to escape. Should I have offered her a cup of tea? Have a sit down and chat?" Ron laughs. "If she wanted to hurt us, she had every opportunity to do so yesterday." Malfoy retaliates just as angrily. "And today morning, the moment you tried to stun her, she could have killed you." "We still don't know why she's here," Ron reminds them pointedly. "How did she find us, anyway?" Hermione put up all the concealment charms. "Have you ever bothered to know what the concealment charms are for, Weasley?" Malfoy says scathingly. "I highly doubt one of them is undetectable against ancient reptiles." Harry has given up all pretense of trying to understand what's going on. He thinks that, perhaps, it's best to just go with the flow, accept information, however bizarre, at face value and deal with it. "What if someone followed her?" Ron demands. "We might as well be surrounded right now." "The charms will hold against them," Malfoy says impatiently. "And now that she's under the charms as well, no one will be able to locate her." "Thanks to Hermione," Ron says meaningfully. Malfoy stares and then huffs. "Whatever." "So," Harry rubs a hand across his face. "Not only am I a Horcrux, we also have a dragon?" Malfoy twitches. We don't have a dragon, Potter. She's just here for company. She might have gotten lonely, not knowing where others of her kind are. You're a weird bloke. Ron realizes and Hermione snorts. Sod off, Weasley. If you love dragons so much, Harry says, turning to Malfoy, why did you report Hagrid's dragon in first year? Malfoy rolls his eyes. Clearly to get you into trouble. He pauses, then says, besides, did the giant really believe he could raise a dragon in a goddamn hut? Don't call him that, Harry says tiredly. Whatever the fuck. Malfoy gets to his feet. Let's hope that she isn't too pissed or I won't be able to stop her from eating you free. Malfoy, wait, Hermione says quickly. Malfoy turns around. What about her injuries? Is there anything we can do to heal her? I don't think so, he replies. It would take time to learn what works on dragons and what doesn't. I'm not exactly a being healer, am I? What in the bloody hell are we supposed to do with a full-grown dragon? Ron says incredulously once Malfoy leaves. I know, Hermione says. We can't even apparate to a new location. Not if she intends to stick around. I still don't understand, Ron adds. Why is she here? Did she really look for us? Merlin only knows. Harry heaves a heavy sigh. We didn't exactly learn about dragons at Hogwarts. This is entirely uncharted territory. Not to mention, Ron continues, that for some reason, Malfoy can handle her. I mean, she nearly took his head off this morning, but here we are. Alive and in one piece. It's almost like she's attracted to him. Hermione muses and Ron gives a disgusted look. Come off it, Ronald. Magical creatures are very different than non-magical ones. Are there any non-magical creatures? Harry asks with interest. Sirius was a large dog. Minerva turns into a cat. Snakes are everywhere, both in magical and muggle world. Of course there are non-magical creatures, Harry, Hermione says with exasperated fondness. Not all birds are magical, for instance. Basilisk is clearly a magical serpent, but a typical garden snake is not. Sirius Animagus' form was a reflection of his own personality. Also, remember he wasn't exactly a regular-sized dog, either. Right, Harry mutters, blaming his sleep-deprived head for asking stupid questions. Of course. So, a dragon. Do we know what breed she is? Ron shakes his head. No clue. All I know is that white dragons were close to extinct a few times over the centuries. The goblins must have captured her a really long time ago. Great. He stands up, dusting his pants lightly. Got any more food left? I'm starving. As it turns out, having a full-grown dragon in one's backyard is quite something. For starters, she sends a shard of blue-white ice tearing through the fabric of the tent early afternoon, missing Ron by inches. Harry sees the dragon peeping through the gaping hole at them, her yellow eyes narrowing to slits. Harry tries not to back away in fear. Malfoy approaches her, hands thrown up to show he's not holding his wand, and then settles under her shade without a word. Hermione sieves up the tent with a flick of her wand after him. When Harry asks about the obvious, Ron shrugs. No clue, mate. She was definitely breathing fire at Gringotts. This whole ice business is new. Has Charlie ever mentioned any breed that does it? Not really, Ron says, thinking. But then again, I tend to tune in and out whenever he goes into his dragon rants. Let me see what I can find in my library, Hermione says, spreading cheese on her slice of garlic bread. But it wasn't entirely ice, was it? Ron says, grabbing a large slice for himself. Did you see the way it melted? Yeah, Harry agrees. It's like the stuff that comes out of her mouth is fire but then it turns to ice after a point. Wonder if she can directly breathe out ice. Too bad we can't keep her, Ron says wisely. It would have been cool to melt you-know-whose face off. That can be considered beyond magical repair, can't it? Harry and Hermione burst into laughter. How long do you reckon she'll stay with us? Harry ponders once they calm down from the rather amusing mental image. No offense, but we can't stick around for long just because she's too lonely and wants company. True, Ron nods. I have a feeling she's not going anywhere. Hermione thins her lips. Haven't you two seen? She's not here because we rescued her. She's here because he rescued her. So what? Ron shakes his head. She's free to fly away, isn't she? Why would she return to a dick wizard? A dick wizard who removed her chains, Hermione points out. I don't understand it, either. I'm just thinking if it's similar to having a life debt among us. Wormtail owed you, Harry. Dumbledore said so. Which is why he couldn't kill you at the manor. What if she feels that she owes Malfoy something for rescuing her? Ron and Harry exchange similar looks of disbelief. A dragon owing Draco Malfoy a favor? Harry's head reels just from the ridiculousness of it. It's a huge debt, too, isn't it? Hermione continues. She was chained and tortured for years, probably would have died there eventually. It's not a direct life debt, but something close to it. Harry doesn't respond, choosing to finish his meal instead. He gulps down his cold tea in one go, preparing to take a walk along the lake when Ron suddenly cheers loudly. Beyond magical repair. Ron breathes out, shooting to his feet. What if dragonfire damages an object beyond magical repair? Bloody hell, Ron, Harry says excitedly. We should give it a go, right? Hermione, what do you reckon? Hermione chews on her lips, doubtfully. I don't think it'll work. Dragonfire isn't exactly rare, is it? So what? Ron says. That doesn't mean it's not powerful. No, I mean it must have already been tested, Hermione replies. There was no mention of dragonfire being effective against Horcruxes. But Hermione, Harry says. Horcruxes aren't exactly your regular dark magical objects, are they? Maybe they never had to test it against Horcruxes in the first place. Let's ask Malfoy, Ron proposes, in case he knows anything about dragonfire properties. When they pose the question to Malfoy, he shifts uncomfortably. I don't know. There are not many studies on dragonfire. It's extremely unstable to work with. Worth a shot, Harry says. I doubt it, Potter, Malfoy shakes his head. Look, you said you use Basilisk's venom, right? To destroy the other Horcruxes? Yeah. Other than being deadly, basilisks are so rare that they are a myth. Acquiring the venom would be impossible. We found it, though, Ron says. Remember, Malfoy? When you were prancing about being Salazar Slytherin's descendant? Your point, Weasley? Malfoy sneers. That they are not a myth, Ron says coolly. As always, you miss the goddamn point, Malfoy grits. Basilisk venom doesn't have a counteract, also because no one ever had an opportunity to find one. They did. Phoenix tears, Harry says, trying not to sound too pleased with himself. It heals you from the venom. Phoenixes are rarer than dragons, Malfoy points out. You can get a dragon anywhere, if you visit the dragon reserves around the world. Not to mention that the amount of dragon products we use, they're clearly more accessible than phoenixes. I told you, Hermione says pointedly. It's worth a shot, Harry insists. What have we got to lose? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You can't just command her to shoot fire at a cup, Malfoy snaps in irritation. Are you willing to risk agitating her and hope that she accidentally fires at it without killing you in the process as well? Why not just use that? Ron says, pointing at the icicle that had nearly killed him earlier. It's not active fire, Hermione says. Ron shrugs, walking closer to examine it. He sticks his nose an inch away from the icicle's surface, eyes narrowing. He gingerly pokes at it with the tip of his pinky. It's warm. What? Hermione joins him, mirroring his position. He's right. It looks as if there's fire inside, but the ice around it is insulating the worst of it. Frozen fire, Malfoy says in astonishment. Harry's mouth falls open. She's freezing her own fire. Maybe that's why we didn't see any ice in Gringotts, Hermione says. She wanted to harm them, but she probably didn't want to harm us. So she froze her own fire to stop it from spreading. So all we need is to defreeze some dragonfire? Ron laughs incredulously. Let me conjure some hot water. I don't think it's that easy, Ronald. Hermione straightens up. The fire itself must be very hot, above 1,000 degrees Celsius at least. The ice around it must be imbibed with her own magic to keep it safely encased. Thank fuck, Malfoy mutters under his breath, loud enough for Harry who's standing closer, but low enough so that Ron and Hermione can't hear. At least one person has a brain around here. Before Harry can be properly shocked at Malfoy's acknowledgement of Hermione, he's exiting the tent without another word. The second side effect of having a dragon in one's backyard is a flood. Harry, Hermione, and Ron are researching on ways to destroy a Horcrux, now that they don't have the sword in their possession. Harry is distinctly aware that no one touches upon what they had discovered the day before, the fact that Harry might possibly be a living, breathing, walking bit of soul of Voldemort. That, if Malfoy is right, Harry will have to die. Harry himself avoids thinking about it. He thinks that the dragon's arrival cannot be better timed. Focusing on dealing with her takes most of their day, too. Malfoy is proving to be somewhat of a friend to her, spending time outside with his parchments. Harry thinks he might have heard him talk to her once or twice. That's another matter. Malfoy's relation with the dragon. The only way Harry can think about it without developing a headache is his own kinship with Hedwig. Harry had been able to understand Hedwig almost as if she were a human. But then again, he doesn't want to ponder on Malfoy having a dragon as a pet, so he firmly stops that train of thought. Not to mention, it aches him to think of Hedwig's acute absence every time. What about Dementor's kiss? Ron breaks the companionable silence. It does destroy a soul, after all. Harry winces, thinking of his encounters with the creatures. Would it work on objects? I doubt it, Hermione says, thinking. Dementors thrive on happiness, don't they? Horcruxes wouldn't attract them, seeing as they merely contain souls immersed in dark magic. If anything, being near a Horcrux might make them even more powerful. I still think we should give Dragonfire a shot, Ron grumbles. All we need to do is figure out a way to defreeze it. But Ron, Hermione begins. No, hear me out. I get what Malfoy said, what you said. Dragons are not that rare, so we probably might have counteracts for dragon injuries. But you heard him, didn't you? Dragonfire cannot be collected, which makes it rare, doesn't it? We don't need to collect Dragonfire to use it, Hermione says patiently. We can toss the cup in a dragon's reserve. Let's just try it out, Ron insists. Nothing to lose, right? Time. Hermione says in a withering tone. We can't afford wasting time doing experiments on a high-L volatile substance that might not even work. Okay, Ron concedes, sharing an annoyed look with Harry. Fine. Harry bites down on a grin, turning to his own book when suddenly there's a very loud plonk, and the next thing Harry knows is that he's soaked through in freezing water. What the? Hermione and Ron screech in surprise. The tent is flooded. Their sleeping bags and the scattered books are floating like planks in ankle-deep water. Harry barely catches Hermione and Ron's shocked expressions before the three of them are hurrying outside. Harry's heart pounds. Did their enchantments fail? Was Ron right, that the dragon has led enemies to their location? Harry is in the process of removing the moleskin pouch from around his neck when he suddenly comes to a halt, almost slipping on the wet bank. Are you shitting me? Ron groans beside him. Malfoy is standing near the lake, yelling profanities, entirely drenched and clearly pissed. For a moment, Harry doesn't understand why he's yelling at thin air. The tip of a leathery white wing surfaces from the lake before disappearing again. Malfoy! Ron shouts angrily. What the fuck? Malfoy spins around to glare at them. She decided to take a bloody bath. What happened to our enchantments? Hermione calls out, walking closer to him. It should have protected us from the water. Malfoy shakes his head. I had to stretch them a little bit so that she doesn't get spotted from above. Could have warned us, Ron grumbles. Harry leans closer to him, keeping one eye trained on Hermione and Malfoy. Listen, I reckon we should try the Dragonfire. Ron turns to him excitedly. Really? Harry nods. Don't tell Hermione, he warns. We can do it tonight, after she sleeps. There are many shards to pick from outside the tent. What about the dragon? We can't do magic around her, can we? She might burn us to crisp. Or freeze, Harry suggests. I'm sure being frozen is less painful than being burned alive, Ron says sarcastically. Either way, we'll know for sure seeing I'm a Horcrux myself. Ron grabs his elbow seriously. Don't, Harry. I really doubt that they both are right. I was just joking. No, listen. We are basing that whole theory on the assumption that Malfoy might be right. Trust me, I've never said so many wrong words in the same sentence. Despite the pounding of his heart, Harry gives a shaky laugh. Hermione agrees with him, though. And Hermione has never been wrong. She has, Ron says sagely. The Deathly Hallows? Gilderoy Lockhart? Prince's Book? Divination? Divination. Harry says incredulously. Ron, we thought it was ridiculous, too. And we were all wrong, weren't we? Ron laments theatrically. I'm not saying Trelawney was anything less than a fraud. But prophecies turn out to be true, don't they? Harry snorts. I suppose. Hermione is peering at the water while Malfoy is drying himself with his wand. Let's call Malfoy, too, Harry decides. He can keep the dragon distracted. It takes them over an hour to put everything back together. Hermione keeps shooting Malfoy murderous looks with each book that she has to dry. Late evening, when Hermione tries to talk to Harry about him being a possible Horcrux, Harry shuts her down instantly. He tells her that she should get some sleep tonight, and Harry will keep watch, that they can talk the next day. Hermione agrees hesitantly. Ron and Harry sit around the conjured bonfire while Malfoy sits further away, the dragon behind his back. Malfoy is on board, right? Ron asks. He'll keep the dragon distracted while we work? Yeah. He's not happy about it, though. Gave me another lecture over why it wouldn't work. Right, Ron says, pulling out the parchment he'd stowed in his jacket earlier. Here is a list of spells that I could think of. See if you can add more. Do you have the cup? Harry nods, patting his moleskin pouch. Ron eyes it with caution. Does it feel the same as the locket? Not really. I think the locket was worse because we wore it on our skins directly. I think the Horcruxes suck your life force if you wear them long enough. Ginny was writing into the diary for months. We were constantly wearing the locket and things just became worse by the day. The cup has been in isolation until now, and this is the first time I'm keeping it on me since Gringotts. Ron nods thoughtfully. I suppose. What about Nagini? You think she became stronger over the years due to you-know-whose soul? Probably, Harry says. She does seem vicious enough. Snakes are vicious. Harry shrugs. Not all of them. I met a boa constrictor once who seemed pretty decent. Ron laughs. Yeah, I remember. The one you sicked on your cousin. To be fair, it sicked itself on my cousin. Ron laughs harder. Malfoy twitches in the background. Harry turns to the sky, distracting himself with the thought of flying on a broomstick. He wonders if he'll ever get to do it again. For the 100th time, he wishes they had the foresight to pack them, too. They wait an hour after Hermione falls asleep, just in case. Ron goes inside to check, saying he needs to use the bathroom anyway. Harry looks across the bonfire at Malfoy. The dragon is asleep, her deep snores rumbling in Harry's chest like Sirius motorbike. We'll be behind you both, Harry says, walking towards him. Even if she wakes up, we won't be directly in sight. Malfoy nods. When Harry tries to pass by, he suddenly says, Potter. Yeah? He gets to his feet, dusting his pants. Fiend fire. Cursed fire. There's no counter spell for it. Harry stops breathing. Are you sure? Malfoy nods. He seems hesitant somehow, as if he hadn't planned on sharing this information in the first place. I remembered it when, well, Nuri here started going ballistic and you suggested using dragonfire on the off chance that it might work. Nuri? The dragon. Harry stares. You named her? Malfoy rolls his eyes. Of course, I named her. Did you want to continue calling her the Great White Dragon? Yeah? Merlin. Potter. Malfoy rubs his face half in annoyance and half in exhaustion. Not the goddamn point. Fiendfire is dark magic. I've never conjured it, though. Some Death Eaters enjoyed boasting having used it sometimes around the manor. I assume it was to impress Tom Riddle. Harry holds his gaze. The orange flames are reflecting in his gray eyes along with the hint of Snow White of the dragon. What's the downside? Malfoy gulps. You can't control it, or rather, it's nearly impossible to control it. The only known way to stop it is by the caster. How did the Death Eaters control it? Malfoy's lips curl up on one side. They didn't. It must have stopped somehow, Malfoy. Yes, after it killed every living thing in its vicinity. Listen, I don't know. Okay. He says lowly, stepping closer. I just think that it might work since it has no known counterspell that I'm aware of. I read a little bit about it, spoke with the Death Eaters, no one ever wrote a counterspell. Why were you interested in it? Malfoy shrugs, seemingly casually. Thought it was my last resort to destroy the manor. Harry breathes around the shock. Okay. Right. Do you know the incantation? Malfoy's jaw clenches. Yes. I wouldn't To be honest, I don't know why I'm telling you this. You three would never try a dark spell that advanced, anyway. Potter, this is not normal fire, alright? It's cursed. It's sentient. Sentient? Yes. Hence, the uncontrollable nature of it. It can think for itself. Harry looks away, incidentally turning to the sleeping dragon. For a bizarre moment, he is reminded of Hogwarts' motto. Draco dormiens nunquam titulandus. And then he can't help it, he starts to snigger. What the hell? Harry laughs softly, trying to keep it quiet and failing. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. Malfoy stares at him for a beat speechlessly before snorting in amusement, watching the dragon himself. Wonder what happens if we try. Hey. Harry suddenly spins Malfoy towards him by a hand on his shoulder in excitement, struck by an idea. What if we freeze the fiendfire? Malfoy looks annoyed, the previous lightheartedness disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Sure, because that's easy. It's so hot, the water will vapor before you can freeze it. Nodus, you droll, Harry says. What if Nuri freezes it? I mean, she can freeze her own fire, can't she? With her magic? How is fiendfire any different? Are you insane? Malfoy hisses. You want to conjure uncontrollable sentient, cursed fire and throw Nuri in the mix? Potter, are all your grand schemes an after effect of brain damage? Seriously, even Gringotts was your idea. Ever since I've left Manor, the only thing you've done is suggest terrible idea after terrible idea, all of them with high probability of certain death. What the hell is wrong with you? I've always said it, haven't I? People are stupid to make you any kind of role model. The boy who lived, my ass. If you hadn't been a goddamn baby, you would have come up with another idiotic grand scheme even then. And probably be famous as the boy who lived not so much. Okay. Shut it. Harry throws his hands in front of him in surrender. Just stop lecturing. Merlin. Do you never get tired of listening to your own voice? Malfoy swells up in anger. Do you never get tired of half-jacked ideas? It was just an idea, Harry defends. And if you haven't noticed, we're running out of them. Malfoy's eyes roll to the dark sky as though in prayer. Harry steps away when Ron finally exits the tent to join them. Definitely asleep, Ron tells Harry. Malfoy, keep watch. Let's go, Ron. Malfoy makes a sound but drops to the ground once more with a petulant huff. Harry blinks down at him. Does he want to be invited? After eating Harry's ear off with why it wouldn't work, and how Harry is stupid to attempt it. Ron is staring at him as though he's never seen the man before. Harry exchanges a questioning look with Ron, who nods shrugs in hesitance. Malfoy. Malfoy uproots the sparse amount of grass with his fingers vindictively. What? Do you want to join us? We could, use, some. We could use you. There's a beat of pause before Malfoy is getting to his feet again, drawing out his wand in one smooth motion. Lead the way. Harry shakes the whole thing off, pulling his attention to bigger problems. Like an extremely unstable dragonfire frozen in its caster's magic that they're about to defreeze like a Thanksgiving turkey. The icicles are glowing bright in the darkness like haphazard swords digging in the dirt after a bloody war. They choose an icicle furthest from the tent and Nuri. The distance will give them a split-second notice in case Nuri wakes up and mistakes their wanted intentions. Harry can clearly see it now once they're close. The active blue-white flames shining and burning and crackling under the clear encasement of ice. He thinks they look like Hermione's bluebell flames. Wicked, Ron exclaims breathlessly. You think we can nix them to decorate the burrow with? Harry snickers. Not if you want Molly to let you live. Ron shudders. Right. Harry points the wand at the icicle, the incantation ready on his lips, when Malfoy suddenly grabs his elbow violently. What the fuck are you doing? Harry shakes him off in frustration. What we came to do. What the hell, Malfoy? Put a goddamn protection bubble around it, you dimwit. Malfoy waves his wand a couple of times, muttering spells under his breath. A liquid-like bubble starts to form around the shard before it settles and solidifies into an invisible spear, grumbling about Gryffindors and their lack of self-preservation. Harry takes a deep breath in and lets it out slowly. Incendio. A jet of red fire shoots from Harry's wand. The flames lick the ice for a few seconds before disappearing entirely. Well, Ron says conversationally, referring to his list under the light emanating from the shard. Next on the list is Inflammare. Harry tries it and again the flames extinguish completely. Ron starts to list off spells after spells, and all of them, fire ropes, fireballs, fire streams, Defendo, Reducto, Confringo. Conflagration. Hang on, Malfoy interrupts suddenly. Is it absorbing the flames or destroying them? Harry peers at the ice. It appears to be the same as before they had begun. Destroying, I reckon. Absorbing it would have shown us visible signs, I guess. Let me try some. Malfoy points his wand at the ice carefully and mutters a silky incantation. Purple flames erupt from the tip, gliding across the shard's surface. They last slightly longer before hissing into oblivion. What spell was that? Malfoy is studying the shard with interest now. Snape taught me. It's a dark spell whose counteract can be tailored by the caster. He proceeds to wave his wand in another fluid motion, a more complicated one, whispering the incantation like a song. Pitch black flames erupt from the tip of his wand. As soon as it touches the ice, though, the three of them are thrown off their feet as a loud explosion rents the silent sky. Harry falls flat on his stomach close to the lake, smashing the right side of his face painfully on the ground. His glasses crack, barely missing his eyes. Quickly pushing himself up, he fixes his glasses with a quick reparo and spins around, ignoring his throbbing knees and face. The protective bubble around the ice fissures cobweb like as black flames fill up the space. The shard inside is blocked from their view completely. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy have a split second to exchange horrified looks before the bubble shatters with a loud crack, black flames spreading in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Harry points his wand. Aguamenti. Aqua Eructo. The water from his wand sizzles into vapor. He hears Ron yelling defensive spells at the fire, but it continues to spread. Harry watches as it licks at the ground near Nuri, who is starting to stir from her sleep. Malfoy. Stop it. Stop the spell. Malfoy is whimpering in pain, clutching at his right knee that is bent at an odd angle. Harry curses loudly. He opens his mouth to warn Ron about Nuri, but it's too late. The dragon's tail swishes across the ground. She rises to her full height, her yellow eyes filled with rage. Harry gulps, frozen to the spot in fear. Behind the dragon, Hermione runs out of the tent, coming to a standstill near the bonfire, her wand ready in her hands as she takes in her surroundings. Harry can't be sure who is angrier at the moment, Nuri or Hermione. The next second, though, Nuri opens her jaw wide and hot crackling blue-white fire cuts through the night. They devour the black flames entirely before she freezes them in clear ice. And then her eyes settle on Harry and Ron. Jump! Harry yells as a stream of brilliance shoots in their direction. Ron follows closely behind as they dive in the lake. The dark water illuminates around them as Nuri's fire freezes on the surface, trapping them under. Ron frantically tugs at Harry's arm and points in the distant darkness. Without pausing, they rapidly begin to swim away from the looming ice. Only after a few minutes, the onslaught suddenly stops. Harry resurfaces, eagerly gulping in fresh air, heart hammering in his chest. They're almost in the center of the lake. On the bank, Harry sees Nuri towering over a small body, the area filled with brilliantly glowing stalagmites of dragonfire. Hermione is waiting around the other side of the tent, peeping at the dragon from time to time. Bloody hell, Ron pants beside him. What was that spell? No cue, although I have a feeling Snape taught him that one, too. Do you reckon it's safe to swim back? I'm as blue as my balls. I suppose we found the answer, Ron. Better to freeze to death than be burned alive. Ron gives a watery laugh. They swim around Nuri's frozen fire on the surface of the lake towards the tent. Hermione is white as a ghost, but she walks up to the bank, her entire body trembling with adrenaline and fear. She pulls them out of the freezing water. Ron and Harry collapse on their backs, catching their breaths. A warm sensation envelopes Harry as Hermione waves her wand over their quivering forms, murmuring spells. She heals their wounds, dries them as much as possible before bringing out 2 thick blankets to wrap around their shoulders. Harry opens his mouth to thank her when she suddenly hits them both on their heads, hard. What the hell were you boys thinking? You could have died. I told you not to play with volatile substances, but of course, why would you ever listen to me? She cries in rage. We do listen. Don't you dare talk, Ronald. There is absolutely no way you can explain away this foolish idea. And Malfoy, didn't he agree that we shouldn't touch the fire? That it's a stupid plan? Malfoy. Harry chokes out, remembering his limp body. He clambers to his feet, the blanket slipping from his shoulders. Harry. Hermione, come with me. He doesn't give her time to respond before he's off, running around the tent to the other side. A radiant meadow of iced blue-white flames meet his stunned gaze. Harry pauses for a moment, relishing in the sheer beauty of it, the magic of it. When Nuri makes a rumbling sound in her chest, Harry begins to carefully maneuver the pointed shards. He approaches her with caution, hands in the air like Malfoy always does, and she fixes him with a murderous glare before lowering her large head gloomily. Malfoy is passed out on the ground. Harry waits for Hermione to join him, stomping his feet to keep himself warm. Hermione gasps when she sees Malfoy's broken leg. Harry, I'm going to need my wand. Harry tries not to curse. Desperation is starting to fill him now. The longer they wait to heal his leg, the harder it's going to be. He's not even sure that they can mend this amount of damage. All right. Wait. He takes a steadying breath and steps in Nuri's line of sight, hands still in the air. She glances at him with disinterest this time around, licking at Malfoy's body. Nuri. She looks up. Harry gulps. To his discernment, the serpent-like eyes remind him distinctly of Nagini. He hopes he doesn't break into Parseltongue midway. I'm Harry. Malfoy, Draco. He needs help. Medical help. He broke his leg, you see. Her eyes narrow slightly and then she's licking Malfoy again. I know you're trying to help, but I don't think it'll work. Last time you could lick the wounds away because you caused them. At least, I think that's how it works. Now though, he's injured due to an explosion. He got blasted away and must have landed wrong. Harry has her attention once again. He crushes his fingers together to not lose his nerve. Never, ever had he thought he'd have to reason with a dragon to save Malfoy's ass. Hermione, she can help him. But to do that, she needs to use her wand on him. Not on you. Okay. No one is going to hurt you. Or him. We only want to help him. Are you understanding me? Nuri growls. Her eyes flicker back and forth between Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy. Finally, after a few moments, she retreats slightly so that Hermione can approach Malfoy. Hermione immediately rushes to him, kneeling on the ground. Harry drops down beside her. She starts to pull out a book, various potions and bandages, throwing them in Harry's arms hurriedly. Harry watches as she flips open the book to an instructional manual on how to fix broken bones. She points her wand at Malfoy's leg, murmurs a series of incantations, and there's a loud snap as the bone reattaches itself in the correct angle. Malfoy stirs, groaning in pain but doesn't wake up. Give him those 3 potions, Harry. Quickly. Malfoy's skin is clammy and feverish to the touch. Harry tips his chin down to pour the liquids down his throat. Meanwhile, Hermione conjures 2 wooden rods, placing them on either side of Malfoy's leg. A spell later, the bandages tie themselves around his limb tightly. Do you think he'll be all right? Hermione bites her lips. I hope so. We can't exactly take him to St. Mungo's. What about calling a member of the Order? We can send a Patronus. Hermione starts to pack up, dumping everything back in her purse. It's too dangerous, you know that. Harry sighs. Yeah, let's levitate him inside. Nuri doesn't block their path this time. She lets them take Malfoy's body away, stalking to the back of the tent instead. Ron helps them settle Malfoy in his sleeping bag. Harry summons his own from his room, sleepily unrolling it. Harry, tomorrow, my own. Please? I'll keep watch, Ron offers in the prickly silence. I have a bone to pick with the dragon anyway. Hermione lets out a grudging snort. Harry snuggles under the extra blanket Hermione procures for him. Before they leave, Harry mumbles a sleepy, fiendfire. Draco, Malfoy said it'll work. Mate, you all right? Ron asks in alarm. What are you babbling about? My own, did he hit his head too hard? Hermione doesn't respond immediately. When she does, she sounds strange. He told you about fiendfire. Yeah, Harry replies before everything blacks out. The summer of seagulls. Harry is woken up after mere seconds by someone roughly shaking his shoulders. Wah. Potter, Malfoy hisses from his right. He sounds pained. Potter, wake up, you stupid ass. Harry rolls to his other side. Shut it, Malfoy. Go back to sleep. See, that's the problem, Malfoy says, his voice dripping with strained sarcasm. My leg feels like it's on goddamn fire, which I wouldn't be too surprised about since I do remember lots of goddamn fire before I passed out. What the fuck happened? Harry rolls back to face him and opens his eyes. Once they adjust to the lumos from Malfoy's wand, he decides Malfoy looks absolutely terrible. His skin is flushed and completely drenched in sweat, hair sticking to his forehead, ragged breathing, and illuminated silver eyes wide with pain. Harry blinks away the sleep. You broke your leg. My own fixed it. Malfoy gulps, trembling under his sleeping bag. Potions. Check my bag. Harry gets up. He goes to the other corner where Malfoy has stowed his white cloth bag. Nuri's deep snores are just behind the fabric. Malfoy lists out the name of potions he needs along with some green-colored berries. Once Harry hands it over, Malfoy gulps it down like a man deprived of water. He chews on the berries slowly and Harry watches as the flush of his skin begins to recede. Malfoy exhales heavily once he feels better. Is there a cast on my leg? Harry nods, getting under his sleeping bag again. Might have to keep it for a while. Perfect, Malfoy mutters. Exactly what I needed right now. Potter, I've been attacked by a dragon and broke my leg in the span of 2 days' time. All because of your grand schemes. I'll be lucky to make it to Sunday. Is it just me or does that tell you something? Harry groans, feeling his head throb. It tells me that you're reckless. You decided all on your own that approaching a large dragon with hands in the air was the smart option. You decided to use that black fire spell and got blasted away. Did it work? Malfoy asks, pointedly ignoring the rest of it. No clue, Harry mumbles. We'll check in the morning. Nuri tried to lick you. I can feel it. It's sticky as fuck, Malfoy shudders. Hey, Malfoy, Harry squints his eyes at him. What's the deal with the Ragon? Why is she so attached to you? Malfoy doesn't respond. He stares at the ceiling in silence, breathing deeply. Harry actively struggles to stay awake. I'm not certain, myself, he replies eventually. We'll have to let her go, won't we? In time, yeah. Every time Malfoy groans in pain, Harry's eyes snap open. He's confident that Hermione has done a good job of it. She'd healed Ron's splinch quite well. Then again, they had never had to mend a severely broken bone before. After a while, Harry gathers himself to ask a question that has been burning on his lips the whole day. Why are you still sticking around? Malfoy rolls his eyes at the ceiling. How many times do we have to go over it? That's how the vow works, Potter. Did you hit your head or something? Harry doesn't rise to the bait. You believe I could be a Horcrux? That I have a bit of Riddle's soul in me. Doesn't that scare you? You escaped him only to land with another piece of him. That's some really crappy luck. Malfoy snorts. I'd say. The combined sounds of Malfoy's pained and ragged breathing and Nuri's deep rumbling is somehow hypnotic. Harry's eyes are drooping once more. I have nowhere else to go. Harry's lips curl sardonically. Isn't anywhere better than here? And miss the chance of finally offing you? Malfoy says. Harry squints his eyes again. He thinks Malfoy might be joking. He surely does have a semblance of a grin on his face. Harry takes the joke for what it is, sniggering at the irony. After a while, as Malfoy keeps twisting this way and that to get into a more comfortable position, Harry breaks the silence. You know, he gulps. When the time comes, Ron and Hermione, they won't be able to do it. Malfoy stops breathing entirely. He turns his head to fix Harry with a hard gaze, almost angry. You're asking me to kill you, Potter? Did you really hit your head? If I'm a Horcrux, Harry insists, you're going to have to do it eventually. Malfoy's rage deepens. I'm not going to become a goddamn murderer just to save your ass, Potter. You hear me? I won't. This is not about you, Harry says, his headache increasing by the second. This is about finishing Tom Riddle. Don't you want that? I want nothing of this war. Malfoy hisses. The moment you and your precious sidekicks defeat him, I'm out. I'm going to put this whole shitfuck behind me, if I survive long enough. Don't you get it, Potter? I escaped one prison just to end up in another. The only thing I could do in the first one and now in this one, It's to stay alive. To not die. I'm trying so bloody hard to hold on despite all the shitfuck. And then there's you. Do you know why I despise you so much? Because you constantly bargain your life away? It's for the greater good, Malfoy, Harry says, feeling sick of himself. Isn't that what Dumbledore did? His scandalous friendship with Grindelwald, the one that got his sister killed, wasn't it all under the same banner? How Harry hated it when he first read the words in Rita Skeeter's book. How revolted he felt of the man he had once greatly admired. To top it off, if Dumbledore knew all along that Harry is potentially a Horcrux, he never said a peep. Never gave any indication that Harry is literally walking to his own death. Harry doesn't want to, he really doesn't, but the nauseating feeling of being played. It leaves a sour taste in his mouth. He doesn't know how he'll bring himself to forgive Dumbledore for this. Whether he wants to forgive Dumbledore for this. Greater good, my ass, Malfoy retorts, pulling him out of his miserable thoughts. You're too fucking naive, that's your problem. You don't see people for who they are. Everyone is looking out for themselves, Potter. Every goddamn person. The sooner you realize it, the better it'll be. Forget greater good. Do something for your own good, for once in your miserable life. I don't have that luxury, Malfoy, Harry says, rage coiling up in his stomach, head swaying dangerously. That bastard killed my parents. He is terrorizing innocent people just for the kicks of it. Because he's sadistic like that. Do you expect me to not do anything? To watch him murder someone else's parents? To murder other babies like he tried with me? He didn't hesitate 1 second, Malfoy, when he used Avada Kedavra on me. Not 1 goddamn second. All he cared about was destroying this one possibility of being destroyed himself. So yeah, if I have a shot at ending him once and for all, I'll bloody take it no matter what the cost. Even if the cost is asking your friends to kill you when the time comes, Malfoy scoffs disdainfully. Would you be able to bring yourself to kill Weasley or Granger? No matter how much they beg. Harry feels sick enough to puke, his mind reeling to the moment when Dumbledore had begged him in that cave. The revulsion at himself for making Dumbledore drink the potion, even on orders, had lasted months after that. If only they had tried to find another way, Dumbledore wouldn't have weakened so drastically, Dumbledore would still be alive. I thought so, Malfoy says with satisfaction. You can't just ask people that, Potter. You're making murderers of others, because you're ready to pay the cost. What about them? Harry swallows the nausea to no avail. I guess I'll just die in action, then. No one is going to touch you, Malfoy informs him matter-of-factly. All the Death Eaters are under strict orders to capture you alive. Riddle wants to do the honors himself. Fine, Harry says determinedly. After he finishes me off, you 3 will be free to defeat him. We'll destroy as many Horcruxes as possible before the time comes. Malfoy is quiet for a few moments. I refuse to sit here and listen to you planning your own death, Potter. If you're so stubborn on having it your way. What other way is there? Harry says impatiently. It's simple math. We need to destroy all Horcruxes to make him mortal again. If I'm a Horcrux, and I'm pretty sure now that I am, how else can I speak in Parseltongue? Why else did the Sorting Hat think I belonged in Slytherin? Then I'm ready to sacrifice myself. What did you just say? Malfoy says in shock. That stupid hat wanted to put you in Slytherin. It's not a stupid hat, Harry replies exasperatedly. That's what Malfoy took from all that. Anyway, it was right, wasn't it? It must have sensed Riddle's soul in me. Isn't that something? Malfoy grumbles. If you haven't noticed, Potter, Quirrell was a pseudo-Horcrux, too. And Riddle managed to escape him just fine. All we need to do is scare that shit piece of soul to leave your body before you're required to wear a turban yourself. And let me just relish that image for a bit. We'll destroy it before it escapes us. Sounds doable, Harry says sarcastically. Let me just grab my soul extraction kit and we're good to go. Harry and Malfoy tilt their heads up to watch Ron entering the room tentatively. He raises his eyebrows at them. I thought I heard some talking, he explains, approaching Harry's side. Hey, Malfoy. How's the leg? Peachy, Malfoy mutters. It's almost dawn, Ron tells them. I suggest you go back to sleep. Myone is determined to put us on spell duty first thing in the morning. The redecoration of the landscape can hardly be ignored. Harry groans. Fuck, I forgot. Ron laughs softly. Good night, mate. Harry nods, letting the headache and exhaustion finally consume him. Hermione is pissed. She doesn't spare a single kind word the entire morning to either Harry or Ron, let alone Malfoy. She curtly hands them a list of spells with instructions on wand movements. The three of them shuffle along the now vast perimeter obediently. Nuri and Hermione stand in the middle of it, inspecting their work. Hermione looks like she's ready to spout grades. Outstanding in sheer stupidity, exceeds expectations in dumbness, acceptable in nothing, poor in following logic, dreadful in being killed by a dragon, and troll in being boys. Ron tries to win her good graces by attempting to cook a decent meal, which only means that Harry has to smile through a terrible concoction for what passes as vegetable stew. Malfoy takes one spoonful and says, "I'll just take this outside for Nuri to sniff." Later, Harry steps outside the tent to escape Ron and Hermione's silent fight. He immediately notices Nuri sitting on her haunches with Malfoy waving his hands in front of her face. She tilts her head slightly in confusion. Harry tries not to spook him, silently approaching from the back. "Never really had any qualms," Malfoy is saying, gesturing theatrically, as though determined to communicate with the dragon via both the English language as well as sign language. If playing one-sided dumb charades constitutes as it. "The first time I expressed my distaste for black coffee, he said sugared coffee is for sissies. Father was always that type, you know." "Sugared coffee is not bad," Harry says loudly, resisting a grin at the absurd conversation. Malfoy spins around to pin a glare on him. "I always disliked black coffee, too. Tea is nice, though." "No one's talking to you, Potter," Malfoy sneers. "Nuri and I don't engage with dimwits." Harry smirks back. Clearly, she does. "Sod off." Harry doesn't budge. Instead, he crosses his arms across his chest in clear defiance, thinking that he can perhaps pay Malfoy back for all the stupid bullying he had so enjoyed during school days. Not that Harry wants to bully him per se, but it would be fun to yank his chains a little if nothing else. Merlin knows he needs a laugh these days. "What else did you like that father denied you of, Malfoy?" He raises his eyebrows. "Eternal snowflakes? Original Shakespeare?" "Who the fuck is Shakespeare?" Malfoy asks in disgust. "Sounds like a weirdo. And I can create my own eternal snowflakes. Thank you very much. 2 drops of liquid stasis on a single flake and you're set." Harry doesn't know what to make of that. Instead, he chooses to watch Malfoy interacting with the dragon. Harry remembers his encounter with the Hungarian Horntail pretty vividly from 4th-year Triwizard Tournament even today. The sheer heat of being in close proximity, the terror of the sharp claws, the poisonous glare of the female as she protected her golden egg. Nuri, on the other hand, despite their rather life-and-death encounter the night before, is basking under the sun and preening under Malfoy's pale hands. The white scales on her body are scarred, healing, glistening with the promise of ethereal polar beauty. "We need to teach you the Patronus." Harry feels Malfoy's thinly veiled glare on the side of his face. "Excuse me?" Harry ignores it in the favor of cautiously approaching Nuri, one arm extended in both question and invitation. Nuri eyes it, doesn't move ahead. "You said so yourself. Dementors guarding the school and the village. Once we infiltrate, you need to know how to protect yourself." Nuri sharply turns her head back to Malfoy. Harry lets his hand fall. He reckons she's still pissed about the night. Malfoy gingerly pets her again in silence. Malfoy is terrible at it. At first, Harry thinks maybe he doesn't have enough motivation the way Harry did with the boggart. But even if they had a boggart, Harry doesn't even know if Malfoy's will take the form of a Dementor, too. Meanwhile, Nuri has somehow accustomed herself to the use of wands around her. She still shies away from time to time, but it isn't as bad as before. Harry thinks the key to this newfound resilience is the fact that she is steadfastly staring at the lake, as though sitting in a vigil. "Pick a strong memory, Malfoy," Harry says again, trying to be patient. "It's got to be really happy." "Stop saying that," Malfoy snaps. "I am choosing happy memories. Now, shut up for a minute." Harry sighs. He grabs a nearby twig and starts to draw random patterns on the soil. Malfoy's cries of Expecto Patronum continue in the background over and over again until it's just random noises to Harry's ears. And then suddenly, after almost 20 minutes, Malfoy breaks through his reverie. "What's your memory?" Harry looks up. Malfoy is sweating heavily under the glare of the afternoon sun, visibly trying not to yell in frustration. His white blonde hair is sticking to his head with the sides mussed up where he must have grabbed it at some point. "Excuse me?" Malfoy sighs impatiently, crossing his arms over his chest, foot-tapping. "I need examples." Harry hesitates. "I can't give you examples, Malfoy. Just, what's so difficult to understand in this? Happy memories. Whatever makes you happy." Malfoy stares back doubtfully. "A favorite meal? Country? Hobby? Perfect potion? Beating you in Quidditch? The day I was born?" Harry rolls his eyes. "You've never beat me in Quidditch, and perfect potion? Seriously? What's wrong with a perfect potion?" Malfoy demands. "Anyway, I've just thought of something. Expecto Patronum." A small wisp of white smoke streams out of Malfoy's wand before dissipating in the bright sunlight. Harry leans forward excitedly. Malfoy does it again and the smoke lasts longer than before. "What did you think of?" Harry asks curiously. "Seems stronger than your previous attempts." Malfoy smirks. "Remember 6th year when you cheated your way into stealing Slughorn's Felix Felicis?" "I did not cheat, well, I imagined earning it for myself," Malfoy says loudly over him. "I could have avoided the whole shitfuck." "Stop saying shitfuck. It's not even a word," Harry says exasperatedly, not wanting to think of the rest of his sentence. If Malfoy had succeeded, what would have happened? Katie Bell and Ron would have died. He would have successfully killed Dumbledore with his own hands? Or not gotten the mission in the first place? It could have been a number of things. Malfoy ignores him. He raises his wand once more. Expecto Patronum. Nothing happens. Malfoy frowns, repeating it 3 more times before spinning to Harry. "Why isn't it working anymore?" Harry slowly rises to his feet. Maybe because it's not a real memory. It just created momentary happiness. "Perfect," Malfoy mutters. At one point, Ron and Hermione join Harry to watch Malfoy. They show him their Patronuses, attempt to give useful advice, but nothing helps. Malfoy gives up after another 2 hours, saying his leg is bothering too much to focus any longer. His next attempt during late evening is even worse. "You're not telling me correctly," Malfoy insists, glaring at his wand and at Harry and at the silent lake. "Show me yours." Ron and Hermione are immersed in their own conversation, bits of parchment and books laid around them, stooping under the warmth of the bonfire. Nuri makes an incoherent sound from the back of the tent, her nighttime residence. Harry rises to his feet, dusting his pants lightly. He pulls out his wand from the pocket, walking over to where Malfoy is standing a good 10 feet away. Expecto Patronum. The silver, illuminating stag bursts from his wand and Harry smiles reflexively. A fondness creeps in his chest and his toes and the tip of his fingers as the stag merrily bounds around him, then struts towards Ron and Hermione as though wanting to be pet for a job well done. When a light breeze ruffles the strewn leaves, the stag chases them to Nuri, her yellow slits staring back with rapt fascination. As soon as she breathes a small spark of blue-white, the stag disperses in thin air, an icicle the length of an index finger now planted in its place. "Show off," Malfoy grumbles from beside him. Harry can't contain the bubble of laughter as he rounds the blonde, extremely pleased with himself. "You asked for it." Malfoy supremely ignores it. "Is it a deer?" "Yeah, a stag. Like my dad's." Malfoy's expression sours instantly. "I can't have mine as a bloody peacock, Potter." It takes a few moments for Harry to make sense of that sentence. When the words click in his mind, he snorts so unattractively that Ron winces, looking up from the book Hermione is showing him. "It's not always your parents, Malfoy. You saw Ron and Hermione's, didn't you? They're supposed to be a reflection of your personality or something you resemble. I reckon yours would be. Actually, you're right. It might as well be a peacock." Malfoy is visibly considering offering Harry to Nuri for dessert. With Herculean effort, he raises his wand again, shutting his eyes, breathing deeply. 1, 2, 3 seconds. A smile tugs at the corner of his lips. Expecto Patronum. A shapeless white mist swirls in the night and stays. Malfoy's smug smirk is half-hearted, crowded over by the genuine joy he clearly feels at his accomplishment. "What did you think of?" Harry asks curiously. "Nah," Malfoy teases with healthy amount of satisfaction. "We Slytherins trade, Potter. Hufflepuff's the charity house." Harry rolls his eyes. The white mist dissipates. Malfoy tries again, and again it stays. There is still no discernible shape, though. This is pretty good progress, Harry admits reluctantly. I'm a powerful wizard, Potter. Malfoy lifts his chin up, primly adjusting the sleeves of his white dress shirt for no reason at all. Just because I enjoy pranks does not mean I'm stupid. By pranks you mean torturing. Malfoy stiffens. Harry immediately curses himself, remembering the way Malfoy's terrified, pointed face was branded in his mind for days after he saw him torturing Roll. They had just deemed Grimmauld Place as safe after Bill and Fleur's wedding, still in their summer holidays. Harry's vision had been startlingly clear. It had disturbed him to no end, knowing how Malfoy was being put to use by Voldemort. Malfoy doesn't know that Harry was there on top of the astronomy tower, either, hidden under his cloak, watching him lower his wand when Dumbledore offered sanctuary with the order. That Harry was aware of his hesitation, his intent to escape long before the events at Malfoy Manor. Your, pranks, were not like the twins, Harry stutters, not wanting to open that can of worms. You were more, you know. Malfoy turns away to the lake. Yeah, whatever. Harry shuffles uncomfortably from foot to foot. He contemplates leaving Malfoy alone for the evening. They can practice more tomorrow. When Malfoy suddenly breaks the tense silence in a voice Harry assumes is supposed to make him sound braver than he actually is. I was jealous. All this time, I was jealous. Can you believe that? Jealous of you and Weasley and Granger. Jealous of the fact that you were heralded as heroes year after year, saving lives, protecting the school. Now that I'm here, forced to accompany you because I have nowhere else to go, I realize how well, who would want to be in your place? Harry swallows, strongly reminded of fourth year when Ron had believed Harry wanted to be in the tournament. That he had betrayed Ron and put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Only when Harry had faced against the dragon had Ron realized that Harry wouldn't be that stupid. That fame-hungry, if at all. People seem to realize that sooner or later. Harry chuckles humorlessly. On a whim, he nudges Malfoy's arm lightheartedly. I don't want to be in this place, either, you know. What I wouldn't give for a normal life. No noseless bald men gunning for my life. Malfoy snorts, his earlier melancholy lifting slightly. He watches Harry with gray eyes dancing in mirth. If you had the choice, what would you be? If you weren't this whole thing. Harry tries to search for the answer in the stillness of the lake, in the crisp breeze tickling at the back of his neck, in the scent of wet soil under his feet. Nuri had taken another bath earlier, the cold water better suiting her taste than the warm ground. I never thought about it. One thin, white blonde eyebrow raises in question. Never had the choice, did I? Harry shrugs, stuffing his hands in his pockets, and never will. The thought of leaving Ginny is like a stab in his chest, but he's already left Ginny, hasn't he? She knows not to wait. She knows not to expect his return. She knows that even if he does, there is no guarantee he would be the same. His ambition to become an Auror was to serve one purpose. The only purpose of his life until now, to defeat Voldemort. Being an Auror would have given him better chances at survival, that was it. Although, knowing what he knows now, he supposes sooner rather than later and all that. Later would mean more of Ginny, more of Ron and Hermione, more of Molly and Arthur, more of everything. Malfoy stares. Waits. Doesn't relent. Harry huffs out a laugh even though nothing is funny about this situation. If I had to. I think a pet shop sounds fun. Owls, cats, snakes, dragons, too, I suppose. Malfoy rolls his eyes. Nuri is not for fucking sale. Harry laughs again, genuine this time. What about you, apart from, failing at being a Death Eater? Malfoy is unimpressed by his non-joke. He runs a hand down the front of his shirt, unnecessarily trying to iron out the creases. Perhaps a food columnist. That's unexpected. Malfoy jerks one shoulder in the semblance of a non-committal shrug. I have tasted a variety of cuisine growing up. Mother always made sure that we tried everything during our trips abroad. She was rather fond of staffato. Staffato? It's a Greek beef stew. Hogwarts never had such variety, Malfoy sighs. I don't understand if the house elves were that incompetent or Dumbledore that limited. Is that why Malfoy always pulled faces during meals? It makes sense, even if Harry still thinks it's rude. He grew up hardly eating anything, let alone the fancy dishes Malfoy clearly had access to with a snap of his fingers. "What's your favorite?" Harry asks, unable to contain the question. "Cuisine. Food. Whatever." Malfoy's eyebrows knit, perplexed at the idea of Harry wanting to learn his personal likes and dislikes. "Still," he replies, albeit carefully, as though this is some sort of ploy that he has yet to comprehend. "Barramundi. Australian fish dish. I was eating my meal surrounded by kangaroos scampering around us in the open fields. I was 13. Mother was reading the newspaper with a cup of tea and father was networking with an employee of the Australian Ministry of Magic. He had a son of my age. We spent the summer chasing seagulls on the coastline. The last holiday before things went to shit. Before Voldemort rose again." "Sounds nice," Harry remarks, and it truly does. The stark contrast between his and Malfoy's upbringing leaves something to desire. Malfoy hums vaguely. After a brief, awkward pause, he says, "Which one was yours?" Harry side glances. "Favorite holiday?" "Holiday. Trip. Whatever." Involuntarily, Harry snorts loudly. At Malfoy's raised eyebrow, he elaborates. "And well, he's shared about the night his parents died, the worst memory that he has. Telling him about Dursleys hardly feels personal now. Never had one. The Muggle family I grew up with wasn't exactly fond of me. They were scared." To his surprise, Malfoy barks out a sudden laugh, his face crunching up in genuine disbelief. He clutches at his sides, bending over at the waist as though this is the funniest joke he's ever heard. Harry has no clue what to make of it, so he watches him. He watches until he can't help but grin back. "It's not funny," he laughs, playfully swatting Malfoy's shoulder. "Seriously?" Malfoy wipes at the corner of his eyes, illuminated silver under the gleam of moonlight. "Potter, I really don't believe anyone can be scared of you. I mean, come on." "They were not scared of me, in particular," Harry says. "They were scared of us, you know. Wizards. Magic. They thought it was freaky and weird." Malfoy's cackle slowly dies down until he's staring at the lake with a lifted expression, visibly in a much better mood than his earlier reminiscence of seagulls on Australian beaches. Harry wants to explain further, tell him that he's lived in a cupboard for the better part of his life. He wants to tell him about Dudley and how they're the same, just in different parts of the world. But Harry doesn't. Malfoy might very well use it to point out that Muggles deserve the harsh treatment purebloods thrust upon them. That Harry is a stupid git for defending people who don't deserve to be defended. "Is that why you stayed in the school for all holidays?" Malfoy's question comes as a surprise. Because yes, that is the reason, and of course, Malfoy knows Harry never returned home for Christmas or Easter. Because Malfoy has mocked him for it over the years, boasting about what a perfect, rich life he lives. But now, in this very moment, there is no malice in his tone. No sneer of contempt, no disgust. He sounds like he's making small talk, and perhaps, he is. Harry is doing the same, isn't he? Making small talk until it's time to charge into battle. Until it's time to fight, time to bleed, time to die. Malfoy might not be his first choice, but he's here, and he's learning the Patronus charm even if it's for the sake of upholding his end of the Unbreakable Vow. Which is exactly what Harry is doing, anyway. "Yeah," Harry replies, shrugging. "I would have been miserable there. There was no point in returning." "Why didn't you just run away?" Malfoy is back to staring at him with an unreadable expression. Harry feels the weight of his gaze, tries not to gulp. "Dumbledore said I couldn't," Harry says, a hint of bitterness in his tone. It's not that Harry never considered it. As soon as he learned that he's inherited a fortune from his parents during his first trip to Gringotts, Harry had dreamed of leaving the Dursleys for good. He now had the whole world open to him. He was famous, and it was obvious that the magical community would have welcomed him with open arms if he'd chosen to stay, would have asked for a favor. And then Sirius came and Harry could not help but wonder if this was it. Dumbledore wouldn't mind if Harry moved in with his godfather, a wizard, who'd keep Harry safe without the protection of Lily's blood bond. When he inherited the Black ancestral house, well, by then the will had died. He realized he could simply spend the summers with the Weasleys and it would be enough. Couldn't? Malfoy repeats incredulously. Why the fuck not? I was safe from the Death Eaters at my relative's place, Harry tells him, keeping his voice casual. This is small talk, nothing else, after all. Dumbledore. He put some enchantments. Huh. Do you want to try the Patronus again? Harry suggests, and if he sounds desperate to change the topic, Malfoy doesn't comment. It's easier, then. Harry chooses to sleep in Malfoy's room when he's not on watch duty. Malfoy ends up insisting on taking most of the nighttime shifts. He says it's because his leg is a bitch to deal with while sleeping. Which works out perfectly, because Harry doesn't feel too weird about taking up residence near the stone shelf of potions. When it's his turn, though, Malfoy still keeps him company, grimacing half the time as he downs potions after potions, massaging the thigh above the cast in frustration. How long until it comes off? Harry asks on the third night, eyeing Malfoy in his periphery. Little over a week, Malfoy replies, sighing, playing with his wand. Mostly, they sit in silence with Nuri's rumbling snores as backdrop. Sometimes, they talk. They talk about Hogwarts but not for long, and even when they do, they stick to discussing their favorite classes or subjects or professors. We only shared potions after third year, Harry muses. Which other classes were you taking? All the core subjects. Charms, transfiguration, defense, astronomy, herbology, history of magic. In electives, I took care of magical creatures, arithmancy, ancient runes, and magical theory. Same as Hermione, Harry snorts. Except Muggle studies, I reckon. Granger didn't opt for magical theory as far as I know, Malfoy says, frowning. There were only a handful of us. I and Blaise were the only Slytherins and some from Ravenclaw. Who taught that class? Malfoy licks his dry lips before answering. Everyone. Magical theory is not just restricted to one field, is it? It was mostly like learning the core subjects but in depth. Going down to the roots. Is that how you learned about soul magic? Their voices are hushed in the quiet night. The fire crackling near Harry's feet keeps him warm. He feels content for some reason, simply sitting down after a day of planning, strategizing, debating, practicing, to having a normal conversation. The thing is, to Harry, it feels like he's going through the phase of making a new friend, even if it is former Death Eater, school bully Draco Malfoy. It's not smooth sailing, not by any means. Because there is too much bad blood between them to simply get past it. But being in the middle of a war changes people, changes perspectives, or perhaps puts people into new perspectives. Or maybe Harry is too tired to keep holding onto the school spats when there are bigger threats, life and death situations around every corner, and all he wants is to have one normal conversation with someone he doesn't know, because getting to know them is a whole thrill in itself. The pleasant, mundane kind of thrill that Harry knows never to take for granted. Sort of, Malfoy replies, sighing. You have to connect the dots, more like. Combine magical theory with dark arts and you start seeing a pattern. The manor has enough books to validate it. It's weird, Harry mumbles after a short pause, that you talk of dark arts like it's nothing. Malfoy turns to him sharply, bonfire reflecting in his gray eyes. Like I said, Potter. You see the world in black and white. So do you, Harry says pointedly, unable to contain his incredulity at Malfoy's hypocrisy. With you, there are only purebloods and scums. Nothing in between. Malfoy's eyes narrow. Magical folks and scum, he corrects snidely. You don't see me calling you mudblood, do you? Potter is an ancient magical generation. If you trace back enough, all purebloods are connected with each other. I'm certain that you and I have common ancestry either through Potter or Black or Malfoy. And Harry remembers with a punch in the gut that Malfoy, Draco, is half black like Sirius, like Regulus. It makes him feel strange, weird in a way that he doesn't know what to do with it. He decides to ignore it. Can you not be so fucking derogatory? How is it that you understand magic so well and yet refuses to believe that anyone other than purebloods can be born with magic? Who was the first magical person? Who knows? How did they come in possession of magic or realize that they can do it? How can you be so sure that purebloods didn't steal magic, as well? We didn't steal it, Malfoy snaps, shoulders tense and stiff. You're born with magic, Potter, when both parents are magical. That logic is so flawed, Harry argues, irritation creeping up his neck. You've seen Hermione for 7 goddamn years. She's the smartest of our generation, born to Muggle parents. You know she never stole any of it. I know you do. And like I said, who's to say how magic first came into being? No one fucking knows. I might be new and naive to it, Malfoy, but even I know we have no right to question its existence. The peaceful respite from just a few minutes dissipates until the air between them is charged with tension, anger, the ever-tangible nature of their fights. One move and they'll be at each other's throats again, and Harry is now too mad to accommodate Malfoy's arsery. Father always said, Father was wrong, just like he was wrong to drag you into becoming a bloody Death Eater when he should be keeping you away from all that bullshit. Parents protect, Malfoy. Malfoy appears stumped for a moment, but then regains his trademark sneer of disdain. Don't talk about shit you don't know, Potter. My parents always protected me. Mother was this close to chaining me in my own bedroom so that no one will bother me with shit. And Lucius? Harry challenges. Malfoy, I've seen you interact with him. He has always bullied you the way you've bullied others. Used you the way you used Crabbe and Goyle. They are my friends. Don't you fucking dare, but you used them. As if you never used Weasley or Granger or that house elf to save your own ass. Lucius was wrong. Harry says forcefully. There is slight desperation in his words because if Malfoy can, for one goddamn second, remove his head from his ass, can think for himself, he might what? Malfoy is glaring so viciously, Harry honestly braces himself for another of his lectures. After a few moments, though, nothing happens. No punches come his way, no clear hatred dripping into sassy sarcasm. Doesn't matter, Harry thinks. Malfoy might choose to do whatever he wishes, but if Harry can convince him that his prejudice is baseless, it will still be a win. Harry holds his gaze, takes a few deep breaths in and then says as calmly as possible, I'm not saying you have to hate him. He's your father. But he was wrong, Malfoy. He made a mistake and you know it. That's why you ran away. That's why you escaped, because if you had stayed, you would have continued to make up for your father's doings. You were tasked with murdering Dumbledore, Malfoy, when Riddle himself could never do it. What does that tell you? The silence stretches. Nuri shifts in her sleep, the soil beneath her puffing up in a small cloud. They tear their eyes away from each other, reflexively turning to the dragon to watch her. Malfoy glances at him, gulping. I still want nothing of this war. I know, Harry says, his chest burning. Over the next 2 weeks, they plan. They practice, they argue. Finding a way into Hogwarts has never been this difficult, despite the knowledge that Malfoy comes bearing. The problem is that, well, it does sound as though the school is fortified perfectly. Harry sees no other way to breach that are not as bold as walking through the front gates itself. Nuri disappears one morning, flapping her large leathery white wings to create a small gust of wind around the tent before taking flight. Malfoy firmly believes that she's just stretching out her wings, that she's a bloody bird, Potter and they hate cages. Harry thinks of Hedwig and aches. She doesn't return even after 2 days. Her absence creates an opportunity for the 4 of them to openly use their wands as much as they want, and Harry is immensely grateful when he doesn't have to scan his surroundings to levitate logs for the bonfire. When Malfoy introduces them to the possibilities of Protega Diabolica and Fiendfire, Hermione keeps her foot down. We are not learning dark fires, she says stubbornly. Is it true, though? Harry asks her. Fiendfire can destroy a Horcrux? She helplessly glances at the 3 of them. Yes, but it's a terrible idea. There is no way we'll be able to control it. How uncontrollable are we talking here? Ron asks, looking between Malfoy and Hermione across from him. Me with bacon, Harry with treacle tart, Myone with library, or Malfoy with insults. Malfoy TSKS in annoyance. Hermione snorts with amusement. Malfoy with insults. Ron winces. That's too bad. I think we could have managed me with bacon. Harry and Hermione both burst out in laughter. Sure, Ron. What? Ron says indignantly. Compared to you 3, I'm definitely better. Even I know that's not true, Weasley, Malfoy smirks. He mimics Ron stuffing his face with food, puffing up his cheeks and saying in an ill imitation of Ron's voice, bloody hell. Harry laughs harder. To her credit, Hermione stifles her giggles with her hand. Ron rolls his eyes. Yeah, as if you're any better, Malfoy. Ron straightens himself up and positively preens like a peacock. Look, Father. I cheated in Quidditch, I bested Scarhead. Will you gift me the shiny moonstone now? It'll look pretty with my princess gown. Harry spits out his tea. Malfoy throws him a dirty look. Moonstone. Try the Nimbus 2003. Nimbus? Harry cocks up an eyebrow. It's not a bad broom. Really? Harry asks dubiously, remembering Malfoy's jealous face vividly. Malfoy sighs and studies his nails with fascination. Firebolt hadn't launched yet. Harry laughs. That's what I thought. So this Fiendfire business. Ron refocuses the conversation. It's almost impossible to control. Sentient. Difficult to cast in the first place. Basically. So that's out. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think we can afford another landscape redecoration project so soon. It's like a rerun of their months without Malfoy. Their conversations go around in circles, interspersed with plans to break into another fortress, and Hogwarts is the most powerfully protected wizarding building in Britain, Harry stubbornly believes, no matter what Malfoy says. Having someone with prior experience in said department is quite something. Malfoy explains how he managed to fix the vanishing cabinet, and by the end of his complicated theory and magical deductions, only Hermione is paying attention. She keeps getting distracted with endless questions about some or the other research that Malfoy had burned through during 6th year until Harry and Ron have to drag her back to the problem at hand. Surprisingly, or maybe not, Malfoy is able to keep up with her nearly every single time, and they reach a moment wherein Hermione is explaining Amortentia to them and she sounds like she's having a conversation with herself, only that Malfoy understands every stray random remark that she makes. As though he's cast legilimency on her and is simply following her train of thoughts. It's disconcerting, to say the least. Fake love, she says sometime during their conversation. Exactly, says Malfoy. Magical rape. Excuse me? Harry splutters, thinking of the scent of wood, Guinea's flowery shampoo, and treacle tart. Tom Riddle, Malfoy says to him. What? Ron says. Why is it not illegal yet? Hermione asks, shuddering in disgust. Regulation of magical potions is bullshit, that's why. Malfoy grumbles unhappily. Are you getting any of this? Harry turns to Ron. Ron shrugs, mirroring Harry's puzzled expression. From Fiendfire to Amortentia? No clue, mate. The love potion that is sold openly, Wheelsy, Malfoy snaps, pinching the bridge of his nose. Didn't you get screwed over yourself in school? That was for me, Harry laughs, remembering Ron's stumped face at the thought of Romilda Vane. Ron aided by mistake. We were talking about how you know whose mother took advantage of the potion's effects to marry his father and bear a child. Hermione explains patiently, if not a little huffily over Ron's mishap. To be fair, he was drugged and then nearly died. Why? Ron voices Harry's mind. What's that got to do with anything? Potter's mother, Malfoy supplies unhelpfully. Harry gives up, throwing his hands in the air. Ron curses under his breath, pulling a stray piece of parchment towards him. When Harry suggests that they can breach Hogwarts the same way the Death Eaters did, trough the vanishing cabinet from Knockturn Alley, Hermione is unsure of the plan. Isn't there some rule for room of requirement? She frowns, thinking. If someone is already occupying it, you cannot enter it unless you know the exact way the room is being used at that moment. Isn't that why you couldn't catch Malfoy in 6th year? When he was stalking me, you mean? Malfoy gripes lowly under his breath. Ron and Hermione exchange a look that Harry is far too aware of. Harry still insists that he was not obsessed with Malfoy's whereabouts and his plans. He was merely tailing him because he knew that Malfoy was definitely up to something, and Harry wants to remind them rather fiercely, he was right. We don't know if anyone's using it now, Harry says instead, completely ignoring the rest. Sneaking back into Diagon Alley. Ron grimaces. Hate to say it, but it's too risky for something we are 99% sure wouldn't work. We've gone for more on less, Harry raises his eyebrows. It's not only that, Harry, Hermione explains. With Malfoy, he had someone on the other side to check if it's running properly. If we enter the cabinet, there is no guarantee we won't disappear into the ether. That can happen. It's the way apparition works, Malfoy replies. Exactly, Hermione nods. With apparition, we are bending space and time itself. But there's a known point of disappearance and reappearance. If you splinch, we know where to find your missing parts. If you disappear from one of the cabinets but don't appear in its twin, you might as well be lost in the fabric of magic itself. Then let's contact Neville, Harry says determinedly. We'll tell him to stay on the other side of the cabinet so the room will stay occupied and we can appear without getting lost in magic fabric or whatever. Hermione and Malfoy work on the letter to be sent. They need to frame the words in a way that only Neville will understand since every owl post that the school receives is heavily monitored. It takes them a full day to write a letter that barely fills 1/4 of the parchment. We avoided using names, Hermione fidgets nervously, but it should get delivered properly if you tell the name to the owl. Right. Harry skims the letter with Ron reading it over his shoulder. Dear child, I don't understand why you keep forgetting things. The book is in the trunk if you search closely. I had packed it during last year. In fact, I can guarantee it was the early evening of 2nd of May when your uncle had cooked that terrible chicken and gave everyone an ugly case of diarrhea. Remember the time when you stuck your parents' photograph on the mirror before Christmas? I swear this is just like that. Love, Grandma. Brilliant, Harry compliments cheerfully, tucking the letter in his jacket. This should be perfect. Since Harry and Ron are trusted with finding an owl, for the first time, they decide to venture out in the world outside of their campsite. With the knowledge of the taboo, they believe it might be easier to stay concealed under the cloak as long as they don't use Voldemort's name. Ron suggests apparating to a wizarding village and locating a nearby owl delivery service. From what he explains, Harry understands that it's the magical version of a post office. People who don't own owls can visit the establishment and use their service. Turns out, it's easier to infiltrate a magical post office than robbing a magical bank. Ron apparates them to his village once more since he knows the map like the back of his hand. Harry tries not to look past the hills in the burrow's direction or Lovegood's monstrosity. He firmly keeps his eyes instead on his immediate surroundings as the two of them shuffle along the dirty roads towards the establishment. We need to hurry, Ron mutters as they flatten themselves against a short compound wall to let a group of gangly teenagers pass, before they both snap and murder each other. Harry feels a thrill at how perfectly the entire operation goes. They sneak inside the entrance and quickly make their way towards the back room, where the owlery is. As soon as they enter the smelly space, for a bizarre moment, Harry feels transported to Hogwarts. Similar to the one at the school, this structure is nothing but a hollow cylindrical, towering block of concrete and cement with countless number of windows for the owl to perch on. They choose one nearest to them, a barn owl who cocks their heads at them even though they should be invisible. Harry pulls out the letter from his jacket, and without removing the cloak, his hand floats in front of the bird in invitation. Beside him, Ron offers a couple of owl treats as incentives. In their second week, Nuri finally returns from her journey. Malfoy seems extremely pleased as he pets her large head in greeting, speaking lowly and positively beaming. It's on that day that Harry is in Malfoy's room, the one he ends up sharing at night to give Ron and Hermione some privacy, and he's playing with the potion vials, studying the labels absently. He nearly jumps out of his skin when a silvery white mist sprints through his very body. Harry spins around. There's a shimmering fox standing in the middle of the room, and then it opens its mouth and speaks in Malfoy's gleeful voice. In your face, Potter. Harry rushes outside. Malfoy is casually leaning against Nuri's white wings, twirling his wand between his fingers, the picture-perfect image of cool. He's smirking and grinning distantly at the lake, but Harry catches the molten steel under the bright sunlight glancing at him anyway. Neville's reply arrives by the end of the second week. Hermione is the one who spots the owl during her routine walk around the perimeter to check if the charms are still holding. She cries out loudly for the other three and Harry drops the book he had been reading, Nasty Grasses That Will Kill You, and rushes outside. Ron is already at the entrance. Malfoy rises to his feet from his brooding position near Nuri's tail and joins them. Hermione has already ripped open the letter in excitement. She quickly goes through it and then beams up at them, her eyes alight with accomplishment. Malfoy, Ron, and Harry slouch over it. Dear Betty. Thank you for your letter. I was very happy that you said yes to my proposition. However, I am afraid that I cannot come meet you even for a date during my school days. We have exams coming up and I wish to be well prepared for it. I still remember the first time we visited the village together. I was very nervous to hold your hand in public and you, ever so kind, took pity on me. We ended up in that decrepit bar that stunk so badly, but being with you made everything better. I wish I could see you once more. I miss you. Yours, Pumpkin. A short, incredulous pause later. Harry, Ron and Malfoy are bent at the waist, laughing so loudly that Nuri makes a disapproving noise in the back of her throat. "Ah, I miss Neville," Ron snorts, rereading the letter happily. "This is genius." "Which place is he talking about, though?" Malfoy asks them. "Hog's Head," Harry replies, nostalgia coursing through his veins. "We used that place to hold the first DA meeting since 3 broomsticks would have been too crowded." "This is a good lead." Hermione's face visibly shines. "He wouldn't tell us otherwise. We just need to find a way to the bar." The room chapter notes hello. Please take a note of the tags. Smiley face. Since the story is still WIP on my end, too, I will update the tags accordingly. Bear with me. I promise, though, that I will not break your hearts too much. The war will begin soon and there will be some deaths, although I promise not as brutal as in canon. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As Hermione and Ron pack up the tent, Malfoy strides over to Nuri, having removed the cast on his leg 2 days ago. Nuri is resting on her front legs lazily, yellow slits following Malfoy's movements. Malfoy starts to speak in soft voices that Harry can't quite catch. He turns to the meadow of iced dragonfire instead, glistening under the weak morning sunlight. It's a large trail to leave behind, they know, but they have no other choice. The black flames had not managed to crack Nuri's ice. It had merely been unable to be extinguished until Nuri used her active flame on it. Harry is broken out of his reverie when he hears the sound of great, flapping wings. He turns around just in time to watch Nuri take flight, shooting up in the sky like a white rocket. "Ready?" Harry asks as the 4 of them convene in the empty space that was their tent. Ron and Hermione nod, faces determined. "In for a canute, in for a war, mate." Despite himself, Harry snorts. Malfoy doesn't comment. In fact, he looks every bit a ghost under the bright sun. White blonde hair messy without his copious amount of hair product, skin nearly alabaster, and he's wearing his original clothing of the black slacks and white dress shirt, rolled up at the sleeves. They clutter under the cloak. Due to the sheer number and their sizes, the cloak swishes just by their knees. "Never mind, now," Harry says determinedly when Hermione opens her mouth to protest. With a desperate prayer to the heavens, they apparate right inside the Hog's Head. Harry braces himself for an alarm, freezing in anticipation. His entire body is stock still, heart drumming away inside his chest, fingers clutched around his wand. But nothing happens. Hermione's grip on his arm is tight, her face anxious. They don't move a single inch for a few moments. The inside of the bar is completely empty. However, before they can decide what to do, or where everyone is, there's a clambering of footsteps from the wooden stairs in the corner. The old barman is climbing down, wand in hand. He sees 4 pairs of knees in the middle of the room and then lowers his arm. "Potter? Is that you?" Harry removes the cloak. The barman doesn't seem surprised whatsoever, not with Harry or the others. He only studies Malfoy with healthy amount of caution and suspicion but doesn't question his presence. "Longbottom said you might show up." Right. Hello. This is Hermione, Ron, and Draco Malfoy. The Death Eater who sucked at being one. Malfoy tenses beside him. Harry nudges him lightly in warning, then addresses the barman. "Where's Neville? And why did he tell us to come here?" "I'll send him a message," the barman says, already turning around to head back up the stairs. "He can explain it himself." As soon as they are alone, Hermione and Malfoy are quick to flick their wands, drawing all the curtains shut, putting up concealment charms. The room dims but not entirely. Ron moves behind the counter to check for supplies. Harry locks the door. Once they believe they are safe for the moment, they huddle over one of the tables. Ron plops a few bottles of butterbeer in the middle and Harry raises his eyebrows. "Isn't it a little early for this, Ron?" Ron is already opening his. "We deserve it." Malfoy's lips thin in debate, but then he's pulling one of the bottles for himself, muttering, "Oh well, what the hell." "I wonder how Neville can leave the school," Hermione says anxiously, playing with the label and not making a move to drink it. "Maybe one of the secret passageways. Check the map," Ron offers, swallowing a deep gulp, wiping his chin sheepishly. "Let's see where he is." Harry ignores Malfoy's obvious question mark and takes out the map from the moleskin pouch from around his neck. He places the old parchment on the table as Hermione swaps out the last butterbeer, holding onto it. Harry taps. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Immediately, lines and curves are spreading from the point where his wand had touched, names appearing alongside the footsteps, Hogwarts blooming nostalgically. Malfoy curses, and for once in his life, shuts up. Neville is nowhere to be seen. The four of them scan every nook and crevice multiple times, fingers trailing every name closely just in case. It becomes obvious soon enough that Neville is clearly not inside the school. "This is strange," Hermione remarks. "I can't see many of our housemates, Harry." "I don't see Blaise anywhere," Malfoy frowns, murmuring so quietly Harry is certain that he was speaking to himself. "I know he's gone back to school. Why can't I see him?" The fear is tangible. Harry doesn't want to, but the worst scenarios are playing in his mind, that somehow the Death Eaters at the school have managed to do worse than kidnap students from the school train. He becomes suddenly restless, running his hands through his hair, getting up quickly. The table almost topples over, but Ron steadies it at the last moment. Harry is pacing. This cannot be happening. This cannot be happening. Sure, they've been a little out of the loop with the rest of the world, but it's just not possible. He tells himself that perhaps some students chose not to return to school. Perhaps, like Malfoy, they escaped. They joined the Order and are somewhere safe. That must be it. That has to be it. He takes a few steadying breaths to calm himself. The barman is still upstairs doing Merlin knows what. Harry wants to confront him, ask him where Neville is. Why is he not at the school? Where is everyone, and why is the barman acting like a bloody flow network? But then there is a distinct creaking of door above their heads and Harry almost runs. He exchanges a look with the others, silently gesturing to be armed with their wands. There are quiet murmurs that Harry can't make out, then another door opens, and there are footsteps clambering down like thunder. Neville Longbottom, bloodied and beaming, throws himself right at Harry, laughing joyfully. "Is it true?" Neville asks in an excited rush, gripping Harry tightly. "Is it true that you three escaped from Gringotts with Malfoy on a bloody dragon?" Before Harry can really form a reply, Neville is pulling away and turning to the other occupants. He manages to get even more excited and quickly hugs both Ron and Hermione. Then he moves to where Malfoy is now standing as though petrified and heartily extends an arm in greeting. "I really didn't believe it at first," Neville huffs out breathlessly, patiently waiting for Malfoy to shake his hand. "But then Luna and Dean show up one day, saying that it's true. Draco Malfoy joining our ranks. I'll be damned." Malfoy finally twitches. He hesitantly grips Neville's hand and Harry is sure that he's having an out-of-body experience at the moment. He pumps their fist only once before letting go immediately. Neville doesn't seem offended in the slightest. He merely spots the opened bottles of butterbeers, picks one right up and takes a hearty swig. "Neville, where were you?" Ron finally asks, slumping down on one of the chairs. "Are you living in this bar or something?" Neville laughs, clapping both hands over his thighs, shaking his head. "No, I was at school. Abe sent a message for me that you've arrived, so here I am. When we received your letter, everyone got pretty excited. Felt it was about damn time, you know." Wait. Harry holds up one hand to slow him down. "Why do you look like you've been railed by the bloody Hogwarts train?" Neville immediately launches into a story of how some of the students have begun a mass protest right inside the school. How they started fighting back against the Death Eaters. How the older students are protecting the younger ones as much as possible. How they've taken refuge inside the room of requirement where the Death Eaters can't touch them. How the room built a new secret passageway to the bar where he met Aberforth. "Aberforth Dumbledore?" Hermione gapes, exchanging a stricken look with Harry. "Yeah," Neville says sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's pretty wild, isn't it? Never knew Dumbledore had a broth until Skeeter's book came out. Anyway, Abe has been helping." "How did you get around the caterwauling charm?" This time, it's Malfoy who speaks. His tone is unreadable, neutral, and he's crossed his arms across his chest, staring intently at Neville. There is no evidence between them that Malfoy has bullied Neville over the years, made his life difficult, that Neville should probably be choking the bloke with his bare hands. But they are in the middle of a war, Harry thinks, and maybe Neville wants to focus on that rather than a personal spat. Or maybe Neville is somehow convinced now that the Malfoy standing across from him is not the same one who tormented him. Harry doesn't know which one is true, if any of it is, but he's just glad he doesn't have to throw himself between the two of them like he had to do with everyone at the Shell Cottage. If you had apparated outside, you would have triggered it, Neville explains, frowning. I don't really understand it myself. All I know is that if you apparate directly inside, it doesn't trigger any bells. Of course, we've got to be really careful. The Death Eaters aren't aware of this yet, and well, we'd rather keep it that way. You said the room gave you access here? Hermione muses, mind immediately latching onto another magical mystery. Neville nods. I was hiding inside the room for days. When I got hungry to the point I could no longer ignore it, I wished for food. But, well, the room didn't conjure food for me. It can't, Ron agrees. It's one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Right, Neville says. In any case, it created this passageway. Maybe the magic got transferred along with it, Hermione chews on her bottom lip, turning away from Ron with a fond expression. The room extended it towards this specific place so that it can still provide you with safety. Neville shrugs. It worked out well. We've been having Order members over at times to strategize or just to check in. Which reminds me, we should get going. Everyone is waiting for you guys back at the school. Wait, Malfoy interrupts firmly. Where is? Have you seen Blaise Zabini? To everyone's utter surprise, Neville positively grins. Actually, yes. He's been waiting for you, Malfoy. When the news of Gringotts broke out everywhere, Zabini sort of convinced Seamus and Ginny that he'd rather be on this side. Harry's heart skips. Ginny is here? Neville softens with a knowing look. Sometimes, she can't stay for long because it's too dangerous and Mrs. Weasley never allows it. She's here today, though. Put her foot down when I told them you'd be coming back. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy follow him upstairs in trepidation. They need not have worried, though, because it's a simple room that is clearly lived in. Aberforth Dumbledore is at the cracked stone counter, making himself a cup of tea. He turns around when the door shuts behind them. Going to Hogwarts, are you, Potter? Harry jerks back in surprise at the tone. He can't think of any reason how he must have offended the man, but perhaps he is angry with Harry for being unable to save his brother. Yes, sir. Aberforth sniggers, the sound humorless and taunting. It puts Harry on edge almost immediately. You should run the other direction, boy. War is not for children. Besides, we've already lost. Do yourself a favor and leave while you still can. Neville begins to protest. Abe, you seem pretty content for someone who is losing. Harry's words are sharp and harsh. He bristles at the man. Just because he's on the precipice of death and can accept it does not mean the world has to. Albus fought until the very end. He gave everything to this fight and I'm not about to hang up my robes just yet. Aberforth is pouring out the hot water into a chipped cup. My brother tended to do that. Rope in everyone in something he believed was the greater good. What are you here for? Harry can feel Malfoy's heated stare on the side of his face. I have a mission. Nice mission, is it? Aberforth laughs, the sound cold and unrelenting. Easy and laid back? Mr. Dumbledore, Hermione says, horrified and breathless. No, it's not, Harry agrees, voice hard and steely. So what? Wars aren't meant to be easy. They're meant to be won. You might have given up on your brother, but I haven't. He made some mistakes along the way and it nearly broke me. Aberforth places the kettle back on the counter, slow and steady. He picks up his tea, turns to Harry with the blue eyes not of Dumbledore and fixes him with a glare. Harry holds it and continues, every word truer than he'd realized until now. He's still just a man, though. A man with flaws. A man who is trying to make up for every horrible thing he's done during his teenage years. Did you know how traumatized he still was about Ariana's death? It was his worst memory and I watched him relive it over and over and I thought he was going to die on me. But he rescued me and he trusted me until his dying breath. If you want to look at a broken man, that's your decision. He's still every bit as brilliant and had more nerve than anyone I've ever known. Anyone the world will ever know. Dumbledore's man through and through, Harry thinks, blood coursing with pride and loyalty. Until his own dying breath. The tense silence is deafening. In fact, now that Harry pays attention, the entirety of Hogsmeade seems to be as quiet as a graveyard. His heart lurches in his chest at the thought. Aberforth narrows his eyes minutely, studying Harry closely. When he's through with his assessment, he jerks his chin at Neville. As stubborn as he was. I swear I can't get rid of him even after his literal death. Get going. Then. Probably rename the school after my brother, since every moron who walks through this door is somehow convinced he's some kind of a reliable role model. They don't hang around after that. But Harry instinctively knows it is Ariana Dumbledore who greets them with a proud smile from inside the portrait before swinging open to reveal a stone passageway, lit on both sides by flaming torches. The ruckus that greets them is enough for Harry to stumble back in astonishment. The room of requirement looks like a war campsite. There are students, so many of them, beaming and clapping and screaming, welcoming the wayward group with open arms. Harry immediately loses himself in the crowd, shaking hands and hugging tightly, a sense of solidarity singing in his veins like never before. In his peripheral vision, he sees Malfoy being pulled into a fierce hug by Blaise Zabini, hands gripping around each other like lifeline. It makes Harry ache weirdly, the proof that Malfoy is a human with friends and connections and a whole life. He's no longer the caricature of a bully, hasn't been it in a long, long time. When Ginny finds him, eyes blazing and red hair flying, Harry holds her as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He thinks it is, feeling his heart being comforted by her presence, the familiarity of it overwhelming to the point where he has to blink away months of absence. Ron and Hermione are sucked right into the crowd, as well. Harry catches glimpses of them, Ron hugging Lavender fondly, Hermione hooking her arm around Hannah Abbott, Michael Corner and Ernie Macmillan talking enthusiastically. Seamus is there, too, explaining something with wild hand gestures. Luna and Dean cut their way across the crowd towards Malfoy, who is speaking lowly in Blaise Zabini's ear, smiling and smirking. It takes a while for Neville to calm everyone down, and isn't that something? Neville leading the rebels as if he isn't the same red-faced kid who was terrified of his own pet frog. The crushing pride Harry feels is incomparable as he watches the students take heed of his instructions, his command, and settle down dutifully. Ginny squeezes his hand once before letting go, joining Lavender and the Pottle twins on the left side. Cho Chang grins at him and Harry smiles back, the disaster between them melting away as though it never existed. Ron and Hermione join him again in front of the crowd. Harry searches for Malfoy, raises one eyebrow, and Malfoy says something to Blaise before making his way over. Everyone is staring at him, he knows, and his acting skills are kicking in quite well because he positively struts towards them as if these are Hogwarts hallways and he's merely going to his next class. Harry's lips twitch. Malfoy's tendency to shove down his terror is rather erratic. Now that Harry finally has a chance to observe his surroundings, there are over 20 hammocks all over the room. A few armchairs, lots of throw pillows, stray pieces of furniture, shelves bursting with books and parchments, a large cracked mirror, and a heap of metal armors in the corner. So, Neville says loudly, "What's the plan, Harry?" The sea of faces turn from Neville to him expectantly. This is the harder bit. When they had planned this infiltration, they didn't exactly have any leads. Harry exchanges a look with the three of them and then declares with a bravado he doesn't really feel. "We're looking for something. An ancient, magical object that must have belonged to the Ravenclaw house." The Ravenclaw students stare back blankly. "It would be more helpful if you could describe it, Harry," Luna says serenely, and Harry feels stupid like he always does whenever Luna says anything. "I know," Harry says, trying to keep his nerves under control. "That's the problem. I'm not sure what it could be, I just know it's of Ravenclaw. Godric Gryffindor has the sword, for instance." "There's the lost diadem," Luna shrugs. "It's said that Rowena Ravenclaw herself created it." "That's the thing, Luna," Cho Chang says. "It's lost. No one has seen it in centuries." When Ron asks what a bloody diadem is, Luna offers to show it to them. She says there's a copy in the Ravenclaw common room. Tonight, Harry decides, after dinner, Luna can take me there. The crowd breaks apart. Ron yanks the three of them in a corner, leaning down and hissing that they should probably get to the chamber as well. "Once we find the diadem, we can swing by the basilisk," Harry suggests. "Too many of us," Malfoy points out. "Your cloak doesn't fit us all, Potter." "Hermione and I will go to the chambers," Ron offers. She's been sort of feeling left out that she hasn't seen it yet. "Ronald, Gryffindors. You need to know Parseltongue," Harry reminds him. Ron shrugs, wholly unaffected by his lack of said language. He imitates a strange, hissing sound a few times until Harry, alarmed and blanching, tells him he's got it correct on the 4th try. Ron repeats it a few more times to burn it into memory, grinning sheepishly. "I've heard you talk in your sleep for years, mate," Ron informs him. "I picked up a few things." "Great," Harry grumbles, ears pinkening rapidly. He wonders what else Ron has picked up, but from the devious smile that is now crawling all over his face, Harry hastily changes the topic to Hermione's apparent desire to see a dead basilisk. Hermione seems embarrassed but determined, explaining how she's intellectually curious, and Malfoy rolls his eyes so severely, Harry is worried for a moment they might get stuck in his head. Ron is laughing, throwing his arm around her shoulders in good humor. They are interrupted by Blaise, who approaches them with a sense of careful caution. Harry absently notices that he's gotten even more handsome than he remembers. He comes to a stand beside Malfoy. "Hello." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchange looks. But then Harry steps forward genially, extends his arm. "Hey. Thanks for joining this, Neville. It's a bit surprising to see a Slytherin, to be honest." "Blaise was never a part of this shit," Malfoy frowns heavily, immediately coming to his defense. Blaise shakes Harry's hand politely, then throws an amused glance at Malfoy. He steps back to take his place beside him. "Looks like we all have to make decisions sooner or later," Blaise pointedly says. Malfoy looks extremely annoyed at being called out so casually, so easily, as if his entire life wasn't shaped around the single future of following his father's footsteps, even if it led into becoming a Death Eater. "You didn't have to," he mutters from the corner of his mouth. "You could have just waited this whole thing out, Blaise. Your mother is probably the only one who got it right." Blaise laughs. "If you mean fooling rich purebloods into marrying her for the wealth, then yes, I'd say she's successful." "Better than playing host to the Chief Baldy," Malfoy counters immediately. "I have done some thinking on this, you know, what with having so much of free time on my hands recently." Both Harry and Ron balk, but Malfoy supremely ignores them in the favor of driving his point home. "Mrs. Zabini is the Slytherinest Slytherin to ever Slytherin," Malfoy declares dramatically. "The lady knew there was certain death in either of the options for this war, and she just decided that old men, bearded or noseless, are utter dicks. That it's better to stick to the ones who at least know what truly matters." "Money?" Harry asks dubiously. Malfoy looks disgusted. "No, not money?" Ron blinks at that, unable to believe his eyes. But then Malfoy continues. "Wealth. Money is useless. Wealth is everything. If you're done doing whatever it is you are doing, I'd like to talk to you," Blaise says, still amused, undeterred by Malfoy's irritation. "I haven't seen you in months, Draco. We have a lot of catching up to do." Malfoy catches his gaze and Harry nods. Blaise follows their silent exchange, doesn't remark, leads Malfoy away to a quiet corner. The morning passes quickly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are requested to regale the story of Gringotts, and Ron gets right in his element, windmilling his long arms for all it's worth. By the time he's through his 6th round, Ron has jeweled Travers, confronted the goblins, nearly got killed by the vicious rampaging dragon, and let out a war cry as he commanded the dragon to burn all the guards, the entire underground structure, and then flew them to victory. Harry is glad Ron at least skipped over the Horcrux bit quite smartly and smoothly. Hermione keeps sighing in exasperated fondness, and Harry finds himself on the receiving end of Ginny's amused smirks. When lunch rolls around, Neville requests someone to accompany him to Hog's Head, but then Harry tells him that they could probably call Dobby from the kitchens to help them out. Dobby appears with a loud crack, tennis ball eyes widening at Harry. "Harry Potter." Dobby is happy to see Harry Potter alive. Dobby did not want to leave Harry Potter behind in Malfoy Manor, but Master Draco winked at Dobby, and Master Draco always winked at Dobby when Master was acting mischievously, and Dobby knew that Master will save Harry Potter even though Dobby could not believe his eyes. Master Draco has not been very nice to Harry Potter in the past. "Right," Harry replies awkwardly yet smothering a grin. "Well, Malfoy, Draco is here, Dobby. You were right to leave with others. Draco did help me." Dobby doesn't look away, but nods happily, large ears flapping. Dobby is very happy, Harry Potter. "Dobby, we need a favor." Dobby continues to nod with same enthusiasm. "Dobby will get food from the kitchens, Harry Potter." Dobby is happy to help Harry Potter and his friends. Great. Thank you, Dobby. Dobby hesitates, then says, Creature is here, Harry Potter. He is working in the kitchens like Dobby. A surging sense of relief nearly crushes Harry. He had not gotten a chance to warn Creature when they had to apparate away from the front steps of Grimmauld Place, Yaxley on their tail. He wasn't sure what must have happened to Creature, and Harry has no idea how he even thought of working at Hogwarts. Whatever the reason or however he ended up here, Harry is glad that he is safe. Creature. Creature appears with another loud pop. More and more students are shuffling closer to Harry to take a look at the events. When they see two house elves in their midst, it's clear that they are delightedly expecting to be eating Hogwarts food again. Master Harry Potter, Creature croaks out, bowing deep. Creature is glad Master Harry is alive. Are you? Creature lowers his head further. Creature was waiting for Master and his friends, but they did not arrive. Enemies of the Master tried to enter the scared and most ancient House of Black, but my mistress was not pleased. Is the house safe? My mistress was not pleased. I get that. It means the house spit out the intruders. Malfoy's voice comes from somewhere to the right. Harry turns. Malfoy is standing with Luna and Dean, arms crossed, eyebrows raised at the scene. Protected itself. Over time, magical households grow a semblance of consciousness. The manor has particularly good hiding spots. Hogwarts thinks it's hilarious. Harry thinks of the moving staircases, the groaning suits of armors, the sentient stone gargoyles. Dobby. Harry hides his surprise at the sheer command in Malfoy's voice. He wants to instantly throw himself between them but holds back, not knowing why. Perhaps Malfoy doesn't really pose a danger anymore. Dobby freezes anyway, as though caught red-handed. Slowly, hesitantly, he catches Malfoy's gaze, chin defiant. Moss. Draco Malfoy. A pause. Sir? Malfoy's expression is unreadable. He looks every bit an aristocratic pureblood, despite the wrinkles in his clothes, despite the messy crown of white blonde hair, despite the fact that his pair of shoes has seen better days. From what Harry has understood until now, all blacks have the same careless handsomeness, the casualty of wealth, arrogance dripping through every syllable. He's seen it in Sirius, in Bellatrix, in Narcissa, in Phineas Nigellus, in Regulus, in every portrait lining the walls at Grimmauld Place. Now, he sees it in Malfoy, in his set of shoulders, in the arch of his brows, in that single word spoken with inherent verdict that does not leave any room for argument. It's different than Lucius' attempt at slavery. It's simply a reminder that Malfoy is the former employer of the being standing in front of him. For the first time in his life, Harry sees Draco Malfoy, half black and the future heir of the Malfoy bloodline. What he says next, though, is worthy of a blood traitor. Well done. Harry is not the only one who startles in shock. Dobby nearly jumps out of his skin, fumbles with his tiny hands, mutters thank you, Draco Malfoy, and suddenly disappears, as though embarrassed to be complimented so openly. Creature soon follows, and not 10 seconds later of confused silence, a large table appears out of thin air, groaning under the weight of piping hot meals, chilled pumpkin juice, tea, coffee, cakes and pudding. It's enough incentive for everyone to break out of their reverie, grabbing an empty plate each from the stack in one corner and piling it with anything that fits. Harry is shuffled along with the crowd, and he is handed a full plate by a grinning Seamus immediately. Harry thanks him before extricating himself, waiting on the outside for others. Ginny joins him a moment later, nudging him playfully, stealing a piece of sausage, and Harry swipes the bacon from hers. Join me? Ginny says after a moment. Harry understands. Sure. They find an unoccupied place. Harry brings over a few throw pillows and they settle against them side by side, elbows knocking, plates on their knees. Ginny plays with her food and Harry waits patiently, nibbling on a piece of chicken apprehensively. Ginny asks him how he's been. She asks him if he's doing okay, if he's still mad that Ron had left him. She shares her months with him, when she was attending school full-time, when she had to stay away after Luna got kidnapped, and how Neville contacted her once Hogshead became safe. She tells him how Hogwarts stopped being safe, how Severus Snape is a piece of vile shit. She doesn't prod much, but she does question Malfoy's presence, wants to know if Harry is truly alright with their heavy past. It's not heavy, I mean. Okay, it is, Harry stammers. But Ginny, I need to look at the bigger picture, you know? Ginny smiles, small and fond and kind. I understand. I think. For me, it's a little difficult to see past all that. I've watched the Slytherins in school doing terrible things. But I can see where you're coming from, I suppose. You were always too kind for your own good. I know it's a little weird, Harry admits, laughing abashedly. He just grew on me, though. I'm not saying he's suddenly my friend. But he's all right. When he's not being a complete arsehole, that is. I don't really mind that, either, anymore. Except when he's being a prejudiced arsehole. Ginny sees something on his face and her smile tightens. Harry's throat closes. Neville said, He said Blaise convinced you, Harry says, suddenly awkward and uncomfortable and has no idea why. This is Ginny, he screams at himself. The same Ginny who was the only person who could pull Harry out of his self-induced guilt in 5th year when he had refused to talk to anyone after Arthur Weasley was attacked. The same Ginny who pulled him away from Dumbledore's dead body. The same Ginny who was like a breath of fresh air, still is, and who fits in Harry's life naturally. The same Ginny who understands the cause, understands why Harry is fighting, why Harry had to leave her behind. Ginny eats a forkful of food, then replies, chewing carefully. He sneaked behind a few students and then nearly became the target of about 15 wands. He handed his own wand over and started talking. That was pretty much it. What did he say? Showed us his arm. No mark. Then asked us if it's true Malfoy changed sides. Harry bites his tongue. Right. So he joined you guys because of Malfoy. Ginny hesitates. For Malfoy. I think they sort of, are together. Or were. Maybe. He never said anything. But it feels, I don't know. I might have read too much into it. There's white noise in Harry's mind. He's never felt more wrong-footed in his entire life. Including the fact that he's a walking, breathing goddamn Horcrux. Malfoy is. Is he gay? Ginny shrugs, wholly unaffected. Not sure, who cares? But Pansy Parkinson. I saw them. They were like, close, really close. Ginny fixes him with a strange look. Harry, are you okay? People are gay, you know. You don't have to be that surprised when someone suddenly pops up around you. Even if it's your school nemesis. No, it's Malfoy. Harry tries to make sense of his own jumbling thoughts. Ginny raises her eyebrows. So? Harry knows his cheeks are reddening. He knows and he cannot do anything about it. I mean. It's, cool. Cool? Ginny's voice pitches in puzzlement. Not that Malfoy is cool, Harry hastily explains, cheeks resembling fiendfire. Being gay is. It's all right. I'm cool with it. Ginny stares. Right. Anyway, Harry says almost desperately, what else has been happening? It's only when Harry is in the middle of a conversation with Ginny, Luna, Neville, Ron, and Hermione that he notices Malfoy sitting on the floor in the corner, hands grabbing his hair. Head bent low over his knees. Shit. He jumps to his feet. Hermione, the draft. He doesn't wait to see if she follows. He is already running across the room, thinking of all the possible things Blaise could have said to him, which doesn't really help all that much. Speaking of, Blaise is on his side, high hands hovering over Malfoy's white blonde hair as though wanting to calm him by running his fingers across his scalp. It won't help. Harry wants to shout, remembering the way Malfoy literally shrunk away the last time until Hermione and Ron forced the draft and tea in his grip respectively. What happened? Harry pants, kneeling down in front of the trembling body. Bad news, Blaise says. He licks his lips uncertainly, palm splayed open in the air above Malfoy's head awkwardly. Hermione is immediately there, thankfully, and so is Ron. Harry takes the vial of potion from her hand, shuffling forward, feeling the scrape of his jeans rub harshly against the stone floor. Blaise's arm retreats as Harry leans down right next to Malfoy's ear. It's okay, he says as softly, as gently as possible. You're okay. Breathe. Just breathe. Harry gingerly pulls at Malfoy's hand clutched in a fist, insisting the vial in his grip. It takes a few moments for Malfoy to realize its existence and then he grabs at it violently, downing it one go. Malfoy's breaths begin to calm, turning deeper and deeper. His skin is blotched red, sweat trickling down his temple. The shakes are dissipating bit by bit, and Harry starts to talk about seagulls. He ignores the stares from others, focuses only on describing the scent of dry grass, of open blue skies of the summer, of reading newspaper with a cup of tea. But then Malfoy lurches forward, pressing his head in Harry's shoulder, fingers gripping the back of his shirt. Harry sits, stunned, until the feeling of wetness makes itself known through his clothing. Malfoy is crying. Actually crying. What the fuck did Blaise do? He can't help himself. He glares at Blaise. It's his fault, entirely his fault, for upsetting Malfoy this much that he's had to take respite in the first thing that crossed his panicked mind, and it happened to be Harry. They're dead. Malfoy's voice is muffled, pained, rough and raspy. There is no mistaking who they are. His chest burning, Harry lifts his arms and circles them around Malfoy's back, not knowing what he can say or really do except roll with it. All because I saved you. Harry's entire body is burning hot. He feels guilty like he's never felt it before, the emotion so strong and crushing that he feels close to the edge of losing it himself. He had never, ever wanted this. Never, ever wanted anyone to die for him, to save him. Granted, Lucius and Narcissa didn't exactly do anything for him, but Malfoy feels distraught over the whole thing, and with good reason. He lost his parents all because Harry was stupid enough to forget about the taboo for one goddamn second. If he says any of this, though, Hermione and Ron will be quick enough to dispute all of it. It was Malfoy's choice to rescue them. It was Malfoy's parents' choices that led to their death. They would be right, of course they would be. It still doesn't make anything better, he thinks, as Malfoy seems, for lack of a better word, utterly inconsolable. Harry thinks of his own parents, naturally, and wonders if this is how much it would have hurt if he'd gotten the chance to get to know them, to live with them, to be raised by them. He doesn't know which is worse anymore, sooner rather than later, or living until everyone else dies. This is all your goddamned fault. Harry gulps. I'm sorry. You never should have turned up at the manor, I know. I never would have had to rescue your stupid ass and father and mother. He cries harder and Harry tightens his hold. Malfoy is still shaking, but less due to panic and more due to sobbing his eyes out. His body is warm against Harry's, lean and slight as is worthy of a seeker. His hair is scraping against Harry's cheek and Harry can detect the scent of his own shampoo. It's only fair, Harry decides, that he has to be on the receiving end of Malfoy's meltdown when the whole reason for it surrounds him. They sit like that for a good amount of time. Blaise settles down at some point, waiting patiently for Malfoy to collect himself. Ron and Hermione seem more uncertain and Harry catches Ron's gaze in a silent communication. Ron nods, pulls Hermione away. As they're leaving, Harry happens to see Ginny staring back at him with a searching look on her face. Harry holds it until he just can't, guilt gnawing in his insides tenfold, and has no idea as to why. Ginny is still as beautiful as ever, still as strong, fierce, still every bit of a warrior. But Harry knows where he is needed in the moment, and Ginny is more than capable of handling herself. She's tough, tougher than her brothers, and Harry still admires that in her. But she doesn't need him. Has, in fact, never needed him. She had wanted him and Harry had wanted her, and it was perfect while it lasted. In the middle of a war, though, wanting is a luxury. A privilege that Harry knew he had to let go of when he left her behind. Stay until I get back, Harry insists as he tugs the cloak over himself, keeping his head afloat, seriously. Hermione shakes her head. Harry, you be careful. Please remember, Ravenclaw common room without any fuss and then right back. Yeah, I know, Harry promises. Malfoy? Malfoy has calmed down since a few hours ago. To Harry, he still feels brittle and Harry can't blame him. Now, he seems to be avoiding Harry's gaze entirely and Harry can't blame him for that, either. I'll be here, Malfoy replies, staring at the floor, nothing to go back to. Harry swallows, sends a silent plea towards Ron and Hermione, not caring if he's coming across too kind or too desperate. The bloke learned that his parents are dead, for Merlin's sake. All Harry wants to do is burrito him in sweaters and a thick blanket, and let Nuri fly him somewhere far away from this war. Malfoy probably won't put too much of a fight. In fact, Harry thinks with a mixed churning in his gut, Malfoy would be glad to be away. He can't, though, not when he's made the vow. I'll be right back, Harry says to the room at large, glancing at Malfoy one last time before tugging the cloak over his head, covering Luna as well. The walk towards the Ravenclaw common room, up another tower, is nostalgic to say the least. He's never been in this part of the castle before, and yet, as they shuffle quietly along the empty hallways, past flaming torches, past chattering portraits and moving staircases, silent classrooms and hidden tapestries, Luna's fingers are clutched tightly in his, and Harry squeezes back because he gets it. The privilege of being inside the school, inside Hogwarts, however swarming with Death Eaters, is still a privilege. They climb the Ravenclaw tower. Once they're at the top, Luna knocks on the wooden door and a musical voice greets them. Where do lost things go? Harry blinks, mentally curses. Is this? Are they serious? Students have to crack codes to enter their own common room? Harry almost snaps at the door. Hogwarts thinks it's hilarious, but Luna is answering the riddle serenely, as if she has done this. Of course, she has done this for the past 6 years, to the place they're meant to be found. The door swings open on its hinges. Harry wants to compliment Luna on her smartness but gets distracted by the room he finds himself in. The common room is similar to Gryffindor's, but not exactly. It's circular, warm, cozy, but more airy and spacious, books lining the walls till the ceiling, strange instruments on the tables, forgotten homework and textbooks sprawled everywhere. Hermione would love it. A large marble statue is standing right in the middle of the common room, and Harry instantly recognizes it as Rowena Ravenclaw. He steps out from under the cloak and climbs on the plinth to take a closer look at the diadem sitting atop the crown. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, he reads the words lining the diadem. Which makes you pretty skint, witless, a voice cackles from the shadow, and Harry loses his footing in shock, falling down onto the blue carpet. Electo Caro steps out from the shadows. Without hesitation, she shakes her sleeves and touches the dark mark with the tip of her wand, as Harry watches, horrified. Fuckity fuck to all fuckery in this fucked shitfuck. There's a sudden jet of light, bang, and Electo crumples to the floor in a heap. Luna tugs Harry back under the cloak, musing over how she had not expected the spell to be that noisy. The damage is already done. Voldemort has been warned, and there's nothing Harry can do about it. To make matters worse, the commotion has attracted the Ravenclaw students, and they're scampering on the staircases as some of them hesitantly walk towards the lying figure on the floor of their common room. Electo. Harry grabs Luna and drags her out of the way to a corner. Amicus is right outside the door, and he starts to yell and bang, but the door does not budge. The students rush back upstairs, terrified. Just when Harry is beginning to think that Amicus might leave, Professor McGonagall has joined him. And then when Amicus and Professor McGonagall are inside, Amicus kneels beside his sister, snarling and angry. He says that Electo would not touch the mark unless she's seen Potter, which means Potter is clearly here. Potter is in my house, Professor McGonagall informs him tightly, although Harry detects a hint of pride underlying it. Amicus insists that he's here, going so far as to insult Professor McGonagall by spitting in her face. Harry sees red. He removes the cloak, raises his wand without a thought. You shouldn't have done that, he sneers. Crucio. Amicus screams. Harry feels a surge of power tingling from his fingers, up his arm, through his whole body. Bellatrix had said that one has to mean it, and Harry has never meant anything more in his whole life. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he absently notes that this is the second unforgivable he's used in this same year, and Malfoy's voice is ringing in his ears from all those weeks ago. 3 levels of dark arts. How Cruciatus tortures the physical body except that it doesn't, how Imperius controls the mind, how Avada Kedavra splits one's soul. He has 2 souls inside him, he knows it for a fact now. Knows it the way he knows the moon revolves around the earth, the sun rises in the east. He knows it the way he knows Draco Malfoy was never born to be a Death Eater, was born to be Regulus, the pureblood rebel, however terrifying he finds the prospect to be. He knows it the way he knows that dark arts is only dark if one wants it to be. As Amicus continues to writhe in agony, Harry remembers Hermione on the cold stone floor of the Malfoy Manor, shattering inside her own mind, and then Draco is whispering in his ear, urging him to burn, burn, burn. And suddenly, Harry can feel it even as his scar splits open. He collapses, the Cruciatus breaks, and then he's Voldemort, hungry for his blood, his own blood, and then he's Harry again, hungry for his soul, his own soul, the other one which is twisting and coiling, feeding into his wrath. Tom Riddle will pay for this. Chapter endnotes. Quotes taken from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. The Prince chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Minerva McGonagall takes charge. She leads Harry and Luna out of the Ravenclaw common room, down a flight of stairs, sends her Patronuses to alert the other Hogwarts professors. Harry explains the way out of the room of requirement into Hogshead, and McGonagall agrees to send students to the 7th floor. Their plan is thwarted by the appearance of Severus Snape, who steps out of the shadows and into their path. His long dark hair is hanging around his sallow, gaunt face in greasy curtains. He's dressed in his usual sweeping black robes, eyeing Harry with narrowed eyes. In his rage, Harry had forgotten to put back his cloak. "Harry Potter," he greets silkily, wand raised, one eye trained on McGonagall. He flexes his left arm. "I wondered why the Dark Lord must be summoned so hastily." Hatred is boiling in the pit of his stomach. Harry throws a venomous glare at the man. He feels petulant enough to say, "Dumbledore knew everything that was happening inside the school at all times. Not really a true headmaster, are you? Murdering the former one does not necessarily guarantee fame and power." Snape's cold stare narrows to slits. "Only you would care about fame, Potter. Just like your father. Still, I see." "Shut up," Harry hisses, a hex at the tip of his tongue. Mild surprise flits across Snape's face. Harry has been extremely disrespectful towards Snape in the past, but never so bluntly rude, casual as if he's speaking with a teenager. It gives him grim satisfaction and thinks he should have done it way sooner. Snape, on the other hand, gathers his typical unreadable expression, as though he's practicing occlumency every waking hour. "The Dark Lord is on his way, Potter. You better leave while you still can. Your father would have, with his tail between his legs, quite literally." Harry wants to throw another Cruciatus, wants to throw every dark spell he has in his arsenal, and the only thing that stops him is the fact that Voldemort's soul would relish in it, bask in it, encourage it. And Harry is in no mood to cater to his wishes at the moment. It seems Snape realizes this, because his wand becomes steadier, ready to deflect any incoming attack. Where is Draco? The question throws Harry for a loop. He blinks a few times before remembering that Snape had agreed to an unbreakable vow, had agreed to keep Draco safe, had agreed to protect him. But Narcissa is dead. The vow must have broken. There is no reason for Snape to worry about his own precious life. "None of your business." Something shifts on Snape's face at Harry's tone. He seems to pause for the tiniest of a second, his cold, black gaze trained on Harry entirely. Harry doesn't budge. He stares back, daring for Snape to make a move. And then Snape does. It's sudden but subtle. At first, Harry doesn't realize it is happening at all, believes he is simply sifting through his memories since they are discussing Draco's whereabouts. It's natural for Harry to think about Draco, how he rescued him, how Harry would fall asleep watching his silhouette against the soothing cacophony of ocean waves. How Draco staggered, bloodied and exhausted, yelled at the three to climb the dragon already, how he was so sure that Nuri was harmless, wouldn't munch on them for evening snack. How Harry watched him, constantly, waiting for Draco to just up and leave, declaring that being dead would be much preferable than dying by Harry's side, but Draco never did it. He slept beside Harry when Ron or Hermione would take nighttime shift and Harry would fall asleep, listening to his ragged breathing because he'd broken his leg, because he had chosen to take part in Harry's grand scheme. Harry thinks of the most recent memory, the one where Draco had cried on the cold stone floor of the room of requirement, shuddered and trembled, clutched at Harry saying it was all his fault. And Harry thinks of the last time Draco had a meltdown, when Hermione pulls out the cup from her bag and places it between them, beside the innocent teapot. He's creating these Horcruxes, Ron supplies. Malfoy is staring at the cup like it might bite him. What the fuck are Horcruxes? Harry clears his throat. Part of his soul lives inside them. And then it's downhill from there. His memories are rushing quicker than it is natural, as if someone is filtering through them, prodding and probing, running in empty hallways to open doors upon doors, shutting them just as promptly. It's a chaos of colors and scenes, and laughter trickles from somewhere, tucked between sheer panic and fear. There's trying to shake some goddamn sense into you and a loud guffaw, followed with "Mate, I feel all the bullshit is worth it if I get to Malfoy clacking in high heels." Harry's fingers are grappling to hold onto sand, every grain slipping through the cracks, and the more he tightens his hold, the faster they fall. You're saying that Harry's body possesses a bit of soul of you-know-who from that night? That's why their minds are connected? But that would mean I'm a Horcrux, Harry says numbly. I'm sure being frozen is less painful than being burned alive, Ron says sarcastically. Either way, we'll know for sure seeing I'm a Horcrux myself. Ron grabs his elbow seriously. Don't, Harry. I really doubt that they both are right. I was just joking. I thought so, Malfoy says with satisfaction. You can't just ask people that, Potter. You're making murderers of others, because you're ready to pay the cost. What about them? Harry swallows the nausea to no avail. I guess I'll just die in action, then. No one is going to touch you, Malfoy informs him matter-of-factly. All the Death Eaters are under strict orders to capture you alive. Riddle wants to do the honors himself. Suddenly, Harry feels his mind yanked at, tugged at, pulled at so violently he stumbles into Luna. McGonagall sharply calls out Potter and Luna is wrapping her arms around his shoulder, but the damage is done. Snape's eyes are wide and startled, and Harry has never seen the man so shocked in his life. It transforms his face entirely. Snape's wand arm has lowered slightly on its own accord. Breathing harshly, Harry straightens up. The first thought that runs through his mind is the game is up, but then, well, Voldemort already knows that Harry is hunting Horcruxes down, coming closer and closer to making him a mortal man. Even if Snape rushes back to his dear lord with the news, it wouldn't really be news. Scared, Harry taunts, letting his rage at Snape, at everything, consume him. He thinks he's done being fearful. He thinks he might fly to the top of Hogwarts and scream, tell everyone what Voldemort is doing, has done, and someone should just finish him off already so that Voldemort can die. You must be so proud of the man you're serving. McGonagall is watching the two with caution. Harry knows how skilled of a legilimens Snape is. He's been his guinea pig more than he is comfortable admitting. Snape knows how weak Harry's mind is, how shattered and fragmented it is, how to break the walls easily. On the other hand, Harry also realizes that it took Snape no time to learn about things that are none of his fucking business. Then Snape barks out, Minerva, barricade the school. We cannot let the Dark Lord inside the castle, not until Potter finds the lost object. Where are the Carrows? By the time Harry and Luna return to the 7th floor, there's a stitch stabbing in Harry's side. He clutches at it and starts pacing frantically to open the room. Halfway through his second walk, the door bursts open. Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Neville are rushing outside. What the fuck happened, Potter? Harry, are you all right? Is it true? Is he coming? Harry's heart thuds painfully. How do you know? Draco thrusts his arm forward, the dark mark alive on his pale skin. It's blacker than ever, the snake twisting and coiling. Harry wants to smack it away on pure instinct. Someone touched it. Harry grimaces, giving them a quick rundown of the events. What happened in the Ravenclaw common room and what McGonagall's plan is, and how Severus Snape, Draco twitches at the name, is, well, helping their side. What in the bloody hell? Ron turns to Luna, believing that she might be the saner of the two right now. Luna merely shrugs and says, he's just as sane as I am. And this time, Harry wants to hug her, squeeze her tightly, kiss her in gratitude if he could get away with it. He, himself, has no clue why Snape can be trusted, except that Snape just learned of the Horcruxes and the first thing he did was to give Harry a chance to find it. Of course, it can be a trap. Of course, Snape wants to protect Harry because if Harry lives, Voldemort lives. Of course, Snape has the perfect excuse to deliver Harry to Voldemort on a silver platter and Voldemort might keep him chained in a dungeon, keep him alive so that he could live. Of course, Snape has always been shady but Dumbledore trusted him, for whatever reason, and Harry thinks he wants to believe the old man. Snape killed Dumbledore, beyond a doubt. But Snape has also willingly given Harry a vial of memories with instructions to use the pensieve in the headmaster's office, said the password. Is Dumbledore? Hermione looks at Harry as if she is considering Harry might be more damaged due to the Horcrux than they previously thought. As if Harry should get checked out by a mind healer, just to be on the safer side. Just to ensure that Harry's judgment isn't impaired. They don't believe him. Harry doesn't blame them. He doesn't believe himself either, at this moment. McGonagall has asked all the students to meet in the Great Hall. She wants to organize the defense for when the Death Eater troops arrive. They'll be here any minute. Neville curses loudly. He retreats back inside the room, declaring that they are officially at war. He promises to call the Order members. Luna trails behind. Are we seriously going to trust Snape? Ron says incredulously. After all the shit he pulled? Harry takes a deep breath in. He pulls out the glass vial from inside his jacket pocket, the thin wispy strands swirling in it. Hermione gasps. His memories, Harry confirms, tucking it back in. I need to see them. The chamber, Ron reminds him, eyeing the lump in Harry's jacket as if it's a Horcrux, still unwilling to believe Snape. Hermione and I will go that way. The sheer faith that Ron shows in Harry, against every rhyme and reason. Ron's previous abandonment disintegrates into the ether as if it never existed in the first place, wiping away every bit of resentment Harry had harbored to the point where even Voldemort's soul cannot snatch it towards itself to feast upon. All right, Harry says, removing the moleskin pouch from around his neck. He pulls out the cup. There's a faint pulse and Harry's insides jerk in response. He hands it to Ron without comment. Draco, you come with me. They break apart. Ron and Hermione run along the corridor towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom while Harry leads Draco to Dumbledore's office. Draco is strangely silent the whole way, doesn't even react when the students dressed in pajamas and night robes stare, whisper, point amidst the terrified confusion. When they reach the corridor, it's empty. Harry glances at Draco from the corner of his eyes. Draco's head is bowed, his jaw tight, and Harry gulps. What? Harry blurts out, coming to a stop in front of the gargoyles guarding the office. Draco looks up. His gray eyes are stormy like a hurricane, dark clouds gathering, assembling, rallying against the earth, the wind picking up speed, rising, growing, mounting, and then there's thunder rumbling in the skies, bolts of lightning cracking the heavens in half. Harry stops breathing. When Draco finally speaks, his voice is hard, raw and whipping. Severus wanted to help me last year. I refused. When the time came, he had to do it anyway because I was too chicken shit. I saw it with my own eyes. Snape using Avada Kedavra on Dumbledore. And then he rushed me to the manor, telling me to stay in my room. I didn't. I hid, instead, and heard him yelling at my father. Mother came to me that night, said how much she loves me, how she never wanted this for me. So they're talking about it. Harry knew he couldn't avoid it forever, but this hardly seems like the right time for it. Voldemort will be here soon with his troops that do not include Lucius and Narcissa. Draco seems to be thinking of the same exact thing because his face nearly crumbles again, the gray of his eyes shin, and then he blinks a few times, turns away. I know, Harry says simply. I was there. Draco's head snaps back, his whole body freezing in shock. The pain is infused with anger at Harry, contempt curling his lips. Excuse me. Astronomy tower. Under the cloak. Saw the whole thing. I wanted to kill Snape right then and there. Draco's eyes narrow. Snape, not me. Not you. Harry flicks his eyes over Draco's face. He studies it because it feels impossible to look away. Draco has always managed to catch his attention, ever since the moment they met at Madame Malkin's when Draco was trying out robes and Harry had stumbled inside, lost and scared and thrilled. Even when Draco had barreled into their train compartment, wanting to know who the famous Harry Potter was, extended his hand of friendship for reasons his 11-year-old mind had deemed important, but he had insulted Ron, insulted Hagrid, insulted Hermione. Draco had continued to actively go against Harry after that point, wanting to make his life as miserable as possible, mocking and taunting and vindictive and enraged. Until Harry had witnessed his first meltdown in the bathroom, until Harry had seen with his own eyes that Draco Malfoy was as lost and scared as he was. Until Harry had extended an arm in invitation, a promise of solidarity if Draco promises the same in return. Bonded themselves with life and death because trust was foreign to them. Do you remember when we were 11? Harry says. Soft and nostalgic, smiling a little sadly because Draco is 17 years old now, an orphan, and Harry wants to hug him. Before Draco can form a response, before he can so much as twitch, the world shifts and Harry sways, grabbing the stone gargoyle for support as a high, cold, cruel voice permeates through the very walls. Absently, he notes that Draco has stumbled back, horrified, head whipping around to pinpoint the source of the voice. I know that you are preparing to fight. Your efforts are futile. You cannot fight me. I do not want to kill you. I have great respect for the teachers of Hogwarts. I do not want to spill magical blood. Harry grapples an arm forward blindly and Draco catches it. They straighten each other up, sharing a shaken look, realize that Voldemort's sonorous is embedded within the air itself. Give me Harry Potter, Voldemort continues and Draco's fingers tighten, and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter, and I shall leave the school untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded. You have until midnight. The silence is deafening. Then Draco snaps. What are we waiting for? Harry doesn't move. His fingers slacken but Draco doesn't let go. His heart is hammering painfully. His ears are ringing. His eyes are becoming unfocused and Draco swims in his vision. It could be over. All of it. All Harry has to do is wait outside the gates for Voldemort and no one has to die. Harry can save them all. You can't save everyone, Draco says sharply, gray eyes latched onto his with thunder in them. I don't care what shitfuck, brain damaged, grand scheme you're planning, but Severus gave you that vial for a reason. We need to see what it is before you do something profoundly stupid like walk outside with your bloody arms raised. You heard him, Harry says numbly. So, Draco says. Since when did we start to believe anything that Bald Dick says? Who's to say that even if you surrender, he won't just lay siege on the castle and kill everyone anyway? Granger and Weasley included. She Weasel included. Hogwarts will go to ruins either way and you know it. What's the fucking password? Harry swallows his heart down and fails. Dumbledore. Perfect, Draco mutters as the stone gargoyles jump out of their way. He drags Harry past them onto the moving staircase. He drags Harry towards the heavy wooden door and inside it. He drags Harry to the large table kept in the middle and lets go only when he has to search around the place to find the pensieve. Harry slowly gathers his bearings, blinking rapidly, taking note of his surroundings. They're inside Dumbledore's office. Inside Dumbledore's office. Harry whirls around, searching, but all the portraits are empty. They must have scampered to other parts of the castle when Voldemort threatened war. Harry thinks of Hermione and Ron, down in the Chamber of Secrets. He wonders what they might be thinking. If they're panicking, Harry would willingly agree to Voldemort's terms. He hopes they would destroy the Horcrux regardless and knows that they will. It helps calm him down a little, gives him strength to move his legs, to walk towards the cupboard where the pensieve is stashed and pull it out. Draco makes a sound in his throat, irritated and huffy that Harry couldn't have told him sooner. He knew where the goddamn thing was, that he had to raid the place and waste precious time. Harry takes out the vial just as Draco joins him. He tips the contents into the basin. The swirling magnifies, shapes and forms blooming indecipherably. Harry grips Draco's elbow and pulls him under. It's his mother, 10 years old, happily displaying magic to a terrified Petunia. Snape is hungrily spying on them. And Harry is rooted to the spot as he watches the meeting play out, Lily chastising Snape before chasing after Petunia to comfort her. The scene dissolves, rapidly builds again. Over and Snape is friends with Lily, is bullied by James and Sirius, and Remus and Peter don't stop them even when they should. Over and Lily is arguing with Snape outside the portrait of the fat lady, had to talk because Snape said he would not leave until Lily would do so, would stay right outside in the corridor even if it means the whole night. Over and Lily is dead, James is dead, and Snape is crying like a wounded animal in Dumbledore's office, hurt and betrayed and defeated, accusing Dumbledore of breaking his word. Over and Snape hates Harry's guts because Harry looks like James, and James had bullied him, tormented him, taken Lily away from him, had gotten her dead. He hates Harry because Harry has Lily's eyes and nothing else of her, at least not in appearance, and he hates Harry because Lily was smart in potions, brilliant at it, and he would never have Harry good at anything. Lily was because she's dead, and Harry is to blame as much as James. He, himself, is to blame and he plays his role magnificently in penance. He hates Harry, but he could never hate Lily, no matter how angry she was at him, no matter how she never saw his love, no matter how she never could have accepted it because Snape was a Slytherin, intellectually curious, loved dark arts and was brilliant at it. It's all tragic and sad, and Snape clutches Lily's dead body, not even registering that her 1-year-old kid is in the crib behind him, crying his eyes out, the lightning scar on his forehead red raw. Dumbledore is spending time with Harry, lots of it, and Snape hates it. It's unfair, he rages, when Snape is the one putting his life on the line every single day to protect a kid he hates, a kid that is not even his, and Dumbledore still doesn't trust him. And then when he does, Snape wishes he hadn't. Because Harry has to die, because Harry is the last Horcrux to be killed, and Voldemort himself has to do it. And Dumbledore wants to make him out to be some hero, appeal to the compassionate side of him that doesn't exist, digging and asking questions, questioning if his loyalty has shifted. Snape draws out his wand, sneering at the mere idea of it, and the fondness in his eyes as he watches the silver doe leaping gracefully around him is unmistakable. After all this time, always, because, of course, Lily was Lily Evans before she was Lily Potter, but that doesn't matter because Lily was always Lily, would always be Lily, and therefore, would always, always, have Severus. McGonagall has carted the younger students off to Hogshead through the Room of Requirement, allowing of-age students the choice of staying for the fight. The Order members have divided the castle amongst themselves in battle preparation. Snape is there when Harry and Draco enter the Great Hall, being backed into a corner by Arthur Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin. Harry bolts across the room, cutting through the masses, ignoring the greetings and voices calling out to him. He hears Blaze's distinct drawl of Draco, "What? Wait, wait, wait." Harry throws himself between them, arms wide apart just as Draco skids to a halt beside him, his own wand raised in warning. The shock of seeing Harry, and seeing Harry with Draco, and seeing Harry and Draco physically defend Snape is overruled by righteous anger. At least, on Kingsley and Remus' part. Arthur, on the other hand, seems more willing to hear Harry out, or perhaps unwilling to hurt Harry in any case. He's fine, Harry pants. Snape is, Dumbledore trusted him. Remus takes a step forward. His face is slashed through, but he seems younger than Harry has ever seen him. Harry has the strongest desire to ask where Teddy is, until he killed Dumbledore. No, Draco snaps, standing his ground, he didn't. No, Arthur repeats incredulously, the way Ron does. Ron does it the way Arthur does. What do you mean no? Draco's right. Snape is. We trust him. He's on our side. You can ask Dumbledore. Harry waves a hand vaguely. If you can find him, you can ask him. He's visiting other portraits. Harry, Remus sighs, looking haggard and stressed out. I need you to be sure, okay? You said Mr. Malfoy could be trusted? He can be. And now you're telling us that the man who killed Dumbledore can be trusted? The man who is a Death Eater, served you know who the entire time, can be trusted? You said it once, Harry replies. You used to believe in Dumbledore's judgment when I didn't. That Dumbledore must know something that we don't, or something. We don't have time, Draco interrupts, vibrating with impatience. Harry, don't launch into a bloody speech. Harry nearly brains himself when he snaps his head towards Draco the annoying lecturer, and also because this is the first time he's called Harry. Look. Severus is here, isn't he? Even after the mark burned. It could be a trap, Kingsley points out. Yes, it could be, Draco agrees. Or it's not. If Harry Potter here is fucking pleading. Language, Arthur reprimands. Draco continues loudly. Fucking pleading. Then you might want to listen to your chosen hero. Give him the benefit of the doubt that he knows what the fuck he's doing. You really think that? Harry asks in a dazed voice. Draco tsks in annoyance. I don't because you rarely know what you're doing. Such as right now, I'm trying to help your case and you're making it worse. Really, how stupid can you get? Where the fuck is Granger when I need her? Never mind. What I'm saying is that we're wasting time because the geriatric villain is right outside and we need Severus because he's a bloody brilliant wizard to have in our corner. Who cares if you think it's last minute? Harry snorts before he can help it. Draco slowly turns his head, looking like he wants to murder Harry himself. Vow or not, Horcrux or not, Voldemort or not, and it only makes Harry laugh harder. What the fuck is your problem now? Geriatric villain, Harry chokes out, clutching at his side. You'd become a great writer, Draco. Seriously. I would have read every single article of yours. Draco's face just shuts down. Harry loses the laugh, his heart tumbling inside his chest, tripping over itself. He gulps, trying to focus on the problem at hand. He glances behind him at Snape, catches his eye for the first time since the pensieve, and Snape's expression is carefully neutral. This man had loved Lily. Loves Lily the way Lily loved Harry, selflessly, instinctively, simply for existing. It appears that Snape never needed any other reason to fall for her. Perhaps there was never any falling in love but simply being in love, and it's too much to truly wrap his head around it. So he nods a short, curt nod in acknowledgement. Snape flicks his eyes away. The others are still not entirely on board with this dramatic shift in Harry's loyalty. Despite Harry repeating that Dumbledore wants this and don't ask me how I know, I just do, and Draco's consistent irritated snaps of just because you're older doesn't mean shit, and how he's done with old blokes acting like they're always right. And then Snape finally extends his left forearm, shaking his long sleeves back. Draco gasps. Harry yells, but Snape is pointing his wand at it. Sectum sempra. There's blood, so much of blood. Harry's shout dies in his throat. He watches with horrified fascination as Snape immediately starts to murmur a series of incantations, like a comforting song, the same he'd done for Draco last year. In Harry's peripheral vision, he can see Draco grimacing, touching his chest to soothe the phantom pain there. The bleeding stops. When Snape calmly says "Scourgify," the mess disappears, and the mark on his arm has a long gash right in the middle of it. The scar is still fresh, red and raw. I thought, Draco says, then takes a stuttering deep breath. I thought no one could get rid of it. Snape catches his gaze. Some dark magic requires equally powerful dark counters, he intones as if they are in a Dada class. The mark isn't gone, not completely, but merely wounded. This act is more metaphorical than literal. Now that I have your attention, shall we talk strategies, unless you wish to test my, admittedly very thin, patience? Kingsley decides it's good enough for him, so he immediately launches into Snape's role in the battle. Before he can really get into it, though, Snape glares at Harry and Draco, who are still staring with gaping mouths. Did you take care of the object, Potter? Harry's jaw snaps shut. No, sir. Snape is thoroughly unimpressed. As much as I gathered, it's a lost object. It might be an entirely new concept for you, but might I suggest you search for it? Severus. Draco takes a step forward. I don't know if you've heard. I know, Snape says shortly. The manor threw us out. Draco stills. It did. Yes. Murdering the current master does that until the next master gives express permission to enter the premises. The Grimmauld place let you inside, Harry mutters, head ducking. The dots are still connecting in his mind, slowly but surely, and every new piece of awareness is as overwhelming as the last one. Even when I didn't give my express permission. You gave it to the Order, Snape states coldly. So the manor is safe? Draco asks, unable to contain the eagerness in his voice. The prospect of still having a house to go back to, even if it's an empty one, must be relieving after weeks of camping and nearly dying. Yes. Draco sways on his feet. Harry automatically places his hand on Draco's back, holding him up. Snape supremely decides to ignore them, turning to Kingsley instead. Arthur steps away to join Harry. Where's Ron? He asks anxiously. Is he safe? Is he here? Yes, Harry quickly replies. Arthur sighs in relief. The ages melt off him and he looks younger than he did a few seconds ago. He's here, Mr. Weasley. In the castle, I mean. He's just in another part with Hermione. They're fine. Oh, good. Arthur gives a small smile. I'm glad to see you're fine, too, Harry. You three really had us worried there doing Godric knows what. Bill informed us about, Mr. Malfoy's sudden appearance. You made the right choice, young boy. Draco glares back. Being here cost me my parents. Don't give me shit about greater good. I don't care about greater good. Arthur is taken aback at his words, at his tone, and he glances at Harry to understand this situation. Harry winces back, shrugging. He can't exactly argue Draco's point since he's telling the truth, and he can't counter Arthur, either, since that's the truth, as well. Finally, Arthur says, I'm sorry about your parents. Draco glares harder, gulping down his anger. He swivels on his feet, comes face to face with Blaise, stops. A tense silence stretches out between them and then Draco says, You're staying. Blaise's eyes crinkle in amusement. So are you. You don't need to. I know. Another pause. Do you? Draco doesn't reply. His shoulders are tense, head still on his neck. When he speaks, there's a slight tremble in his voice. Are we going or what? Right. Harry throws an apologetic look at Arthur, then Remus, and scrambles after Draco. He pushes past Blaise awkwardly, feeling like the shittiest person in the whole world. He thinks that, perhaps, similar to regulation of magical potions, regulation of vows, if that's a thing, must also be overwhelmingly useless. Really, who lets stupid gits like him simply hold another individual into death oaths like it means nothing? As though trust can be overridden with magic. Dumbledore must be rolling in his grave. Or portrait. Or whatever. Once they're outside the Great Hall, Ron and Hermione are running down the steps. They're entirely drenched in water. Harry, we did it, Hermione cries, flinging herself at Harry. Oh, you're here. You're here, thank Merlin. We thought. You, Harry, don't you dare listen to him. Ron throws himself at them as well, his long arms encircling the two. Fuck. Harry, don't do anything stupid, mate. Just keep your head on. We're going to figure out what we can do without, well, you know. Murdering me. Harry suggests, heart sinking, but keeping his voice light. He hugs them back fiercely. Yeah, I know. Ron, listen. Your dad's in there. You should go meet him. I will, in a bit. Did you find the diadem? No, we're going to look for it now. We were busy. With what? Hermione asks suspiciously. Did you see the memories, Harry? Yes, Harry nods. We did. Snape is in there, too. Planning and all. He's really on our side. Ask Draco if you don't believe me. Draco raises one thin eyebrow. I really doubt they'd. Is it true? Hermione demands. Draco stares, stunned, silent. Is it? Ron insists. Malfoy, you saw the memories? What were they? It's a long story, Draco answers in a strained voice. But yes. Severus is. He's loyal to Dumbledore. Then he gathers his bearings and says, Dumbledore knew I was ordered to kill him, knew it the whole time. He sent Snape to protect me and told him that when the time comes, Snape has to do it. Hermione gasps, her brown eyes wide and shining. Ron's mouth falls open. Trust Dumbledore to plan his own funeral, Ron mutters finally. Always said it, didn't I? He's a complete crackpot. Utter nutcase. I have to agree with you on that, Weasley, Draco sighs, sounding suddenly exhausted. I was thinking. The diadem, it's a lost object. Hermione straightens up immediately. Yes. Hidden inside Hogwarts. Yes. A place only Riddle knows well. Yes. Draco nods. Which is the best place in this castle to hide magical objects? Hide it in such a way that no revealing charms would work? Meaning they're concealed against every bit of magic inside the castle? Hint. Vanishing cabinet. The answer is on Harry's tongue before he realizes it's been there the whole time. Room of requirement. Of course. I hid my potions book in there. And there were lots of other objects. Like really a lot. It was an entire city and... Harry stops. He thinks his insides might curl up and wither. What? Ron prods. And what? It's in the room, Harry says breathlessly, heart thumping. He feels a mixture of emotions at the revelation. The sooner they find objects, destroy them, the sooner Harry dies, too. Don't. Not the time. Just keep it together. Draco, you're a genius, Harry tells him. Fuck, how did we miss it? Come on. Everyone must have left through the room. I think we can convert it now. What's the time, Ron? They're already running up the grand staircase as Ron huffs out, 10 to midnight. His breathing is harsh and ragged. His footsteps are echoing as he rushes along the paths created amongst the towers of lost objects, searching. It's been an entire year since he was last in this room. He remembers the panic and anxiety, how scared he had been that he'd almost just killed Draco Malfoy, and that Snape was absolutely going to murder him with his bare hands. Anything? He calls out, eyeing the dog-eared textbooks, stale candies, rotten items that are indecipherable. Not yet, Ron replies somewhere from right. Nothing, Hermione replies somewhere from left. I hate this, Draco replies somewhere from back. Harry keeps looking, focused only on this task, thinking absurdly that perhaps he could have learned meditation. Hermione had once lectured him and Ron on how it helps with regulating emotions, compartmentalizing your thoughts, and keeps the mind calm. He desperately needs it right in this moment. 20 minutes since entering the room and they still haven't found it. Harry is acutely aware that the battle must have begun. It's past midnight, and even if they can't believe everything Voldemort says, Harry knows that he will keep his word when it comes to this. The man relishes in abusing power, and what better way to do so if not an all-out war? The thing is, Harry wishes he had a few more years at least, knowing that he doesn't, knowing that they can't afford it, knowing that the longer he lives, more people will die. The irony is, of course, that Voldemort wants to hunt him down, lure him out, and Harry wholeheartedly agrees with him. It's just that, if he could destroy all the other Horcruxes first, that would be nice. He could die, not happily, but peacefully. Content. Knowing he did what he had stepped out to do. It's time to go home. Harry sees the cabinet first. A thin layer of dust has settled onto it. On a whim, he grips the handle and pulls it open, waiting with bated breath, stupidly thinking that he might see the inside of Borgin and Burke's. He wonders if he'll step inside, outside, escape. For an infinite second, he allows himself the privilege of guilty pleasure, the thoughts of warm sun beating on his skin, of wind whipping through his hair, of stars reflecting on a still, silent lake. But it's empty, just a wooden cabinet. Harry's eyes sting, his hand falls from the handle, and he nearly crumples right there. He would have if Hermione suddenly hadn't shouted out. "Harry, I think I found it." "Oh, no, wait. My bad." Ron curses loudly, the sound echoing in the cavern. Granger. Harry continues onward. He sees it just as it was last year, the statue of the ugly warlock on which Harry had perched the Horcrux, believing it to be hilarious at that time. It still is honestly, just in a non-hilarious way. He shuts his eyes, takes a few deep breaths, extends his arm to pick it up when there's a shout, a stream of bright light, and the diadem soars through the sky to land in another heap of lost objects. Harry whirls around. Crabbe and Goyle. For the love of all that is holy. What are you two doing here? Harry hisses, wand pointed, glaring eyes flicking between the two. Shouldn't you be hiding behind your mummy and daddy now that Draco no longer protects you from yourselves? Crabbe's face twists in malice. He takes a threatening step forward. Draco never had the balls to do shit. We would know. It was humiliating enough to be witches last year. But the Dark Lord has shown us the truth. Harry swallows down the urge to throttle him with bare hands as much as possible. Starting a fight right now with two goons might be devastatingly satisfying. It is not the priority. What truth is that? Goyle puffs up his large chest. Harry has the distinct experience of witnessing Dudley, if Dudley was dumber. People are tools. Draco was only using us, you know. The Dark Lord promised us our own toys. We've been practicing with the Carrows. Oh, have you? Harry inches towards his right. What makes you think the Dark Lord isn't using you, too? Crabbe sniggers condescendingly. Who cares if he does? He's the Dark Lord, Potter. He can do whatever he wishes. If we keep listening to him, we get rewarded. Draco wasn't rewarding you enough. He was never grateful, Goyle replies, his fury at the apparent injustice done to him making him uglier. Not once. He just wanted his revenge on you, year after year. That's all he cared about. He continues in a snippy, whining voice. Potter won the House Cup. Potter won the Quidditch Cup. Potter thinks he's so bloody brilliant, it makes me sick. Father is angry at me. He thinks I'm as dumb as a mudblood. He thinks I deserve to be bested by Granger. Harry's blood is boiling. He's oddly offended on Draco's behalf. He remembers the outright fury in Draco's voice when he'd said they're my friends and Harry had countered it with but you used them. But this. He thinks at least Crabbe and Goyle could have shown the same loyalty Draco has shown them. You two deserve each other, Harry says, quivering with rage. Draco is better off without you. Crabbe smirks. We're better off without him, Potter. You don't get it, do you? Without him, we're thriving. He was always so scared of truly going dark, it was pathetic. Harry swallows a string of words. His head is pulsating, his insides churning, his wand thrumming in his palm with crackling magic. He's about to say fuck it and throw a Ginny special bat bogey hex at the very least, but they are interrupted. Vince? Greg? Draco is standing behind them, eyes wide with disbelief. There are more footsteps coming in their direction. Harry strains to hear, but it's just Hermione and Ron, asking him if everything is all right. Crabbe spins around. Draco. What are you doing, Vince? Draco asks, gray eyes flicking around him, slowly advancing towards them. How did you find us? Harry can't see Crabbe's expression, but he tenses slightly. We followed you. Saw you with Potter in the hallways. Draco, you betrayed us. Draco is still progressing. He's gripping his wand tight in his fingers, trying to process a way out of this situation. Harry has his own wand trained on Goyle. I did, Draco agrees, nodding, as if he's discussing weather. Technically, not you, in particular, if that helps. Crabbe grunts. Doesn't matter. He told us to kill you. Harry freezes and so does Draco. Hermione and Ron dash around the corner at the same time and immediately come to a pause, wands drawn. They're on the other side, though, near Draco, so Harry continues to inch towards the right slowly. Are you going to? Draco asks, eyes narrowing to slits. He sounds like he wants to believe Crabbe wouldn't kill him, but probably wouldn't be too surprised if he did. Do I have a choice? Crabbe counters. It's you or me, Draco. I choose me. And then there's a smirk crawling up Draco's lips, proud and tragic and approving. The Slytherin choice of self-preservation. I wouldn't expect anything less. There's a tense moment of silence. Hermione, Ron, Draco facing Crabbe and Harry facing Goyle. Harry experiences a sense of déjà vu. Time slows down, crawls, and Draco meets Harry's stare over Crabbe's shoulder for the briefest of second and then. He winks. And Harry Potter blinks. Petrificus totalis. Draco's spell misses its mark as Crabbe dives to the right. Hermione is quick to rectify it, crying out impedimenta, but Goyle throws up a shield charm around them both. Harry is quick to pitch himself in the pile of magical objects, frantically digging and shoveling broken quills, old books, cracked inkpots, fungus-covered candies and chocolate. He had seen it falling somewhere near here. Where is it? Ron puts up a shield charm around Harry and himself, providing cover as Draco and Hermione duck and dodge streams of bright light and loud bangs. Harry keeps one ear trained on the chaos behind him, fingers itching to draw his own wand, but he ignores it. He feels the soul inside him thrashing and jerking, pulling Harry the other way, away from the battle, from danger, where it can be safe. Bombarda. Draco's voice rings out at one point. There's a screeching explosion that rents the air. Splinters are raining around Harry. Ron's shield charm is still holding and the bits of debris bounce in invisible air, ricocheting in different directions. Incarcerus. Hermione shrieks and the shield wavers. Harry risks a quick glance over his shoulder. Hermione is struggling with ropes sliding around her throat, choking her. Crabbe and Draco have been blasted away to either ends, buried under useless junk. Ron, go. The shield disappears. Ron aims an angry Levicorpus and Hermione breaks free just as Goyle is hoisted up in the air, dangling by his ankle, his robes falling down to reveal his underpants. Harry shuts his eyes, just for a moment, just to get Snape's face out of his mind, his father's smirk and serious laughter, Lily's rage on Snape's behalf. Draco is rising to his feet, dusting off his clothes, shaking himself loose. He points at the debris, commands, a pugno. Quills shoot off in Crabbe's direction, pointed and lethal. Crabbe grabs a wooden tabletop and holds it up. Draco follows it with Piertotum locomotor and the table bounces to life, straggling Crabbe with its legs, curling around his wrists and throat. Hermione and Ron are easily keeping Goyle in check. Harry leaves them to be once more, but just as he's about to turn. Draco ducks down as a jet of bright green light shoots from Crabbe's wand, the spell hitting the pile of wreckage where Draco's head had just been. Don't kill him, Harry shouts, voice thundering in the room, abandoning his search instantly. Don't kill him. In the ensuing distraction, Ron stuns Goyle immediately. Crabbe doesn't understand that Goyle has been merely stunned, because he lets out a roar of rage, waving his wand in the air frantically, barks out an incantation. Searing heat instantaneously blooms, cutting across the space in all directions. Harry barely hears Hermione's shriek of fiendfire before he's darting away from it. He feels the sizzle lick against his back, curling on his spine like a lover, deafening and soaring and mounting, higher and higher. Harry is scared. He's scared because he has no idea how the others are faring, if they're even alive. He needs to make sure they're all right, but there is no escaping the chimeras, the dragons, the phoenixes, the inferno itself, chasing after him, alive, sentient, uncontrollable. He doesn't know how long he runs, dodging streaks of blazes that are obliterating everything in their path, consuming, seeking the scattered souls. Harry runs, knowing without actively thinking that the diadem has been destroyed. It's just him and Nagini now, human and serpent, Draco, the namesake of a dragon, the serpentine Slytherin, the fox. Harry. Potter, you stupid ass. Harry turns to the ceiling ahead of him. Draco is on a broom, hand stretched out, pale face reflecting fire, stormy gray eyes reflecting fire, white blonde hair alight with fire. He looks like he's on fire, except he's not, except that he's just human, not dragon, not a serpent, not a fox, but maybe all three, all at the same time. Hermione and Ron are rocketing on another broom. Harry grips Draco's waist tightly, head buried in his shoulder blades, not caring that he's dampening his white shirt with his tears. Draco will live. He'll be pissed as fuck, but he'll live. The air outside in the corridor is cool and crisp. Harry gulps it down like a dying man, wiping at his cheeks and eyes. Draco is collapsed against the opposite wall, face pinched, lips trembling, jaw tense. Hermione and Ron are panting, catching their breaths, holding onto each other for support. For a few minutes, there's nothing except the distant shouts, bangs, screams of the battle around the castle. The windows lights up from time to time, the night sky illuminating with magic. Shattering glass and exploding metal can be heard throughout, the destruction traveling and carrying itself, like basilisk slithering in the pipes. It's just Nagini now, Harry says eventually. His voice is shaky, but that's all right. Harry, Ron catches his gaze. He's absolutely serious when he says, look inside his mind. See where he is. The snake will be with him. Harry nods, agreeing. Nagini will be with him. Taking a deep breath, he shuts his eyes and his scar splits open. It must have been hurting for a while now, but he had locked it away. There were more pressing issues at hand. Now, though, it's easy to seek him out, to just connect. Like exhaling. Voldemort is in the shrieking shack. He's not alone, though. Nagini is coiling inside a protective enchantment, hovering near his shoulders. He feels enraged. Deadly. One flick of a wand and Harry Potter will die. One single spell, the one that did not work the last time because Lily Potter, the stupid mudblood, did something. It does not matter. Lily Potter's blood runs through his veins, too. He is immune to it. Immune to what had happened 7 years ago. Nonetheless, something is wrong. This wand, it is not working properly. Sure, he has successfully completed great deeds, but it is no different than what he might do with any other wand. The wand of destiny is meant to be his, meant to work in ways unimaginable. And yet, he had stolen the wand from its previous owner against their will. Albus Dumbledore lays dead in his coffin, on the very grounds he had vowed to protect and failed. Severus has done it remarkably well. Severus. Where is Severus? He has not joined the Death Eaters. He is, in fact, nowhere to be seen. Why? Is Severus really upset about the Malfoys? He had been rather fond of Narcissa, not the way he had been fond of the Mudblood, definitely, but the Mudblood was merely a fleeting conquest. Perhaps Severus is disappointed with the young boy. The boy who escaped his own home, his own parents, escaped him. The Dark Lord, to assist Harry Potter. He will admit, he had underestimated the young boy. He did not think the terrified weakling would manage to survive this long. Nevertheless, he has been taken care of. The Slytherin boys were only too eager to serve me. Friendships do not matter, after all. Staying alive does. Dumbledore must surely know that now, dead as he is, rotting in his broken dreams. He needs to speak with Severus. If Severus is behaving like a child, upset that the Dark Lord has taken his shiny object away, he must be reprimanded. Of course, that is aside from the fact that perhaps Severus needs to die. How should I summon him? I wonder. Harry pulls away. Draco, Hermione, and Ron are hovering over him expectantly. He's in the shrieking shack, Harry says, heart thudding against his ribs. Nagini is in a bubble. And he's looking for Snape. He wants to kill him. Draco flinches back. Hermione and Ron exchange a heavy look, and Harry can relate. After everything, knowing what he knows now, Harry has mixed feelings about the man. On one hand, he's been downright cruel and terrible to Harry. He has abused his position as a professor and bullied Harry every chance that he got. Harry is not his father. He is not his mother, either. Harry is Harry, and Snape could not see past his hatred, could not treat Harry as he deserved. Harry never expected anyone to kiss the ground he walks on. No, however, he definitely could have lived without Snape's unfair treatment. On the other hand, Snape has served Lily like no other person ever has or probably ever will. He has put his own life on the line every single day, stayed in close proximity to Voldemort and lied to his very face. Over and over and over, for years. When it comes down to it, though, Harry is not a murderer. Really, there's only one man he had wanted to kill, and he wouldn't even get the sweet opportunity to do so himself. We need to warn Snape, he declares firmly, rising to his feet. Draco still looks shaken by the events. If Harry could, he would have liked to given out to Draco to catch a breather. First his parents, now his friends, and Draco himself almost died. Harry shakes it away. Draco, did you catch what he's meant to do? Where he must be? Not really, Draco says roughly, then clears his throat. When he speaks, it's still just as bad if not worse. He's not on the front lines, I suppose. Someone could have reported him to Riddle right away. Right, Harry says, thinking. If not on the front lines, let's send a Patronus. Chapter end notes. Quotes taken from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. The Sacrifice chapter notes Happy New Year, you guys, carrot. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As soon as Harry's Patronus leaves with the message, the four of them are running through the hallways towards the screams and the shouts, the explosions and the battle. Should we head over to the shack? Hermione asks as they round a corner and come across two masked Death Eaters dueling two students. Harry doesn't even know their names. Expelliarmus. Harry's spell hits one of the Death Eaters. His wand soars over their heads and clashes into the nearby wall. The Death Eater turns around and stops at the sight of Draco. The two students take the opening, immediately overpowering the remaining Death Eater. One of them puts up a protective shield as the other fires a well-aimed stunning spell. Malfoy, the Death Eater leers. Brave of you to show your face in the battle. Harry stuns him with a quick, practiced flick of the wand. We don't have time for goddamn catch-up chats. Draco rolls his eyes but dutifully follows as Harry gestures a hurry-up motion. They run past the students only to come face to face with a large spider in the next corridor, near the staircase. Ron screeches in terror, whirling around to throw his back against Hermione. Hermione's Confringo is powerful enough that the ground beneath the spider splinters. A gaping hole appears in it, and the spider falls through, all 8 limbs flailing erratically. There's a shriek of surprise from the floor beneath, but after a quick inspection by means of peering over the edge, Lavender is already back in the duel with another Death Eater that they can't catch a sight of. Yeah, we need to find a way around Nagini's protection bubble as quickly as possible, Harry huffs, taking 2 steps at a time. I know why Riddle is looking for Snape. You mean other than the fact that Snape ditched him? Ron calls out. Draco suddenly stumbles over a disappearing stair and Ron pulls him back up without breaking the stride. Harry. Neville is carrying an armful of strange-looking plants, panting, as he eats up the distance rapidly. He's accompanied by Seamus and Luna, who have a rather poisonous twisting plant-adjacent thing dangling between them. McGonagall was looking for you. Where's Snape? Harry calls out. Have you seen him? Neville shakes his head, already breezing past them. Seamus throws a mischievous grin at Ron and Luna quickly hugs Draco, hooking her arms around his neck. Stay safe, she advises. I recognize some of the Death Eaters from the manor. Draco stiffens in her arms. It would have been a hilarious sight due to the sheer difference in their height, but both are wearing similar somber expressions. Where are you going? Draco pulls back to peer at her face sternly. I'll come with you. Luna beams at him, as though no one has ever offered to die with her before. Draco, don't be silly. You need to help Harry with your secret mission. Besides, Nev will be with me. He's quite good at fighting, you know. Draco looks like he would very well enjoy countering that point. Harry's brain helpfully supplies him with memories of Neville's terrified face when he tried to stop the three back in first year. But Draco ends up heaving a sigh, mildly twitching with the effort to keep his mouth shut. Fine. Send me a Patronus if anything happens. Luna pats him on the elbow in a consoling gesture. We are no longer in the dungeons. You don't need to protect me anymore. I know I don't need to, Draco mutters, looking at his shoes. Luna stretches on her toes to press a quick kiss on Draco's cheek before following Seamus, nearly skipping. You'd think they are excited to be in a war, Ron remarks mildly, scratching the back of his neck, assessing their surroundings. Tell me ABO, Harry says, suddenly ducking as one of the windows right in front of them shatters. Sharp, pointed shards blizzard the entire corridor. A few pieces scratch at Harry's arms and face. Wincing and getting to his feet, he murmurs a pisky a couples of times, feeling the skin quickly knit itself back to smooth expanse. The blood is dry and sticky. Draco has stepped behind one of the suit armors. Ron has put up an efficiently quick shield charm around him and Hermione. To their utter horror, the next second, Hagrid comes sailing through the broken window, nearly crashing against the opposite wall. He lands painfully in a sea of glass, grimaces heavily, before picking himself right up and hollering out aloud, "Thanks, Groppy." What the fuck? Gropp peers through the window, preening in accomplishment. He gives Hagrid a wide, broken-toothed smile before lumbering back towards the forest in the distance. Harry blinks a few times as the spells hit Gropp harmlessly, jets of light illuminating the blood splatters on the ground. A few bodies, dead or unconscious, littering the school courtyard. He tears himself away. Hagrid. Hermione is helping him heal the cuts on his skin as Hagrid seals up the torn fabric, beaming cheerfully. Myone. Oh, and Ron. Blimey, there's Harry. Oh, Hagrid, what are you doing? Harry steps in quickly, silently assessing any other injuries on the man. But Hagrid seems fine, which is a relief. He hasn't seen him over a year and the rushing affection is overpowered with nagging worry. Last he'd heard, Hagrid had run off of school grounds. Before Hagrid can form a response, there's a loud shriek of terror and Harry's heart skips a beat. Lavender is turning around the far corner, her hands clutching at her face, as she stumbles back from whoever is behind the wall. Harry is already running and he hears Ron's footsteps join him soon after. The corridor is flaring up from time to time, patches of bright colors dancing across the stone floors. If Harry didn't know better, it would have looked rather pretty. He can still hear loud explosions on the grounds even on the 6th floor, wonders if he can get them to all, knowing that he can't. The guilt eats at his insides. Lavender is pressed against the wall, whimpering in pain. She slides down to her knees. Harry sees rivulets of blood escaping through the crack of her fingers. An iron rod grips tightly around his heart. Lavender. Hey, talk to me. Someone is laughing behind him. He hears it distantly through the ringing of his ears, through his thrumming pulse. When Ron shouts Greyback, Harry instantly spins around. Fenrir Greyback's malicious face is staring back at him in a mixture of hatred and hunger. He looks downright pissed about the fact that the last time he'd caught them, they'd managed to escape. He must have lost his precious price, probably had to grit his teeth through a couple of cruciatus. Well, he sneers. Aren't I lucky? Harry glowers. What have you done to her? Greyback shakes his sleeves a little, turning his neck this way and that to release the kinks in his muscles, taking his sweet little time to respond. Meanwhile, Ron has managed to inch forward bit by bit, wand gripped tight in his fingers. You know, Potter, Greyback smirks. Some might believe it's a shame you didn't offer yourself to the Dark Lord when he told you to. Personally, I'm thrilled. He enunciates his next words by licking his lips in a slow, deliberate motion. All this young blood, fresh and sweet, don't you just love it? Harry chances a quick glance at Ron. Ron nods back infinitesimally and Harry's arm swoops in the air in a sudden, quick motion. Greyback immediately jumps back, ducking beneath a stream of light from Harry's wand. He's not quick enough to dodge Ron's well-aimed conjunctivitis curse. As soon as the spell hits him square in the face, Greyback howls in pain. Bending at the waist, his fingers grapple at his eyes. Harry tries not to enjoy it too much, clutching tightly at his own piece of soul. Impedimenta. Greyback's movements slow down instantly. He lets out a growl of fury, limbs cracking and popping, and for a second, Harry tries to remember if it's full moon tonight. Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Hagrid turn around the corner. They freeze at the sight in front of them. The first one to move is Hagrid, who crouches down next to Lavender to speak softly at her. Greyback has shaken loose of the spell. When he straightens up, his eyes are swollen and filled with pus. Harry's stomach rolls. Greyback rolls his shoulders experimentally, sniffs the air, stepping forward blindly. The Death Eater child, he croons. And the mudblood. Yes, I would remember that pretty, delicious scent anywhere. I must say, what a sight. Furnunculus. To Harry's surprise, Greyback neatly dives to the left to avoid being hit. His other senses seem to have heightened without his eyesight. But, well, that's hardly a concern. Because in the next moment, Ron yells, Incendio. Duck, dive, roll. Harry and Hermione aim at the same time, stupefy. The spell hits the target and Greyback's head slams back in the wall with a loud, crunching sound. Harry thinks it's over, but Draco chooses that moment to fire his own spell as well. A song-like incantation fills the sudden silent corridor and black flames cut through the space, catching Greyback's unconscious form on fire. Loud, shrill, piercing screams fill the air. Greyback has come back to consciousness by the abrupt attack of flames, only to realize that there's no escaping it. Harry remembers what Draco had told him, how Severus taught him the incantation, how the counterspell can be tailored according to the caster's wish. It's pitiful and gravely satisfying to watch Greyback burn alive. Ron and Hermione clamber away from the swaying, stumbling figure, horrified and mute. Harry turns to Draco, not really knowing what he wants to say. Draco is staring at his doing, gray eyes wide, breathing heavy and stuttering, shoulders trembling. He feels eons away, somewhere in his own mind, and Harry hesitantly moves closer. Before his hand can grip him on the shoulder, Draco peels himself away violently, almost flattening to the wall. He slides down with a dull thunk. I need a minute. Hagrid has picked up Lavender in his arms. He watches the flailing black flames in speechless horror, before clearing his throat pointedly, gravely announcing that he's going to escort the girl to the hospital wing. Do you need the draft? It's Hermione who gingerly takes a few steps towards Draco, kneeling down a few feet away, appearing careful and lost. We have a few vials left. Draco is unseeingly staring at the opposite wall. He shakes his head slightly, so they wait. Eventually, when Draco breaks the silence, his voice is raspy and humorless and cold. I've finally become a murderer. Congratulations, Weasley. You must be proud. Don't. Ron says firmly, the way Molly does at times. Malfoy, there's no time to think about it. You've got to continue. To be fair, they're aiming to murder our side. I'd say we are tipping the scales. Draco glances at Harry, too quick to hold it. Harry stays silent. He can't bring himself to be as compassionate as Hermione or as logical as Ron at the moment. He just can't. His ears are still tuned in to Greyback's screams. When a loud, animalistic roar tears the night sky, the reverie breaks. Hermione and Draco quickly jump to their feet. Ron raises his wand reflexively. Harry flits to the window. Giants. Not just one giant, but a horde of them is lumbering through the forest where Grop had disappeared some minutes ago. A few of them are dragging long, thick tree trunks, creating deep trenches in the soil. Others are carrying boulders the size of cars while the rest are casually sweeping their feet across the school grounds, careening Death Eaters and Lightside alike. Terrified shouts can be heard all the way up to the castle, where Hermione gasps, then nearly growls. This is barbaric, she says in a barely controlled furious whisper. And he's not even fighting in the battle. He's just hiding in the shack. Does he honestly think that he can simply order the others to die for him? Harry's throat is dry. He swallows a bit of saliva down to get his muscles to work. I know why he's looking for Snape. But he's got the wrong man. What do you mean? Ron asks sharply. Harry shows his back to the window, facing the other three. He catches Draco's gaze this time and holds. He thinks Snape is the master of the Elder Wand because he killed Dumbledore. Ron curses loudly, banging his fist on the stone wall beside the window frame. That's it, then? It's over? He'll murder Snape, become the master, and kick our asses to the next life? No, wait, Hermione says, staring at Harry curiously. What do you mean he thinks? Harry swallows again. And again, his mouth is still too dry. What if Snape isn't? What if you don't need to kill the previous master but merely defeat them? Isn't that the same thing? Ron frowns. What if it isn't? Harry says, trying to keep his voice from shaking. Riddle stole Dumbledore's wand from his grave, believing it's enough to do it. He didn't think at that time it was necessary to kill Dumbledore himself if it gets him the wand. What if Gregorevich or Grindelwald? And I don't know their entire conversation, to be fair. What if he told Riddle that the previous owner just needs to be unwilling to hand over their wand? Even as Harry says it, he can see horrified realization dawning on Draco's visage. His eyes are widening to the size of saucers, the gray now painted silver from the ongoing battle outside the window. Mouth falling open to gape at Harry in utter disbelief and incredulity. Draco, you disarmed Dumbledore before anyone even got there. What? What? Ron splutters, nearly folding in half at Harry's words. Are you serious? Harry immediately seeks out Hermione in the next second. He can see the gears turning in her brain as she processes the logic behind it. Even though Harry knows, that he's right about this. Everything inside his very gut is screaming at him in firm agreement. Hermione's validation would at least help him think clearly over their next plan of action. And then Hermione nods, slow and fearful, teeth bruising her bottom lip, brown eyes bright and determined and trustful. She believes him. Harry lets out a huge breath, making sure to flick his gaze between the three of them in turn. Right. So, there we have it. Draco, you. Oh Merlin, please tell me no one has disarmed you since that night? Draco seems to be having an out-of-body experience, the way he's staring unseeingly at the air in front of him, as though willing the fabric of space-time to split open and grab at him so that he can escape this reality. In that disturbed, absurd moment, Harry realizes that Greyback has stopped screaming and flailing. He chances a glance in that direction, immediately noticing the still pile of burned and charred flesh and bones, the stench of it only now hitting Harry's senses. Draco finally croaks out. Harry snaps back to him. No, not that I recall. Good, Harry sighs shakily. Good. Now, what should we do? We need to find McGonagall. Let's hope Snape got the Patronus and he... Oh my god, Draco suddenly exclaims. Oh my, motherfucking Merlin of sweet Circe. Harry, Hermione, and Ron startle in surprise. Draco is now definitely looking at Harry and not through him, and it looks like it's finally hitting him in the face. Harry opens his mouth to interrupt, but Draco is already pacing now, grabbing at his hair erratically, blindly following a set pattern. Fuck. Potter, you, fuck. Why am I fucking angry? This should be the best day of my goddamn life and I'm so done. I had one stupid job. And I fucked that up so epically that I ensure my own death? You're not going to die. You're the master of the Elder Wand. Ronald, wipe away that drool. Shut up, all of you. This whole mess is your creation, you three, bullheaded Gryffindors. Do you wake up every day with a fucking checklist of whom to screw up? Oh, looks like Draco Malfoy isn't getting fucked in his own house. Let's lend him a hand. While we're at it, let's drag him into our fun and completely safe camping trip to hunt down pieces of motherfucking soul. Technically, we didn't. You dragged yourself, Malfoy. We never asked you to. Draco lets out a yell of frustration, but he seems more scared than Harry has ever seen him and he doesn't know what to do anymore. Look. Draco gathers himself enough to stop pacing and face them once more, breathing loudly. His eyes are shiny and he makes no attempt to hide it. Potter, I can't face him. Okay. I just can't. I'd rather live the rest of my life as a homeless person than face him. I don't care if that my wand, whatever. Harry doesn't understand him at all. Slytherin or not, human or not, this level of self-preservation makes absolutely no sense. He wants to tell Draco that Voldemort probably can't hurt him. The wand wouldn't hurt its master, he thinks. He knows. He knows it with the same conviction he knew that it was his wand that saved him a few nights prior to his birthday, when Voldemort had shown up, when his arm had raised itself to fend off the enemy. Don't you want revenge? Harry settles on saying. He killed your parents. He made you torture people. He set you up to a task he knew you couldn't accomplish. Draco's stare narrows at the torture part, but he lets it go this time. He must have decided that he has bigger fish to fry than to be pissed about Harry witnessing yet another moment of his life that he had no business witnessing. To Harry's defense, it's not like he wanted to. It just happened to be the case. Take it, Draco grits out, jaw tense. He thrusts his arm forward. Just take it. I don't care. Take it and kill him and then break this piece of shit. In an abrupt movement, Ron spins him around by his shoulders, shaking him roughly, spitting in his face. Malfoy, stop it. Snap out of it, you arsehole. You have the most powerful wand in history and you're, what, going to take a pass to finish this once and for all? Don't get me wrong, I'd rather not have you be in possession of anything more than a moonstone for your princess gown, but mate, I've watched you for years salivating on the mere prospect of getting to insult someone. What's bigger than a big middle finger to Voldemort? Harry and Hermione share a stricken look and Harry knows they're both thinking the same thing. Ron's apparent switch to Voldemort's name. Harry figures it was about time. The man is already here. What meaning does the taboo really hold? But at the same time, Harry thinks it's Ron finally letting go of his fear. Perhaps the fact that they have the Elder Wand in their corner has something to do with it. On the other hand, Draco is staring at Ron as if he's never seen the man before. He opens his mouth a few times to speak but shuts it just as promptly. Ron shoves him back and Draco stumbles against a tapestry, clambering to hold himself against the wall. Harry breaks the silence, rubbing his hand over his face a few times. We need to hurry. Their plan is, once again, interrupted when on next floor down, they come across Fred and Percy fighting two masked Death Eaters. It's a chaotic mess of Hermione and Ron helping Fred overpower the Death Eater he's up against while Harry tries to assist Percy. Draco is hovering on the outskirts uncertainly. At one point, Harry is pressed against Fred, Ron, and Hermione as Percy waves his wand in quick motions. The Death Eater's mask slips off in the middle of the duel. Hello, Minister, bellows Percy, sending a neat jinx straight at Thickness, who drops his wand and claws at the front of his robes, apparently in awful discomfort. Did I mention I'm resigning? You're joking, Perce, shouts Fred as the Death Eater he is battling collapses under the weight of 3 separate stunning spells. Thickness has fallen to the ground with tiny spikes erupting all over him. He seems to be turning into some form of sea urchin. Fred looks at Percy with glee. You actually are joking, Perce. I don't think I've heard you joke since you were. The air explodes. They have been grouped together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and Percy, the 2 Death Eaters at their feet, one stunned, the other transfigured. And in that fragment of a moment, when danger seems temporarily at bay, the world is rent apart. Protega horribilis. In the split second before everything ends, there's a loud shout and then heavy debris is ricocheting off an invisible barrier, a bubble of sheer magic pressing on all sides until Harry's ears are ringing with the deafening cacophony, wind whipping through his clothes and hair. After a few minutes, the air finally settles. Harry struggles against the white lights inside his eyelids and blinks rapidly to spot Hermione, Ron, Fred, Percy struggling back to their feet. They're not dead, they're not dead, they're not dead. Draco still has both arms thrown up in the air. He glances over his shoulder once before slowly lowering them. Ron's incredulous laughter cuts through the space, bordering on hysteria. This is the strangest day of my life, he declares, absently patting both Fred and Percy. He gives up after a few heavy slaps and pulls them in for a hug. I hate to break it to you, but I suppose Mum would want to invite Malfoy every Christmas and stitch him a jumper. Maybe I can convince her to draw a giant dick on his. A dick who just saved your ass, Draco snaps, expectantly rising to the bait. And I would never step inside your rundown house, Weasley. Sure. Ron dismisses him vaguely, easily. Try getting out of it once Mum hooks her claws into you. You might have escaped Voldemort, but you can't escape Molly Weasley. A silver doe leaps through the nearest wall, making Harry jump violently. He clutches at his chest, the adrenaline still coursing his blood. The rest of them huddle close together as the Patronus opens her mouth and speaks. To Fred's utter stuff of nightmares, by the look on his face, in Snape's hissing voice. Keep your noses out of my business. Well, that's just great, Harry mutters moodily when the dough dissolves. Fine, if he's so willing to become Riddle's fodder, who are we to interfere with his plans? I hate this so much, Draco shudders. So much. What's a better word than hate? Despise? Hermione offers. No, loathe. Abhor? Yes, Draco snaps his fingers. Exactly. I abhor this down to every atom of my magically mutated being. Magically mutated? Hermione squeaks indignantly. Shack. Harry cuts in quickly, already sensing Draco's incoming muggles or scum speech. We need to find a way to lure Riddle into removing the enchantment. Fred and Percy decide to find George at the astronomy tower. Percy tells them that he's seen McGonagall out on the grounds, leading an army of transfigured metal armors and gargoyles against the giants. Harry relishes in the mental imagery for a bit, letting the rush of fierceness warm his fingers and toes. The further they head down the staircases, it becomes more and more clear that there are heavy casualties on both sides. Harry tries not to see the faces of the bodies littering the corridors, his soul jerking and flailing every time they pass by one. To Draco's increasing impatience and frustration, the other three insert themselves in every single duel they come across. Ron's well-aimed hexes and Hermione's perfectly casted jinxes manage to turn the tide of the duels, before Harry finishes it off with a stunning spell. They repeat this pattern over and over and over until the word stupefy is seared into Harry's brain the way Expelliarmus is. All the while, Draco hovers, neither running away nor participating. Ron doesn't leave the matter alone. He keeps complaining that Draco could probably throw an obscuro and it would not only conjure a blindfold but probably take away their eyesight entirely. That's not how spells work, Ron. Hermione insists in her "why are people stupid" exasperated voice. It doesn't change the function of the incantation, merely enhances its impact. A blindfold would still remain a blindfold. Fine, fine. My point still stands. Draco continues to ignore him until they see Luna and Padma Patil at the base of the entrance hall, fighting a giant spider and a Death Eater. Luna is floating and leaping through the cracks in the spider's legs like a trained ballerina while Padma keeps the Death Eater at bay. Draco is quicker than Harry this time, taking 2 steps at a time, sliding a few feet once he's on stable ground. He runs first to Luna, shouting an incendio, placing the spider on fire. Deftly, Luna dodges the flailing legs and stumbles into Draco in her attempt to get away. Only for a second, though, because the next moment, she's straightening up and calling out, "Immobulus." The spider freezes in its tracks, but still burns alive. Luna aims a silencio and the spider's pained suffering abruptly cuts off. "Draco," she says calmly. "End it." Draco hesitates. Shaking himself slightly, he eventually murmurs a spell quietly under his breath. The spider's head severs cleanly from its body and the twitching stops. Once that's taken care of, Luna rushes to Padma. In the distracted moment, Padma takes her opening to yell Tarantiegra at the Death Eater. By that time, Harry, Hermione, and Ron are breezing past the dead spider. Harry tries not to squirm in revulsion. The dancing Death Eater is shouting profanities and it's worse when he catches sight of Draco and the others. He's in the middle of cursing Malfoy's family to the grave, ironically, when Padma apparently has had enough. Petrificus totalis. "Oh, hey, Harry. What's up? Parvati was looking for you. Don't tell her I said this, but I think she's taking this whole we might die to heart." Right, Harry says awkwardly. "Thanks, Padma, for staying for the fight. Parvati, as well." Padma positively beams back. "I'll definitely tell her you said that." "Where's Longbottom?" Draco is demanding from Luna, but Harry barely listens to her response. He can see through the large entrance doors. It's a chaos of colors and people, masked and not, school uniforms and not, giants and spiders and dementors, and the cacophony of noises is making his heart thud in his chest. How long? He questions himself. How long until? After a quick goodbye, Luna and Padma disappear in the fray. Once they leave, Draco eyes the battle and promptly demands the cloak from Harry. "You, too," Hermione orders sternly. "We don't know what will happen if you get hit by a lethal spell, Harry." Harry doesn't know, either, for that matter. Only knows that Voldemort himself has to do it. It's enough incentive to huddle under the cloak, pressed against Draco's warm, seeker-lean body. The fabric doesn't cover them thoroughly, though, their ankles visible under the hem. "Ron. Ready?" Ron nods his assent, gritting his teeth, squeezing Hermione's fingers in a surprisingly tender gesture. It makes Harry's heart ache for a whole different reason. Once they climb down the steps, he sees Ginny almost immediately. She's assisting a bunch of students tackling a horde of Death Eaters. Torrents of spells are rushing over Harry's head as he ducks and rolls and dodges, hand clasped tightly in the hook of Draco's elbow. Ginny whirls around when Harry aims a hasty protega around her, the large wooden trunk splintering to pieces. There's no time to talk, to say anything but to fight, 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 to give his everything to whoever he can, running around the battlefield to ward off creatures and Death Eaters alike. Kill them, a hissing rattles in his brain. You know you want to. You know the spell. Think how good it would feel, how satisfying it would be. Draco is pulling at him roughly, urgently snapping in his ear, "Stop drawing attention to us. You can't save everyone." "I don't care," Harry pants, throwing a jinx at random at a nearby Death Eater. The man bowls over in half, clutching at his stomach. "I want to take down as many as I can." "That's perfectly peachy, Potter," Draco says with a grimace. "But I shouldn't be in the crossfire. Remember? Or do you wish to lose the edge?" "What do you want me to do?" Harry says, shooting a quick protega totalum around himself and Draco. "Just let them die?" "No, you're supposed to look at the bigger picture," Draco says without missing a beat, as if he knew what Harry would say and made the counter-argument in his head already. "Isn't that your thing? Stop getting distracted by the smaller fights." "Right." Harry can't help the sarcasm dripping in his words. "I'll just go walk to my own death right away, shall I? That's the bigger picture, isn't it?" Draco clenches his jaw. They're nearing the edge of the battle where McGonagall is controlling the world with both her arms swaying above her head, wand in one hand, and Harry is reminded of musical conductors, the ones who direct the ebb and flow of an orchestra. He jabs Draco in the gut and nods his chin in that direction. A quick glance over his shoulder tells him that Ron and Hermione are still in a duel, assisting Arthur Weasley in taking down a few of the masked Death Eaters. However, the closer they approach McGonagall, it becomes apparent that the Dementors are beginning to surround them. At first, Harry scrapes the idea to bad luck and opens his mouth reflexively to speak the incantation, but Draco stops him. "Don't," he warns. "Your Patronus might give us away. Expecto Patronum." A brilliant silver fox springs out of Draco's wand and bounds in tight circles around their invisible forms. The Dementors slowly shrink away, but more and more are still attracted, the way Harry thought they were back in third year. The way the Dementors seemed to affect him more than the others, the way he had felt ashamed of it. Now, the truth hits him with the force of a brick wall. It's not him they're attracted to, it's what inside of him that is feeding them power. It makes him sick to the stomach, sick of what he is, an abomination that shouldn't have ever existed. The fox has left their periphery to join the battle. Harry watches as it skirts around the fighters, ducks between stumbling legs, leaping and arching, and the sight of it surprises a few, pleases a few, and then a horse, an otter, a goat, a swan, a hare, and a terrier join the mix, one by one, creating a large circle of brilliant light, the likes of which Dumbledore would have greatly loved. "How are you doing that?" Harry demands, turning to Draco once more. Draco smirks. "I suppose I'm catching up to this whole Master of Elder Wand shindig." Harry can still see the genuine fear underneath the practiced mask of casual coolness. Draco might be in possession of the most powerful wand in history, but he still does not wish to face Voldemort if he can help it. He really wants to ask what his boggart is. But this is not the time, he decides. The fact that Draco has purposefully spun around in McGonagall's direction, who is still conducting a bloody magical orchestra, is enough for Harry to let it go. "Professor," Harry calls out over the noise, reaching them just as the last of the Dementors shrink away. "Professor? You were looking for me?" McGonagall spares one glance in their direction. She can't see them but seems to realize that Harry is probably under the cloak. Without breaking the pattern of her incantations that is now choking one of the giants with the tree trunk it was carrying, McGonagall speaks. At the same time, the groaning, nearly destroyed suits of armors cleave through the thick skin on its gut and thighs with bloody swords. "Did you find the object, Potter?" she barks out. Another wave and one of the thick branches of the tree trunk pierces through the giant's throat. Warm blood gurgles out, flowing down its chest to join the river at the gut. Harry stares. Yes, he tears himself away from the sight. "We found it. Where's Snape, Professor?" "Otherwise occupied," she replies. "He's under a disillusionment charm up at the tower, keeping the rooftops safe with other Order members. Another slashing motion of the wand and another giant crumbles in a pile of gigantic limbs. The ground is shaking with the force, and yet, McGonagall seems entirely unfazed. The only evidence of her tiredness is the fact that her tight bun is not as tight and her shoulders are tense, probably hurting by this point. And then everything comes to a grinding halt when Voldemort's high, cold, cruel voice sweeps across the battlefield, strumming and plucking at the air, climbing up Harry's spine and tickling in his ears. The Patronuses dissolve in nothingness, blanketing the world in darkness once more. You have fought valiantly, but in vain. I do not wish this. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a terrible waste. I therefore command my forces to retreat. In their absence, dispose of your dead with dignity. Harry Potter, I now speak directly to you. On this night, you have allowed your friends to die for you, rather than face me yourself. There is no greater dishonor. Join me in the Forbidden Forest, and confront your fate. If you do not do this, I shall kill every last man, woman, and child who tries to conceal you from me. Inside the Great Hall, Harry sits numbly on one of the long benches lined up against the wall. He doesn't want to see it, but he can't help it, either. The cold, dead bodies of the fighters placed near the top table side by side, eyes closed forever, chests unmoving. He thinks how breathing is taken for granted and thinks of Draco's panic attacks, the gasping and the terror of it, of being unable to draw air inside his lungs. He thinks of his own breaths, inhale, exhale, exhale. He thinks of his heart trying to keep him alive, healing the wounds, not knowing how to give up yet. But it will have to. Harry almost apologizes to it. Padma's sobs are still ringing in his ears, though. He thinks she might still be crying, hunched over Parvati's body, face buried in her sister's chest and fingers clutching at her robes. And then once that memory is at the conscious level, he unravels and it's a goddamn sideshow seared in the back of his shut eyelids. Terry Boot and Zacharias Smith, Justin Finch Fletchley and Alicia Spinnet. At least 50 more students, some he knew in passing, some he's shared classes with, some he had never even seen. They'd all fought and they'd all died, and Harry is sitting here, his heart still kicking and stumbling inside his chest when it should have always been him in their place. The worst, he thinks, is Remus and Tonks. Lying on their backs beside each other, fixedly staring at the dark sky littered with stars of the Great Hall without really seeing. Harry hasn't even met Teddy yet, doesn't even know where he is, and he feels a hysterical laughter bubbling in his throat at the fact that Teddy will never have a godfather, either. Hot tears spill down his cheeks, tracking through the scratches and the grime and sweat, the hastily healed minor wounds, through the sparse hair on his jaw, trickling down his throat by the pulsating beat. Harry doesn't know how long he sits there. It could have been hours or days or seconds. It no longer matters. What matters is what he must do. What he should have done in the first place. Tucking his legs under the hem of the cloak, Harry adjusts it as he rises to his feet. Without Draco's added mass, the cloak hides Harry the way it always has, wholly and efficiently, safe and warm. He allows himself only a few moments of watching Ron and Hermione all the way across the other side, surrounded by the Weasleys. They're distracted at the moment, speaking from time to time words that Harry can't hear. With a final look around the Great Hall, Harry leaves. A lone figure is sitting at the foot of a large tree, hidden by the dark shadows of the forest behind. Despite it, there is no mistaking the white blonde hair shimmering like Nuri's fire. Draco rises to his feet, wand in hand, looking exhausted, bloodied and beaten, and Harry has never found him more. It's not like Ginny. There's no burrow-scented flowery shampoo rising from a potion awakening him to his feelings, his desires, his affection. There's no budding friendship spanning over 6 years, no childhood celebrity crushes, never playing on the same team. There are no stolen kisses in the corners, no comforting embraces after a rough day of rumors, no "it's okay, I understand." Draco has somehow managed to make his life even more difficult than it has to be. He has tried knocking Harry down a few notches when the rest of the world was busy lifting him up, making him some kind of hero who was going to rescue them from the evil dark wizard's clutches. Draco doesn't smell flowery, he smells like open bonfire under stars and arctic breeze encasing the tent. Like potions fiddled with in the silence of the nights, like scratching quills. Like Harry's shampoo that he used for weeks, Harry's cologne, Harry's towel. Like berries and Ron's terrible stew and the type of freedom Harry has never known before, the type that comes with money, with using it for lavish dishes from around the globe, velvety smooth shirts that slide across skin, fitting immaculately in a way Harry's never did. Draco never said it's okay, I understand. He never settled for Harry's explanations, justifications, excuses. And it's not fair, is it? To compare him with Ginny? To compare him with the rest of the world? It's not, Harry knows, and yet. So, Draco says, standing a few feet away from him, this is it? Harry nods. This is it. Draco's jaw clenches. He swallows, his pale throat bobbing, winces as the motion disturbs a bleed on its side. Harry finds himself unable to look above his shoulders, so he fixes his gaze in the distant blackness, imagining Voldemort's gleeful face on the other side. I thought you were helping Snape with potions. I was, Draco says. Now I'm not. He's glad Draco decided to accompany Severus, instead of standing guard. Madame Pomfrey is up to her ears with injuries and she needs potions, as many as possible, as quickly as possible. Harry thinks that if it were anyone else ordering Draco to assist, he probably would have bluntly refused. But Draco had rarely been able to resist Severus' instructions. The only time Harry can think of was when he didn't want the man to interfere with his Dumbledore hunting business. Look at me. Harry does. Stops breathing entirely. If you're going to die, Draco says roughly, lips twisted, silver eyes scrunched up, have the bloody decency to say goodbye. Harry begins, pauses, clears his throat. I told Neville to kill the snake. He was. Colin Creevey. He wasn't even of age. Ron and Hermione. They would. Try to stop me. Try to find another way. But we've known for a while now, haven't we? This is the only way. Draco's breaths are heavy, chest expanding stutteringly. Once I die, the vow should break, Harry continues quietly, but I'm going to ask you to stay. To end the fight. To help Ron and Hermione, anyway. I know you want out, I know you want nothing of this war. But, Draco. They need you. You can finish this war. Draco takes a careful step closer, now within Harry's reaching distance if he chooses to extend an arm and grip his shoulder. What's the point, Harry? His voice is hard, steely. Even if we somehow kill the snake, going against Riddle is beyond stupid. And Harry has a very, very strong urge to remind him that he is the master of the Elder Wand, that he's a competent wizard despite his prejudices, that if he can learn the Patronus in 1 week's time, he can do greater things. Things such as mortally wounding the man who imprisoned him in his own house, who killed his parents. You think everything is stupid, Harry says instead, feels a hint of exasperation underlying his words. Well, it is. And you're stupid, too, for doing this. Don't act surprised now, Harry tries to tease, tries to make himself sound okay. Draco only shakes his head. The silence between them grows, festers like an ugly vine twisting around Harry's throat. His heart is hammering inside his chest, compensating for all the beats it would be missing in this lifetime. And Harry realizes, with startling clarity, he's going to miss this pale arsehole. I should get going, he says, quiet and soft. Draco, thank you, for everything. Draco's head bows. He stares at his shoes, breathes deeply, latches onto Harry. Don't thank me yet. See you around, Potter. Harry blinks, surprised at the cool tone, watches Draco's retreating figure disappearing behind Hagrid's hut. He takes a few moments to collect himself, fingers clutched tightly, the snitch. His very first snitch, digging into his palm. Harry enters the forest. It's almost worth it, he thinks, feeling his nerves settle as he sees James Potter, Lily Evans, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin standing proudly around him in a circle. Sirius tells him it'll be quicker and easier than falling asleep. Remus insists that Teddy will grow up in a better world, a safer world that his parents and his godfather helped build. Lily says how loved he is, always will be, and that he's Harry, always will be Harry, and Harry feels his soul. The other one, withering away from her words, the way Tom Riddle had, shielding itself from her brilliant warmth. You'll stay with me? He asks in a small voice. James smiles, until the very end. Tom Riddle's cold smile is bursting through his lips as he lifts up his arm. Harry thinks of seagulls and kangaroos, of white beaches, of the Greek beef stew he never had the chance to taste. He thinks of the pretty girl in his Muggle school he never had the courage to approach. He thinks of flying over the Pacific Ocean, perched on his firebolt, toes skimming the endless sea. He thinks of another bespectacled boy, having just learned that he's a wizard, entering Harry's pet shop to choose his very first magical companion. Harry thinks of many things, of all the experiences he's missed, has to sacrifice, wishing he didn't have to, but knowing it needs to be done. This is bigger than him, after all. This is bigger than one Gryffindor and his brain-damaged grand schemes, and really, what was he expecting, if not another terrible plan with the high probability of certain death? Avada Kedavra, in the split second that it takes for the spell to reach him, the last thing Harry hears is the ear-splitting roar of a dragon rending the night sky. Blue-white flames raining from the heavens before bright green envelops his whole world. Harry wakes up in a white expanse. Dumbledore is waiting for him. Chapter Endnotes. Paragraph from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. Quotes from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows by J.K. Rowling. Note: I will be skipping the entire chapter of King's Cross. However, it does take place in this story. The next chapter will pick up from the point when Harry wakes up on the forest floor. The Boy Who Lived Twice chapter notes early update, *. Also a quick reminder. The chapter of King's Cross does take place, although I'm making the choice of skipping it. It would have been more or less the same. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry's mouth is pressed against the floor of the forest. He experiences a moment of disoriented déjà vu, waking up to a dragon's roar, surrounded by the unsettling atmosphere of alternating sunny heat and Arctic breeze. Someone is screaming, he absently notices. Not someone, but apparently many of them. Probably giants, too. A pair of expensive weathered shoes that have seen better days plant themselves on the ground in Harry's line of vision. Harry. Fuck. Harry rouses slightly, still gathering his bearings, still relearning how to be alive. Keep them away, Nuri. The voice says urgently and desperately, just for a minute. An answering roar. More sunny heat. More Arctic breeze. A pair of warm hands landing on his shoulder blades. Harry groans, stretching. Draco, what the fuck are you doing? The hands disappear instantly as if burned. Harry takes the moment to pull himself up on his arms, taking a few deep breaths, relishing in the lack of his soul, the other one, and can't help but grin at nothing in particular. For the first time in 16 years, he's free. It's easier after that, jumping to his feet with a newfound burst of strength. Draco is. Well, Draco is staring at him as if he's seen a ghost. A very much corporeal, alive ghost. He opens his mouth and asks in a terrified whisper that Harry barely catches above Nuri's annihilation. Are you a zombie? It must be ridiculous to be standing around and having a conversation while a white dragon has taken apparent liberty of deciding what keep them away encompasses. Harry laughs. Exhilarated and happy. He thinks he might kiss Draco's stupid, dumbfounded face just from the sheer joy of receiving a second chance at this whole life thing. Third, his mind corrects him. It only makes him happier. When Harry spins around to take stock of his surroundings, he sees a pile of badly charred bodies scattered on the forest floor. Riddle, however, to Harry's shock, is countering Nuri's flames with a ring of sizzling black fire, the type that is different than Draco's, but visibly more powerful. Nuri had been able to destroy those, but she's getting restless and impatient and frustrated when neither the blue-white flames nor the chilling ice is able to cut through these. Protega Diabolica, Draco breathes in astonishment beside Harry. A small army of Death Eaters stands behind Riddle inside the ring, including Bellatrix Lestrange. She looks insane, laughing maniacally and taunting Nuri more and more. Harry's earlier sense of relief drains out rapidly until he's clenching his jaw, gritting his teeth. Draco. Bellatrix calls out over the racket, pointing her wand at him. Fun is over, boy. You had your great little rebellious adventure. It's time to return to the Dark Lord, as is your duty. As is your mark. Are you so willing to waste Sissy's life? Draco stiffens beside him. Harry swallows, suddenly uncertain what Draco might do. Technically, the vow must be broken. Draco is his own free man. There are no more death-bound oaths shadowing his decisions. Have you forgotten our time together, Draco? With your Aunt Bella? Bellatrix continues. Her voice drops down to the baby-like cadence she adopts whenever she feels dangerous enough to blow up entire castles. The way you flourished under my wing, all those pathetic souls writhing on the floors of the manor, don't you miss it? The power, the darkness, the primal thirst. Come now, Draco. You're my darling little dragon all on your own, aren't you? You don't need this bitch. Nuri lets out a thunderous roar, fire burning a blinding white. In a quick motion, Bellatrix slices her wand in the air and Nuri bleeds. It breaks Draco's petrified silence. Before Harry can truly grasp what's happening, Draco is raising his own wand, bellowing, Crucio. Bellatrix screams. Riddle's protective circle falters slightly, mostly in shock rather than lack of talent, and a thin stream of Nuri's fire manages to break through. The ice pierces the nearest masked Death Eater in the chest, his body slumping down instantly. All the while, Bellatrix continues to shriek. Harry pulls out his own wand from where he'd stowed earlier in the belt of his jeans. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy, Defindo, Reducto, Bombarda. Impedimenta. Fuck. Okay, fine. What else? Aguamenti, Aqua Eructo. Nothing seems to be successfully countering the sizzling black flames. Harry wonders how the Cruciatus is effective and gives up when his head hurts. He doesn't know enough magical theory to work it out. Aim at Riddle. Harry shouts. Forget Bellatrix. Draco shakes his head, glaring at the woman's thrashing body with a haunted look on his face. Harry senses a whole story behind it, and not a treasured one. It's too much, all of it. Nuri's searing heat and Riddle's crackling flames, Bellatrix's screams, and Draco's slow but steady descent into the dark side. Harry rakes his mind desperately for something to do, questioning himself what Hermione or Ron would do in this situation. Or what Dumbledore would do. Or anyone at all, because Harry's blood is coursing with adrenaline. His instinct right now is to attack first and ask questions later. He doesn't think that would go down very well. Draco. Harry grabs his elbow instead, stepping closer, leaning forward to speak in his ear. Draco doesn't push him away. Taking that as a good sign, Harry begins to babble. Listen to me. This is not you. This is not you. You made some wrong choices in life, and that's shit. You made a lot of people downright miserable, and you probably would have been on the other side right now if you had followed your father's footsteps. But Dumbledore believed in you, Draco, despite all your wrong choices. He believed you would make the right ones when it counted the most. So does Ron and Hermione, I know it. So does Blaise and Luna and Dean and Severus and everyone on our side. And so do I know it's not worth much to you. I know you wish you had heard it from Lucius and Narcissa. But Bellatrix is wrong. Draco's eyes skim over Harry's face, catching his gaze, holding it for a few moments. Harry sees the hesitance creeping in, the faltering of the spell. Bellatrix's shrieks wavering like a sick, broken record. Harry grasps onto Narcissa and continues. You told me that your mother never wanted this for you. That Severus fought for your innocence. If you do this, if you let yourself go down that road, their faith in you will mean nothing. Draco. Tom Riddle went down that road, years and years ago. I think I figured out what your boggart is. It's him, isn't it? You fear him. What he is, what he's become. You don't want that for yourself, you don't. Draco takes a shuddering breath in, shutting his eyes tightly. Bellatrix's screams cut down to whimpers, and Harry rounds on her, on Riddle, on his army inside the circle. Confringo. The spell disintegrates in the flames. What are you doing? Draco hisses at him, sounding shaky and stuttering. That's not going to do shit, you know. Not to mention, your aim sucks. What are you firing it at the ground for? I'm going for Nagini, you idiot, Harry snaps back, his impatience making him reckless. Don't you see? She's out of her magic bubble. Draco mouths magic bubble disbelievingly. Are you, Harry? We need to get the fuck out of here. Nuri is bleeding, you blind moron. Fuck. Fine. This is Sectum Sempra. The jet of light dissolves into oblivion once more. At Draco's urgent insistence, Harry clambers on Nuri's back. He grips Draco's shirt tightly, and then Nuri is flapping her gigantic, white leathery wings, taking flight. Her ascent is rough and rickety, snapping tree branches and trying to avoid the incoming spells from below at the same time. Riddle's furious, enraged cry echoes behind in the darkness. By sheer luck, Nuri breaks through the dense forest with no life-threatening injuries, at least, Harry hopes so. The cool, crisp air hits him firmly in the face, He takes a moment to gaze up at the stars littering the night sky, midnight blue and dark purple bleeding to give way to strips of soft lavender and baby pinks on the horizon. How the fuck are you still alive? Harry nearly slips off. Draco is looking over his shoulder, fixing Harry with an incredibly annoyed expression. Are you nuts? Harry shouts back. Why did you come for me? I told you there was no other way. I went to bloody die, Draco. Isn't it good that I did? You blundering disaster. Draco counters heatedly. If I hadn't, Riddle would have hit you with another killing curse. Harry's mouth snaps shut. I saw the spell hit you. Draco continues. Are you fucking immortal? Should we be hunting you down next once we deal with the noseless dick? Surprised laughter bursts out of Harry's chest, making Draco twitch even more. I met Dumbledore. Harry tells him cheerfully. He says he's proud of you. And Harry is not helping his case, is he? Because Draco has adopted the face of Hermione, the one in which she is seriously considering the other person's mental faculties, probably running through symptoms and treatments of every illness she's ever read about to decide the best course of action. Fuck you, Draco declares to the winds. Fuck you, you stupid, impulsive, immortal, brain-damaged Gryffindor. True to Draco's words, Harry says the first thought that crosses his mind. It's good to see you, too. Finally, Draco laughs, a breathless, happy one that warms Harry's insides. For the next few moments, they watch the top of the forest breezing beneath them, the castle looming closer and closer. Harry thinks if he squints enough, he might be able to point out the Great Hall, where Ron and Hermione and Ginny and Neville and Luna and everyone else will be, probably having noticed by now that Harry is nowhere to be seen. We could go anywhere, you know. Draco breaks the peaceful silence, turning his head halfway, eyes lowered. Harry swallows, staring at Draco's pointed, side profile. It's a pretty picture, Harry decides. Soaring in open skies, the smell of soot and smoke on their clothes. He wonders if they could keep flying all the way to the stars. I know. Draco nods. And that's it. A few minutes later, Nuri is lowering herself in the courtyard of the castle. Harry and Draco slide down her back and Harry immediately walks around to face her properly. He feels a surprising rush of affection for her, finds comfort and familiarity in her features, in her Nagini-like yellow eyes. He raises his palm in both an invitation and a question. Nuri eyes him carefully, gaze narrowing in judgment. After what feels like forever, she tentatively inches her nose closer and sniffs. Harry's breath catches in his throat when she finally meets his palm, her skin smooth and hard beneath his fingers. A large clambering of footfalls grab Harry's attention and Nuri lurches away from him violently. Harry spins around to watch the entire school. What is left of it? Rushing through the large entrance doors to gape at the dragon in their midst. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny are the first ones to break free from the crowd. Harry braces himself for impact when Hermione shoots forward, and then curses quite colorfully in surprise when she starts hitting him everywhere. Harry. James. Potter. You utter nincompoop. Why in Merlin's baggy underpants would you, ever, oh, I hate you so much. At the same time, Draco is yelling at the top of his lungs. Hagrid. Where's Hagrid? I've got an injured dragon. Harry is trying to make sense of the situation even as he backtracks slowly only to bump against Nuri's body. Myone, what? Stop it, what's happening? Ron is a few steps behind but he grimaces heavily at Harry's question. He looks like he wants to save Harry from his own stupidity. Mate, you. Ginny looks like she wants to kiss him and kill him at the same time. A thrilled murmur is passing around. Harry catches snippets of "Is that the same dragon? What is it doing here? You know who can't beat a dragon, can he?" And then the crowd is parting like the Red Sea for both Hagrid and Charlie to come forward. They have matching expressions of equal parts speechless and happy and downright excited. Ron manages to get in a few heavy claps between Harry's shoulder blades between Hermione's hitting, and then promptly joins Draco on Nuri's other side, where Bellatrix's spell had hit. Absently, he hears Charlie exclaiming how he's never seen an Arctic serpent eye before. Hermione eventually gives up, glaring at Harry ferociously, brown eyes shiny and bright, hands on hips. When she speaks, she sounds absolutely choked. "You went to die," she cries. "Harry, why did you? I told you we'd find another way. You didn't even say goodbye. We thought, We didn't know what to think when we couldn't find you, and then Nev tells us you stopped by on your way to. He asked why we need to kill Nagini. And then she buries her head in Harry's chest and Harry feels so guilty. He wishes he were still in the forest facing another Avada Kedavra instead. Harry keeps apologizing over and over, petting her hair, insisting that he's fine. Eventually, Hermione steps away and surprises everyone by rounding around Nuri and throwing her arms around Draco's stunned statue of a body. She keeps thanking him for bringing Harry back, for saving him, and Harry doesn't have the heart to tell her that he's already died. Story for another time. Ginny punches him in the arm. Hard. And then she hugs him, whispering in his ear, "If you ever put Ron through that again, I'll castrate you with bare hands." As it turns out, Nuri's bleed is a superficial one. Hagrid cheerfully informs them, with Charlie's absent-minded support, that dragonskin is expensive for a reason. When Riddle storms the castle once more, Harry is prepared. He sees them soon, black robes and masks, breaking the line of the forest being led by Riddle himself. Nagini is back in her enchanted, magic bubble, bumping along Riddle's shoulders. They had predicted as such. Harry watches Riddle arrive closer and closer, past Hagrid's hut, up the sloping lawns as though strolling through a park. It puts Harry on edge. Angry Riddle, he can deal with. A calm one? Not so much. A terrified ripple flows through the crowd. This is the first time Riddle has shown his face, and it's a calculated move this time. He's already proven what he can do from behind the scenes. He wants them to now fear what he can do being involved in them. When Draco whispers as such in his ear, Harry nods in agreement. No one is moving a muscle, making the first move. Riddle must have been counting on it because when he and his remaining army, sans giants and spiders, Harry gleefully notes, are 20 feet away, he begins to make a bloody speech. "I know you have Harry Potter hidden somewhere," he sneers, his cold voice carrying over the wind to where Harry, Draco, and Nuri are watching from. "Such a pity, to kill you all so that you can save one pathetic young boy. Bow down to me, join me, and you might not have to die tonight. Consider this as my last warning." The promise of murder is thick in the air, stifling and suffocating. Riddle is done playing around, he is done permitting a fair chance. At least in his books. And nothing can stop him any longer. Harry knows that Riddle will turn every rock in the castle to search for him, will not rest until Harry's cold, dead body is rotting beneath his feet. And then when Neville is limping forward, slowly and steadily, the ghost of a smirk flits across Riddle's lips. He says he would have appreciated someone better, at least physically abled if nothing else, and Bellatrix cackles, boasting about her Cruciatus achievements on the Longbottoms. She appears to have returned to her usual personality. It's disturbing, to say the least. "I just want to say one thing." Neville cuts her off rather rudely. For a second, Riddle seems both shocked and pleased, apparently coming around to accepting Neville into his fold after all. Neville holds Riddle's gaze, chin up, continues in a loud voice. "You're wasting your time." "Am I?" Riddle says silkily, tilting his head a little as though observing a rare, interesting species. "Longbottom, did you say, Bella?" "Yes, my lord," Bellatrix giggles. "The insane duo. Ah, I remember, the young couple during my earlier rise to power. I have always rather admired Gryffindors, myself. They make such good soldiers, you see, Neville. Reckless and dumb, the whole lot of them. Not an ounce of self-preservation. I admit, it is rather effortful to recruit them. Stubborn and filled with righteous anger as they are, you, boy, you would shine as my follower. The Dark Lord is merciful, you can even have your own little army." Neville positively snarls. "I'll join you when hell freezes over, and just so you know, I already got one. Dumbledore's army." A loud, answering cheer echoes from the crowd. Harry's heart balloons and lifts as a crushing sense of pride courses through his blood. Beside him, Draco shakes his head, muttering about show-offs. Bellatrix throws the first spell and absolute chaos ensues. At the same time, Neville's bad leg gives away and he crumples down, incidentally dodging the jet of green light from her wand. And then everyone moves, Riddle himself abandoning his position to march towards the main castle doors only to get thwarted by McGonagall, Kingsley, and Snape. Harry knows the exact moment when Riddle's fury notches up to another level, his spells more vicious and powerful, the apparent betrayal from Snape ridding everything else from his mind. Turns out, Riddle is skilled. Too skilled. The other three have no choice but to stay on the defense as Riddle fires spell after spell in a smooth flow, slashing his wand through the air, controlling scorching flames, pointed glass shards, a twisting snake pit, a roaring wall of water. The Death Eaters are significantly lesser in numbers this time. Harry quickly searches for Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and notices Molly Weasley unequivocally raising Bellatrix Lestrange to the ground. Draco is pale as a ghost. Remind me never to piss off mothers. This is our chance. Let's go. Draco gestures at Nuri and she crouches down once more. The two of them climb on her back quickly for the second time, and then Draco pats lightly, telling her to fly. Nuri rounds the corner of the astronomy tower behind which they'd been, her steps heavy on the solid ground as she takes a running start before soaring over the battle. It feels as though the entire battlefield comes to a complete standstill, Nuri grabbing every pair of eyes beneath them. Harry is holding Draco's shirt in a white-knuckled grip with one hand, wand at the ready in the other for any incoming attacks. But nothing happens. Either because the Death Eaters had not expected the dragon to actually participate in the battle, or Nuri must be cutting an impressive vision and they're simply too stunned to move. Whatever the case may be, thankfully, soon, they're lowering to where Nagini is, as close as they can be in a short time. She's coiling and rolling inside her suspended magic bubble, thrashing violently, having sensed the impending danger. A jet of blue-white flames cut through the space, clashing against the translucent sphere, chipping away at the enchantment. It barely takes 5 seconds when the bottom falls out and Nagini begins to slither on the ground rapidly, trying to get away from the dragon. And then Neville is rising out of the rubble like a goddamn phoenix, Nuri's dying flames glinting and bouncing off the ruby-hilted sword in his hands, and Riddle screams. But Neville has already sliced through Nagini's head cleanly. The body of the serpent drops down with a heavy thud and the head rolls away. There's no time to celebrate, though. Harry tugs at Draco urgently and Nuri is once more gaining height, soaring up until they're landing on one of the battlements of the castle. Harry and Draco hop down, quickly urging her to escape from the back. The battle below resumes. They take a moment to watch her rocket through the sky until she's a white dot merging with the dying stars. That's it, Draco pants, turning to Harry, eyes wide under the lingering moonlight. That's all of them. Fuck. Is this happening? Is this really happening? Harry senses the incoming panic attack. We're almost there. Just one last thing left and we'll be done. This whole shitfuck will be over. Come on. Harry throws one leg over the school broom he'd grabbed earlier, steadying it when Draco clambers behind him, his thighs digging against Harry's hips painfully. He chants something under his breath over and over, trying to gather the last of his courage, and Harry's heart stutters inside his chest. Ready? Draco lets out a slow exhale, his warm breath tickling on the back of Harry's neck. Not really. Harry kicks off. After months and months of frustrated absence, riding a broomstick feels like coming home. The wind whips across his face and he takes a huge gulp of clean air. As soon as the edge of battlement bottoms out, Harry nosedives, gliding along the surface of the castle, straight towards Riddle. The grip around his wand tightens. Riddle's arm cleaves through the air in a brutal motion. McGonagall, Kingsley, and Snape are blasted apart in a booming explosion. Arthur, Bill, Slughorn, Sprout, and Flitwick are quick enough to cushion their falls. Snape, having received the brunt of Riddle's rage, is buried under a column despite Flitwick's rather powerful Protega. Harry braces himself, gives a split-second notice to Draco before he's flying in tight maneuvers to avoid Riddle's deadly spells meeting him midway in the air. Expelliarmus. Ron and Hermione holler out at the same time. They're a good 15 feet away from Riddle, standing their ground fiercely. Stupefy, Conjunctiva, Rick Temsemra, Levico RPUS. Riddle has no choice but to take a second to ward off the spells, like swatting away annoying mosquitoes, and Draco is already shouting Protega Horribilis, to form a magical barrier around them. Riddle's killing curse bounces off. Harry takes half a second to reassure himself. No one is dying, no one is dying, no one is fucking dying. This short distraction caused by Ron and Hermione is all Harry needs, though. He lands behind Riddle. Draco jumps up, wand already raised in preparation. Harry throws the broom away, rolling his shoulders. Riddle spins around to face them, mouth opening wide to scream another, Avada Kedavra. Harry says the first spell that jumps to his mind, Expelliarmus. The jet of red and green light meet in the middle and Harry's hand trembles from the force of it. He wills his wand to keep Riddle at bay, just for a moment, any minute now, any second now. Beside him, Draco is tense and still as a statue. Belatedly, Harry realizes that the battle has stopped, everyone halting in their paths to watch the final showdown. He tightens his grip on the wand, praying to no one in particular for this to work, because he has no more surprise elements under his belt except for this, his final do or die for real this time around moment. And then it happens. The stream of red is overpowering the other, and in an abrupt act, the green light bounces away, hitting Riddle in the middle of his chest. The wand soars from his limp fingers and Harry catches it with a seeker's reflex. A stunned moment later, Tom Riddle's body drops down, and just like that, the war is over. Harry is bone-deep tired. How? Ron is asking. I don't understand. The celebrations are finally over. Harry, Draco, Ron, and Hermione have managed to pull themselves out of further discussions by clambering under the cloak. No one notices four suspended pair of feet leave the Great Hall, as busy and happily distracted as they are. Draco had insisted that they go down to the Slytherin dorms, seeing as it would be empty, and he's neither in the mood nor does he have the patience to climb bloody moving staircases. Blaise is still chomping down food with surprising, or not, gusto back in the hall. The prospect of being finally alone is the only reason why Harry agrees before Hermione or Ron can protest. To be fair, they didn't seem up to do much other than sleep. Their steps are heavy and drag behind them. It's the first time Hermione is traveling the dungeons so deep, and even she can't muster up enough curiosity for it. Harry and Ron share an amused glance in nostalgia, both remembering the time when they had polyjuiced as Crabbe and Goyle, and then losing the small smirk almost immediately. Draco has not even bothered to lead them to the actual dormitories with actual beds. No, he face plants on the large green sofa in front of the crackling fire. After a moment of exhausted hesitation, Harry picks up his legs, drops down on the sofa, and sinks into the cushiony back. Ron settles himself on the armchair and Hermione falls right down in his lap, circling her arms around his neck, and burying herself in his large frame as comfortably as possible. Harry sniggers at Ron's stricken expression. Hug her, Harry mouths to him helpfully, rolling his eyes. Ron does. At Ron's question of how, Harry sighs, a loud exhale in the otherwise silent room. He died, Draco mutters from somewhere on the other side, face still pressed in the cushions. I saw it with my own eyes. The whole thing. Riddle said Avada Kedavra. Harry dropped down, and then he got up. I'm telling you, the bloody git is immortal, too. Hermione suddenly shoots up, nearly snapping Ron's jaw in half. She fixes Harry with another murderous glare. What? Ron sputters. Bloody hell. Did the bit of Voldemort's soul inside you did something? Are you really immortal now? Harry throws up his hands. No, of course, not, I'm not, but yeah, Riddle did kill me. And then I met Dumbledore. Harry wades through the tiredness and gives them a broken down version. Ron and Hermione frown through the whole thing, nodding and listening carefully. Okay. Ron says afterwards between a series of bloody hells. So, how did you know Voldemort himself had to do it? You just said that Dumbledore confirmed it. Good catch, Ron, Hermione absently remarks, squinting at Harry hazily. Right, Harry mutters awkwardly. The thing is, actually, so you know how Snape, you don't. Memories. Snape's memories were rather informative. Severus has the hots for Harry's dead mother, Draco says to the cushion, which is why he can't witness Ron and Hermione's horrified, nightmare-inducing expressions like Harry has to. What? Harry grimaces. That's not the point. The point is Snape was always on our side. Well, not always. He changed sides after my parents were killed. And he's been doing everything on Dumbledore's orders. Harry outlines the conversation between Snape and Dumbledore, skipping over huge chunks, and focusing only on the part where Dumbledore explains why Harry needs to die in order to defeat Voldemort, and how Voldemort himself has to do it. I reckon it's because Dumbledore predicted Mum's blood would keep me immune to Riddle's attack but kill the Horcrux inside me. We're revisiting the whole I'll go die without telling my mates bit later, Ron tells him, sounding absolutely serious. Now explain how you overpowered Voldemort during the last battle. If anything, Malfoy looked like he wanted to Avada Kedavra Voldemort himself into next Sunday. Just trust me, Harry had told them earlier, it'll work. Draco mutters something incomprehensible. No one asks him to repeat. We made a quick pit stop on our way from the forest, Harry answers now. He tells them how Draco was unsure of using the wand against Voldemort. How he insisted Harry disarm him right then and there. Excuse me? Ron chokes, jostling so much Hermione hisses indignantly. Ron settles back. Are you saying you're the master now? Harry's nose itches. He resists the urge to scratch it. Yes. Riddle had the actual wand, but the wand wouldn't hurt the master. Riddle would have realized it sooner if he weren't so busy defending himself against Nuri's fire. It occurs to Harry as he says it now, in fact, the only reason Draco's Cruciatus worked was because the Protega whatever didn't affect him. Okay, one last question, Ron insists. His own voice is thick with sleep but he seems eager to understand what truly went down. Hermione, on the other hand, is drowsily paying attention as if she's just done for the day. It's a surprising role reversal, if Harry says so. How did the dragon return? Nuri, Harry and Draco both correct him at the same time. Ron rolls his eyes but dutifully rephrases, how did Nuri return? Long story, Draco yawns, flopping his arm in a semblance of dismissal, later. Harry throws his head back to rest on the backrest, shutting his eyes against the snakes painted on the ceiling. Mindlessly, he picks at spare threads from Draco's shredded black slacks, twisting it around his finger. The next thing he knows, someone is talking in hushed voices nearby. Harry's mind is foggy with sleep. His brain is supplying bits of information in broken spurts. He realizes he's still on the sofa but the weight of another pair of legs have disappeared from his lap. Move them, a deep voice advises. Help you, pick up Gran, Draco replies. Reefily, Weasley, blow a foo. Harry feels himself being picked up, his head lolling to rest on a lean shoulder. Vaguely, he detects soot and smoke and berries. Draco is carrying him, actually carrying him, he fades away. Next time when Harry comes to indeterminate consciousness, he's lying flat on his back in a proper bed, tucked under a silk comforter. He buries himself deeper and slips off once more. Hermione wakes him up. Harry's eyes snap open from a confusing, jumbled mess of colors and empty skies, of endless sea and blinding white. The dark ceiling is unfamiliar to him. Without his glasses, the patterns are blurry but he thinks they might be more snakes. Creepy. Hermione's face swims in his vision. She hands him his glasses and they're not snakes, thank fuck. They're ladders of all sizes. Ironically, Harry is reminded of the Muggle game. How are you feeling? Hermione asks worriedly. Where's Ron? Harry croaks out. She smiles. Still sleeping. I had to put up a silencing charm around his BD. Harry chuckles groggily, hoisting himself up on his arms and sliding to press his back against the headboard. He takes a moment to study the dorm. There are 5 matching 4-poster beds, each with Slytherin green bedding and soft, silk comforters. Hypnotic green light is gliding on the smooth stone walls from the circular windows artistically littered around the room. Harry thinks it's colder than he prefers but admittedly rather calming. On the other hand, he loves the sky too much to spend inordinate amounts of time underwater. Are you okay? Harry directs the question to Hermione. She's sitting on the edge of the nearest bed, toeing the thick, green carpet with bare feet. I just can't believe it's over, you know? I woke up earlier thinking that we missed one of the Horcruxes and if I were to step outside the castle, his body would have disappeared. Harry winces in sympathy. I know what you mean. They sit in companionable silence after that. Harry plays with the extra throw pillows, squishing them unnecessarily, just to have something to do with his hands. His stomach has started to growl again, but he ignores it for now. He's still too tired to even chew properly. Besides, he might vomit the couple of butterbeers someone had randomly forced on him earlier during celebratory feast. What time is it? Hermione hums thoughtfully. Around 5 in the evening. Harry frowns. When did you wake up? At 3. You need to sleep. I will. Hermione dismisses it. Where's Draco? He said something about talking to Snape. Right. Hermione takes a few deep breaths. Harry, I know it's too soon to ask, but have you thought what you might do now? I don't know, Harry admits. I had sort of known for a while that you know. Now that I'm not, I'm just adjusting. I suppose Grimmauld Place is as good as any. Of course, Hermione nods. Harry waits. 5 minutes later, Harry counts. Hermione nervously asks him. Would you mind if, I'm going to ask Ron, too. Then she takes a shuddering breath in, tears slipping out the corner of her eyes. She wipes at them but it does nothing to staunch the dam. Harry scrambles up, swiftly gathering her in his arms, cheek pressed on top of her hair. Hermione sobs. I'm sorry, all of this, it's too much. I almost lost you and, so many people are dead, I just need, my mum and dad. I don't mean to sound insensitive, Harry, but will you come with me? To Australia? You and Ron? Hell, I'd even take Malfoy at this point. Harry, I can't do it alone. Harry instantly promises. He thinks he would have promised her anything in that moment. Hermione needn't even have asked, to be honest. He understands why she must be feeling guilty, but Harry tells her there is no need to. He tells her he met Lily and James and Sirius and Remus and he's alright. He'll be alright, now that he has his whole life ahead of him, they all do. Hermione eventually calms down. When Ron wakes up half an hour later, he takes one look at Hermione's blotchy face, red eyes, and frets like an awkward mess of long limbs, offering her food and tea and a nice thick blanket and, he says sincerely, I could grab you some heavy tomes on magical Mediterranean water plants and their properties from the library. When Harry asks Draco whether he would like to accompany them to Australia, Draco instantly agrees. You didn't even listen to the whole thing, Harry protests. They're at dinner. The long tables have returned to their places but no one is truly bothered with which table belongs to which house. It's an utter mess of students and order members and families and staff, and Harry can't think of a better meal experience. Harry is sharing the end of the Hufflepuff table, nearest the doors with Hermione, Draco, Blaise, and Luna. Ginny and Ron have opted to sit with the rest of the Weasley family. Neville's grandmother didn't really give him a choice. Draco rolls his eyes. Do I look like I care? We're going to get Hermione's parents back, Harry tells him anyway. Hermione nods. Not immediately. Maybe in 2 weeks' time after things have settled down enough. What does that mean? Draco turns to Hermione. Can't they just, I don't know, come back on their own? Hermione swallows down some tea to buy time. Fidgeting with the cup's handle, she answers. I had to obliviate them to keep them safe. I need to reverse the spell. Draco drops the loaf of bread. I swear to Salazar's entire ancestry, do you know how to? Hermione nervously bites on her bottom lip. Honestly, I never expected to survive the war. My research on reversal is negligible. Luna and Blaise invite themselves into the conversation. Harry tries not to nod off to sleep as the others discuss magical theories, the etymology of the incantation, the fragility of memories and the human mind. Harry has a sudden distinct feeling that he's sitting at the nerd table. Wake up, someone is shaking his shoulder aggressively. Harry, Potter. Harry jolts awake. His arms are numb from pillowing his head on the table. The bit of hair that flops over his eyes is wet and smells like coffee. He cards a hand through it, fingers sticky and hating every bit of it. I need a shower, he announces. But there's no one sitting beside him except for Draco. Harry chances a look around the Great Hall and finds it almost empty. Ron and Hermione are nowhere to be seen. He asks Draco as much. Weasley is hoping to get laid. Draco informs him casually. He supremely ignores Harry's blanching. I'd suggest not to enter Slytherin dorms if you wish to avoid seeing Weasley's freckled ass. I'd rather not, Harry agrees. Draco is delicately sipping at coffee. When he places the cup back down on the table, Harry grins. It's not black, Harry remarks. Gimme one. Take your own, you imbecile. Harry rolls his eyes. To be fair, he had not exactly expected Draco to pour him a cup obediently. Upon Harry's prompt, Draco informs him that everyone is sleeping the night at the castle. McGonagall had announced earlier that she's putting out an open invitation to the whole of Britain to come help with the school repairs. Harry figures that sounds about right. Kingsley probably will be up to his ears rearranging the whole ministry. The conversation dies down to companionable silence. Harry drains his coffee a few minutes after Draco finishes his. "Where will you sleep?" Harry asks him, "unless you want to see Ron's freckled ass." "As much as I like ass," Draco says, visibly shuddering, "I'm certain I do not wish to burn out my retinas just yet. I'm going up the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna has promised me a nice view. I couldn't sleep in the dorms earlier. I'm afraid I got used to sleeping in the open. It's all your fault, really." Harry doesn't say Gryffindor has a pretty nice view itself. He rolls his eyes instead. "What about Blaise?" Draco waves his hand dismissively. "He's not staying. He plans to visit his mother and return for the repairs in a week." "Shit," Harry blinks. "We should stay." "About that," Draco side glances at him, picking up his cup and then placing it back. "I'm going home in the morning. I need to sort shit out." "Aren't you coming with us to Australia?" Harry says. He does not sound accusatory, damn it. There's a sinking in his chest. He'd gotten used to Draco's presence, and, well, of course, Harry knows that things would be different now. Just because Draco chose their side, and Harry still marvels at the memory because Draco did choose when it counted, it doesn't mean he's planning to stay friends. Or, be friends. Not that they're friends. Fuck it, Harry thinks. If it were enough for him, Hermione, and Ron to become friends after defeating a 12-feet mountain troll, he thinks defeating the goddamn Dark Lord is pretty high up on the list. Draco hesitates, thinking over his answer. "I do wish to. If you were planning to stay there for a significant amount of time, I could, perhaps, join in a month's time. Besides, we still need to figure out the right way to reverse such an intricately performed spell." He grimaces before continuing. "Granger has done a rather thorough job of it, from what I hear." "She's very talented," Harry agrees. Draco stares weirdly. It's Ron who sets things into motion. The next morning, Harry wakes up to Dean and Seamus arguing over shower. The whole Weasley family is residing in the tower and it's, well, packed. The couples have decided to take entire dorms to themselves, which Harry is sincerely grateful for. Ron had stumbled inside past midnight and promptly begun to snore. Now, Harry forgoes the whole morning routine. Instead, he walks down to the common room. A few sleepy Gryffindors are draped over furniture in a variety of positions and Harry has the distinct feeling that no one is really sleeping that well. Except for Arthur Weasley, who is surrounded by a handful of students, cheerfully regaling his old school days, sounding like an absolute grandfather for all it's worth. Harry plops on the sofa beside an amused Ginny. She silently hands him a plate of sandwiches and Harry hesitates. He hasn't even brushed yet, but he's too hungry and it's too damn early in the morning to deal with people. He misses the mornings beside the lake, or wherever Hermione had taken them over the course of the year. The quiet and stillness of it. But he had also missed this, so he shuts up and takes a bite. "Are you staying?" he asks Ginny. She's still in her dressing gown, too. Harry tries not to think about mornings with her that had started with lazy kisses, smelling of tea and bacon. "Yes," she replies. "Exams are a bit of a joke at the moment, but McGonagall insists that if we finish the repairs soon, she will hold them. I think it's her way to bring in some amount of normalcy." And Severus agrees. Ginny rolls her eyes. When has he not enjoyed torturing students? She winces immediately at her own words. "I don't mean that. But well, that, too, I guess. It's just hard, you know. No one really knows what to think of him anymore." Harry nods. He can relate. He, himself, doesn't know how to deal with the man. Which is honestly why he's been taking U-turns whenever he's caught sight of Severus billowing black robes. Ron had noticed it and laughed at him. And Harry had remarked coolly, "I bet someone out there has a secret crush on Molly." Which shut him up rather well, except that Harry then had to deal with the mental imagery of two mothers' secret lovers. They had resolutely not spoken about it again. Hopefully never will, if Harry gets his way. He's still technically the headmaster, Ginny continues. I doubt he'll remain as one once the court trials begin for all Death Eaters. Wait, what? Harry almost drops the plate. All Death Eaters? Ginny gives him a knowing look. Harry feels queasy and he wishes he were anywhere else but here, and at the same time, he is immensely relieved it's Ginny and no one else. Yes, she answers seriously. I heard Kingsley and Dad last night. He plans to organize Auror teams to capture the ones who manage to escape and hold trials for everyone. Harry curses. Don't worry, Ginny nudges him. Have you not seen today's paper? Know why? Ginny pulls it out from under the sofa cushions and hands it to him. She slides closer, their shoulders touching, and leans over to read it once more. Harry shakes the paper loose and blinks. Under the title of the war heroes, a large photograph stares back at him. It's of him, Ron, Hermione, and Draco in the middle of a crushing group hug right after Riddle's dead body had hit the floor. Harry skips the entire article when he notices Neville's face at the bottom of the page. Neville is perched atop one of the house tables. He's still in his blue cardigan, dirty and tattered, casually holding Godric Gryffindor's sword in one hand. The caption reads Slayer of Serpents. And then someone has captured Draco's tired grin sometime during the feast without him knowing. He's alone in the frame, but seems to be in the middle of a pleasant conversation with someone out of sight. The title reads The Dragon Rider. Harry studies the photograph some more. It's a nice click, if he has any judgment of the art of photography. He thinks he might pick up a course now that he can, if only to capture the way morning sunlight hits Nuri's brilliant ice. When he's done drinking in the finer nuances of the photograph, he keeps it aside. Ginny opens her mouth to say something but then yelps instead, whirling around to glare at the person who had pulled at her hair. Ron drops down on her other side. Without a word, Harry passes the paper to him. Blimey, Ron breathes, eagerly reading the article that Harry had not bothered to. When he's done pointing out bits of falsified information, he says he's going to preserve the cutout and frame it on his bedroom wall. Harry accompanies Ron when he decides to head down for a proper breakfast. He runs upstairs first, cutting his way through the chaos, manages to dive inside the bathroom when it looks like Percy is heading straight for it and magically locks it behind him, just in case. Back in the common room after Molly's repeated crushing hugs and pinching cheeks, Harry asks Ginny. She refuses, saying that she's going to wait for Bill to wake up. I thought I was your favorite brother. Ron narrows his eyes. Whatever gave you that idea? Ginny smiles sweetly. On their way down, Ron continues to grumble. Apparently, Bill had been Ginny's original favorite, and she used to follow him around everywhere like a duckling. It makes sense, Harry thinks. Ginny had been rather protective of Bill against Fleur in the beginning. But Ron says that she had actively sought him out recently and Ron had believed that he was in fair competition by now, at the very least. You'd think defeating the evil dark wizard of all time would earn you the title of favorite brother, he says miserably. Fred and George seemingly pop out of thin air. Favorite brother, did someone say? Fred grins. Must have misheard. George touches his missing ear. Shut up. Ron ducks down as Fred swipes an arm out. It's not like you are her favorites, either. She's back on Bill again. George keeps plucking at the wound. Freddie, I swear I keep hearing some buffoon saying we're not Gin's favorites. Fred sighs dramatically, finally managing to have Ron in a chokehold. Is our little sister playing us all? Wouldn't be the first time. Remember when? Dad wanted to play Secret Santa. Ginny convinced us all that we're hers, and ended up with 6 gifts. The little minx. Anyway, heading down to breakfast. Harry, I must say, we're rather peeved. We had planned your nuptials with our little sister, see. Harry chokes on air. George ignores him entirely, continues in a loud voice. Young love. Which reminds me, mine rather died last night. Harry misses a step and slides down, landing on his ass rather painfully. Ron stops struggling against Fred but Fred lets him go, anyway, throwing an arm around George's shoulders. He's completely serious when he says, do you want Angie? When Harry and Ron enter the Great Hall, they join Hermione, Luna, Neville, and Draco at the Ravenclaw house table. Ron leans down to kiss Hermione right on the lips as if they'd been doing this for years. Both are red in the face. Harry smothers a laugh. The buzz of the article from the Daily Prophet has already reached them. The Dragon Rider, Harry teases, dropping down beside an irritated Draco. You must be on the moon. Hermione gives him a warning look, slightly shaking her head. Harry groans, mouths what? She purses her lips, quickly ducking down instead to hide her grin. Draco does seem miserable for some reason. He's holding his knife and fork rather tightly, his movements strained and aggressive as the cutlery keeps dragging and banging and thunking on the plate. He chews his scrambled eggs viciously, giving Harry the impression that the chicken who laid the eggs has personally wronged the man. What? Harry asks him. At that moment, though, a few students walk up to them. It's a group of 2 girls and 3 boys, and Harry recognizes their faces, but for the life of him, can't remember their names. He feels a twinge of guilt. Clearly, they had stayed for the battle, too, lost friends, too. Before Harry can open his mouth to thank them sincerely, one of the girls nudges a dark-haired boy and he stumbles forward, a flush creeping up his neck and cheeks. He says. Neville smiles back kindly when no one moves. Hello. The boy gulps, eyes flickering everywhere. His friends are laughing, making supportive remarks of "Go for it, Dave," and "You're beautiful, D," and let him hear it. Harry is so utterly lost, he's swimming in it. Meanwhile, Hermione is fake coughing behind her cup of tea. Luna is agreeing with the supportive comments. Neville patiently waits. Ron is asking Harry what the hell is going on, and Draco. Well, Draco is glaring at the boy. Harry wants to scold him. Or hit him, perhaps, because is Draco simply going back to his earlier dickiness? Anything that moves deserves to be insulted. What the hell? And then the boy says, I just wanted to say that he always loved dragons. Oh my god. Ron is the first to break. He laughs so hard he snorts out juice all over the table, spraying Neville in the process. Luna is hit a little, which doesn't seem to bother her much. And then Hermione has to keep her cup back down because she's hiding her face in Ron's shoulder, shaking terribly. Harry positively chokes on his bacon. He's honestly still processing it when the boy and his group of friends retreat all the way back to the front of the Slytherin table. The boy gets a few shoulder claps, a few nudges, a few hair ruffles for his apparent achievement. Harry chances a side glance at Draco. The blonde is back to avenging the chicken. It's been happening all morning, Luna informs them matter-of-factly. I believe the symbolism is simply too fascinating to overlook. Symbolism? Ron says in a tone that is meant to humor her. Luna nods serenely. Draco, dragon, Draco on the dragon. It's quite poetic, Draco, wouldn't you say? Oh, yes. Draco stabs the toast with his fork. It crumples and he keeps stabbing at it. Peachy, Luna. I had always wanted to become the target of a group of nerds waxing poetry. Really? Luna beams at him. That's wonderful, Draco. Now that you've said it, I was thinking of beginning a poetry club at the school. I think it's a beautiful form of expression. You must join when you return for your repeat year. The what? Harry finds his voice again. He looks to Hermione. The what? Hermione laughs at his stricken expression, fond and stern. Harry, we missed our last year. We still need NEWTs. Harry turns to Ron, who is just as perplexed. Are you? Ron shakes his head rapidly, cutting him off. You mad? I can't even look at another textbook again in my life. We have to. Hermione insists expectedly. She launches into an entire speech about how they need to finish school, how important it is, how the grades will affect their futures now that they have it, and Harry stops listening. Holy shit, he thinks. He's an adult now. At one point, the Weasley family arrives for breakfast, the whole lot of them. Harry is about to stand up and join them when he happens to catch Charlie's gaze. Charlie smiles at him, coming over instead. He joins Luna's other side with a cheerful greeting. Ron asks him when he has to return to Romania and Charlie waves it away, saying he's taken an extended holiday. He plans to stay at the Burrow for a bit, at least until the war memorial. And then he's leaning forward purposefully to speak with Draco. Draco shifts slightly, his shoulder bumping against Harry, thigh pressing closer. Harry stops moving. Charlie asks him about Nuri, specifically how he was able to communicate with her. I don't know, Draco mutters moodily. I just did and she just understood. Okay. No, Ron waves his fork in the air in accusation. How did she return? You still haven't told. Draco sighs. When we were preparing to get here, I told her to stay close. I didn't think she would, but she did. She must have been in the forest because it didn't take her long to come to me. How did she know to come? Hermione asks curiously, folding her arms on the tabletop. Her gaze flickers between Draco and Charlie. Does that happen a lot? Didn't Draco say they function on soul magic? Harry says, quirking his eyebrows. 10 points to Eternal Potter, Draco intones dryly. So you were paying attention. Hard to say sometimes, with spacey specky gits. It's more than that, Charlie says in amusement. Dragons are instinctual. They might not understand every word we speak since they've been hearing languages longer than we have written them, so I presume it's a jumble of nonsensical noises for them. But why him? Ron jabs his fork in Draco's direction forcefully. Harry is going to take a wild guess and say he sounds a bit jealous. The debt, Hermione says, jerking back in surprise and looking pleased at the same time. She really did owe you. What debt? Charlie asks, then his face clears. Oh, Gringotts. I heard about that. Hermione is right. Some dragons are more sensitive than others. There's no way of telling which ones unless they owe you something huge. Your white dragon clearly felt connected and knew where to wait, even if she couldn't exactly comprehend it fully. Harry turns his head to look at Draco properly. He's already close, so now Harry can study the blue flecks in his gray eyes. Did you know she was around when he cuts himself off? By the slight intake of breath, Harry figures Draco understood. Not exactly. I was hoping. What was plan B? Draco tears his eyes away, shrugging. Who knows? So there would have been a plan B. Harry can't think. His brain is short-circuiting. So, okay. Of course, Draco would. Try something. They're friends. Harry has already acknowledged it. Ron and Hermione would have done the same, if they were aware. Of course, they would have. Because they consider Harry as their friend. So, you know. Draco clearly considers Harry as his friend. And why wouldn't he? He first rescued him from the manor, then Gringotts, then Fiendfire, then Riddle. They had conversations in the silence of nights, argued and joked and practiced and slept. Of course, Harry is his friend. Why is this making him feel so queasy? Okay, so not really. Draco rescued him from the manor because he was saving himself. He rescued him from Gringotts and Fiendfire and Riddle because he was under oath. You will protect us to the best of your capacity in return for protection. Harry had basically written him a rulebook and Draco was simply playing by it. The outcome of not doing so would have been certain death. If Harry knows anything beyond any doubt by now, it's that Draco really loves being alive. What has Harry got to do? He can't just, so the whole thing was, right. What about after Harry died? Draco was under no obligation to save anyone's ass. He still did, though. He stayed and he fought and he won. Doesn't that mean he stayed for Harry? Because he wanted to be around to save him if things go south? Because Harry is his friend? As discreetly as possible, Harry slides a little to his left. Draco's warmth is instantly replaced by the morning chill. Harry looks up. Charlie, Luna, and Neville have left the table. What? I was saying we've done more than enough already. Ron is saying seriously. At Harry's large question mark on his face, Ron clarifies. We were discussing what to do next. I think we should leave the school repairs to them. Before you protest, hear me out. Harry snaps his mouth shut. Ron sighs, throws a quick glance at Hermione and Draco. We should hole up at the manor until it's time to leave for Australia. Malfoy said he has a large enough library we can comb through to find out how to reverse Hermione's spell. Not to mention, Malfoy shouldn't be alone in that place, but he needs to take care of certain things. I say it makes sense. Well, he's right, Harry has to admit. If he's being honest, for the first time, he wants to be as far away from the school as possible. At least for a bit. On one hand, he feels guilty for not helping in the aftermath. It's him who brought the battle to the school in the first place. On the other hand, he knows that he's earned his fair share of free will after everything. For the first time, his path is not set for him, is not dictated by any prophecy or old men, bearded or noseless. And maybe Harry can try the whole friendship thing without a life and death bond forcing them together. Maybe Draco would like that, too. What do you think? Harry asks the other two, already knowing his answer. Hermione turns to Draco. If you're fine with it. Draco looks at the three with something akin to annoyance and defeat. He sighs, muttering a few choice words thrown in with bullheaded Gryffindors. Harry throws a grape in his face. Chapter endnotes. Hello. So, if you've stayed until now, a huge thank you for all the wonderful support. This is essentially the end of the first part. The war is officially over, but the story is not. When I started writing this FIC, I had never thought the war would stretch out as much as it did. But, well, here we are. The post-war duration is like an open wound to me personally. I wanted to give these characters the chance to adjust in boring, domestic life like normal youngsters, play the field, fall in love, do taxes, etc. Especially Harry, whose entire character was to save everyone and be a sassy little shit. Now that there's no threat, Harry is free to explore other facets of his personality. Having said that, I truly hope you stick around until the end. See you in a week. The Half-Black Chapter Summary: Draco's Story. This chapter is not meant to take the plot forward. You can skip it and not miss any of the main story. However, I would suggest you give it a shot. Smiley face. Here's the thing: Harry Potter, the stupid git, is bloody immortal. And Draco has always rather liked the concept of staying alive, see. So the fact that Harry Potter never seems to die is attractive. There. He admits it. Even when he had walked towards death, capital D, and there's a joke in there somewhere. The man gets spit out of the fucking limbo, capital L, where he met their dead headmaster. Draco almost wanted to tell him, see, Harry. That's how death works. You die and stay dead. Perhaps, Draco should not be all that surprised. Harry Potter has defied all laws of logic known to competent humans, after all. Raised by ugly, fat, disgusting mud. Don't call her that. Disgusting muggles. One would think he harbors great hatred towards those pathetic souls. But no, of course, not. Because that would be logical. That would mean Harry Potter has brains he can make use of, which he doesn't. So the stupid git decides to become the shining beacon of hope or whatever the fuck, instead. He decides to hunt down the Dark Lord so that his precious muggles can be safe. Draco can't even. He throws up his hands, knocking over his goblet of chilled strawberry juice. Immediately, Minnie appears at his elbow, cleaning up the mess, replacing the goblet with another smoothly. See, Harry. This is how purebloods live. This is how Potters, one of the longest wizarding generations, should be living. And then he has the audacity to be all lost and scared when he first steps in the magical world. Draco grew up listening to Harry Potter stories, son of Lily and James Potter, the one-year-old baby who survived the killing curse, the first one to do in all of history. Of course, Draco was excited. Everyone was excited to meet him, to see him, to know where he is, how he did it. Surely, Harry Potter would have powers the likes of which they had not encountered before. Of course, he would defeat the Dark Lord with a snap of his fingers, once he's grown up enough to know how to snap fingers. But no, Harry Potter entered Hogwarts like a dewy-eyed child wearing glasses, stumbling over his own brand new school robes, hanging out with a fucking Weasley. Draco's fist slams down on the table, his fork clutched between his fingers. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Master Draco? Minnie asks tentatively. Draco opens his eyes. When did he close them? And stares down at his lavish French breakfast spread. Nothing. Minnie doesn't perceive the dismissal from it. Or maybe she does, just ignores it, because why wouldn't she? Lucius is no longer here to punish her, punish the house elves. Draco isn't stupid, that's Harry Potter, thank you very much. No, Draco is not stupid. He knows his elves have a new spring in their steps these days, and the reason is obvious. Narcissa was always indifferent towards them. Part of the furniture, really. On the other hand, Draco. Yes, he knew he was supposed to hate them, so he did, but, well, they were just house elves. Nothing of import. They kept his quarters clean, had food ready for the meals. His clothes were always fresh and laundered, the gardens vivid and full of blooms. He never really had any reason to hate them. So he appeased Lucius. Whatever. Who cares? It's not as though anyone is going to sit here, listen to his thoughts, his feelings on the matter. People judge you by your actions. Draco was mean and rude to elves, so Draco hated elves. Simple math. Just logic. Which brings him back to the blundering disaster of a human being. Here's another thing. Harry Potter was here, months ago. At the manor, in the drawing room. Stung by a bloody bee, of all things. Merlin, he was going to be the death of Draco. This man was going to murder Draco's worst nightmare? Fat chance. Except that he was Draco's last bloody hope. Draco was getting rather sick of sneaking around his own house like an imposter, Always hiding, 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 until Aunt Bella or Lucius or, worse, Severus got a hold of him. Aunt Bella and Lucius were easier to deal with, see, because their demands were always straightforward. Draco, torture this snatcher, he gives me the chills. Draco, let's practice the spell for boiling blood. Feel free to pick a muggle. Draco, don't enter the dining without knocking. Master does not like it if we disturb Nagini's dinner time. Draco, leave the peacocks alone. Draco, don't fly. What if the Dark Lord believes you're escaping and... Draco, the Dark Lord has requested your presence. Draco, Bella thinks highly of your cruciatus, how would you like displaying it on Raoul? I might even reward you. Severus, on the other hand, would stare into his fucking soul. At least, that's how it felt like until one day Draco found himself in the headmaster's office and Severus said he's going to teach him legilimency. And then everything made sense. Severus wasn't staring into his soul. Severus was cruising through his fucking mind like he belonged there. Draco thought it couldn't get worse and then it did, because, of course. Because once Severus caught wind of memories in which Draco would wink at house elves before hiding in the kitchens because he wasn't supposed to fly tonight, but he did and it was wonderful, drifting through the sky, breathing in the clean air, with nothing but the stars to touch. Where there was no Aunt Bella taunting him and his failures, no Lucius breathing down his neck, no Granger beating him in exams for which he studied like a bloody slave and it still wasn't enough. Where there were no politics he was meant to understand, no rules, no chains, nothing holding him down. He could fly and keep flying, and it would be enough, it would be fucking enough. Because, Merlin, Draco was sick of never being enough for anyone. Not for his Aunt Bella, who expected Draco to channel wrath worthy of a black, who expected Draco to find delight in torment. Not that Draco didn't, but tormenting meant mocking Weasley's lack of wealth, or Granger's dirty blood, or Harry Potter's life. No, Aunt Bella's idea of torment was a tad bit different from that. It involved frying brains, for starters. If she were in a merciful mood, she would settle for splintering bones. Draco has failed Lucius in ways he has lost count. Forgot when it began, knew it never ended. Draco loved his father, of course he did. He was his father. Did Draco like the man? Not so much. On the other hand, Narcissa's disappointment stung the most. Draco had an inkling that she expected him to stand up to his father, have the nerve to choose a different path, grow up to be a fine man, a better man. Towing the line between pleasing both his parents, there were days Draco himself forgot whose son he was meant to be on that given day. Sometimes, he wanted to ask why they were married, why they loved each other, why Narcissa chose this spineless man to be her husband. But Draco never had the courage, the way Lucius didn't, either, and isn't it commemorative? Draco was more Lucius than Lucius ever realized, and the man probably died still disappointed in his only son. Vince, Greg, Pansy, they wanted Draco to lead, to show them the ropes, to become the role model that they could be proud of. They wanted Draco to embrace their family's darkness, follow their footsteps, become the youngest Death Eater. And then Draco did, and it still wasn't enough because Draco was failing so horrifically at his very first task that he sought out a bloody ghost. No matter how much Meridel wanted to comfort him, she couldn't. Her hands would fall right through him as if he weren't even real. Wasn't that a great metaphor for his whole fucking life? His life had never been his own. It was always about Aunt Bella, about Lucius, about Narcissa, about Severus, about every role he was meant to play and could never quite manage it. And then, Draco wasn't enough the way he never was, not even for Harry Bloody Potter. Harry Potter, who wanted fearless, reckless friends. Harry Potter, who wanted a happy family. Harry Potter, who wanted the smartest person to save his ass. Harry Potter, who wanted to kill the Dark Lord. Draco was none of it. Had none of it. Couldn't do any of it. Severus rummaged through Draco's experiences, one by one, and Draco shut his eyes, could not shut down his mind, because he wasn't even good enough to do that. He sat through it, a whole different type of torture than he's known before, his fucking soul laid bare to be judged, to be mocked, to be picked at and thrown back in his face. After it was over, Draco wiped his cheeks, and even that wasn't enough. So he stopped doing it and let it be, let his tears flow, soak his shirt, tremble under the weight of being exposed like the teenager he is. Or supposed to be. Whatever. Draco, Severus handed him a cloth. Draco didn't take it. Draco Draco took it. Rubbed it over his blotchy, hot face, looking at his shoes. Dragon leather. Rather durable, and sturdy, and beautiful. Like dragons. Draco liked dragons. He wished he were a dragon. Then he could fly, and keep flying, and put everyone on fire, and watch them burn, burn, burn. Draco wanted to burn the whole world down and dance on its ashes. He was so done. Rest, Severus ordered. Return tomorrow evening. We will begin occlumency. I know how to do it. Draco tried to sound snappish, ended up sounding all clogged up. I was just tired today. Severus' palm struck down on his shoulder. You cannot afford being tired. If the Dark Lord, you're having doubts. So, Severus' hand tightens painfully, you will die. And that did it. Draco enjoyed being alive, so he showed up for occlumency, stopped showing how tired he was, kept his head down instead, only went when called upon. One day, he was called upon urgently. Draco stepped inside the room and there he was. Harry Potter, stung by a bee. Startled, panicked, desperate green eyes staring back at him. Draco wanted to choke him with his bare hands. How dare he? How dare he get caught when Draco was doing everything just to stay alive, when Draco was counting down the days he would be free from the Dark Lord, when Draco's traitorous mind had whispered to him, in the darkness of his bedroom, that Harry Potter was still out there, had run away from his house, never showed up at school, and it was the only thing holding Draco together, because all Harry Potter needed to do was snap his fingers and Draco's whole problem would be solved. Why? Draco wanted to ask him, not caring if he sounded weak and pathetic and pleading. Why would you come here? You shouldn't be here. Harry Potter stared back. For an absurd moment, Draco wondered if he was stuck in another nightmare. Because Harry Potter's bright green eyes starkly reminded him of the Avada Kedavra the Dark Lord would certainly use on Draco soon, and Draco would die because Draco was not Harry Potter. Is it him? Lucius kept asking him. The hopeful tone wasn't lost on Draco. It made him sick to the stomach. His father had allowed Draco's worst nightmare to live in their house, in Draco's home, and Draco wanted to shout at him, pick me over yourself, I'm your son. I'm not sure. Draco breathed out. Harry Potter. Well, he was looking at Draco as if he had never seen Draco in his life, as if he hadn't spent the last 6 years in the same school, as if he hadn't spent the whole of 6th year bloody stalking his ass. Draco held his old elf's gaze meaningfully, turned to Harry Potter, and winked. I'm not supposed to be doing this, he thought, but I'm going to and you're going to keep your mouth shut and go along with it. Turned out, Draco's life could get even worse. Because Harry Potter defied all logic known to humans, he was clutching onto, not one, but 2 souls. Which, sure, Draco could roll with it. If it meant he would stay alive, Draco would roll with anything under the sun, but no, of course, the other soul was of the man Draco had given everything up to escape from. His parents, his family, his home, his sanity, his ability to breathe. Except that Draco couldn't leave, then. If he did, he would have died. Sometimes, he would study his reflection in the mirror. Asked himself why he would want to stay alive. Sure, staying alive had many perks. Delicious meals, shopping districts, flying, bone-crushing orgasms, inebriated laughter, scent of gardens, of wet soil after the first rains, and there was so much to see. Draco still hadn't been to many countries, hadn't unlocked magic as deeply as he would like, had too many questions that still needed answering, such as what would happen if I take the essence of sleeping draught and combine it with noxious poison? How much is staying alive truly worth? How far was he willing to go to test it? Draco would spend hours watching his reflection watch him. His hair slicked back like Lucius. His features more like his mother's, both feminine and infamously handsome black blood. Body lean and lightly muscled, nothing much, nothing like what chasers require. Enough to suit a seeker. Because he liked being a seeker. Draco would wonder about afterlife. Everyone does, at some point. Especially the ones who feel their deaths looming closer and closer, tucked just around the corner, a serpent at his feet and red slits keeping him locked in deadly stare. First one to look away would lose. Draco lost every time before the game even began. He was going to die, just like his parents. They were all scuttling on bought time and there was no telling when the other shoe would drop. Ironically, Draco took matters into his own hands. Ensured when his parents would finally bite the dust. Ensured his own, too, by gripping Harry Potter's hand tight. Except that he didn't die, except that Harry Potter saved him. From his own fate, from his own choices, from his worst nightmare. If that isn't enough to like the stupid git, Draco doesn't know what is. So what if he likes him? So what if Harry Potter's bizarre ability to stay alive, against all odds, is attractive? So what if Harry Potter faced the Avada Kedavra green of his own eyes and bounced right back up? So who cares? It's not as though anyone is going to sit here and listen to his thoughts, his feelings on the matter. He just needs to stay away from Severus, perhaps, although that's a bloody joke now. Severus, Merlin, Draco doesn't even know where to begin. Anyway, Draco isn't stupid. He is not the first person to like Harry Potter, because everyone likes Harry Potter for the same exact reasons. Harry Potter saved them all from their worst fate, the way he did with She Weasel back in 2nd year and then dated her in 6th year. If Harry Potter begins to date everyone he's ever saved, well, Draco would probably be last on the list, if ever. Not that he wants to date the blind moron, mind you. Just that, he likes him. It's nice. It's nice having someone to like. Besides, if Draco ever did date him, he might just murder him from sheer annoyance. And then Harry Potter would spring right back up, just like that, because he never fucking dies, and they can go back to dating. Draco snorts through his juice. Till death do us part, isn't that what couples promise each other at their nuptials? Draco can almost imagine the poor sack who would one day stand opposite the stupid git, awkwardly scratching their nose, muttering "Minister, actually." That's how Harry Potter finds him 10 minutes later, doubled over in laughter at the dining table where Nagini had swallowed their Muggle Studies professor. Juice spilled down the front of his shirt, one hand carding through his hair. What? Harry eyes him suspiciously, taking a seat beside him even though the whole table is empty. Draco doesn't point it out. He asks instead, "Where are your sidekicks?" Harry rolls his eyes and then nods. Minnie pops out for 5 seconds, reappearing with the flavor Draco has chosen today. Sencha Fuji green tea. Jin kept Hermione back for some girl talk. Ron is still having breakfast. Harry takes a happy sip. What's in it? Draco tells him about Japan. Draco remembers the first time he rounded the corner, and there she was. Chained down, bloody and beaten, long scars running all along the length of her body. Her wings were tucked inside, head lowered to watch the stone floor emptily. It didn't matter that she filled up the whole cavern. It didn't matter that she could turn humans to crispy bacon if she so wishes. It didn't matter that she was categorized as Beast XXXXX by Newt Scamander, one of the most dangerous species in the world. One that is known to kill wizards. See, Draco had wished he were a dragon, once upon a time. Wished that he could live up to his namesake, but nothing he did was enough for it. He tried to roar and it came out stuttering and Harry Potter hated every bit of it, said Draco was a cruel, whining child. Draco tried to breathe fire and what came out were pathetic sobs in the abandoned girl's lavatory, a ghost's hands sinking through his flesh and bones. Draco tried to be durable and sturdy and gulped down terror as men after men thrashed on the floor of the room he had once flown his toy broomstick in, screaming at him to stop, begged to be killed instead. Draco tried to become the dragon, his mother's dragon, his aunt's dragon, his father's dragon, and what do you know? He nailed it. If dragons were meant to be this empty shell wrapped inside a broken body, Draco nailed it. He just couldn't. The clankers, Aunt Bella's taunts cutting through his mind-numbing horror, forcing him to move, to wave his wand, to. We don't need them, Draco told them from experience. The dragon would thrash and sneer and claw, but the chains would hold her down. Her own fear of death, the finality of it, would hold her down. Draco was sure of it. All he had to do was survive long enough, to meet her on the other side, show her that he's not giving up yet. If she wants to, she can roar, can breathe fire, can fly, and keep flying, and that would be enough. She was a dragon, it would be fucking enough. She just needs a slight nudge, a small reminder. Draco stepped in her line of vision, her droopy yellow eyes sharpening in focus at him instantly. Draco knew the look. It's the same one watching him from inside his mirror. She returned to him on the next day. She was peeved out by Granger's Gryffindor stupidity of trying to stun her, but Draco windmills his arms in the air for all it's worth. Wand hidden in the back, knew that she understood wizards cannot hurt her without the stick up their asses. Nuri, he named her. Light. Because she was. She was as white as snow blanketing the world in the heart of winter, during the early hours of the morning. The blinding sunlight warming his skin when Draco would shoot straight at the sun. White as the milk he sneaked in his coffee when he was certain Lucius wouldn't find out. White as the smell of death, of stars dotting the sky, of the white pebbles lining the infinite oceans. In quiet, subdued nights, Draco spoke. Lucius always tapped his cane in the silence of the manor, Draco said. The tap, tap, tapping alerting him to hide, 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 shove the biology of belief hastily under the journey of Jabba the Jew and then shoving that under herbs that will heal you, and then helplessly throwing the whole pile under a disillusionment charm. Narcissa held his knee under the table during meals, keeping him firmly in place. Draco would chew, swallow, each bite tasting like the mud under his expensive shoes. Throat tight because he'd realized he's losing his love for food. How long until he lost the ability to taste altogether? And then the Dark Lord would ask for coffee with sugar and cream and the whole diabetes of it, and Draco sat through, resolutely swallowing the words down like his every bite. Sugared coffee is for sissies. One fateful night years ago, Draco told Nuri he had to accompany Harry Potter in the Forbidden Forest. They were searching for the creature, the monster that was hunting down unicorns to drink their blood. It keeps you alive, Draco admitted, gives you a cursed life. He hadn't known it at that time. The silver, shimmering quality had piqued his interest and he'd borrowed a book from the library the very next day to read up on its properties. He had only ever read of unicorn's hair before, seeing as it was used as his wand core. He confessed to feeling special, that some unicorn out there resonated with him, wondered if the foals they'd studied during 4th year under Grubbly Plank was the child of the one who had shed Draco's core, because the wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander had smiled down at him. In the darkness of the dungeons, Draco kneeled down in front of Ollivander, the man old and withering and so frail that Draco didn't know what to do. You made me feel special, Draco said to him, shoulders shaking, when no one ever had. Draco brought him food, not enough to raise alarms, but enough to keep him alive. A cup of tea sometimes, whenever it became too cold. Ollivander would accept it for what it is, telling him in hushed whispers how he created his hawthorn wand. How the recipe of each wand simply exists in his mind, and he goes about his day, churning them out one by one, sometimes traveling to faraway places for ingredients because phoenix feathers are as rare as they come. Ollivander talked about wood like wood had its own life, the wand had its own mind, and he told Draco, yours is resistant. To what? Draco asked. Ollivander smiled, to darkness. Draco did not return for straight 4 days. He attended school, would flow to Hogwarts every morning for classes, would not always show up for them. No one cared, is the thing. Or perhaps Severus knew, the way he always knows things, but did not bother himself with it. Let Draco have this sliver of freedom, of walking around the lake under a disillusionment charm. Sometimes, Draco would hear snippets of She-Weasel wrecking havoc, of Neville Longbottom standing up to the Carrows, of Luna Lovegood being punished because she sneaked out of school after hours to feed the Thestrals in the forest. Blaise found him one day when Draco's charm was just fading, and he went to renew it but turned around at his name being called. Blaise was standing at the top of the stairs leading to the owlery, a letter limp between his fingers. Where have you been? Blaise asked, crossing over the threshold, holding out owl treats for the nearest barn owl. He gave Draco a side glance, a carefully neutral one. The others, they said you were on important missions. Draco stayed quiet. His mind was swirling with the lies he had used to keep them away. Theo, Pansy, Vince, Greg. Each one blurring with the other until his brain was numb. Indifferent. Blaise sent the owl away, but they both knew it was flying to the station at Hogsmeade. It would be screened, would undergo a variety of revealing charms, before the ruffled feathers were allowed to be out of sight. He joined Draco, watched the silent grounds with him. Draco had the distinct feeling that he was standing vigil. They didn't speak at all, not that day, not the second day, and neither on the third day. On the fourth day, Blaise brought Honeydukes chocolates. He offered Draco the packet, and Draco picked out a few, ones he liked, ones he knew Ollivander liked. They say he's dead, Blaise said that evening. Draco raked his eyes across the shadowy lawns, at the gamekeeper's pathetic hut, At the empty Quidditch pitch, the top lining of the silent forest, the deathly still lake. He's not. He better not fucking be. The next day, Draco returned to the dungeons, holding out the pieces of candies. Ollivander gave him the brightest grins yet, smiling through dribbling chocolate, and Draco asked him more about his life, listened because he couldn't speak, didn't have any words to say. Luna Lovegood, the mother of Thestrals, of creatures known only to those who knew death intimately, was brought to the manor, gagged and dirty blonde hair flying. She was still in her school uniform, and Draco stared at her passing by, because what the fuck had she done? Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing except to save a few creatures from starving to death, meeting their ironic fate. Luna thanked him when Draco brought down, not 1, but 2 cups of teas. She thanked him for every single slice of bread, for every handful of nuts. She listened to Ollivander the same way Draco did, but Luna spoke, too. She spoke about the strangest shit Draco had ever heard in his life. Her mind was a colorful little thing. She painted the dark, stale dungeons with electric blues and pastel greens and humming fuchsias. She told tales about bee-wars and about a witch who didn't die from Anundu's fatal breaths, about the domestic life of quintupeds. Ollivander adored her. Sometimes, Luna would ask him questions. She didn't ask the obvious ones. Why are you helping us? Why do you bring us food? Are you really a Death Eater? Was it you who brought Albus Dumbledore's death? Where is the Dark Lord? Have you seen him? Why am I here? No. Luna's big silver eyes bored into Draco's skull, and she asked him, have you ever seen a Bowtruckle's mating dance? Did you know that dinosaurs enjoyed music? Draco, I once heard that magpies could defeat crows. Do you think so? Draco sneaked in a few instruments from around the manor that she might find interesting. He told her, this goblet was once touched by Merlin. Salazar himself crafted this diamond, it attracts wyverns. This pebble will glow when someone wants to hurt you. Luna plucked the red round pockmarked stone from his palm, curling her fingers around the edges. She studied the item curiously, smiled up at him. It's not glowing. Draco left. He'd already stopped going to school by then. There was nothing left at Hogwarts for him, in the graveyard of his dead headmaster, and Severus got a hold of him whenever it fucking pleased his fancy. The only regret he had was abandoning Blaise, not that Blaise would feel abandoned, but Draco had enjoyed his company, the neutrality of it. So Draco left, not to go to school, but back to the privacy of his room, stared in the mirror, watched his reflection watch him. Did not recognize it anymore. When Draco was 5, Lucius took him to the Cornish coastline. Draco drank in the vast, unending, pristine white water with huge eyes, hoping to soak in every pretty detail of the long blades of grass, the sharp line where the sky met the ocean, the glistening spray hitting the large rocks. Narcissa warned him not to peek over the edge. She said, it's dangerous, Draco. Why? What's there? I want to see, Mother. The end, Narcissa told him bluntly. Draco stepped back dutifully. He liked beginnings, and things that never seemed to end. Like the ocean, and the sky, and his brand new broom's magic, always asked for second and third helpings of new soups and new snacks and new toys and new books and new clothes. He never wanted any of it to end. Until he did. Until he watched his reflection watching him, asked himself, how far will you go? Everything ends. Trees rot, oceans dry up, stars explode, people die. Draco couldn't keep running away from it forever. If not today, he would die at some point in his life. The traitorous voice inside his mind whispered, so will the Dark Lord. Horcruxes, Weasley told him. Part of his soul lives inside them, Harry Potter explained as if it's just another Tuesday. Draco was. The bastard. What the fuck? This whole time, this whole goddamn time, the fucking bald dick was hiding in his home, in Draco's home, when in reality, he couldn't even be killed. Harry Potter and his sidekicks made it sound so normal. Merlin, what the fuck was wrong with Gryffindors? Hunting Horcruxes, they said like it's their war banner. Harry Potter tried to convince him that murder was for the greater good, and no matter how he phrased it, that he should die, he must die, it's the only way. If Draco's leg wasn't on fire, Harry Potter would have been. What's the point, Harry? Draco said to him outside the forest, when the stupid git strolled right up to the edge and poked his head out of the cloak. Really, what was the fucking point if he was going to die, after Draco had clutched onto his existence like a beggar starved for thirst? Nuri, Draco thought. eyes shut tightly, clasping his hands in a desperate prayer. Please, please, please. Draco could not let Harry Potter die. He just couldn't. He tried telling himself it was because of the vow, because he was trying not to die, running away from that fate still, but the truth of the matter was that Harry Potter had saved him where it counted the most. Draco no longer feared death. He feared staying alive in a world where this entire carnival of shitfuck never ends. Nuri razed the ground to ashes. And then one day, Dean Bloody Thomas was captured, alongside a fucking goblin. Draco wanted to brain himself on the walls. He was losing control, bit by bit, piece by piece, of his home, his freedom, his solitude, his sanity. He was spiraling, unraveling at his very nerves, splitting apart inside his own body. Growing up, Lucius had promised Draco grandeur, of having the world at his feet. All Draco had to do was follow him, do as he says. Listen carefully to every word sailing out of his mouth. Lucius said, "Mudbloods are scum." Draco said, "Mudbloods are scum." Lucius said, "Blood traitors are worse than scum." Draco said, "Blood traitors are worse than scum." Lucius said, "The Dark Lord is going to win." Draco said, "The Dark Lord is going to win." Lucius said and Draco said. On and on it went. It began in first year. Harry Potter, tripping around Hogwarts, so fucking happy just to witness magic as if he wasn't the conqueror of Dark Lord. Befriended the Blood Traitor and the Mudblood scum, saved the day year after year. First when Professor Quirrell went bonkers, then Salazar's pet basilisk went rogue, and Draco was proud, so proud that his father held such powers. Draco was also proud of Sirius Black when he escaped, but Lucius wasn't for some reason, and Draco didn't understand. Wasn't Black on their side? Wasn't Black looking to resurrect the Dark Lord, the one who will rule and bring glory? And then the Dark Lord was resurrected, not by Sirius, but by a tiny devoted man who cut off his own hand, stole Harry Potter's blood, and Draco's world was spiraling, unraveling, bit by bit, piece by piece. And Lucius' words sounded empty and Draco just wanted everyone to stop. Stop and give him a bloody moment to think, but there was no time. Harry Potter was shouting to whoever would listen that the Dark Lord was back and the Ministry made him a laughingstock, but Draco knew. Of course, he knew. Lucius and Narcissa were fighting, in between their silence, like loud reverberations inside Draco's skull. Hogwarts was safe. Hogwarts was where he could have fun, prank Harry Potter, boast to his friends, fly, 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 and Draco could hurt people, vicious and hot, join Umbridge to stomp on everything Harry Potter stood for. If he were lucky, he might just catch him in his vigilante act. It would be fun, Draco dreams, the kind of fun he no longer has at home. Just like there was no time to think, the clock kept ticking, and Draco's letters from home piled up, up, up. You're a coward. Just like your father. There was no time and Lucius was thrown into Azkaban and someone was dragging Draco by his collar, flinging him at the Dark Lord's feet. Whenever Severus wasn't being an interfering dick, he taught Draco spells. A variety of them, little complicated for strictly educational purposes. He took Draco to empty rooms in the manor, in disused classrooms at Hogwarts, gave him homework. And whenever Draco felt like he was drowning in his own anxiety, he would murmur silky incantations behind his curtains, propped up in his bed, fingering his wand, feeling like it was all he had left in the world. Draco, you disarmed Dumbledore before anyone even got there. Master of the Elder Wand, Draco thought numbly. This whole time, this whole goddamn time, while Aunt Bella taunted him, while Lucius breathed down his neck, while Narcissa kept him in place, while the Dark Lord had sugared coffee meant for sissies, Draco could have. As if, Draco's mind sniggered. You're a shell of a man inside a broken body, nerves undone and left to rot, by your own father's betrayal, by your own mother's silence, by your aunt's echoing cackles. You will face the Dark Lord? Dean Thomas looked like someone sucker punched him when Draco placed a warm meal near his feet. The goblin requested for raw meat. This is not a bloody restaurant, Draco hissed. Draco is risking too much already, Luna told the goblin rather sternly. You should be grateful. The goblin starved himself for the 4 days that he stayed there, until Harry Potter, stung by a bee, showed up at the manor. It's strange, he thinks, walking down the empty corridors of his home, fingers trailing the cold stone walls buzzing with ancient wisdom. The manor had kept him hidden throughout his life. As a child, He would run through the hallways and Narcissa would chase him down, pretending to be slower than his short, stubby legs, laughing and warning, "Here I come, Draco." Sooner or later, she would catch up, picking him up easily, tickling his sides, and Draco's stomach would hurt from giggling so much. He would become breathless and wide-eyed and flushed, sweaty and sticky, and Narcissa would take him for a much-needed bath. One day, Draco told his mother, staring up at the enchanted toys circling around his head, "I'm going to fly. And I will fly around our house and above it and go meet Father flying." Narcissa smiled indulgently, "Of course, you will. I bet Harry flies, too," Draco said sagely. That's how he defeated the evil wizard. Her eyes tightened, smile fixating on her lips. "You bet he did." "I'm going to be friends with him," Draco declared, throwing his hands in a wide grand gesture he'd seen Lucius do at times. "He will come to Hogwarts, won't he, Mother? You said he was little than me." "I suppose so, darling." Draco nodded, feeling validated, puffing out his tiny chest. "He will respect me, then. I'm older by 1 month and a few days," Narcissa reminded him, her smile turning natural once more. The hiding spots, once innocent, later abetted his traitorous thoughts. He strode down hallways after hallways, bare feet to mask the noise, tucking himself in nooks and corners and behind tapestries and portraits that swung open. Draco held his breath, listening in as quietly as possible, hands trembling as the Death Eaters passed stories between themselves of torturing mudbloods, humiliating them, forcing them to bludgeon each other under the Imperius. They talked about fiendfiring entire villages, laughed as they described the pleas rending the nights, of "Please kill me, leave my son alone, kill me, I'll do anything." "Anything," one of them repeated with a drunken snort. "So I made him kill his son." Raucous hooting and compliments, and Draco froze. Another Death Eater quips up, explaining his encounter with a beautiful, unsuspecting Muggle woman, how he used the Imperius on her. Just spike them with a love potion, Draco thinks wildly, drowning out the rest of the story, mostly because there was a loud ringing in his ears. Of course, he learned later that Riddle's mother used a love potion and gave birth to a piece of shit like him, unloved and abandoned, avenging against a world that wronged him as a child. Did not make him feel special enough, the way he believed he was meant to be. "It's him, isn't it?" Harry Potter's lips brushed against his earlobes as Draco's skin warmed under Nuri's blinding white. "You fear him. What he is, what he's become." When Harry Potter had returned from the maze with Cedric Diggory's dead body, Draco returned home a few days later to find Lucius and Narcissa in constant strife. And thus began his worst yet towing the line parade. The manor helped him along, opening up stone bricks that fleshed with the walls neatly, showing him tiny trenches he could crawl into, or spots where he could flatten himself against the walls and none would be the wiser as long as he didn't move a muscle. Draco did not always use them for spying. Sometimes, he would climb inside a portrait, pull his knees up to his chest, blink down at his forearm, the ink black and fresh, promising of days filled with snake pits. He wondered if Harry Potter felt the same hopelessness whenever he caught sight of his own forehead. Pressing the heels of his palm against his eyes, Draco trembled and shook and tried to tell himself that he was capable of murder. He'd have to become capable of it if he intended to stay alive, to not let his own life end, because that would mean ending of things and Draco hated it. When Harry Potter found him, crying at the Hogwarts sink, his mark on display on his pale forearm, Draco channeled wrath worthy of a black, remembered men thrashing on the floor of his home, and his lips stumbled out an enraged crew. Sectum sempra. Slicing, hot pain raced across his torso. Draco dropped down, feeling faint as he choked on his own blood. "This is it," he thought. "This is it, and Harry Potter is the last face I'm going to see before I fucking die, and it's just my bloody luck." He looked scared, Draco decided. Like the time when the school was swarming with Dementors, when Sirius Black, and what was up with Blacks escaping Azkaban, for fuck's sake, was being hunted. But then Severus is there, singing a fucking song of all things, Merlin. Draco wanted to. The pain faded away, his throat cleared up, and he lost consciousness, eyes blinking heavily as Harry Potter's ghostly pale face swam over his body, fretting and nervous and scared. What an absurd git. Draco's eyes were rolling inside his skull of their own accord. This should be the best day of his goddamn life. The same face was staring back, green eyes startled and terrified and desperate, and Draco inhaled deeply. "I'm not sure," he lied, and then, Draco winked. The Muggle Day Out. Chapter summary. We're back on the main plot. Smiley face as promised, 1 week after the previous main chapter. Carrot. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry returns the Elder Wand to Dumbledore, while Ron frantically splutters in the background. Because the thing is Harry no longer gives a flying fuck. He's defeated the one man he was meant to set out to do, and now it's done, and the Elder Wand can rot in hell for all he cares. Dumbledore compliments his good decision, is proud of it, and Harry doesn't have the heart to tell him that he's just done with the whole defeat evil wizards trope in his life. Besides, he knows the Auror department would fall flat on their stomachs if the word gets out that Harry is the current master of the most powerful wand in history. To be fair, they would still do it because Harry did defeat the immortal villain. But, well, Harry doesn't want to be an Auror. There's no riddle. There's no point. Contrary to popular belief, Harry prefers to stay alive for as long as he can. Dying sort of cemented this determination. So he does that, ignores Hermione's knowing looks, Draco's stunned disbelieved silence, and Ron's indignant cries questioning Harry's mental sanity. Technically, Harry is still the master. Just because he returns the physical wand does not mean the problem is gone. The principle of the gesture counts, he supposes. And to everyone's delight, McGonagall announces that the school will remain shut for the repairs. All students are free to return to their homes, have a nice long summer break. Following year will be a repeat for every single student, whoever chooses to return for education. Harry secretly thinks it's a good decision but knows that Severus' position as headmaster has brought politics back into the mix. If he knows anything about Minerva McGonagall by now, it is that she would dance naked on the Quidditch pitch before she'd let another ministry-employed douchebag to step inside the castle gates. Even if Kingsley is the new temporary minister. Harry doesn't stay at the manor and neither does Hermione for obvious reasons. No, Harry and Hermione bunk up with the Weasleys, not that Molly gives them any other choice. But since Molly is now acutely aware of Ron and Hermione's relationship, she becomes slightly intimidating whenever the two of them manage to sneak in a few moments of privacy. Alright, so it's not like they're kissing all over the place. Harry thinks it's worse. They look so disgustingly in love already that Harry wonders why in the world they waited so long to make it official. But then he looks in the mirror, his very alive face, and shame fills him up. The thing is that Harry is struggling with, well, a lot. And he blames Riddle for it. The man went and died and now Harry has to deal with. Before this, Harry never had to think so much about all his feelings. No, he was perfectly fine riding the waves, fighting the big fight, avoiding the whole either I die or Riddle does and then I have to die right away feelings. For very good reasons, if he says so himself. Ginny floats down the stairs and into the kitchen, wearing a yellow dress, looking rather stunning. Ah, fuck, Harry stares at her. A goddamn potion kick started my very first relationship. How low can one truly go, romantically speaking? Draco is right, isn't he? Harry is a bloody airhead. Arthur chooses that moment to become all protective. And where do you think you are going, young lady? Ginny rolls her eyes, grabbing a stray muffin. Molly has been churning them regularly like a pastry factory, because apparently safe family equals to sugar high family. Just 2 nights ago, Harry and Ron had competed in stuffing the most number of chocolate chip muffins and Ron had won by a slim margin. The two of them had then proceeded to run around the burrow in the early hours of morning, hollering and laughing, trying out different name variations for Riddle. Harry's favorite is Tommy the Marvel Dildo. In the kitchen, Ginny is sighing impatiently. I told you like a million times, Dad. We're having a girls' night in the village. Luna will be here any minute. Arthur peers at her sternly. No alcohol, Gin. Ginny solemnly nods until Arthur returns to his paper. Then she winks at Harry, smiling conspiratorially, stumbling around in a drunken stupor. Harry motions locking his lips and throwing away the key. Where's Mum? Helping with Teddy. She'll be back soon. And there they are, Harry's traitorous feelings. So many of them. He still hasn't met Teddy. Sometimes, at night, Harry mouths apologies under the blanket, practices different variations of them, and each new one is somehow worse. Molly had taken him aside one morning, right before breakfast, squeezing him tight against her, patting his cheek roughly. She had said, "Take your time, sweetheart." So Harry is doing that. Taking his time until he can't avoid it forever. Fleur had shown him Teddy's photograph. A tiny little thing bundled up, head peeking out. She told Harry that Teddy seems to prefer green hair the most, not that he can control it yet. Apparently, the kid throws a huge wailing fit until Andromeda plops a mirror in front of him, and then he quite promptly shuts up to stare wide-eyed at his own distortions, making happy noises. Harry already loves him. If only he could do something about it. Ginny drops down 2 chairs away from him and Harry entertains her by waving his wand, levitating Fleur's assortment of French pasties like a juggling master. Ginny snorts through his whole patisserie Quidditch League, cheering for the balding baguettes, vigorously booing the majestic Madelines. Hermione stumbles down the stairs in a blue dress and pointed high heels. Ron right behind her. Grinning in amusement, he steadies her at the last moment. "I don't understand," he's shaking his head as they take seats at the table. "Why?" "I'm just trying it out, Ron." Hermione argues impatiently, cheeks flushing red. "You can be a little more supportive." And then Arthur quips up without leaving the paper. "Listen to the young lady, son." Ron turns to him incredulously. "You don't even know what she's talking about, Dad." "I don't need to know," Arthur says dismissively. Hermione huffs out a laugh. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Ronald, it's going to be fine. Even if I break my ankles, I can fix them. I told you, I've read a great deal on heels and their effects on women's confidence and posture. Now, I'm not saying that women need heels to feel confident, and yes, we can explore the nature of conditioning." "Bloody hell, okay, yes, fine." Ron throws up his hands, exchanging a horrified look with Harry. "Can you believe she actually researched on footwear?" "Yes," Harry says. Ron grabs a muffin, still shaking his head, then looking at Hermione fondly as she fiddles with the thin straps holding her ankle together. On a whim, Harry asks if he can try them out. Ron drops the muffin. Arthur's eyebrows shoot up, Ginny chokes, and Hermione beams brightly. "Of course, Harry," she says, already removing them and pawing the pair to him. Harry has no idea what the fuck he's doing, except that he just wants to try. He thinks. Who the fuck cares, is the thing. He's a war hero, he can try women's footwear if his riddle-free soul so wishes. Ginny crowds closer, peering over his shoulders to peek at his feet. Harry enlarges the footwear first as Hermione explains that the middle part is meant to be that thin and promises that the straps will provide ample grip. Harry slides them on. They're black and glossy and looked very pretty on Hermione's delicate feet. On his? Harry is probably going to have nightmares. Anyway, he rises to his feet and goes crashing down, hitting his right knee painfully against the table. Ron grapples at him just as he's about to face-plant himself. "Harry, you?" Ron's voice is strained as he hefts him back on his feet. He grips Harry's elbows tightly, sighing and shaking his head for all it's worth, and then says, "Just, okay, try again. My own, how the hell do you walk in these?" The flow in the kitchen burns a bright green at that moment, announcing someone's arrival. Everyone turns as one and Luna's shoulders pop up. "Oh, there you are," she greets cheerfully. "Hello. I wanted to ask if it's okay to come over now. I messed up the time and then lost track of it, and Draco said it is polite manners to confirm before showing up at anyone's house." Ginny strolls to the fireplace and kneels down. "Where are you? I know for a fact that your dad doesn't have a flow network set up." "Oh, yes. Daddy says that the Rotfang movement is still in power. As editors, we must be vigilant in our security. The ministry is quite skilled at screening all connections." "That doesn't answer the question of where you are," Ginny points out. "I'm at Draco's," Luna says matter-of-factly. "He offered me his mother's dresses to wear tonight. They're all rather beautiful. I couldn't pick one for hours, Gin." Harry. He realizes Ron is still holding onto his elbows, and it's probably the only reason why Harry is still standing. Draco is offering his dead mother's clothes to his friends. Harry doesn't know how to feel about that, whether to be grateful or concerned, and then reminds himself he's rather pissed at Riddle for dying and leaving him to deal with himself. Apparently, the rest of the kitchen's occupants seem to be thinking along the same lines because they all become shifty-eyed and quiet. "Right," Ginny says, coughing awkwardly. "Well, you can come right up. We've been waiting for you." Luna turns to the wall of the fireplace, calling out, Draco, I'm leaving. Draco's voice comes through like someone turning up the volume on a radio. Did you pick? Oh, that's a good choice. Mother used to wear that one for parties. She always said it made her feel mischievous. You'll be coming tomorrow, I assume? Blaze plans on a lavish Mexican lunch spread. You can even wear one of your wide party hats. Luna grins. That sounds wonderful, Draco. I'll have Daddy cook us his special menudo soup. What makes it special is that he replaces rosemary with dried nettles. It's to cleanse the muddied aura after consuming spicy food. You do that, Luna, Draco says mildly. Well, have fun. Don't let stupid, blind imbeciles bring you down. Of course, Draco, Luna promises sincerely. Good knee. Wait, Malfoy. Ron calls out quickly. Harry throws him a glare but Ron doesn't even acknowledge it. Go through. Draco tells Luna from out of sight. I'll wait. Jin, I believe you should take a few steps back. Ginny clambers away. Luna stumbles out of the fireplace in a glittering silver dress that falls down to the floor, a thigh cut splitting the shimmery material on the right. Her heels are pointier and higher than Hermione's, sharply cut natural crystals. The earrings are tiny silver dream catchers but the feathers bit reaches down to her waist. To top it off, Luna's long, dirty blonde hair is falling around her shoulders in bouncing waves. Harry has to blink a few times in the sudden brilliance. I must have underdressed, Ginny says. Weasley. Draco's head is in the fireplace, eyebrow quirked, white blonde hair freshly cut. The sides are shorter than the crown, not that Harry cares, but it's obvious so he notices. Good evening, Mr. Weasley. Evening, Draco, Arthur greets lightly. Joining us for dinner tonight? Thank you, but I already have plans. Draco refuses smoothly, and then catches Harry's stare. He looks him up and down, slow and deliberate, his other eyebrow joining the hitchhike on his forehead. Harry is uncomfortably aware of his old pair of jeans and black hoodie. I wasn't aware girls' night included you. Black are no good. Go for a lighter color. You're tanning, for fuck. Cersei's sake. I can't even walk in these, Harry complains. How did you manage? Meditate. Hermione snorts treacherously. Harry glares at her. What sense does that even make? Draco stares back in that way Harry has come to associate with arrogant filthy rich assholes who believe they're the best thing to have ever walked upon the earth. He says, let's not be delusional, Harry. For one, it requires a level of elegance you can never dredge up from the stumbling, blundering depths of your soul. Secondly, you need to feel the heel, and let it guide you. Since that will never happen, either, I figured I could give you a general life advice. If nothing else, it will shut you up for long periods of time. At least I don't sound like a puffed-up peacock, Harry says, and Draco twitches like the twitchy man he is. Just because he's riled up, Harry takes a few careful, wobbly steps and promptly collapses on one of the low shelves holding Molly's stitching equipment. Ron jumps forward but it's too late. There's a loud snap and Harry's ankle twists. Sweet Circe. Motherfu. Bloody. Language. Sorry, Mr. Weasley. Sorry, Dad. Harry continues cursing under his breath, pain shooting up his shin. Hastily pointing his wand at the rapid swelling, he mutters a pisky and then another reparo at the heels. Hermione and Ron help him back up. He sheepishly returns Hermione's footwear then looks anywhere but at Draco's smug smirk, the bastard. Ronald, Draco drawls, all amused and pleased, and Harry wants to choke him. You were saying? Oh yeah. Ron turns. How was the solicitor meeting? Did it go well? Draco loses the smirk, eyes tightening, and Harry has no choice but to look, not that he's been looking the whole time, of course. When Draco speaks, he sounds irate. She stood me up. Her secretary apologized on her behalf, but I believe they no longer wish to handle the Malfoy accounts. That's bullshit, Harry says heatedly. Why the fuck not? Language. Fuck if I know, Draco replies, sounding both stressed and indignant. Kids. Sorry, Mr. Weasley. I even played the Harry Potter card, but it only drove her further away. What the foo? What have you done now? What? Harry splutters. You mean apart from saving her stupid R's? I mean, saving the world. I don't know. Ask her why she's holding a grudge, not me. I don't even know the lady. It's because you're a Malfoy, Hermione says, shrugging on a black cardigan. pulling her hair out from under it. Now that all of Voldemort's supporters are being thoroughly investigated, I believe no one wants to be associated with them, either. But, he's a war hero, Harry defends, feeling like they're all missing the point, finding it all so unfair. Doesn't that mean anything? Why was she okay with Lucius and not him? Harry, I'm not saying she's right, Hermione says patiently. I'm just explaining it. Earlier, she could take under the table clients because they must have offered protection in return. Draco is only a former Death Eater in an economy that is resisting him. He's also a liability because he is a war hero. He could expose her other clients. It's all rather commercial, nothing personal. I suggest you find another solicitor. Like I said, Arthur chuckles. Listen to the young lady. The girls take off after that, Ginny explaining the options they have in the village. Harry asks if Draco wants to come this side for a game of exploding snap. It could be our guy thing, Ron adds, nodding. I'm already having a guy thing, Draco remind him. What? Harry rubs his sore ankle. What guy thing? I'm here, he thinks. Ron and I are here. Who's with you? Muggle Ballfoot with Dean and some guys. Football, Harry corrects automatically and then frowns. Draco sounds as if it is a completely regular, normal occurrence. He should be glad, but he's only irritated. What some guys? Ron raises his eyebrows at Harry's tone. Harry ignores it. Draco huffs. I know other people, you know. Then he smirks and Harry knows what to expect. Draco channels all the arrogance he has inherited from his combined Malfoy and Black ancestry, and says, I'm a war hero, Harry. The only dragon rider in nearly 10 centuries. What can I say? People want to spend time with me. They want to know all the details of my dragon taming skills. Harry's chest is burning, he thinks. No, not burning. He knows burning as intimately as he knows his own breaths now. This is. When Ron asks why they're not invited over for Blaze's Mexican luncheon, he could wear his old Yule Ball robes to follow the theme. Draco rolls his eyes. I'm sick of seeing your faces around here. We're on a break and I would prefer to follow through. Which is true. Ever since the war ended, the four of them, as per Ron's suggestion, had holed themselves up at the manor. The routine was a simple one. Harry, Hermione, and Ron would spend breakfast with the Weasleys, bid goodbye, flow to the manor, and pore over textbooks upon textbooks in the dark, dank library while house elves made meal rounds and tea rounds and coffee rounds. The three of them would return to the burrow for dinner, exhausted past midnight, and drag themselves to bed. Until one day, Hermione had a severe nervous breakdown in the middle of the afternoon, terrified that they'll never be able to reverse it. It was an unanimous decision to take some space, a break because all the words were blurring together, day and night merging in one another until Harry woke up one morning and realized it's been 3 weeks already. Draco pulls out of the fireplace, saying he'll see them in 3 days' time as per planned. Until then please do not show your mugs anywhere near here. Thank you, have a good night. Harry is both relieved and slightly disappointed. He would have been delighted to try Mexican food and hear Draco's elaborate explanations on the ingredients, their traditional history, his opinions. Draco does that. Harry has realized. For tea flavors, for breakfast muffins, for strange soups, and everything under the sun apparently, the man likes anything that is not English. Harry would have also liked to play football. Perhaps, he can convince the Weasleys for a game in the morning. On the other hand, Harry hates the manor with a vengeance. He has no idea how Draco stays in those large rooms, sleeps in his bed, sits for meals at the dining table. There was a time he had thought of burning it to the ground, for fuck's sake. Draco's things to sort out turned out to be rather demanding. He would disappear for hours on end from the library. Harry followed him a few times, anything to get out of mind-numbing reading on memory charms. Once, Draco took him to the gardens, a beautiful, blooming field of roses of all colors. A house elf was tending to it, watering it the traditional way with a pure silver can. Harry trailed his fingers on the petals as he walked around, sunlight beating down on his neck, and thought, I would have missed this. He turned around to grin at Draco, finding him with a pair of scissors cutting at the dead bits. Draco said his mother preferred to do it herself, said it felt satisfying. Harry conjured his own pair of scissors, showing Draco how to do it properly. I tended my aunt's plants, Harry told him, and then told him a little bit about Aunt Petunia, the way he used to lie flat on his back in summers under the window to hear the news. The next time, Harry followed him to the dungeons. This one was a bit tricky. Draco opened a series of stone doors. Sometimes with simple spells, other times with his blood. Harry had slapped his hand away the first time Draco cut it, shouting an episky that reverberated through the emptiness. His heart was hammering, stumbling, tripping over itself behind his ribs. After that fiasco, Draco led him to dark rooms filled with artifacts, the magic buzzing in the walls itself. Draco told him he wasn't allowed in this part of the manor as a child. When he turned 15, he understood why. Half an hour later, Harry was magically sealing away a human heart, somehow still beating pathetically with nothing to keep alive. Harry thought, I would have missed this. And then one time, Harry found himself in the drawing room. If he strained his ears enough, Hermione's screams must have tucked themselves in the nooks and crevices, waiting for Harry to arrive, waiting to rain the last of Bellatrix's terror onto him even after her death. Draco bellowed out an echoing bombarda, spinning around in the middle of the room, continued to destroy through his tears and tremors, and Harry had to grip his upper arms tightly, keeping himself together and keeping Draco together at the same time. They didn't return to the library immediately. They cut thorns in the field of roses. Now, Harry sits with Ron and Arthur, doing their guy thing in the kitchen of the burrow, and feels, for the first time, as if he is meant to be someplace else. He shoves it down because he might find out he's supposed to be dead, in the train at King's Cross, joining Dumbledore towards on. Draco has disappeared once more. Almost an hour and a half after that, Ron gasps. Gilderoy. Shit, Harry says. Ron. Hermione breathes. Ron. Ron returns their wide stares. I know. I'll call Draco. Harry scrambles up, knocking down a few heavy books, not bothering to pick them back up. He runs through the endless corridors, opening every door to peer inside, because Draco never tells them where he goes, and Harry had not asked him this time. Harry has developed some sort of navigation inside the haunted hallways, but not much, it turns out, because he still finds himself in rooms he had never seen before. Some of them are elaborate bedrooms, complete with bedding, some are just filled with furniture, some are empty with walls of mirrors. Harry studies his own reflection, multiplied infinitely. Round glasses, lightning scar, knobbly knees, messy dark hair. He has a bit of stubble he likes to keep, skin flushed from running, dark blue hoodie sagging on the shoulders, old pair of jeans, heavy boots he had bought especially for Horcrux hunting. He thinks he might go shopping one of these days, once the goblins calm down enough to tolerate their faces back at Gringotts. He had liked Draco's black shirt from yesterday, a rich velvet collar, dark buttons, smooth, with an imperceptible shine to it. It suits Draco quite a bit, the contrast between his pallor skin and the shirt tugging at Harry's gut. And Harry doesn't care that Draco says he should go for lighter colors now. That he's acquired a healthy amount of tan. He wants that black shirt, at least something similar to it, and then he wants a maroon one, a green one, a pure white one, all fitting him well at the shoulders, around his chest and biceps, and he would also love to own a new Quidditch gear, now that he won't be returning to school and borrow theirs. Harry finds him in what Draco had informed as the West Sun Room. There are 2 sun rooms in total, he had explained once, each with an enchanted transparent barrier to control the ambience. Warm in winters, cool in summers, there could be a hurricane outside, Draco said, and you wouldn't feel a damn thing. When Draco was born, the enchanted barrier kept him from toppling off the edge. The East and North Sun rooms are excellent for sunrises and stargazing, Harry has learned. The South Sun room is on the ground floor, filled with potted plants, from cactus to creepers to shrubs to herbs. The West is for sunsets. Harry likes it the best. It has cushioned armchairs comfortable enough that you won't fall asleep in but keep you relaxed and alert enough to watch the myriad of colors spilling over the horizon. When Harry arrives at the door, Draco is staring in the distance, dressed in a red sweater and fancy gray joggers, white blonde hair and pale skin bathed in soft orange. His bare feet is raised to rest on the small coffee table, one ankle hooked over another. Harry enters the room, settles into another armchair, stares at the purple chasing the pink. Hey, Draco is quiet for a very, very long time. He seems lost in thought. Either that or he's meditating. Harry doesn't know if that is something he does. Ever since his useful advice Hermione has become insistent that everyone should be meditating. The sun has almost set, a thin strip of blazing orange the only sign of its existence. Harry fiddles with the pillow, eventually pulling out feathers one by one, making a neat pile of it on the coffee table. Nuri must be somewhere out there. Harry hopes she's found her kin. They only move when Hermione's otter leaps through Harry's legs, sounding exasperated and impatient. "Where are you?" "Shit." Harry jumps to his feet, running a hand through his hair. Draco looks up, silver eyes questioning. "Remember Lockhart?" Draco winces so heavily, Harry barks out a surprised, pleased laugh. He outlines the story from second year, how Lockhart used Ron's broken wand to obliviate them and the spell rebounded. Draco snorts and Harry remembers Ron vomiting slugs when he had tried to hex Draco. He's held in St. Mungo's currently, Harry finishes explaining. Draco leads Harry back to the library, taking shortcuts and walking through solid walls. He's still bare feet. Harry doesn't comment. He's realized that Draco prefers it, only wears shoes when he has to step outside the entrance doors. When the four of them appear in a nearby alley, Harry trips straight into a wooden crate, stubbing his toe painfully on the edge. "Fuck, Harry, you've been cursing too much lately. Good thing we're going to a hospital, mate. Why am I not surprised?" The Muggle Street is busy in the afternoon lunch rush. Harry thinks it's wild to have Draco blending in with Muggles, dressed in a crisp sky blue shirt and dark gray slacks, a long black coat trimmed with silver. "Is that actual silver?" Draco throws him a deeply offended look. "Of course, it's silver. What the fuck do you take me for?" "A pompous git," Harry supplies helpfully. Draco walks faster, joining Hermione instead. Ron falls back beside Harry. "Weird, isn't it?" Ron says, hands stuffed in jeans, chin nodding up ahead at the other two. "Tell me about it." Hermione and Draco have already begun a conversation. Harry is pretty certain they're discussing mind fabric or science behind memory or healing from modified spells or something equally nerdy. And it's just another strange occurrence that exists in his post-war life. He thinks it might be a part of growing up, though, realizing that schoolhouses were just that and nothing more. "Feels good to be out and about," Ron remarks mildly, dodging pedestrians easily. "Now that we have a lead, it shouldn't be too long before we're in Australia." They continue discussing the trip until the Muggle department store swims into view. Hermione steps up to the mannequin, reciting each of their names and purpose. The welcome witch is in shock, mouth gaping open as she sees Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and Harry Potter approach the desk. The waiting area explodes with questions and delighted cheers and thunderous clapping. A man in crutches is hobbling towards them in a hospital gown, asking for an autograph, while a haggard healer tries to get him back inside the elevator. Later, Ron, the tallest of them, calls out over the racket. "We're here to visit a friend." And then everyone is asking who this friend is. Are they okay? Are they going to die? "Merlin," Draco hisses under his breath. "Ignore them," Harry says, struggling to retract his hand from another's viscerally strong grip. No, Ron assures loudly. "Lavender is very much alive and in recovery." "Oh no, that's going to be in the papers now," Hermione says anxiously. "We shouldn't have said that. Lavender might not like it." Harry pushes through the throng towards the elevators, pulling Draco behind him. Ron and Hermione enter soon after and Harry shuts the gates, waving his hand in a semblance of goodbye at the still cheering crowd. "Let's do visit Lavender," Harry says. Turns out, they're not the only ones. Seamus, Neville, Padma, and Hannah are huddled around her cot, passing candies between themselves. Lavender is propped up in her bed, amused at Seamus' wild hand gestures as he regales some or the anecdote. Lavender immediately lights up when Ron calls out her name cheerfully. She turns and Harry stares at the long scars slashing across her cheeks, her nose, and the crown of her head. She is completely bald, chunks of skull visible in some places. Harry sucks in a sharp breath, pastes on a wide grin, and hugs her. He sits on the edge of the bed beside Hannah while Draco awkwardly drifts off to Neville. It's an afternoon well spent, if Harry says so himself. Lavender is struggling but clearly trying her best to adapt, and everyone fills her in regarding the happenings of the outside world. Sometimes, the conversation leans towards the war and Lavender positively withers at that, and then Hannah will clasp her hand, saying how brave Parvati was, while Neville wound his arms around Padma quietly. Harry doesn't know how, but somehow everyone is aware that Draco killed Greyback. Lavender thanks him in a steely voice, catching his startled gaze, chin trembling. Draco leaves. "Don't mind him," Harry says in the perplexed silence. He's not used to being sincerely thanked. Gilderoy Lockhart is extremely pleased to have 4 visitors. He's positively bouncing off the walls of the Janus Thicky ward while Harry and Ron try to tame him to the best of their abilities. Lockhart passes them a bundle of autographed photographs, saying they can have them for free. Harry takes it feeling awkward and embarrassed and highly uncomfortable. Ron shoves his in his pockets, freeing his hands to physically stop Lockhart from escaping through the doors of the ward. Harry looks to the Medowitch for help, but she's deep in conversation with Hermione and Draco on the other side. "I have candies," Harry announces wildly, waving the ones Seamus had thrusted into his hands earlier. "You like candies, don't you, Professor?" "Blimey." Lockhart stops struggling abruptly, staring wide-eyed at the swaying chocolates. "I'm not. They say I shouldn't. Is that for me?" "Yes," Harry says, relieved. "They're all for you, Professor." "Let's sit down, all right? Then you can have them all." Lockhart dutifully plants himself on the nearest bed, tucking his legs underneath him, vibrating with excitement. He's giving his most charming smile to Harry, and Harry blinks at the sheer whiteness of his teeth. Ron nudges him and Harry moves. "Here." Harry dumps the whole lot on the bed. For the next half an hour, the two of them keep Lockhart occupied by playing the candies version of Exploding Snap, except that nothing explodes and the candies are devoured. Harry likes this version better and absently decides that Teddy might like it, too. He'll have to check. At one point, Draco joins them. He's somber like a doctor carrying bad news. The feeling intensifies when he tells Ron that Hermione needs him. Harry turns. The Medowitch has a consoling arm on Hermione's shoulder as Hermione buries her face in her own palms. "What's wrong?" Harry asks as soon as Ron scrambles up, abandoning the items from his hands. Draco takes his place, eyeing Lockhart's gummy smile with the same caution he had shown towards Nuri at Gringotts. "Irreparable." Harry's insides sink. "What? I mean, we knew that, but this is different, isn't it?" "Yes," Draco concedes. Then he hesitates. "I've heard," he says slowly, carefully, "of torturing people into remembrance." "Did you say torture?" Lockhart sounds astonished, unable to believe that torture exists in this world. "You seem to be a very bad man. Do I know you? Who is this? Who am I?" "Professor." Harry cuts in hastily, grabbing a few birdie beans and curls Lockhart's fingers around them forcefully. "Why don't you try these and tell me what they taste like?" Lockhart happily pops one into his mouth. He chews for a few seconds under Harry's prickly gaze and Draco's disgusted expression, and then declares loftily, "Like wood polish." Harry prompts Draco to continue, and Draco winces throughout Lockhart's unnecessarily loud exclamations of leather shoes, aluminium, bird feather, wall paint. There were cases during Riddle's rise where they could reverse the obliviate by torturing them. Wet soil, silk, pecan pie, dead cat. I assume the technique had to be precise. You couldn't just expect every tortured person to remember all of their forgotten memories. Plastic, chocolate cake, dog fur, like the color yellow. There's obliviate and there's memory modification. Charm and Granger, bless her radical soul, combined both. Does yellow have a taste? I feel like it does. Have you ever tasted yellow? Sweet Circe. Which means we need to counter it with not one but 2 separate. Seriously, this tastes like the sun. It's so strange, almost like magic. 2 separate reversals, which is nearly impossible without permanent. Boys, you have to taste this. I never knew sun could have a taste. Isn't it simply fascina? Mother fuck. Draco draws out his wand and Harry lurches forward to grab his wrist, but Draco is already slashing it through the air and Harry freezes, not knowing what to expect, thinking that Draco is going to put their former defense professor on fucking fire. Shit, shit, shit. There's a loud bang. Someone yells in the distance, and Harry's mouth first dries up and then fills with sunflower petals. "It's not yellow, you self-obsessed moron," Draco snarls, crossing his arms across his chest. Harry is being showered in flower petals. What the bloody hell? He opens his mouth to say something, anything, and then stops. Blinks rapidly. Draco sort of, looks rather nice. Bright, sunflower petals are littering his white blonde hair, his coat-clad shoulders, the top of his crossed arms, his thighs. He's all soft around the edges and Harry wants to shower him with rose petals from the manor gardens to study the effect. Okay, that's weird. Harry can admit that. Lockhart is effectively stunned into silence. They get thrown out of the ward immediately. The Medowitch is reprimanding them all the way to the elevators, down to the waiting area, where her stern scolds of "You cannot simply give patients any items and how dare you use a wand in my ward. I don't care if you saved the whole universe or worsened by the now packed crowd of reporters," and Harry catches snippets of. "Hidden from public. All of you. Miss Granger, why do you look upset? Harry Potter, a word, please, planning to return to school?" By the time Harry stumbles out onto the Muggle street behind Hermione, his ears are ringing. He urges them to let's go, and they spill inside the first cafe they come across, hoping that the reporters would not take that risk. The cafe is lit with yellow lamps hanging from the ceilings. There's an assortment of seating arrangements, from sofa chairs to ditzy beanbags to formal glass tabletops and polished wooden stools. Ron finds them a booth in the back. Draco drops down beside him, still brushing off the petals from his black coat, looking deeply irritated at the whole world. Harry plucks a few from the back of his neck without thinking. As soon as Hermione takes a seat, she pillows her arms on the table and hides her welled-up eyes. Ron wraps an arm around her, and Harry extends his fingers across to pet her hair gingerly. "We just need more research," Draco eventually sighs in the miserable silence. "We know the theory. If we take some help from Luna and Blaze. They're smart. We could do something." "Yes," Ron agrees, shooting Draco a grateful look, trying to smile naturally. "He's right. Don't lose hope, yet. If anyone can pull this off, it's you." Harry says he'll go place the order at the counter. Draco jerks in surprise at that, only now realizing that he's in a Muggle cafe. He blinks at his surrounding, studying the patrons occupying other tables, the unmoving posters decorating the wall, the music coming from the tinny speakers. The complete and utter lack of magic is jarring even to Harry's senses, after months and months of being surrounded by it, however dark and destructive it had been. It's bizarre and absurd and so normal. Draco gets to his feet stiffly. For a moment, Harry thinks he's going to leave, just walk right out of the door without a word. He's visibly uncomfortable in this new environment and Harry is strongly reminded of a baby deer finding its feet. "Not a word," Draco threatens him lowly, gray eyes narrowing to slits. "I'll come with you. I have no fucking idea what disgusting beverages Muggles prefer." Harry rolls his eyes but his insides are ballooning. Biting down on a giddy grin, he leads Draco to the counter where he had noticed the self-service sign earlier. He pulls the plastic card towards him, turning it slightly so that Draco can read as well. The barista behind the counter is a young, pimply man in his early 20s. He welcomes them cheerfully, recites the recommendations like Hermione spits out facts during classes, and then asks for their order. Scanning his eyes down the variety of coffees and teas, Harry has a sinking realization that they don't have any Muggle money on them. He hisses as such in Draco's ear. "You're a fucking wizard," Draco hisses back. "I don't know, use magic." Harry swells with indignant anger. "I'm not going to rob him." "You robbed a bank. That's different, excuse me, your almighty ass, I'm thirsty, Draco." "Confundo." The barista grins. "Ah, that's the correct change. What can I get you?" Harry shuts his eyes, resisting the urge to throttle the obnoxious git. He's still pissed when they return to the table with 4 different beverages. Harry passes the cappuccino to Hermione and Draco slides the mocha latte to Ron. He, himself, has decided on something called Poco Loco, saying it's Indonesian or whatever, while Harry sips at his chai tea. Hermione gives him a watery smile. She seems better now. "I don't feel like returning to the manor just yet." "Me, neither," Harry admits. Let's do something," Ron suggests bracingly. "We can stay in the Muggle world. No one will bother us." Harry says he was thinking of doing a bit of clothes shopping but that they still don't have any Muggle money. Hermione instantly picks up on it, asking how they bought the beverages. "Never mind that." Harry flaps his free hand hastily. "Shall we nip into Gringotts to try our luck?" Everyone winces. Hermione tentatively offers that they could DRP by her old home, The one she was sharing with her parents. She had never actually sold it, and neither had her parents before taking off for Australia. Are you sure? Ron stammers uncertainly. Hermione sucks in a sharp breath. Yeah. There's some money I had kept as backup, in case we ran out and had to hide in Muggle London. I mean, it was just a contingency, not that I thought we needed it. Harry has stayed in Ron's house over many summers and had never felt so acutely uncomfortable about borrowing money directly. He had never needed to, never ran out of it, mostly because he also never had to use it. Year after year, he had only spent on school items, continued to wear Dudley's hand-me-downs, never wanted the Dursleys to find out that he was, in fact, rich. Wealthy, as Draco would say. Whatever, not that it matters. Doesn't it? He could do anything now. Buy a whole restaurant if he so wishes, own a 3-storied pet shop and survive without working a day in his life. That's, holy fuck. Harry wars with himself the entire time it takes for them to finish their drinks, find a secluded alley, and disapparate right into Hermione's backyard. Hermione's house is a blue and white, 2-storied, simple suburban house. Harry can't believe he's never actually visited it before. He takes in the neatly placed furniture, the small television set in front of the patterned 3-seater sofa, the small dining set enough for 5. The kitchen has all the necessary appliances that Harry can think of. A small library branches off to the right. Harry peeks inside and has to grin. Hermione must love it. It's similar to the Gryffindor common room with large windows for the natural light to break in through the curtains. The shelves are not towering, but high enough that Ron will probably have to lean up on his toes to reach the topmost books. There are solid, circular mahogany side tables with potted plants placed on them. But everything is stale and dead, a thick layer of dust marring the available surfaces. The scent of disuse and absence is strong in the air. Harry opens a few windows, the metal frames creaking in the hushed quiet. Hermione has disappeared up the stairs. Ron is waving his wand around, cleaning up the place. Harry does the same. Draco is studying the photographs on the mantel, as still and unmoving as the rest of the Muggle house. She's not in here, he murmurs, not in a single one. Harry has the absurd impulse to laugh hysterically. He knows Draco has kept his family portraits still lining the walls, clean without a speck of dust on them. Harry has spent a few minutes over the weeks staring at Lucius and Narcissa and younger Draco, their smiles more and more fixated the older Draco turned. Harry silently continues cleaning. He reaches into tiny nooks and crevices to get the dust out. In some places, there's literal soil stuck in the deepest corners behind furniture. And then someone is ringing the doorbell. Harry and Ron freeze, then quickly stuff their wands in their pockets. Draco whirls around to stare in the direction of the door. No one breathes. It rings again. Hermione. Are you in there? What the fuck? Draco whispers harshly, exchanging a stricken expression with Harry. There's a loud stomping on the stairs and Hermione comes running down, panting, wearing the same troubled countenance as the rest of them. She opens her mouth to say something but the man outside the door is now positively banging, declaring in a carrying voice. Whoever is in there, open the door right now, or else I'll call the police. On 3, 1, 2, THR. Hermione crosses the living room and lurches open the door. There you are. The man's voice turns pleasant after a brief pause. I saw the lights come on. I haven't seen you and your parents for nearly a year. Where have you been? Harry mouths her neighbors to the other two. Ron nods and Draco frowns. They still haven't moved a muscle. Oh, we actually moved, Hermione replies in a breathless voice. I returned just this afternoon, but I'm afraid I don't plan on staying. Thank you for checking in, Mr. Bowie. It's really kind of you. The man insists on stepping inside then, said he saw some strange movements. Hermione resists as much as possible until she can't anymore without sounding highly suspicious, so Harry quickly mouths to act normal, and then Mr. Bowie and Hermione are rounding the small foyer, stepping inside the living room. Mr. Bowie stops in his tracks. He's a graying man in a matching sweatsuit, large and broad. Harry has a good guess that he's ex-military. A prickly silence stretches out before Hermione takes charge and makes quick introductions. Friends from school. Mr. Bowie repeats doubtfully. What are they doing here, Hermione? You're not in trouble, are you? Hermione nervously laughs loudly. No, of course, not. They insisted on accompanying me while I picked up a few remaining items. And then a silver, radiant, shimmering hair materializes in front of Draco and speaks in Luna's dreamy voice. Happy birthday, Draco. Are you available tomorrow evening? Blaze, Dean, and I were thinking of having a party. We could invite everyone. It'll be fun. The hair dissolves into oblivion just as suddenly. Harry risks a glance at Mr. Bowie. He's frozen in shock, staring at the spot, and then before anyone knows what's happening, Hermione launches into a convoluted rant of advanced hologram technology that their school recently discovered. It's all experimental, really, no need to worry, you'll see it in the market soon enough. She proceeds to physically push the man out of her home, slamming the door shut. Harry rounds on Draco. It's your birthday. Why the hell didn't you say so? Harry meticulously checks the equipment multiple times. He doesn't need an electrical shock on top of everything else that has happened today. Draco is sighing at the table messily, and Harry continues to ignore him. He's rather pissed that Draco didn't bother sharing his birthday. They've been together literally for the entire day. Today and for the past 3 or so weeks. Do you even know how to cook? Draco breaks the tense silence. He sounds incensed and rude and impatient. For the last time, yes, Harry snaps, turning the knob of the gas stove a few times. Now shut up until they return. He's sent Ron and Hermione for a grocery run with the money Hermione had stashed in her bedroom. She said there's a mart at a 10-minute walking distance. Ron shrugged, calling it their Muggle Day Out. In the kitchen, Harry locates a few plates they can use. He washes them in the sink with the small bar of soap, then dries it with a soft cloth he'd scourgified. Draco keeps up a constant stream of how Harry can make use of this spell and that spell, and Harry keeps ignoring him, because he grew up cooking food the Muggle way. He has no idea about any cooking spells. Neither does Draco, for that matter. Harry wants to remind the snobbish piece of shit. And then Draco points out that they can simply visit a restaurant for a meal. He graciously says that even a Muggle one would do fine, but Harry shoots down that idea quicker than he'd catch a snitch against Slytherin, which deeply offends Draco to the point where he's quick to remind Harry that I'm the birthday boy. With nothing else to do but wait for groceries, Harry conjures some water to boil in a deep pan. He rummages in the cupboards until he finds 3 tea flavors that are yet to be expired. Draco eyes it disdainfully. Black tea? Really? Harry stares. Draco's long black coat, with actual silver, is draped on the back of a dining chair. He's perched on another precariously as if scared of catching Muggle cooties or something. His sky blue shirt is rolled up to his elbows, the way he had done during their Horcrux camp, hunched over the table, his freshly cut white blonde hair glistening under the soft yellow. He huffs under Harry's carefully blank gaze, rolling his eyes, and taking a sip out of the steaming white cup, the edges of which are horribly chipped. Harry sits across from him. Why didn't you say anything? Harry asks again. He's not exactly pissed anymore, but curious and a little offended. Draco shrugs, avoiding him entirely now. What was the point? What was the point? Harry repeats flatly, and then feels the frustration rising inside him once more. Fucking goddamn riddle. What was the point, Draco? Except the fact that we could have done something rather fun, gone for a nice meal somewhere, had a proper party, cut a fucking cake. Luna is planning that for tomorrow, Draco points out petulantly. Feel free to join. Harry exhales a long, heavy breath. I know you have spent your birthdays with Lucius and Narcissa, and it's probably a terrible feeling not to have them here, but we are here, you giant imbecile. Did you honestly believe that we won't be interested in celebrating it? That I won't be? You saved my life, multiple times, Jesus fucking Merlin. You think I'm not even slightly grateful for that? Sometime during Harry's rant, Draco has latched onto his face, lips pursed in a thin line, fury and confusion rolled into one. Harry holds his gaze stubbornly, wanting to communicate every single word he's just uttered in the slight narrowing of his eyes. Eventually, Draco speaks. Jesus fucking Merlin. Harry wants to choke the bastard. Mine is in the next month, he tells Draco, chin lifting. Feel free to join. Hermione and Ron return with a cake, along with the list of items Harry had scribbled on the back of their afternoon's receipt. It's a small cake, white chocolate with kiwi. The green icing on top of it reads Happy Birthday Draco. Ron sticks a few pink candles in it and Hermione ignites them with her special blue bell flames. Scoop them, She advises Draco as they crowd around him at the dining table. They won't go out. Draco swallows, staring down at it for a long minute. I like kiwi, he manages to croak out. Harry grins, begins to sing the birthday song, clapping his hands for all it's worth. Draco gingerly cuts a neat slice and Harry picks it up quickly to stuff it in his stupid mouth. Ron wants to go a step ahead and smash the whole thing right in Draco's face, but Hermione holds his wrist at the last minute. Although, Draco was already ducking down even as Harry twists both his arms behind his back to keep him in place. Ron settles for smearing a large chunk in his hair. Harry is cleaning the chicken, smothering a laugh. Draco has stuck his head under the sink tap, cursing such profanities that Mr. Weasley would have gotten a heart attack. Ron, the least useful in cooking, is sprawled on the sofa in the living room with a bottle of Muggle beer. Hermione is drinking hers by the counter, having just tossed a basic salad in a large bowl. When Draco had asked how they managed to acquire alcohol, they'd both turned red and scattered off. At one point, Hermione runs upstairs and returns with an old music player. My dad used to work this, she mutters, poking and jabbing randomly at the buttons. Ron, see if you can find any cassette tapes. Any what? Small plastic rectangles with 2 holes in them, on it. Draco finally gets the cake out of his hair. Harry tosses him the cloth. Draco ignores it and primly, and rather pointedly, uses a drying charm. Harry does not know how to cook food that is not English. The Dursleys were always fond of traditional meals, so Harry sautés cut vegetables, marinates the chicken, steams rice, and uses the broth for plain chicken soup. He's slightly nervous, but determined, and the motions are easy even after months of boiled eggs above a bonfire. The chicken is going to take time. Harry checks on the flames, stirs. How long does it take? Draco asks, leaning sideways against the counter, pointing his wand in the air. About 45 minutes. Draco nods, murmurs, tempus. Harry busies himself with cleaning up the counter, running a wet cloth on the surface, finding the mundane act soothing, like hard-wired routine. You were shit in potions. Harry's hand stills. Draco doesn't continue. Harry goes back to work, teeth gritted and jaw clenched. Draco moves around him when Harry reaches that part of the granite surface, sweeping the cloth across it, now extremely aware of the fact that he can simply flick his wrists and get it done. He doesn't. Ron locates a few dusty cassette tapes in the drawer under the television set. Hermione slides one in the music player, jabs a few buttons, and soft, piano notes fill the room. Love of my life, you've hurt me, you've broken my heart, and now you leave me, love of my life, can't you see? Harry decides he likes the singer's voice. It's deep but he's got a wide range, belting out tunes that would put Celestina Warbeck to shame. He realizes after a few moments that silence has descended upon the house, the words washing over them, wrapped around the quiet evening, warm and lulling. Dad used to play this for Mum, Hermione says shakily. I suppose he forgot. Ron rises to his feet, holding out a hand meaningfully. Hermione chokes on a wet laugh, taking it, letting Ron pull her up. You wanted me to ask you first. Ron grins down at her cheekily, shuffling his feet the way they'd been taught back in 4th year. And not as a last resort, Hermione agrees. Well, Ron says, amused and lightly, no offense, but I don't really want to slow dance with Harry or Malfoy right now. You'll have to do. Hermione throws back her head, laughing, swatting his arm without any real heat. Harry turns to exchange a look with Draco, finds him sitting on top of the dining table, under the soft yellow light, holding a beer bottle between his lean fingers. Harry stands up, moves around his friends, tickling Hermione's waist as he passes, and then quickly ducks under her swiping arm, almost tripping right into Draco's lap. Draco raises his eyebrows. You're not going to dance? Harry shrugs, taking a gulp, wincing instantly, and then sits on the chair near Draco's dangling knee. Ron is right. I really wouldn't dance with him. Draco jumps down. He keeps his bottle on the glass surface and then holds out his hand. Harry stares at it, face hot and chest weird. Parvati hated me as her dance partner, Harry says, swallowing. Draco quirks up one pale eyebrow. I, myself, was raised as a proper gentleman. Harry snorts out his beer. And my Bobaden's dancing partner would be happy to give a flying recommendation. Offer expires in 10 seconds. Well. Harry did defeat the evil wizard of all time. How hard can this be? Besides, Draco is the birthday boy. If the git wants to slow dance, he deserves a slow dance. Despite the pep talk, Harry feels highly inadequate as he grips Draco's palm, rises to his feet. By the time Draco leads him to the empty space beside Ron and Hermione, the song has already changed. The same singer is now singing. I want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied, I don't need you, I've got to break free. It's not exactly suitable for a slow dance, but Harry doesn't point it out. The beats are lively and playful and Harry instinctively bobs his head along, grinning at Draco. Draco smirks back, but it doesn't hold its usual arrogance. It's mischievous and light and Harry wants to. Draco takes Harry's right arm and places it on his side. Harry slides it up to the dent between his shoulder blades and Draco does the same. Then he grips Harry's left palm with his right. Loyal to the peppy beats, Draco doesn't lead Harry into the routine they had followed during Yule Ball but into something more jazzy. Harry follows the steps, swaying his hips like Draco's, snappy and smooth, and then he's pirouetting under Draco's extended arm, and then laughing as Draco wheels under his, both falling back into place, then immediately swaying away, head still bobbing, hips still snapping, and Draco taps his feet, shows Harry how to do it, and then they're both repeating the whole thing even as the song changes. She keeps her Moe Chandon in her pretty cabinet. Let them eat cake, she says. Chapter end notes. Song credits. 1. Love of My Life by Queen. 2. I Want to Break Free by Queen. 3. Killer Queen by Queen. The Other Gang. Chapter notes. Sorry for the late update. My parents got COVID, so I had to scamper around a bit. They're fine now. And I ended up rewriting this chapter at least 3 times. P.S. I'll definitely respond to the comments within the next day. Smiley face, excited to do so, actually. When Harry voices moving out of the burrow, the entire kitchen table comes to a grinding standstill. A fork clatters, a bowl smashes, and Harry finds himself prickling under the shocked attention of 6, 7, 8 redheads, Hermione, and Fleur. He places his spoon back on the table and then carefully looks up. Molly appears to be the most stung. Harry, she breathes. The only sound in the cramped Weasley dining room, and isn't that commendable? Harry wants to pat himself on the back. A loud, sharp, sarcastic one. He stutters out that he doesn't mean it in the bad way, just that he'd like to sort out Grimmauld Place as soon as possible. Since he'd be moving there sooner or later, he could divide his time accordingly. He explains how he needs to fix it up and Creature must be itching to return, too. The more he speaks, the deeper the frown is on Arthur's face. And Molly has inched forward until she's standing right behind him, one hand placed on his shoulder. Harry had expected some resistance and he's not disappointed. Molly insists that she doesn't like the idea of him all alone in that big house, and that there's no rush, and Arthur nods along, offering Harry a bedroom of his own if he doesn't wish to share it with Ron, which only makes him feel like an utter piece of shit. The entire conversation goes as well as can be expected, but Harry patiently sits through it, determined on his decision, reassuring Molly over and over that he'll be fine in that big house all alone. Nearly an hour later, Harry escapes through the back door to get some fresh air. He looks out over the sloping hills of Ottery Street, Catchpole. Not even 6 months ago, he was blasting through Luna's cylindrical house after learning about the Deathly Hallows. Master of Death, Harry Potter. He wonders if they can locate the resurrection stone he had dropped in the forest and then wonders whether he wants to locate it. If he had known that he wasn't going to die, he may not have let go of it. Although, it would have been similar to the mirror verized all over again, wouldn't it? Living in dreams, oblivious to the real world. He entertains it for a little bit. What he'd say to his parents. Sirius would have been ecstatic to learn Harry is moving in his house, Remus. Harry really needs to meet Teddy one of these days. He thinks he's the worst godfather Remus could have chosen, objectively speaking. There was no guarantee that he would have come out the other side of the war alive. And suddenly, the sheer weight of it, of what it means to be the person who cast the final spell to defeat Riddle. His knees nearly buckle. This is why he avoids thinking, avoids feeling altogether, because if he lets it in, gives in, he has to feel his own death again, has to feel everyone's deaths again.